small detached parties, at intervals, said to them, "Why do you come Sirajin, Sirajin?" 1. The rabbis taught if one made pauses in his reading, he has fulfilled his duty, but if he read it irregularly, he has not. Armuna says in the name of Arjehuda, even when one has made pauses he has done his duty, provided they were not long enough for the reading of the whole Megillah, but otherwise he must begin again from the beginning. Said Arbibai, Rabbi said that the halakha does not prevail according to Armuna, and Samuel says that it does. Said Joseph, hold in thy mind what Arbibai has said, for Samuel decides more vigorously. When a single authority holds vigorously, even when the majority differ from him. The rabbis taught, when the scribe who had written the Megillah had omitted letters or sentences, but the reader read it like an interpreter, and supplied what was missing, the duty was done. The rabbis taught, if the reader has omitted one verse, he should not say, when I shall have read the entire Megillah I shall then read the omitted verse, but he should commence with that verse, and read further. The same is it when one comes to the house of prayer, and finds the first half of it gone through by the congregation, he should not say, I will read with the congregation to the end, and then read the first half, but he should begin to read from the beginning, and read to the end. And slumber. What is meant by slumbering? It means not sleeping, but being drowsy, so that when he is called, he answers. P. 51. But to answer intelligently he is not able before he is called a second time. If anyone should read whilst writing, etc. How was the case? If he had arranged the verses beforehand, and first read, then copied them, even if he had the intention, what is it? It is reading by heart. Shall we say, if he was writing verse by verse and reading them, he has not fulfilled his duty either, because by Arhelba in the name of Arhama bar Guria, quoting Rabbite, said, the halakha prevails according to him who said that legally the whole Megillah must be written and be before him. This is meant, an entire Megillah lay before him, and he read each verse, and copied it. Rabbi bar Barhana said in the name of Ar Yohanan, even one letter must not be written, unless copied from a Megillah. An objection was raised. Ar Simeon b. Elazar said, it happened to Ar Meir, that he went to make the year intercalary in Asia, and there was not any Megillah, so he wrote it down from memory, and then read it to the community. Said Ar Abahu, with Ar Meir it is different. Of Ar Meir was said the 25th verse of chapter 4 of Proverbs, thy eyelids see straight out before thee. Ramai bar Hama asked Ar Jeremiah of Diphthia, what is meant by this? He answered him, the words of the law, of which it is said, when thou lettest merely thy eyes fly over it, it is no more. But in the case of Ar Meir it was as if he saw it with his eyes, so was it engraved in his memory. Ar Histah found Ar Hananel writing scripture, not from a copy, and he said to him, it is true, thou art fit to write the entire Bible from memory, but the sages have said, nevertheless, that it is unlawful to write even one letter thus. From what we hear that he was fit for writing it all by heart, and we see that he knew it also by heart, yet he was not allowed to do so. In the time of necessity, when there was no other Megillah, it was different. If the Megillah was written with vitriol black, said Rabbi bar Barhana, this means that which is used by shoemakers for blackening new shoes. Rough vellum, when the hide has been already salted, but not polished. But it must be written in Assyrian characters. Why? Because it is said, according to their writing, in a book and with ink. Whence do we deduce this? P. 52. From an analogy of expression. It is written, then wrote Esther, and, then said Barak unto them, with his mouth did he utter clearly all these words unto me, and I wrote them in the book with ink. Mishnah, if an inhabitant of an open town had gone to an anciently walled town, or vice versa, if he intends to return to his place, he shall read it at the same time they read in his place, if not, he may read with the inhabitants of the place in which he is. From where is it necessary to commence the reading of the Megillah, so as to fulfill one's duty? R. Meir says, it is obligatory to read the whole. R. Jehuda says, it suffices if he commence at a Jewish man. R. Jose says, even if from after these events. Gemara, said Rab Ha, if he intends to return. That means, to return on the night of the 14th, but if he does not purpose to return on that night, he may read with the inhabitants of the place where he is. And he said again, whence do I deduce this? Because it is written. Therefore do the Jews of the open towns, that dwell in open towns. Let us see. It is stated already, the Jews of the open towns. Why is it repeated, that dwell in open towns? He comes to teach us, that if one dwells even one day there, he is considered as an inhabitant of an open town. This is right about open towns, but how do we know that the same applies to walled towns? That is common sense. If one who dwells a day in an open town is considered an inhabitant thereof, the same must be in the case of a walled town. And Rab Ha says again, if a countryman has gone into a town, he must read with the inhabitants, for why was he permitted to read on the assembly day? That he should not trouble himself to come to the town, but if he is there, he must read in any case, whether he intends to stay there or not. From where is it necessary to commence, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Simeon b. Chayi said, he may begin from, in that night. Said R. Yohanan, all these different opinions have been deduced from the following verse, it is written, then wrote Esther the queen. With Mordecai the Jew, with all due strength. Those who say the entire Megillah should be read, mean the whole might of Ahasuerus. He who says it should be begun from a Jewish man, means the whole power of Mordecai, and he who says from after these events, thinks. P. 53. The power of Haman, and he who says from in that night, means the whole power of the miracle should be related. Said R. Helba in the name of R. Hama bar Guria, quoting Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to him who says, the whole Megillah must be read. And even he who says from a Jewish man also means it should be written wholly, if not read. The same says again, the Megillah is called a book, also a letter. That means, it is called a book because if it is stitched together with threads of flax it is invalid, as the holy scrolls are, and it is called a letter because if only 3 veins are used it is yet valid. Said R. N. Ahman, this is when every vein is triple. R. Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, if one has read the Megillah from the Bible, in which it is among other books, he has not fulfilled his duty, as the Megillah should be separated. Said Rab Ha, this is when the scroll of the Megillah was like the other scrolls, but if it was a little longer or shorter and distinguishable from them, it does not matter. R. Hayabar Abba said in the name of R. Yohanan, if one reads the Megillah bound with other books, he has not done his duty. Those who heard him repudiated him, saying, this is only the case when it is read in public, but an individual may do so. The same says again in the name of the same authority, the law that, when the holy scrolls are stitched together, margins must be left at the top and at the bottom is a halakha from Moses on Sinai. And those who heard him repudiated him, one saying, it is not a halakha from Moses on Sinai, but it has been ordered only that the parchment may not be torn. The same says again in the name of the same authority, if in the case where Moses and Elijah were, there had been a chink as narrow as a needle, they would not have remained alive when the Lord passed, as it is written, for no man can see me and live. The same says again in the name of the same authority, it is written, and on them was written according to all the words which the Lord had spoken with you on the mount. We infer from this that God revealed to Moses. P. 54. All the particulars of the Bible, and of the particulars the Gemara deduces from the Mishnah, and what the scribes will discover later. And what is it? The reading of the Megillah. Mishnah, all are qualified to read the Megillah, except a deaf person, fool, or a minor. R. Jehuda, however, allows it to be read by a minor. Gemara, who is the Tana that holds that even when a deaf man has already read it the duty is not fulfilled? Said R. Mathna, The Tana is our Jose of the following Mishnah in Birakoth: he who read Shema, and did not himself hear what he read, he has done his duty. Our Jose, however, said, he has not. How do we know that our Mishnah is in accordance with our Jose, who says that even if he has done it already, he has not fulfilled his duty? Perhaps it is in accordance with our Jehuda, who says that he must not commence, but if he has done it already, he has done his duty? It would not be reasonable, because the deaf person is mentioned together with the fool and the minor, and as when the last two have done it the duty has not been fulfilled, so it must be with the deaf. R. Jehuda allows a minor. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda said, when I was a minor I read the Megillah in the presence of our Tarfon and the elders in the city of Lud. The sages answered, one adduces no proof from a minor. We have learned in another Boraitha, Rabbi said, when I was a minor I read the Megillah in the presence of our Jehuda. The sages said to him, one cannot adduce a proof from a man who permitted it. Why have they not answered here also? One brings no proof from a minor? They meant it, firstly, he was a minor, but even if he were not, they would not recognize it as a proof, because our Jehuda was an individual exception. Mishnah, the following religious acts may not be done before sunrise on the day on which they are obligatory: to read the Megillah, to circumcise, to bathe, to sprinkle, nor may a woman wait a day. Do so before the sunrise of that day. But if any of these acts has been done at any period after daybreak, it is valid. Gemara, whence do we deduce this? It is written. P. 55. And these days are remembered and celebrated. The days, and not the nights. Shall we assume that this is in contradiction to our Joshua b. Levi, who said above that one must read the Megillah in the evening, and repeat it on the day? What this Mishnah teaches, that before sunrise the Megillah must not be read, refers to the second time, i.e., the reading by day. To circumcise. Because it is written, on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. To bathe, to sprinkle. Because it is written, and the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 7th day, and bathing is equal to sprinkling. After daybreak. Whence is this deduced? Said Rabha, because it is written, and God called the light day, and the beginning of the light is called day. If so, then, as it is written, and the darkness he called night, let the time when it begins to be dark be called night, and we have a tradition that until the stars appear it is not reckoned to be night. Therefore, says Arzera, infer it from the following passage, so we labored at the work, while the half of them were holding the spears from the rising of the morning dawn till the stars appeared. Mishnah, the following religious acts may be done during the whole of the day: the reading of the Megillah, of the Hallel, the sounding of the cornet, the handling of the lulab, the prayer at the additional offering, the confession of sin on sacrificing the bulls, the confession to be made on bringing the second tithe, the confession of sin by the high priest on the Day of Atonement, the imposition of hands, the slaughtering of a sacrifice, the waving of the offering, the bringing it to the altar, the taking of the handful of flour, the burning with incense of the fat of a sacrifice on the altar, the pinching or wringing off of the head of fowls brought at sacrifices, the receiving of the blood of a sacrifice, the sprinkling thereof on the altar, the giving the bitter water to drink to a woman suspected of adultery, the striking off of the heifer's neck, and the purification of a leprous person. The following acts may be done during the whole of the night: the cutting of the sheaves for the omer, and the burning of the fat and members of a burnt offering on the altar. This is the rule: whatever is commanded to p. 56. Be done by day may legally be done during the whole of the day, and whatever is commanded to be done by night, it is lawful to do during the whole of the night. Gemara, whence do we deduce this? Because it is written, those days are remembered and celebrated. The reading of Hallel, as is written, from the rising of the sun unto the going down. R. Joseph says, as it is written, this is the day which the Lord hath made. The use of the lulab, because it is written, and ye shall take unto yourselves on the first day the sounding of the cornet, because it is written, a day of blowing of the cornet shall it be unto you. And the additional offering, as it is written, everything upon its day. And the prayer at the additional offering is like the offering itself. 1. This is the rule, etc. What is it meant to include? The putting away of the spoon of frankincense, and the taking it away by night, etc. What is it meant to include? The eating of the paschal lamb, which is only before sunrise, and the Mishnah is not in accordance with Elazar b. Azariah. Footnotes 48:1 So the Talmud translates. 50:1 See Rosh Hashanah for other cases where the rabbis did not understand till they heard the explanation by rabbis made. 53:1 Rashi explained this, that not others objected, but he himself retracted his assertion. But this seems to us incorrect. Firstly, as the word repudiated, in the original, is in the plural, and secondly, when Arhaya bar Abba said in Ar Yohanan's name he no longer lived, how could he contradict himself at that time? Therefore we translate it as it seems to us right. Cr Ursprung und Entwicklung der Phylakterien Redus Beidentiden, p. 140, where this passage is explained. p. 56. Appendix to footnote on page 53. Jastro's dictionary has just reached us, and we are surprised not to find under sub. The quotation, repeated twice on page 19b, Old Ed, mentioned by us in our note, which means they struck the halakha on its head. We fail to find any reason for this omission, as it seems to us very important that the quotation should occur. 56:1 The remaining laws of the Mishnah are also deduced here from verses or from analogies of expression, but they are found in other and more proper places, and are therefore here omitted. Next, Chapter 3. Index previous next. p. 57. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning the posture of the reader of the Megillah, and his clothes, before prayer. Mishnah, the Megillah may be read either sitting or standing, by one person only, or by two persons at the same time. They alike fulfill their duty. In places where it is usual to say a blessing it is obligatory to say it, but not when it is not customary. 3 men are called to read in the Holy Scrolls on Mondays and Thursdays, and in the afternoon of the Sabbath neither more nor less than that number may be called, nor shall any section from the prophets then be read. He who commences the reading of the Holy Scrolls shall pronounce the first benediction before reading it, and he who concludes the reading shall pronounce the last benediction after reading it. On the first of the month, on the intermediate days of the festivals, 4 men are to be called. This number may neither be added to nor diminished, nor shall any section of the prophets then be read. This is the rule, on all days, when an additional offering is prescribed, which are nevertheless not festivals, 4 men are to be called, 5 on festivals, 6 on the Day of Atonement, and 7 on the Sabbath. This number may not be diminished, but it may be increased, and a section of the prophets must be read on those days. The first and the last readers shall pronounce the benedictions before and after reading. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, it is not so with the reading of the Torah, which can be read only when the congregation sits. Whence do we deduce this? Said Arabeu, it is written, but as for thee, stand thou here by me. From this we infer, he should stand, and the congregation should sit. He says again, how do we know that the master should not teach the disciple when he sits on the bed, and the disciple on the floor? Because it is written, stand by me. p. 58. The rabbis taught, from the time of Moses till Rabban Gamaliel the law was studied standing. When our Gamaliel died, sicknesses came into existence, and they began to study sitting. And this is what we have learned in a Mishnah elsewhere, that since our Gamaliel had died the honoring of the law had ceased. One verse says, I sat on the mount, and another, I stood on the mount. Said Rabbi, he stood when he studied, and he sat when he repeated. Ar Yohanan, however, said, by sitting is meant abiding, as is written, and Yesat in Kadesh, which means dwelt. Rabha says, the easy things he learned standing, and the difficult things he sat down to understand. By one person, or by two, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, the law is not so with the Holy Scrolls. The rabbis taught, the scrolls of the Pentateuch one should read and the other should interpret, but not one shall read and two interpret, but the prophets, one should read and two may interpret it, but two should not read and two interpret. In case of Hallel and the Megillah, however, even 10 may read and 10 interpret. Why so? Because Hallel and the Megillah are dear to the people, and even if 10 read they will give their attention. In places where it is usual to say a blessing, etc. Says Abai, the Mishnah refers only to the benediction after it, but before, it is obligatory. As Arjehuda said in the name of Samuel, for all religious duties, one should pronounce a benediction before they are done. What blessing should be pronounced before the reading of the Megillah? Arshi's Hate of Cartasia said in the presence of Arashi, 3 blessings, blessed be he, etc., who has commanded us to read the Megillah, blessed be he, etc., who has performed miracles for our ancestors, and the benediction of the time. What blessing is said after the reading of the Megillah? Blessed be thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who hast taken up our quarrels, who hast judged our judgments, who hast taken revenge for us, who hast retaliated for us on our adversaries, and who recompensest according to their deservings all our enemies. Blessed be thou, O Lord, who punishest all the adversaries of Israel. Rabha said, blessed be thou, God of salvation. Said our Papa, therefore, we should say both, blessed be thou, O Lord, who punishest our adversaries, God of our salvation. 3 men are called to read, etc. To what do the 3? p. 59. Correspond? To the Torah, the prophets, and the Hagiographa. So said Arashi. Rabha said, to priests, Levites, and Israelites. And Arsimi taught, one must not read less than 10 verses in the house of prayer, and if one of them consists of the words, and God spoke to Moses, it is reckoned among the 10. To what do these 10 correspond? Ar Joshua b. Levi says, to the 10 unemployed men in the synagogue. And Ar Joseph said, to the 10 commandments given to Moses on Sinai. Ar Yohanan says, to the 10 sayings of the Lord, by which he created the world. Rabha said, the first of the 3 men who goes to read in the Torah, if he has read 4 verses, he may be praised, if not the first, but the second did it, he may be praised, if the third did this, he may be praised. It happened once our Papa came to the synagogue of Abba-Gubber, and he read 4 verses to the first, and our Papa praised him. Neither more nor less. We have learned in a Boraitha, the beginner shall pronounce the benediction before the reading, and the last reader after. But in this time, when we have the custom that everyone says the benediction both before and after, the reason why the rabbis have ordained so is that those who enter and go away in the middle of the reading should not fail to hear either the blessing before or after. On the first of the month, Ula bar Rabbite asked Rabha, the portion about the beginning of the month, how should it be read? Shall we begin to read with the first verse of the chapter which speaks about the daily offering 8 verses? How shall we do? If 2 each read 3 verses, only 2 will be left for the third, and 2 should not be read. If they read each 4, then for the third will be left 7 verses, because about Sabbath there are 2, and about the first of the month 5. If the third should begin with the 9th verse, and read the 2 about Sabbath and 1 about the first of the month, we have learned in a Boraitha, one must not begin a portion than 3 verses. If the third begin with Sabbath, and read 3 about the first month, then 2 verses will be left. Rabha answered, this I did not hear, but I heard something similar. We have learned in the Mishnah, in Tract Tanith, the first day one reads in Genesis from I6, let there be an expanse, and a Boraitha added to this, from in the beginning. p. 60. Should be read by 2, and from let there be an expanse should be read by one. And it was discussed, it is right that from let there be an expanse should be read by one, because there are 3 verses, but up to that there are only 5 verses, and how can 2 men read it? Have we not learned in a Boritha that each must read no less than 3 verses? And in answer to it, it was taught, Rabbi said, the second should begin from the 3rd verse, which has been already read, and Samuel says, they shall divide the 3rd verse into 2 parts. An objection was raised, we have learned in Tanith, a portion containing 6 verses may be read by 2 men, but if it contain 5, only 1 man must read, but if the first has only read 3, the second must read the remaining 2, and 1 of the next portion. But, according to others, he must read 3 verses of the next, because he must not begin to read a portion, unless he read 3 verses. Now, if it were as Rabbi and Samuel say, why does not the Boritha teach he shall repeat a verse, or stop in the middle? There the case is different, because it is practicable, but not here. Said our Tanhum in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, the halakha prevails according to the saying of the Boritha in the name of the others. And he says again, as one must not begin a portion, to read less than 3 verses, so one must not stop unless 3 verses are yet left. Rabbi the son of Rabha sent to ask our Joseph how the halakha prevails. And he sent him the answer, the halakha prevails, that it shall be repeated by the second reader. This is the rule, when an additional offering. The schoolman propounded a question, on a fast of the congregation how? P. 61. Many persons should be called to read. Should we say that b. Cause on the first of the month and intermediate days there is an additional offering, 4 should read, but on this occasion, when there is no additional offering, only 3 should read? Or that, because there is an additional prayer, 4 should be called to read, come and hear, it happened that Rabbi came to Babylon on a congregational fast day. He arose and read in the Torah, and said a benediction when he began, but not when he finished. The whole congregation fell upon their faces, and he did not. Now let us see, Rabbi could read only what an Israelite reads. Why, then, did he not pronounce the benediction after he had finished? We must assume because he thought a 4th would yet read, so there would be 4? Nay, Rabbi was the beginner, and substituted a priest, because he was the best man, and we find in Gideon, that Arhunah did so too. It is right of Arhunah, because, as it is said there, Rmi and Rashi, although they were priests themselves and the most honored men of Palestine, nevertheless bowed before Arhunah, but Rabbi, how could he substitute a priest? Was there not Samuel, who was a priest, and always had preference before Rabbi? Nay, Samuel also bowed to Rabbi, but Rabbi gave preference to him only to honor him, and it seems to us that this is correct, that Rabbi read first, because if not so, why did he pronounce the benediction before? But perhaps it was after it was ordained that the benediction should be pronounced both before and after? Then he would have pronounced the benediction after it also? It is different. Where Rabbi was, the people were permitted to enter the house of prayer, but not to leave, till Rabbi finished lecturing. Hence there was no fear for those who might leave. Come and hear. This is the rule, on the day when no labor is done, as on a congregational fast and the 9th of Abh, 3 must read, and on those days when to do labor is not prohibited, as on the first of the month and intermediate days of a festival, 4 read. This decides the question. Said Rashi, have we not learned in our Mishnah, this is the rule, on the day which has an additional sacrifice, but is not a festival, 4 men read. Now, when it is said, this is the rule, may we not assume that it is meant to include a congregational fast and the 9th of Abh? Nay, a sign only was given that it should not be thought festivals and intermediate. P. 62. Days are equal in the reading of the Torah, they gave us a rule that even on a day having a preference over another day, 1 man more must be called to read. Therefore, on the first of the month, intermediate days, which have an additional sacrifice, 4 read, on a festival, when no labor may be done, 5 must read, on the Day of Atonement, which has a punishment of kareth, 6 read, on Sabbath, which has a capital punishment, 7 read. It is said above, Rabbi did not fall on his face. Why? Because he was the most honored man, and this is similar to the teaching of our Elazar. He said, an honored man must not fall on his face, unless he is sure he will be answered as Joshua be. None, of whom it is written. And the Lord said to Joshua, Get thee up, wherefore liest thou upon thy face? Said Arhiah bar Abin, I saw that Abai and Rabha used not to fall on their faces, but only reclined their heads on their hands. 6 On the Day of Atonement. According to whom is our Mishnah? Not according to our Ishmael, and not according to our Akaba of the following Boraitha, on the festival 5, on the Day of Atonement 6, and on the Sabbath 7 not more and not less. So is the decree of our Ishmael. Our Akaba says, on a festival 5, on the Day of Atonement 7, on Sabbath 6 not less, but it may be more. If the Mishnah was in accordance with our Ishmael, it would not allow, as he, more, and if in accordance with our Akaba, the latter says, on Sabbath 6. Said Rabha, the Mishnah is in accordance with the disciples of our Ishmael, who teach, on festivals 5, on the Day of Atonement 6, on Sabbath 7 not less, but more is permitted. So said our Ishmael. This is in self-contradiction of our Ishmael. There are 2 Tannim, one says our Ishmael had said so, and the second he had said otherwise. To what do the 3, 5, and 7 correspond? Our Itzhak b. Naamani and our Simeon b. Pazi, according to others our Samuel b. Naamani one said that it corresponds to the blessings of the priests, and the other said that they correspond to the 3 doorkeepers and the 5 men who could come unto the king's presence and the 7 who could see Ahasuerus. And the same taught our Joseph. Said Abai to him, Why has the master not explained it to us before? He answered, I did not know you needed an explanation. P. 63. Of it, and you asked me not, did you ever ask me anything to which I answered not? Said Jacob, one of the Minim, one to our Jehudah, the 6 men who read on the Day of Atonement, to whom do they correspond? He said, to the 6 men who stood on the right and the left of Ezra, as is written, the names of the 6 who stood on the right, and of the 6 that stood on the left. The rabbis taught, all are entitled to be counted read among the 7 on Sabbath, even a minor and a woman. The sages, however, said, a woman should not read in the Torah for the honor of the congregation. The schoolman propounded a question, may the last reader from the prophets be counted among the 7? Our Huna and our Jeremiah bar Abba differ, one says yes, the other says no. The first gives the reason that, although he reads from the prophets, he reads from the Pentateuch also, and why should he not be counted? While the second holds with Ula, who said that the reader from the prophets reads from the Pentateuch only in honor of the Torah, not because it is his task, and therefore it is not counted. An objection was raised, we have learned that he who reads portions from the prophets should read not less than 21 verses, to correspond to the verses from the Torah read by the 7 men. Now, if the same person reads also from the Pentateuch, he should read but 24 verses from the prophets, as he himself read 3 in the Torah. As B reads only in honor of the law, it should not be counted. Rabha opposed, do not we read Jeremiah 7, from verse 21 to chapter 8, where 21 verses are not found. There it is different, because the subject is concluded there. And where the subject is not finished, must we read 21 verses. Did not Samuel bar Abba say, I stood many times before our Yohanan, and when we had done reading 10 verses, he told us to stop, though it was in the midst of the subject? Where there is an interpreter, the law is different. As our Talifa b. Samuel taught, when must be read 21 verses. Where there is no interpreter, otherwise he may cease earlier. Mishnah, when men come into the synagogue after the prayer has been finished, they may not repeat the prayer if they P64. Are less than 10 in number, nor may any of them act as minister before the reading desk, nor may priests raise their hands, nor may they read in the law, nor read a section from the prophets. When there are less than 10 men present at a burial, the customary standings and sittings with the corpse may not take place, nor may the blessing for mourners be said, nor the forms used in condolence with mourners, nor the 7 blessings said on the celebration of a marriage, nor may the persons who join to say grace after meals mention the divine name. And on an occasion of redeeming land that has been consecrated, it is necessary that at least 9 Israelites and a Cohen shall be present, and the same also at the valuation of a man. Gemara, where is this deduced from? Said Ar-Hayabi. Abba, in the name of Ar-Yohanan, because it is written, I may be sanctified among the children of Israel. All things sanctified must not be less than 10. 1. Standings and sittings. Because it was the custom for a mourner to say, Rise, honored men, rise. And sit down, honored men, sit down. Which may not be said to less than 10. Blessing for mourners, etc. What is the blessing for mourners? The benediction they said in the streets after the burial. Then Ar-Itzhak said in the name of Ar-Yohanan that the benediction of mourners was pronounced by not less than 10 men, and the mourners themselves are not counted. The benediction of bridegrooms, however, is also said by 10, including, however, the bridegrooms. Mention the divine name. Why so? Because he must say, Let us bless our God, and this is not suitable when there are less than 10. 2. And the same was said to the condolers. Mishnah, not less than 3 verses of the Holy Scrolls may be read in the synagogue by each person. 1 verse only of the law may at one time be read to the interpreter. P65. From the prophets, however, may be read 3 also, but if each verse should form a separate section, each must be read separately. Passages may be skipped in the reading of the prophets, but not in that of the Holy Scrolls. What time may be suffered to elapse to skip from one passage to another? While the interpreter does not conclude his interpretation. Gemara, a separate section, etc. For instance, Isaiah, Leah 3, 4, and 5, treat of different subjects. Passages may be skipped. There is a contradiction. We have learned in a Mishnah in Yuma the following, he reads Leviticus 16. 7, after the death, etc., and then in XXIII. 27, but on the 10th. From this we see that he skips in the Pentateuch also. Said Abai, it presents no difficulty. In the Pentateuch one may not skip when it is one subject, but if there are 2 different subjects one may. But we have learned in a Boraitha that even when the subject is the same one may skip in the Pentateuch, and in the prophets only when the subjects are different. In both cases it is meant, while the interpreter does not conclude his interpretation. In another Boraitha we have learned, one must not skip from one prophet to the other. In the reading of the 12 minor prophets, however, one may do so, but not from the termination of one to the beginning of the other. Mishnah, whoever reads in the house of prayer the section from the prophets may also repeat the prayer and act as minister before the reading desk, and if he is a priest, may say the blessing of the priests. If a minor, his father or teacher shall act for him. A minor may read in the law and act as an interpreter, but may not publicly recite the Shema, nor act as minister at the reading desk, nor say by himself the blessing of priests. A man in rags may repeat the Shema and act as interpreter, but he may not read in the Holy Scrolls, nor act as minister before the reading desk, nor say the blessing of priests. A blind man may repeat the prayer and act as interpreter, but Ar-Jehuda says, one who never beheld the light may not repeat Shema. Gemara, why so? Said our Papa, this is a reward of honor. Rabbi Bar Simi, however, said, to prevent quarrels. P66. A man in rags. Ullah Bar Rabbi asked Abai, may a minor in rags read in the Torah? He answered, why did you not ask about a naked man? Because we are certain that he must not, for the honor of the congregation, the same is the case here. We have learned in a Boraitha, the sages said to our Jehuda, many persons lectured about the Merkabah, although they had never seen it. Answered our Jehuda, that deals with things in the inner consciousness, and if one meditates about them one may be fit to lecture. But if a man blesses for light it is for the benefit received, and a blind man has no benefit by it. The rabbis, however, hold that a blind man does derive benefit from light, as our Jose of the following Boraitha said, my whole life I was sorry about the following verse, and thou shalt grope about at noonday, as the blind gropeth about in the darkness. I always asked, what matters it to the blind whether it be light or darkness, he gropes at any rate? Till it happened once I walked in a dark night, and I met a blind man who walked with a torch. I asked him, my son, thou art blind. Why walkest thou with fire? He replied, so long as the torch is in my hands, people see me, and would not let me fall into a pit or tread on thorns. Mishnah, a priest whose hands are deformed must not raise them. Our Jehuda also prohibits it to a priest whose hands are stained with wood or with madder roots, because the people stare at him. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, by the blemishes are meant those on his hands, face, or feet. Our Joshua b. Levi said, if there are eruptions on his hands, he must not raise them. We have learned the same in the following Boraitha, if he has eruptions on the hands, or they are crooked, he must not raise them. Said our Ashi, the priests from the villages Hipni and Bishni all stutter, and must not bless either. The same we have learned in the following Boraitha, one must not make men act as ministers who are from Bethshan or Beth Hippa, also the men of Tibonin, because they pronounce an as an H, and an H as an A. Our Yohanan said, a priest of one eye must not raise his hands. But was there not a one-eyed priest in the neighborhood of our Yohanan who did bless, and he said to him nothing? That man was known in his town, and nobody stared at him because of his peculiarity, as is stated in a Boraitha, if one such is known in his town, he may. R. Jehuda also prohibits. We have learned in a Boraitha. P. 67. If the majority of a town worked at the same kind of work, and their hands were stained also, he may. Mishnah, one who should say, I will not minister at the reading desk in colored clothes, may not be permitted to do so even in white ones. If he refuses to minister with sandals on his feet, he may not be permitted to minister even barefooted. A man who makes the tefillin round endangers himself, and has not properly observed the commandment. A person who places them low down on his forehead, or on the palm of his hand, acts like the Sadducees. If he covers them with gold, or places them on his uncle, he acts like a dissenter who does not care for our tradition. If one says in his prayers, the good shall bless thee, he acts heretically. If he says, as to birds' nests were thy mercies extended, so have mercy upon us, or, for thy good be thy name remembered, or one who says twice Modim, he shall be silenced. Also, whoever explains the text, and of any of thy seed shalt thou not let pass through to Molech to mean, thou shalt not give thy seed to an Aramite woman, shall be silenced, and publicly reprimanded. The occurrence of Reuben with Bilhah is to be read without being interpreted, that of Tamar is to be read and interpreted. The first part of the occurrence with the golden calf is to be read and interpreted, but the second part is to be read without being interpreted. The blessing of the priests, and the occurrence of David and Amnon, are neither to be read nor interpreted, the description. P. 68. Of the divine chariot is not to be read as a portion from the prophets, but our Jehuda permits it. Our Eliezer says, neither, cause Jerusalem to know her abominations, etc. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the scripture about the creation of the world may be read and interpreted. What happened to Lot and his 2 daughters may be read and interpreted. What happened to Tamar and Jehuda may be read and interpreted. What occurred with the golden calf may be read as far as the first part goes, and interpreted. The blessings and the curses pronounced by Moses in Leviticus and Deuteronomy may be read and interpreted. The warnings and punishments may be read and interpreted. The story of Absalom, Amnon, and Tamar may be read and interpreted. The story of the concubine in Gibeah may be read and interpreted. Following are those which may be read, but not interpreted. What happened to Reuben and Bilhah may be read, but not interpreted. It happened once to our Hananabi. Gamaliel, who went to Kabul, and the reader of the congregation read, and it came to pass when Israel dwelt, he said to the interpreter, "Stop, do not interpret except the last verse." And the sages commended him for this. The second part of the story about the golden calf may be read, but not interpreted. What is the second part? From EXXXXII 21 to 25. We have learned in a Boritha, our Simeon B. Eleazar said, a man should always be prudent in his replies, for from Aaron's answer to Moses, those that murmured became lawless, for they said, there is something in idolatry, for it is written, and I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. The blessing of priests is read, but not interpreted, because it is written. The Lord lift up his countenance. The occurrence of David and Amnon. Did we not learn in a Boritha that the story of Amnon and Tamar is to be read and interpreted? It presents no difficulty. Where Amnon ben David is written, it must not be read, but the other places may. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning selling of sacred property and about the reading of the Holy Scrolls on Sabbath and holidays. Mishnah, inhabitants of a town who have sold the open place of the town may buy for that money a prayer house. The money obtained by the sale of a prayer house they may apply to the purchase of an ark, for that obtained by the sale of such an ark. Cloaks or wrappers for the Holy Scrolls may be purchased, for the proceeds of such wrappers. Books of the prophets and hagiographa may be purchased, for the proceeds of the same books. The scrolls of the Pentateuch may be purchased, but if they had sold scrolls of the Pentateuch, it would not be lawful to apply that money for the purchase of books of the prophets and hagiographa, nor wrappers for the proceeds of such books, nor an ark for the proceeds of wrappers, nor a prayer house with the proceeds of an ark, nor a marketplace with the money obtained by the sale of a prayer house, and so in respect to any surplus fund. Gemara, inhabitants of a town. Said Rabbi bar Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan, all this was said by Ar Menahem bar Jose, in accordance with whom are many anonymous Mishnahs, but the sages said that there is no sanctity in a marketplace. But what is the reason of Ar Menahem b. Jose? Because on the congregational fast days the people assembled in the marketplaces to pray. The rabbis, however, do not care for what happens only occasionally. The money obtained by the sale of a prayer house. Said Ar Samuel bar Nahamani in the name of Ar Jonathan, the case is only about prayer houses of villages, where they are the inhabitants' property, but in large towns, where money for them is collected from other places also, and to which other men come to pray, the congregation cannot sell it at all, because the prayer house belongs to a majority who are absent, and it is not theirs. Said Ar Ashi, the prayer house in my town, Masami Haja. P. 71. Although the money was collected from abroad, yet because they all came for my sake, I am the owner of it, and if I wish, I may sell it. Rabha said, what is said, that the money obtained for sacred property must be spent only on other sacred things, applies only to a case where it was not sold by the 7 elders of the town, in presence of the townsmen, but if they did so, it may be spent even on drinking beer. There was a hill, on which had stood a prayer house, which Rabbina wanted to sell. He came to Ar Ashi, and asked whether he might do so. He answered him, go and buy it from the 7 elders of the city, in the presence of the townsmen, and then you may sow it. Rami bar Abba was engaged in building a new prayer house, but he also had an old prayer house, which he wanted to pull down, in order to use the bricks and beams for the new structure. He asked himself this question. Ar Hisda once said, one may not destroy an old prayer house before the new one has been finished, but this is only because one is not sure whether the new one will be completed. who am certain that it will, may I pull it down or not? He went and asked our Papa, who prohibited. He went then and asked our Hunna, he forbade him also. Rabha said, a prayer house may be exchanged for another, or sold, but it may not be rented or pledged. Why? Because when it has been sold, its sanctity departs from it, but when rented or pledged, it remains holy, and may not be used for profane purposes. The same is it with the bricks of a prayer house, they may be exchanged or sold, but not pledged. This applies to old bricks, but not to new ones which have not yet been used. About giving away, however, as a present, our Aha and Rabbana differ, one says one may do so, and the other not. The rabbis taught, articles used for a religious duty may be cast away, but such as are used in holy service must be hidden. What articles are used for religious duties? Such as a sukkah, lulab, cornet, tzitzith. What are holy things? Scrolls of scripture, tefillin, mezuzot, also cases of scrolls of tefillin and their straps. Said Rabha, I had thought before, that the pulpit on which the holy scrolls are laid to be read is not itself a sacred article, but only one used for the preparation of a holy article, but where I saw once the holy scrolls put down on it, I thought it was itself used for a holy purpose, and therefore must not be sold. Rabha says again, at first I, p. 72, had thought the curtain of the ark was only an article used for a sacred article, but after I had seen that they folded it together, and put the holy scrolls on it, I knew it was a sacred article itself, and must not be sold. The same said again, of an ark which fell to pieces one may construct a smaller ark, but not a pulpit. He said again, when the curtain of the ark is rotten, one may cut it smaller for the use of the holy scrolls, but for scrolls of parts of the Pentateuch he must not. The cases of the holy scrolls and of the 5 books, as they were used for sacred purposes, must be hidden. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that they are not made for the honor of the sacred things, but to preserve them, he comes to teach us it is not so. Marzutra said, the holy scrolls, when rotten, may be used as shrouds for a dead man that has no friends to bury him, and left no property to be used for that purpose, and this is hiding them. Said Rabha, holy scrolls that were whole, and were torn, may be interred in the grave of a scholar, and even if he had learned only halakhat. Said R. Aha bar Jacob, but they must be put into a clay vessel, as it is written, and place them in an earthen vessel. R. Papi said in the name of Rabbite, a prayer house may be converted into a learning house, but not vice versa, and our Papa in the name of Rabha taught the contrary. Said R. Aha, it seems to be according to our Papi, because so said our Joshua b. Levi, a prayer house may be turned into a learning house. Infer from it that it is so. It will not be lawful to buy books of the prophets, etc. The schoolman propounded a question. May old holy scrolls be sold, to purchase with the money new ones? Shall we assume that as the new ones have no preference over the old ones, they may not be sold, or that if the old ones are not sold, the new ones cannot be had, therefore it may be done? Come and hear, Rabbi Bar Hannah said in the name of our Yohanan, quoting our Simeon b. Gamaliel, one must not sell old scrolls for the purpose of buying new ones. There it is different, it is a precautionary measure lest he sell the old ones without buying new ones, but here the question is about such as are already written, and he ready for us to be obtained when the money is had. How is the law? Come and hear, our Yohanan said in the name of our Meir, in any case the holy scrolls must not be sold, except for the purpose of using the money for study, or for marriage. p. 73. From this we see that to exchange the law for study, one may, so to exchange old scrolls for new ones, one may also. But perhaps it is different, because from studying he will know how to act, and marrying, because it is written, not for naught did he create it, to be inhabited did he form it. But to exchange old holy scrolls for new ones, perhaps one may not. The rabbis taught, a man shall not sell holy scrolls, even when he does not need them. Furthermore, says our Simeon b. Gamaliel, even when he has nothing to eat, and has sold the holy scrolls, or his daughter for a slave, he will not see a sign of blessing all his life. Even when he has sold them, and bought new ones instead at a lower price, he will not see a sign of blessing in the remainder of the money. Said Rab Ha, the case is only when old holy scrolls have been sold, and new ones bought, so that some money was left, but when money was collected for this purpose and holy scrolls were bought, but some money was left, it may be used for all purposes. And even in the first instance it is so only when the old holy scrolls had been bought by the 7 elders of the town, in the presence of townsmen, without any condition, but if it was bought conditionally, it may be used even for dux usia. Said Abai to one of the rabbis, who arranged Borideth before Arshi's hate, hast thou not heard from Arshi's hate what is meant by dux usia? He answered, so said Arshi's hate, a writer, whom the people of the town hire for their needs. Said Abai again, therefore if a young scholar heard something and does not know it, he should ask a man who usually goes before the great rabbis, because it is impossible that he should not have heard an explanation from the great men. R. Yohanan said in the name of our Meir, when inhabitants of one town went away to another town, and the elders of that town ordered them to give charity for the poor of that town, they should give, but when they return, they may take it back, to support therewith the poor of their own town. The same we have learned in a Boridha. But if an individual went to another town, and was ordered to give charity there, it should be given away to the poor of that town. R. Who not ordered a congregational fast. Came to him Arhana bar Hanala, with many inhabitants of his town, he ordered. P. 74. Them to give charity, and they did so. When they had to return, they said, let the master give us back the money, that we may support therewith the poor of our own town. He said to them, we have learned in a Boridha, when must it be given back? Where there is no scholar in their town who occupies himself with the public needs, but if there is such a man, it must be given to him, that he should dispose thereof. According to this judgment, so much the more the poor of my town and yours, all are supported through me. Mishnah, sacred public property must not be sold to private individuals, because the sanctity thereby becomes lowered. This is according to our Meir. The sages, however, said, if so, it would also be prohibited for a large town to sell sacred things to a smaller one. A prayer house may be sold, according to our Meir, only conditionally. But the sages permit it to be sold permanently, except for the 4 following uses, to be made a bathing house, a tanning place, a legal diving bath, or laundry. R. Jehuda says, it may be sold on the condition that it be made an open court, and then the purchaser is at liberty to turn it to what purpose he pleases. Gemara, but the sages permit to be sold permanently. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, a man may let water within 4 ells of a prayer house. Said R. Joseph, what does he come to teach us? We have learned this in a Mishnah. R. Jehuda said, he may sell it for a courtyard, and the buyer can do what he pleases. And even according to the rabbis, who forbid it, it is only in case of a prayer house whose sacredness is permanent, but in regard to the 4 ells before the prayer house, which have no sacredness, even the rabbis admit. One Tana taught in the presence of Rn, one who prays, and wants to let water, shall step away 4 ells and do so, and he who has done so must walk away 4 ells before he may pray. Said Rn to him, the last teaching is right, because we have learned in a Mishnah that he must withdraw from such things to a distance of 4 ells, but that he who prays should go away 4 ells. Why is this? By this teaching you make all streets of Nahardia sacred, for there is no place there where men have not prayed, hence letting water would be unlawful in them. Therefore teach, he must tarry for the length of time required for walking 4 ells, but need not walk. P. 75. It is right that he who has let water should wait as long as walking 4 ells requires, Because the feet can be besprinkled and he must wait till they dry, but why shall he who has prayed wait for that time? Said Rashi, because for that length of time the prayer is still in his mind and his lips still keep moving, if he had been praying. The disciples of Zakkai asked him, in reward of what have you been living so many years? He replied, I never let water within 4 ells from a prayer house, and I never called my neighbor nicknames. It never happened I should pronounce the morning benediction of the Sabbath without a goblet of wine. It happened once I had no money to buy with, and my old mother sold the cap from her head and brought me wine for Kiddush. When she died she left 300 cans of wine, and when he died he left to his heirs 3,000 cans of wine. Arhuna stood in the presence of Rabbi, girdled with a piece of rubber gum. And Rabbi asked him, Where is thy girdle? He said, I had not wine for Kiddush, and pawned my girdle to get it. Rabbi answered him, May it be God's will that you should be wrapped in silk. When he married his son Rabha, he slept on a bed, as he was not tall, his daughters and daughters-in-law threw their silken clothes upon him, and he was wholly hid. When Rabbi heard of this, he was sorry, and said, When I blessed you, why did you not answer me, and the same to the master? The disciples of Elazar b. Shamua asked him, In reward of what have you lived so long? He replied, I never used the house of learning as a passage, I never trod on the heads of the holy people, and I never raised my hands to bless Israel without pronouncing first a benediction. Arpreda was asked the same question by his disciples. He told them it never happened a man should come to the house of learning earlier than I never pronounced a benediction at a meal in the presence of a priest, and I never ate of an animal of which the gifts had not been separated, as Yitzhak said in the name of Yohanan, it is not allowed to eat of an animal of which gifts have not been made to the priest even in these days. The Master says, I have pronounced no benediction in the presence of a priest. Is that a merit? Did not Yohanan say a scholar for whom a priest, even a high p. 76. Priest, who is an ignorant man pronounces a benediction deserves death, because it is written, all those that hate me love death? Do not read Mezana, etc. Arpreda means when the priest was equal to him in scholarship. The disciples of Nehunya b. Hakana put to him the same question, and he answered, I never honored myself by the disgrace of my neighbor, and I never went to bed with the curse of my neighbor, and was liberal with my money. Akiba asked Nehunya the Great the reason for his longevity. His servants came and beat him. Akiba fled from them, and went to the top of a tree, and said, Rabbi, when it is written, one sheep, if it is not in the plural why should one be written in addition? And he said to his servants, He is a young scholar, do not hit him. And he answered to him, one is added to signify that it shall be the best in its flock. I never accepted in my life presents, I never was obstinate, and I was liberal with my money. He that hateth gifts will live. And Zerah, when gifts were sent to him, he did not accept, but went when he was invited, saying, They only want to honor me. And I was not obstinate. As Rabha said, who yields from his obstinacy has his sins cancelled. As it is written, pardoning iniquity. p. 77. And forgiving transgression, and that is interpreted in Tract Rosh Hashanah, to whom does God pardon iniquity? Him who pardons the wrongs of his neighbor toward him. Rabbi asked Joshua b. Korha, in reward of what have you lived so long? He answered to him, Does it grieve you that I live so long? He rejoined him, Rabbi, it is a study, and I want to learn it from you. He replied, I never in my life looked into the face of a wicked man, surely, were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat the king of Judah, I would not look toward thee nor see thee. Rabha says, from the following passage, it is not good to favor the countenance of the wicked. When Joshua b. Korha was dying, Rabbi asked him, Bless me. And he said to him, It shall be the will of God you should reach the half of my age. Said he to him, Rabbi, and not your whole age? Do you not wish I should live as long as you? He replied to him, And what will your sons do? Will they tend sheep? If you will live so long, you will survive them. The disciples of Ar-Adda bar Abba one asked him, Why have you lived so long? He answered, I never was angry in my house, I never preceded a superior, I never thought of divine subjects in unclean alleys, and I never walked 4 ells without thinking about the law and without phylacteries, and I never took a nap in the house of learning, I never rejoiced when my neighbor was in misfortune, and I never called my fellow men nicknames. Mishnah, furthermore, Ar Jehuda says, No funeral orations may be delivered in a house of prayer which had become ruinous, nor may it be used as a rope walk, nor to spread nets therein, nor to spread fruit on its roof, nor to use it as a passage compendiarium, as it is said, I will bring your sanctuaries into desolation. That means, they remain sanctuaries even in their desolation. If grass spring up therein, it may not be pulled up, that the view may contribute to the affliction. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the house of prayer must not be treated with levity, one must not eat therein, drink, decorate oneself there, promenade, nor resort there from the great heat or from rain, one must not deliver there a funeral. P. 78. Oration after an individual, but one may read there, study Mishnah, and deliver a funeral oration after a scholar who was needed by many men. And it has to be swept always, also sprinkled with water, that there be no dust, and no grass grow. Ar Jehuda said. This is when they are in good condition, but when in ruins, if grass spring up, it may not be pulled up, that the view may contribute to the affliction. Raci said, the prayer houses which are in Babylon, although they are built conditionally, yet in the meantime no one allows himself any levities in them. What does he mean thereby? They do not make business calculations there. Raci said again, when business calculations are made in the prayer house, finally it will become a place for a dead body for a night. How is this to be understood? He means to say that in punishment of this, someone will die in the town who will have no friends, and will be left overnight in the house of prayer. Decorate oneself. Said Rab Ha, the scholars and disciples may do it in the learning house. As Ar Joshua b. Levi said, why is a learning house called the house of the rabbis? Because some things it is allowed to the rabbis to do which is not permitted to others. From the great heat or rain. As Rabbina and Ar-Adda bar Mathna stood and asked a question of Rab Ha, meanwhile it began to rain. They entered the house of prayer, but remarked thereat, we go to the prayer house not from the rain, but for the study of a halakha for which the mind must be clear as the sunny day, when a north wind blows, purifying the air. Rahabi. Rab Ha asked Rashi, how is it when one wants to see a man who is in the prayer house? May one go in to call him, or not? He answered, if he is a young scholar when he enters the prayer house, he should speak about some halakha. When he is a disciple studying Mishnah, he should study, entering, a Mishnah. If he can only read the Pentateuch, he should say a verse therefrom. If he is unable to do this, he should ask a child, what verse have you learned today? If not even this, he should enter, and stay there a while, and only then leave. After a scholar who was needed, etc. What is meant by this? Ar Hista pointed out, e.g., if any one of Ar Sheshada's disciples should die. Ar Shishate pointed out Ar Hista, if, example, one of Ar Hista's disciples would die. Raphaim lamented his daughter-in-law in the prayer house. P. 79. He said, for my honor, and in honor of the deceased, the whole world will come to hear my oration. Ar Zero lamented after one of the rabbis in the prayer house, and said, either in my honor or in honor of the deceased all will come to hear. Resh Lakish delivered a funeral oration after a young scholar who had been in Palestine, and taught halakha to 24 rows of disciples. He said, woe! That the land of Israel has lost such a great man. One scholar died who had known halakha, Sifra, Sifri, and Tosefta. They came and told Ar Nahman he should lament him. Rn said, "What shall I say to such a great man? Shall I say, woe, that such a bookcase full of books was lost? Come and see the difference between the mighty of the land of Israel and the pious ones of Babylon. We have learned in a Mishnah in a both, who uses the crown, is lost." Resh Lakish taught, that means, if one uses for his service a man who learns halakhat, which are the crown of the law. Said Ula, a man can use the service of one who learns for halakhat, but not of one who teaches for halakhat, as happened with Resh Lakish, who walked on the road, and had to cross a stream. A man came, took Resh Lakish on his shoulders, and carried him across. Resh Lakish asked him, "Can you read in the Torah?" He said yes. "Can you read in the Mishnah?" He said, "I have studied 4 sections of the Mishnah." Said Resh Lakish to him, "You have cut out for yourself 4 rows of gold, and still you carried the son of Lakish on your shoulders. Throw him into the water." Said the man, "It is agreeable to me to serve the master." Said he, "You may do it only when you will have learned from me something." The rabbis taught, the burial of a corpse and the marriage of a bride supersede the study of the law. It was said of Ar-Jehuda Bri, he used to interrupt his study for the above. P80. 2 things. This is in the case when the dead man has not enough men to accompany him, but if there are enough, one need not interrupt his study. What is meant by enough? Said R. Samuel Bar Inia, in the name of Rabbite, it means 13,000 men, and 6,000 with cornets. And according to others, the 6,000 are included in the 13,000. And Ula says, as many men as could form a wall from the place where the man died to the grave. Arshi's Hate says, 600,000 men. As the law was given to 600,000 men, so a man who has learned the law should be accompanied by 600,000 men. This applies only to a disciple who has learned, but for the master who taught, no definite number is to be prescribed. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon B. Yakai said, "Come and see how the Israelites are beloved by the Holy One, blessed be He." Wherever they went in exile, the Shekinah accompanied them. They were exiled into Egypt, the Shekinah was with them, as is written, "Did I not appear unto the house of thy father, when they were in Egypt?" When they were exiled into Babylon, the Shekinah was with them, as is written, "For your sake I was sent to Babylon." And in future, when they will be redeemed, the Shekinah will also come to them, as is written, "The Lord thy God will return," it is not said, "He will bring back you," but He will return with you. It is written, "Yet will I be to them as a minor sanctuary." Said R. Itzhak, this means the houses of prayer and the houses of learning that are in Babylon. R. Elazar said, that is the house of our Master who is in Babylon. Rabha lectured, it is written, "Lord, a place of refuge hast thou been unto us." That means the prayer and learning houses. Said Abai, formerly I learned at home, and prayed at the house of prayer, but when I heard later what David said, "Lord, I love the sight of thy house," I went to study also in the prayer house. Aboraitha states, R. Elazar the Kapar said, the prayer and learning houses which are at present in Babylon will in the future be established in the land of Israel, as it is written, "As Thabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel is by the sea, so shall he come." An a fortiori conclusion is to be drawn, if Thabor and Carmel, at which only occasionally the law was studied, are counted among the land of Israel, the P81. Prayer and learning houses, at which the law is still studied, so much the more that they will become the land of Israel. Bar Kaparo lectured, it is written, "Why watch ye enviously, ye many peaked mountains?" A heavenly voice was heard, which said to the mountains, "Why should ye be jealous of Mount Sinai? Yea, all great mountains, are blemished in comparison with Sinai." This is inferred from the expression Gabnunum, and by analogy of expression in Leviticus XXI. 20, the expression crook-backed, which is one of the blemishes, is Jiben. Said R. Ashi, from this we may infer that a man who is haughty must be considered as blemished. nor used as a passage. What is meant? Said Rab Ha, the explanation is similar to the word, instead of going around, one goes through the house. Said Arabehu, if the house was originally used as a shorter route, one may. Rnahman b. Itzhak said, if one entered it without the intention to use it thus, but afterward wants to go through the other door, he may. And Arhelbai in the name of Arhuna said, if he entered to pray, he may go out by the shorter road. As is written, but when the people of the land came before the Lord on the appointed feasts, he that entereth in by the way of the north gate to bow himself down shall go out by the way of the south gate. If grass spring up, etc. But did we not learn in a Boraitha, he must not pull it up to feed therewith cattle, but he may uproot it, and leave it lie. In the Mishnah also is meant, he should not pull it up for animals. Mishnah, when the first of Adar falls on a Sabbath, the portion Shekalim is to be read, if it falls on any other day, that portion must be read on the preceding Sabbath, and nothing additional is read on the following Sabbath. On the second, the portion remember is to be read, on the third, that of the red heifer, on the fourth, that of the new moon, on the fifth, they return again to the regular order. The regular order of Haftarot is also to be interrupted on the days of new moon, on that of Hanukkah, on Purim, and on public fast days, also on the fast of the standing men, and the Day of Atonement. Gemara, we have learned in the Mishnah in Shekalim, on the first day of the month of Adar warnings are heralded from Jerusalem concerning Shekalim and p. 82. Kilayim. About Kilayim it is the time of sowing, therefore it is right that it is heralded they should have no Kilayim, but whence do we deduce that about Shekalim it must be heralded on the first of Adar? Said RTB in the name of Arjashia, it is written, this is the burnt offering of the new moon for every month. The expression is, Hoj bihadsho, that means that the Torah said, renew it. Ye shall bring the offerings from the new taxes of the year, and as with the first of Nisan begins the new year, it must be heralded in Adar that the new taxes shall be collected before or on the first of Nisan, for the purpose that they might be brought in time to the temple. Is the Mishnah not in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel, who said, only 2 weeks before Passover shall it be lectured about the Passover? Nay, we can say it is in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel also, but because in Shekalim, Mishnah c, it is said, on the 15th of Adar the money changers outside of Jerusalem seated themselves at their tables, etc., we must be earlier in reading the portion of Shekalim. What is called the portion of Shekalim? Rabbi says, the portion about the daily offerings. And Samuel says, XXX. 21. It is right according to Samuel that it is called Shekalim, because it speaks about it, but according to Rabbi, where is mentioned in that portion about Shekalim? About Shekalim is not mentioned, but according to Rabbi this shall be read because the daily offerings must be brought from the new Shekalim as RTB said above. We have learned in the following Boraitha in accordance with Samuel, if the first of Adar falls on Sabbath, the portion from XXX. 21 shall be read, and the portion from the prophets should be about Jehoiada the priest. Itzhak of the city of Naphha said, if the first of Adar falls on Sabbath, 3 holy scrolls must be taken out, and it should be read from one the portion due on that Sabbath, and from one the portion proper on the first of the month, and from one the portion of Shekalim. He says again, when the first of the month Tevath falls on Sabbath, the same thing is to be done. 3 scrolls are to be taken out, one portion proper for the Sabbath should be read, the second that of the first day of the month, and the third about Hanukkah. It was taught, when the first of Tevath falls on a weekday, said Itzhak, 3 must read the portion of the first day of the month, and one about the sanctification, and p. 83. Ardimi from the city of Hepha said, 3 must read about the sanctification, and one about the first of the month. Said Armani, it seems to us that Itzhak of Naphha is correct, because a frequent thing is given preference over an unfrequent thing, and we read Hanukkah once a year, while the first of the month is 12 times. Said R. Abban, on the contrary, it seems to be according to R. Dimi, for what is the cause of the fourth man being called to read the Torah? The first of the month. Therefore the fourth man must read the portion of the first of the month. How is it to be decided? R. Joseph said, we must give preference to Hanukkah, and Rabbah said, to the first of the month. And the halakha prevails that the main attention must be given to the first of the month, not to Hanukkah. It was taught, when the Sabbath of Shekalim falls, when the portion proper to the Sabbath is Thet-Save 1, said R. Itzhak of Nafha, 6 persons should read from verse 20 of XXVII to verse 11 of XXX, and 1 from verse 11 in XXX to verse 17. Said Abai, the people will think the portion is so long, and will not notice that they read the portion Shekalim, therefore he says 6 should read from 20 in XXVII to 17 in XXX, and then should come another and repeat from 11 in XXX to 17. It was taught, when the first of Adar falls on the eve of Sabbath, said Rabbi, the portion Shekalim should be read the preceding Sabbath, because the tables of money changers are set up 2 weeks after the reading, and if it will be read on the succeeding Sabbath, they will not be set up on the 15th, but 2 days later. Samuel, however, said, it should be read on the succeeding Sabbath. The tables will not be set up at all events until Sunday, because they will not begin on the eve of Sabbath, consequently the reading will not cause any delay. Their point of difference is the same as that of the Tannim of the following Boraitha, there must be an interruption between the Sabbaths, on which must be read the 4 portions before Passover, so is the decree of R. Jehuda Hanasi. R. Simeon b. Eleazar, however, said, no interruption must there be. And he said again, I say, there must be no interruption only then when the first of Adar falls on the eve of Sabbath, but if in the middle of the week, the portion p. 84 Shekalim must be read on the preceding Sabbath, although the Sabbath is yet in the month Shabbat. On the second the portion remember is to be read. It was taught, when Purim falls on the eve of Sabbath, said Rabbi, the portion remember should be read on the preceding Sabbath, because, if on the Sabbath after, remember will be read after it has been done. Samuel, however, said it should be read on the succeeding Sabbath, and concerning the fact, that the reading of the Megillah must not precede the reading of remember, it will not precede in the walled towns, where it is read on the 15th, and then remember will be read before the Megillah. When, however, Purim falls on Sabbath, said Arhuna, all agree it must not be read the preceding Sabbath, but on the same Sabbath. R.N. Ahman, however, said, Rabbi and Samuel differ also about this. The same was taught also by Arhiah bar Abba in the name of R. Abba quoting Rabbi, when Purim falls on Sabbath, the portion remember should be read the preceding Sabbath. The third, that of the red heifer. The rabbis taught, what is meant by the third Sabbath? The one falling after Purim. In the name of Arhama bar Hanana it was taught, by the third Sabbath is meant the one after which comes the first day of Nisan. They do not differ, however, when the first of Nisan occurs on Sabbath. On the preceding Sabbath the portion of the heifer must be read, and when it falls on a weekday, it has to be read on the Sabbath after Purim. The fourth, that of the new moon. The rabbis taught, when the first of Adar falls on Sabbath, the portion Shekalim must be read, and the portion of the prophets should be about Jehoiada the priest. And what is called the first Sabbath? The one after which the first of Adar falls in the same week, and even on the eve of the succeeding Sabbath. On the second has to be read remember, and the portion of the prophets must be from Isam 15, I remember what Amalek, etc. And what is called the second Sabbath? When Purim falls on the week after it, and even on the eve of Sabbath after it. On the third Sabbath it must be read about the heifer, and the portion of the prophets in Ezek 30. 24, I will sprinkle upon you. And what is called the third Sabbath? When it falls after Purim. The fourth Sabbath it has to be read about the new moon, and the portion of the prophets shall be from Ezek XLV. 19, thus has said the Lord Eternal, in the first p. 95 month, on the first of the month. And what is called the fourth Sabbath? When the first of Nisan falls in the week after it, and even on the eve of the next Sabbath. On the fifth, they return again to the regular order. What order is meant? Our Ami says, to the order of the portions usually read on each Sabbath, and our Jeremiah says, to the order of the portions from the prophets. Said Abai, it seems to us it should be as our Ami said, as the Mishnah stated above agrees with his opinion. Mishnah, on the first day of Passover the portion in Leviticus relating to the festival must be read, on Pentecost that commencing 7 weeks shall ye count, etc., on the day of New Year, the portion commencing in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, on the day of atonement that of after the death, on the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles, the portion of Leviticus relative to the festivals must be read, and on the other days of that festival the offerings for each day. On the half-feast of Hanukkah, the portion of the offerings of the princes must be read, on Purim, that of an Amalek came, on the first of the month, and on the beginnings of your months, on the fast days for the standing men, about the creation, on fast days, the portion containing the blessings and maledictions, the denunciations therein contained must be read without interruption, namely, one man must read the whole chapter. On Mondays and Thursdays, and on the Sabbath afternoon, they shall read the portion of the Torah in its regular order, but these readings are not available to reduce the regular number, for it is written, Moses declared unto the children of Israel the appointed festivals of the Lord. Whence it is inferred that each must be read on the appointed festival to which it refers. Gemara, the rabbis taught, on Passover should be read the portions referring to this festival, and the portions from the prophets should be from Joshua, v9, about Gilgal, etc., and at present in exile, when we keep 2 days as festivals, the first day should be about Gilgal, the second day from 2 Kings, XXIII, about Joshua. The last days of Passover should be selected small portions in which it is spoken about Passover. What are they? And the last days of p. 86. Passover on the first of them should be read, and it came to pass when Pharaoh, and the portion from the prophets should be from 2 Samuel, XXII, and David spoke, and on the next day, all the firstborn males, and from the prophets, in Isaiah, X32, as yet today will he remain at Nob. Said Abai, and now people have the custom to read as follows, draw out, when a bullock, sanctify, if thou lend, and hew thyself, and the Lord spoke, and it came to pass, and then all the firstborn. On Pentecost, 7 weeks shalt thou number, and from the prophets, in Habakkuk, 3. An anonymous teacher says, in the 3rd month, and the portion from the prophets should be from Ezekiel, about the divine chariot. And now when in exile we keep 2 days Pentecost, we do as both have said, but reverse it on the first day of the new year, as the anonymous teacher, and on the second as above. In the days of the new year, in the 7th month, and from the prophets, is not Ephraim a dear son, and from the prophets, about Hannah. And now when we keep 2 days, we read on the first about Sarah, and the second, God did tempt Abraham, and the portion from the prophets, is not Ephraim. On the day of atonement we read, after the death, and from the prophets, for thus hath said the High, etc. And in the Minha prayer, we read about the laws of legal marriage, and from the prophets, Jonah. For the Lord your God is the God of gods, and the Lord of lords, and the next verse, who executeth justice for the fatherless and the widow. It is repeated in the prophets, thus hath said the High and Lofty One, who inhabiteth eternity, whose name is holy, and the end of this verse is yet also with the contrite and humble in spirit. The 3rd time in Hagiographa. Extol him who rideth upon the heavens. The p. 87. Everlasting is his name, and the next verse is a father of the fatherless, and the judge of the widows. The first festival day of the Feast of Tabernacles should be read the portion about this feast in Leviticus, and from the prophets, behold, a day is coming unto the Lord. Now when we keep 2 days, we read on the second the same as on the first, but from the prophets, and all the men of Israel assembled. And on the remaining days of the festival we read about the sacrifices of the festival, and on the last day we read all your firstborn, to the end of the chapter, and from the prophets. And it came to pass when Solomon had finished, and on the morrow, and this is the blessing, and from the prophets, and Solomon stood. R. Hunah said in the name of Rabbite, on the Sabbath in the intermediate days of the festivals, whether Passover or that of Tabernacles, should be read exxxxii. 12, and from the prophets, about the dry bones, and on Feast of Tabernacles, about Gog and Magog. During Hanukkah the portion in number 7. About the offerings of the princes, and from prophets, about the candlesticks, and when it happens there are 2 Sabbaths in the 8 days of Hanukkah, on the first Sabbath the candlesticks of Zechariah, on the last Sabbath from I Kings, 7. 49, about the candlesticks of Solomon. On Purim, and Amalek came, and on the beginnings of your months. And if the first of the month falls on Sabbath, it should be read from Isaiah, Lxi. 23, and it shall come to pass that from one new moon to the other. And when the first of the month falls on Sunday, the preceding Sabbath it should be read from the prophets, and Jonathan said unto David, Tomorrow is the new moon. R. Hunah said, if the first of the month Ab falls on Sabbath, it should be read from the prophets in Isaiah 14, your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hateth. On the 9th of Ab itself? What portion do we read from the prophets? Said Rabbite, Isaiah 2, how became a whore the faithful city? Said Abai, and now people have the usage to read from the Pentateuch, when thou begettest children, and from the prophets in Jerem. 8:13, I will make an end of them. On the fast of the standing men. Whence do we deduce? P. 88. This. Said Arami, if not the standing men, the heaven and earth would not abide, as is written, if my covenant be not with day and night, I would not appoint the ordinances of heaven and earth, and it is also written, and he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? Said Abraham before the Holy One, blessed be he, Creator of the universe, perhaps if Israel will sin before thee, thou wilt destroy them as the generation at the time of the flood and of the dispersion of Babel. And he answered, Nay. Said Abraham, whereby will I know it? And the Lord said, Take me a heifer 3 years old. Then Abraham said again, Creator of the universe, this will be as long as the temple exists, but what will be when the temple will be destroyed? And the Lord answered, I have therefore ordained to them the order of the sacrifices, and every time they will read it, it will be considered by me as if they had offered them, and I will forgive them all their sins. Without interruption. Whence do we deduce this? Said Arhiabar Gamda in the name of R. ACI, because it is written, the correction of the Lord, my son, do not despise. Resh Lakish, however, said, that is because we do not pronounce a benediction over chastisement. What else shall he do? We have learned in a Boraitha, he should begin a verse before the curses, and should end a verse after them. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon B. Eleazar said, Ezra ordained that Israel should read the curses in Leviticus before Pentecost, and those in Deuteronomy before New Year. Why so? Said Abai, and according to others Resh Lakish, that the curses should end with the year. It is right of Deuteronomy, because then begins a new year, but in Leviticus, before Pentecost, does Pentecost begin a new year? Yeah, Pentecost is also a New Year's Day, as we have learned in Tract Rosh Hashanah, on Pentecost is decided in heaven about the fruit of the year. The rabbis taught, from the same place where they stop to read in the Pentateuch on Sabbath in the morning, they begin to read in the Minha prayer, and from the same place they should begin on Mondays and Thursdays and the next Sabbath. So is the decree of our Meir. But our Jehuda said, from the p. 89. Same place where they had stopped the last Sabbath, they should begin at the Minha prayer, and Mondays, and Thursdays, and also the next Sabbath. Said Arzera, the halakha prevails so. The rabbis taught, one shall open the holy scrolls and look on them, then pronounce the benediction, then read. Ar Shephisha said, in the name of Ar Yohanan, he who rolls together the holy scrolls, shall do it so that the sewn rolls should be in the middle, so that it be done easily. The same said again, in the name of the same authority, they may be rolled together only from outside, but not from inside, so that the letters should not be seen outside. When one holds scrolls himself, and has to find in it something, he should not begin to roll away from his person, because one scroll might fall down, but he should roll them toward his person, so that they should remain on his knees. When he rolls them from both sides, he should begin with the side toward his person, because if from the other side, a man will be unable to see at a distance what is written in them, and it is a duty to let him see. The same says again, if 10 men have read in the scrolls, the greatest of them should roll them together, for our Joshua b. Levi said, he who rolls them together, is rewarded as much as all of them together. He says again, whence do we know that we may avail ourselves of a heavenly voice? Because it is written, thine ears shall hear a thing from behind them. When is this the case? When one hears a male voice in town, and a female voice in the country, and when it says, yeah, yeah, or nay, nay. The same says again, in the name of the same authority, who reads without sweetness, and learns without a chant, of him says the verse in Ezekiel, and I also have given unto them laws that are not good. Abai opposed. Shall I say, because he cannot make sweet his voice, the above verse should be applied to him? Therefore we must say, as our Mesher Shia said elsewhere, that if 2 scholars are in one town, that contradict themselves in halakha, to them is the above verse applied. Said our Pornach, in the name of our Yohanan, who handled the holy scrolls, while naked, one will be buried naked. Said our P90. Janna the son of Arjana the elder, it is better that the mantle of the holy scrolls should be inserted between the scrolls than vice versa. It is written, and Moses spoke of the festivals of the Lord to the children of Israel, i.e., he told them the merit of reading the portions of the Torah each in its time. The rabbis taught, Moses ordered to Israel they shall discuss and lecture on the subject of the day, the holocaust of Passover on Passover, the holocaust of Pentecost on Pentecost, and the holocaust of Tabernacles on the Feast of Tabernacles. End of Tract Megillah. Tract Ebel Rabbati, or Simahath. P2. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Vol. 8-Ebel Rabbati, 3. Chapter. I. Ordinances regarding one in the struggle of death, and when death occurs in a village, 1. 2. What is considered suicide, 3. 3. Ordinances concerning the burial of infants and minors up to the age of 7 years, 6. 4. Mourning over relatives of the first and second degrees, 12. V. Regulation regarding labor during mourning, 18. 6. What a mourner may and may not read, 23. 7. The 30 days period of mourning, 27. 8. The examination of the corpse, the burial of a bridal couple, the sages that were executed by the government, 30. 9. The rending of garments over relatives, parents, and scholars, 36. X. What an onen may and may not read, 45. 11. When several deaths occur in a town at the same time, who must be buried first, 48. 12. From what day the 30 days mourning, etc., begin to count, 51. 13. The removal from one grave to another, 57. 14. What may and what may not be done in a cemetery and about the graves of families, 58. P. 3. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Volume 8-Ebel Rabbati. Chapters I-3. One who is in agony of death is regarded as alive in all respects. How so? May the inhabitants of a village greet each other if a death occurs in their community? How shall a suicide be buried, and who is considered such? Suicide of a minor. The burial of one judicially executed. That of one separating himself from the congregation, and of those stealing the duties. At what age are poor children to be lamented, and at what age rich ones? The funeral meal. At what age is death considered kareth? The days of sickness. The legend about the conversation of the angel of death with many of the Amoraim, 1-11. Chapters 4 and v. Who are considered relatives of the first and second degrees. The regulations of Anwanan, and the period of Aninath. Over what relatives priests and high priests may defile themselves. The decision of the sages as to the exhumation of a body for the purpose of examination as to age, and the reasons therefore. For what purposes the high priest may or may not leave Palestine. Who is considered a meth mitzvah, and what shall be done with him, and how a meth mitzvah was the incident which caused our Akaba to be counted among the wise. What work may and what may not be done by a mourner. What must be observed during the 7, the 30 days, and during the whole year of mourning. The exact periods for weeping, lamenting, not to calendar clothes, and not to cut the hair, which must not be exceeded. Whence is it deduced that mourning lasts for 7 days? When one mourning succeeds another. The regulations concerning the ban and for how many days it shall continue, 12-23. Chapters 6 and 7. What a mourner may read, what clothes he may wash, and if he may or may not wear shoes. When he may leave his house, and what seat he may occupy when in the prayer house. What was done with mourners and others having trouble when entering the temple. Ordinances in detail relating to calendaring clothes, cutting the hair, etc., 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 during the 30 days. What happened to Mar Samuel with his brother Pinhas during their mourning. The period after which it is allowed to remarry after the death of one's wife, 23-30. p4. Chapters 8 and 9. The different opinions about the canopy that is to be made for a dead bridal couple, and what eatables may be destroyed in their honor. The execution of Simeon, Ishmael, Akaba, etc., and the lamentation over them by the sages, in detail. The a fortiori conclusion, drawn from many biblical passages, how a man must avoid to come in contact with evil subjects. About what dead relatives must one rend his garments, and the rending of garments over scholars, chiefs of a college, etc. When the rent may be mended. The size of the rent. If a mourner travels from one place to another. The obligation of lowering the couches and when they may be placed in proper condition. The saving of the garment which was upon the dead, 30-45. Chapters X-12. From the performance of what religious duties a mourner is exempt. The funeral meal. The standing in line of the consolers. What may and what may not be discussed in the presence of a dead body. The burial of rich and poor people and that of scholars, and what happened to Akaba when his son died. The difference in the burial and lamentation of a man and a woman. The preference of way of a bridal procession over that of a funeral, and what happened to King Agrippa. The sweeping and the besprinkling of a mourner's house. A recent and remote information. The different societies that were in Jerusalem for attending weddings or funerals, etc. The 4 sages that came to console our Ishmael when his sons died, and what they said. When the consolers are permitted to speak consolation. About the burial of the bones of 2 dead bodies in one grave. The saying of our Eliezer b. Zadok as to what his father commanded him in regard to his burial, and what Abba Saul said in his will to his son. When a hearse is used. What Hananiah b. Teradion did when his son was executed as a robber, 45-57. Chapters 13 and 14. From what religious duties a gatherer of bones is exempt. The places in which bones and the scriptures must be placed when being removed. When is it allowed to remove a corpse from one grave to another? If it is allowed to bury 2 corpses, or 1 corpse and bones of another corpse, in one grave. If benefit may be derived from a building over a vacant grave or from a vacant coffin. How a cemetery must not be considered vilely. If graves may be changed from one family to another. Is occupancy considered with graves? The three different kinds of graves. A cemetery which surrounds the city on three sides. The 7 standings and sittings after the burial. The 10 goblets of wine that the sages have ordered in the house of a mourner. What shall be said in the 4th meal benediction in the house of a mourner? 57-62. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. P1. Ebel Rabbati, or Simahath. Chapter I1. A. 1 In his struggle of death is to be regarded as living in all respects. He still binds the dependents to the law of Ubum, A2 and he exempts from the same. A3 He makes his dependents eat of heave offerings, A4 and prevents them from eating it. A5 He inherits and makes others inherit. A6 When a limb or a piece of flesh is removed from him, it is regarded as of a living man. A7 The blood of his sin offering and transgression may be sprinkled until he dies. A8. P2. B. His mouth must not be closed, nor his openings stopped. No metal vessel or anything which chills B1 must be put on his navel till he dies, as it is written, while the silver cord is not yet torn loose. C. He must not be moved, nor put on sand or salt, until he dies. C1. D. His eyes must not be closed. Whoever touches or moves him is regarded as a shedder of blood. D1. E. His relatives may not rend their clothes nor remove their shoes nor lament over him, nor may the coffin be brought into his room, till he dies. F. His death must not be announced, nor his deeds proclaimed, until he dies. R. Jehuda, however, said, if he was a wise man, the latter may be done. F1. G. Greetings must not be exchanged when there is a death in a village, but it may be done in a greater city. An infant cut or torn at birth, a miscarriage, or born alive at the 8th month, or born dead at the 9th, all the religious ceremonies do not apply to it. H. The same is the case with an idolater or bondsman, nevertheless they may exclaim over him. Woe, lion! Lion! Woe, hero! H1 R. Jehuda said, Woe, trusted man, who lived by his labor. They said to him, if so, what is there left to say of the upright? He rejoined, if he was righteous, why should this not be said of him? H2 No consolation is needed, male and female slaves. It happened when the female slave of our Eliezer died, his disciples went to console him. When he saw them he went into P3. the yard, and they followed him. He returned to the house, and they followed him. He then said to them, I thought that you might be scalded with lukewarm water, now I see that you cannot be scalded even with boiling. Have I not taught unto you, no consolation is needed, slaves? J. When Tibai the slave of Rabban Gamaliel died, the latter accepted consolation. Said his disciples to him, Our master, hast thou not taught unto us that no consolation is needed on slaves? He rejoined, My slave Tibai cannot be likened to other slaves, he was a righteous one. K. He also permitted him to lay tefillin. Said his disciples, Our master, hast thou not taught unto us that slaves are exempt from tefillin? And he made the same rejoinder. Slaves must not be distinguished as father so and so, or mother so and so. L1 The household of Rabban Gamaliel, however, used the distinction of father Tibai and mother Tabitha to the above named and his wife. L2. Ancestors must not be distinguished as the fathers of the nation, except the 3 patriarchs, nor mothers of the nation, but the 4 mothers. M1. Chapter 2. A. A suicide must be buried without any ceremony. R. Ishmael said, it may be exclaimed, Alas, suicide! Alas, suicide! Said R. Akiba to him, Leave him alone. Do not honor nor abuse him. A1 No rending, no removal of shoes, and no lamenting. They may, however, stand in line, A2 and say over. P4. Him the mourner's benedictions, because it is for the honor of the living. This is the general rule: whatever is for the honor of the living may be done, but everything which is not for their sake, it is not imperative for the congregation to do for such. B. Who is to be considered a suicide? If one ascended to the top of a tree or a roof, and he fell down and was killed, B1 he must not be considered a suicide, unless he says previously, I am going to drop myself. And immediately afterward it was observed that he did so, then it is to be considered a suicide, and he shall be buried without any religious ceremonies. See, when one is found hanging on a tree strangled, or lying on a sword killed, he is not to be considered a suicide, and nothing may be withheld from him. D. It happened to the son of Gornos in Lud, who ran away from school, that his father threatened him. Being afraid of his father, he drowned himself in a pit. When Artarphon was inquired about him, he said, nothing shall be withheld from him. E. It happened to a lad at the city of Bani Barak, who broke a glass on the Sabbath, that his father threatened him. Being afraid of his father, he drowned himself in a pit. It was told to our Akiba, and he said, nothing shall be withheld from him. E1. F. From this the sages declared, one shall not threaten a child. He shall either punish him immediately, or he shall keep silence. Said our Simeon B. Eleazar, lust, children and women should be repulsed with the left, and attracted with the right hand. F1. G. Those who are put to death by the decision of a court must be buried without any ceremonies. Their brothers and relatives may come and greet the witnesses and the judges, to show them that the judgment is considered just, and that they P5. Have nothing against them, that they do not mourn for them loudly, but are sorry for them, as sorrow is only in the heart. Rabbi Nathan, however, said, there is no difference between silent sorrow and loud weeping. G1. H. No funeral meal H1 must be prepared for them, as it is written, ye shall not eat upon the blood. H2. I. Whoever separates himself from the congregation, nobody shall have anything to do with him. And when he is dead, his brothers and other relatives may dress and wrap themselves in white, eat, drink, and rejoice that the enemy of the place I1 is lost. This verse, with the following, is to be explained thus: why do I hate them with the utmost hatred? Because they have separated themselves from me, and become my enemies. P6. J. The same is the case with those who steal the duties, or steal from devoted things. They are considered as shedders of blood, and not merely that, but also as idolaters, adulterers, and intentional violators of the Sabbath. J1. K. From those who are killed by the government, nothing may be withheld, nor from those who were drowned in the sea or a river, or were eaten by a wild beast. From what time must the day of the mourning for them be counted? Since the time that they have despaired of finding. If separate limbs are found, it cannot be counted till the head and the greater part of the body are found. R. Jehuda said, the backbone and the skull are considered as the greater part of the body. L. If a husband or wife, or parents, were crucified in the town, the wife, the husband, or the children shall not live in that town, except it be as large as Antioch, and even then they must remove to another part. Until what term are they not allowed to live there? Till the flesh is totally destroyed, and the bones cannot be recognized any longer. L1. Chapter 2. A. With the saying that you lament him, you also blame him that he committed suicide. It is, therefore, better that nothing should be said. 3a2. When the mourners return from the burial, all those who accompanied them stand in 2 rows, through which the P4 mourners pass, and each one consoles them. So was the custom at that time, and in some congregations it is still extant. The mourner's benediction is said in the cemetery just after the interment. 4b1b. Although he said he would do so sometime previous. 4e1e. According to Rashi, Mishnah A is incomplete, and must read thus, but if the suicide was a minor, it is different. He said so, that the decisions of Aqaba and Tarfon should not contradict it. 4F1F. To all these three, to which human beings are attracted naturally, it is advisable not to be subject, but at the same time, when he attracts them with the right, he shall try to repel them with the left when necessary. 5G1G i.e., both are permitted or prohibited. 5H1H. It is customary that when the mourner returns from the cemetery his consolers bring with them food for the first meal, and in the ancient times they dine together with him. The custom of dining together was abolished because of the poor, who could not afford the outlay for it, so the costly shrouds were also prohibited, as it is explained farther on. The bringing of food to the mourner is in vogue even today. The reference to the passage mentioned in the text means to say, you shall not dine with such a mourner, whose death occurred for the crime of bloodshed. It is self-evident that the literal translation of this passage does not mean so, but the sages took this passage as a support to many things. They take this passage elsewhere as a support that one must not eat before the morning prayers, and they explain it, ye shall not eat before ye have prayed for your blood, but they nevertheless use the language as if it would be so written. 5H2. The continuation of this Mishnah will be found in Tract Sanhedrin in a Mishnah in Chap. 6. 5I1I. In many places the Talmud gives to the Lord the appellation place, for the reason which is explained elsewhere, that he, the Lord, is the place of the world, but the world is not the place of him. Others translate it omnipotent, which needs no commentary. We will do the same in our further translations. We made an exception here, however, to explain the meaning of this term in the text. 6J1J. We translate here according to the corrections of Elias Wilna, as we follow his corrections throughout the tract. 6L1L. It refers to the barbarous times in which, when the government hanged a person, the body was never removed. We conclude this chapter here, as the following Mishnah is taken in Kethuboth, as the proper place. Next, Chapter 3. Index previous next. Chapter 3. A. An infant a day old must be regarded by his parents as if he would be a bridegroom, A1, and not merely a day old, but even if the head and the greater part of the body came out alive. The expression of a day is used by the sages because it is more usual. B. An infant dying at birth is interred attended by one woman and two men, and is carried in the hand. Abba Saul, however, said, by two women and one man. The sages objected. P7. To him that one woman is allowed to be with two men in a separate place, but not vice versa. No line of consolers is formed, no mourner's benediction is said, until it is 30 days old. From the age of 30 days till a 12-month it may be attended by men and women, and is carried in a case under the arm. From the age of 1 to 3 years it is attended by the same, with the addition that it may be carried in a case on the shoulder. R. Jehuda, however, said, if the father desires, a coffin may be brought to the cemetery to bury it in, even if it is not 3 years old. See, at the age of 3 it is carried in a hearse. R. Aqaba, however, said, if it is 3 years old, but looks like 2, it is not carried in a hearse, but a hearse may be used for those who look like 3 even if they are less. Simeon the son of the brother of Azariah said, anyone born in a hearse, his praises may be proclaimed. R. Meir in the name of Eleazar b. Azariah said, if when he was alive he used to play on the street and was known to the people, then they are obliged to attend, but not otherwise. R. Jehuda, however, said in the name of the same, even if he was known only to his neighbors. D. Regarding lamentations, R. Meir in the name of R. Ishmael said, the poor are lamented from the age of 3, and the rich from the age of 5. R. Jehuda, however, said in the name of the same, the poor from the age of 5, and the rich from the age of 6. R. Aqaba said, the poor from the age of 6, and the rich from the age of 7. D1 The poor are lamented the same as the rich as the children of the sages, and they as the princes. D2. E. A child that was able to act for himself may be lamented for his own virtues, if he has none, for those of his parents, if his parents have no virtues, for those of his other relatives. A bride may be lamented either for the virtues of her father or father-in-law, as honors should be exaggerated and not diminished. No honor is to be invented, but may be added to the original. F. In Jerusalem they used to say, prepare good things, they shall be used before thy hearse. In Judah, however, they P8 used to say, they shall be used behind thy hearse. Because in Jerusalem the lamenters used to walk in front of the hearse, and proclaimed only the virtues which he possessed, and the people who were behind the hearse, even such as he did not. And in Judah the lamenters were behind the hearse, and they spoke only of the virtues which he possessed, and the people who were behind them did not repeat anything. F1 From the age of 3 to 30, one is lamented as if he were a bridegroom. F2 From 30 to 40 he is lamented as a brother. F3 From 40 to 50 as a father. F4 Gr. Simeon B. Eleazar said, from the age of 30 to 40, if he has children, or if most others of his age have grandchildren, he is lamented as a father, otherwise, as a brother. G1 H. One dying under the age of 50, it may yet be considered as if he were under the punishment of Kareth. When, however, he reaches the age of 52, this was the death of Samuel the prophet. At the age of 60, this is the death mentioned in the scriptures, as it is written, thou wilt go in a ripe age unto the grave. At 70 it is considered old age, as it is written, the days of our years in this life are 70 years. At 80 it is considered uncommon vigor, as it is written, and if by uncommon vigor they be 80. Above that age it is a life of affliction, and so said Barzillai the Gileadite to David. Death after only 1 day of sickness is a death of wrath, at 2 days, it is a death of terror, at 3 days, a death of pest, at 4 and 5 days, a hastened death, at 6 days, it is the death mentioned in the Torah, at 7, it is a death of favor, H1 more than that, it is a death of suffering. P9. The rabbis taught, H2 one who dies suddenly, he is said to have died an abrupt death. If the death was preceded by 1 day's sickness, it is a hastened death. R. Hananiah, however, said, the latter case is termed a plague death, as it is written, Son of man, behold, I will take away from thee the desire of thy eyes by a sudden death, and it is stated again, and when I had spoken unto the people in the morning, my wife died at evening. If it was preceded by a 2 days sickness, it is a hurried death, if by a 3 days, it is a reproach, if by a 4 days, a rebuke, but if preceded by a 5 days sickness, it is an ordinary death. Death at the age of 50 is Kareth, at 52, the age at which Samuel of Ramah died, at 60, a death by heaven. H370 is called an old age, 80, an age of uncommon vigor, as it is written, and if by uncommon vigor they be 80. Rabbah, however, said, from 50 to 60 it is Kareth, and the reason why this is not stated in the Boritha is because of the honor of Samuel. When Joseph arrived at the age of 60, he gave an entertainment to the rabbis, for he said, I have passed the age of Kareth. Said Abai to him, it is true that the master has passed the age of Kareth, but has then the master already passed the day of Kareth? And he answered him, be content for the present with half. Arhunah died suddenly, which caused the rabbis great worry. A couple. P10. Of sages of Hadaab taught them, it was stated, only when the deceased has not reached the age of 80, but if he has, it is, on the contrary, considered a death caused by a kiss. Rabha said, longevity, fertility, and maintenance do not depend on virtue but rather on fate, as is illustrated by the case of Rabbah and Arhisdah, both of whom were upright rabbis and both could bring down rain by their prayers, and still Arhisdah died at the age of 92 and Rabbah at the age of 40. In the house of Arhisdah there were 60 marriages, while in that of Rabbah there were 60 deaths. In the house of Arhisda there was fine white bread in such an abundance that even the dogs did not care for it, while in that of Rabbah there was not sufficient barley bread for human beings. Rabha further said, 3 things I prayed heaven to grant me. 2 were granted, the third one not, the wisdom of Arhuna and the riches of Arhisda were granted me, but the modesty of Rabba bar Arhuna was denied to me. Arsarim, the brother of Rabha, was sitting at the bedside of Rabha when the latter was in his last agonies. Said Rabha to him, let the master tell him not to cause me any pain. And he answered him, is, then, the master himself not a friend of him? Rabha rejoined, as my fate was already referred to him, he will not care for me any more. Arsarim then said to the sick, I would like that the soul of the master should appear before me. When it was so, Arsarim asked, had the master felt any pain, and he answered, it was as if pinched with the lancet. Rabha was sitting at the bedside of Rnahaman when he was in his last agonies, and the latter said, let the master tell him not to pain me. And he said to him, is not the master a prominent person? And he answered him, who is esteemed, or worthy, or who can contend? He then said to the dying, let the master's soul appear before me. When it was so, he asked him, had you pain? And he answered, it was as easy as to remove a hair from milk, and yet, if the Holy One, blessed be he, would command me to return to the world I was in, I would pray permission not to do it, for the fear is too great. Our Eleazar was eating truma when the death angel appeared before him, and he said to him, you see that I am now eating truma, is it not sacred? And the appropriate moment passed. P11. Over. To Arshishhate he presented himself in the market, and he said to him, do you wish to take me when I am in the market, as if I were an animal? Come to my house. When he presented himself to Arashi in the market, the latter said to him, extend my time 30 days, so as to enable me to review my studies, as ye say, happy is the person who comes here possessed of his studies. On the 30th day he appeared again, and Arashi said to him, why such punctuality? And he answered him, you interfere with Bar Nathan, as no regency must interfere with another, even as much as a hair. Arhisda could not be overpowered, for he kept on studying all the time, and the death angel climbed up and hid himself in a cedar in front of Rabha's house. When the cedar broke down, Arhisda discontinued his study for a moment and he was overpowered at that moment. Arhaya was inaccessible. One day he transformed himself into a mendicant, and knocked on the door and asked for a slice of bread. When Arhaya handed him what he asked for, the angel said to him, does not the master have mercy with the poor man? Why does the master have no mercy with me? I am the angel of death. And as proof, he showed him the fire rod. Arhaya then delivered up his soul to him. I said Arhanana b. Antigonos, if an old man has eaten forbidden things, or intentionally violated the Sabbath, the punishment of which is kareth, I1 and he is over the age that short life should be applied to him, what will signify to us that his death was that of kareth? Therefore we must consider that he who died after only 3 days of sickness, it is a death of kareth, at 4 days, it is a hastened death, etc. Said Arjahuda, the pious of ancient times have suffered of the sickness of the intestines 2 or 3 days before their death, I too for the purpose of cleaning their bodies of all food and drink, that they should enter clean in the world to come, as it is written, the fining pot is for silver, and the furnace for gold, so is a man according to his praise. Chapter 4. A. For relatives of the first degree e.g., father, mother, son, daughter, brother, wife, and sister a priest may defile himself. R. Akiba said, for those of the second degree A1 he mourns and is prevented also from services, which he must not perform when his dead is not buried, but he must not defile himself. Br. Simeon b. Eleazar, however, said, he may defile himself for his grandfather and his grandson, but the sages B1 say, for whomsoever he is obliged to perform all the ceremonies of mourning, are to mourn with him, but not otherwise. If it was doubtful, however, whether the deceased was his brother or son, or not, he mourns and is considered an orphan, but he must not defile himself. See, for his betrothed he must neither mourn nor defile himself. The same is the case with his divorced wife, although he has children by her. The rabbis taught, over all those of which it is written in the chapter relating to priests, that a priest may defile himself on them, an ordinary person must mourn, and they are the following: wife, father and mother, brother and sister, son and daughter. To these were added, his brother and virgin sister by his mother, and his married sister either by his mother or by his father. And also over all their second degree of consanguinity. Such is the dictum of our Akiba. Our Simeon b. Eleazar, however, holds that it extends only to his grandson and his grandfather. The sages, however, laid down the p. 13. Following rule: over whom one is bound to mourn, with him he must mourn. C1. Does not the rule of the sages state the same thing stated by the first Tana? There is a difference as to those who are with him in the same house. C2. Rabbi once said to Hiya his son, and so also said Arhuna to Rabba his son, in her presence observe mourning, but not in her absence. Mar Uqba's brother-in-law died, and he was inclined to observe both the 7 and the 30 days. When Arhuna came to him and found him mourning, he said, Dost thou desire to partake of the morning meal? The rule that one must observe mourning out of respect for his wife, extends only to father-in-law and mother-in-law. We have also so learned in a Boraitha. Ammar's grandson died, and he rent his garment. When subsequently his son arrived he rent again in his presence, and when he afterwards recollected that he was seated at the time he rent, he arose and rent once more. D. If a high priest has married a widow against the written law, or an ordinary priest has married a divorced woman, or one who has performed halitza, he may mourn for her, and has to keep the term of aninath, but must not defile himself. p. 14. E. For his sister, if she is betrothed, E1. Our Medir and our Jehuda say he may defile himself. Our Jose and our Simeon hold that he must not. E2. F. If he has married a virgin but without virginity, F1. According to our Jose and our Medir he defiles, and according to our Simeon he may not. If he has married a forced F2 or a seduced woman, all agree that he may not. If he married a vigorose, F3. All agree that he may. G. The general rule which our Simeon laid down is, for every woman who was fit for the high priest when she was yet a virgin he may defile himself, but not otherwise. H. For all those of whom it was declared that a priest may defile himself, it is not meant as a permission but as an obligation. So also said our Akiba. Our Ishmael, however, said, it is meant as a permission. H1. It happened to Joseph the priest that his wife died on the eve of Passover, and he was reluctant to defile himself, so his colleagues pushed him on her and defiled him against his will, saying, it is not a permission but an obligation. J. Until what time may he defile himself? Our Medir said, that whole day. Our Jose said, until 3 days. Our Jehuda in the name of our Tarfon says, until the grave is closed. K. It is related that when our Simeon b. Jehozadak died at Lud, his brother Yohanan came from Galilee to defile himself with him, after the grave was already closed. When the sages were asked about it they decided, he must not defile himself, however, the grave may be open to enable him to see him. It happened that a youth died and left his property to strangers, and left out his family. His relatives complained. p. 15. And demanded an examination. L1. When the sages were asked, they decided not to do so, because as soon as the grave is closed the corpse must not be moved. According to others, as soon as one dies, his hair is changed. L2. An ordinary priest who is defiling himself with relatives must not do the same with a stranger, even at the same time, in case the stranger has sufficient attendants, but if he has not he may defile himself, and afterward retire to an undefiled place. The same is the case when he begins, and others come to relieve him. N. When there were two roads, one short but unclean and the other long but clean, if the people went on the long one he should accompany them, and if the people took the short road he should go with them, for the honor of the people. O. If he was engaged in burying his dead, so long as he is in the grave he may receive from strangers for burial, but if he was out he must not return. P. If he has defiled himself on the same day, our Tarfon makes him culpable to a sin offering, and our Akabo makes him free. All agree, however, that he is culpable when he does so on the morrow, because he has added one more day to be unclean, as he must count 7 days after the last defilement. Q. A priest may defile himself for relatives even if they are not fit for the priesthood, example for his son, daughter, Q1 brother or sister, begotten by a temple servant or bastard, except for those begotten by a slave or a Gentile. Q2. R. A high priest who defiles himself with the dead, or bares his head, or rends his garments, is liable to the punishment of stripes. S. For all uncleanness for which a Nazirite must shave off his hair, he is liable to stripes, otherwise he is not. T. A high priest who enters a cemetery is liable to stripes. P16. U. If he enters the yard of a cemetery, or if he goes outside of Palestine, he is liable to chastisement. V. If he enters a field where there is a lost grave, he is not culpable till he traverses every bit of it. W. A priest may defile himself by going outside of Palestine to attend a civil or criminal court, to sanctify the month, to intercalate the year, and to save his field from the idolaters. He may bring a complaint and sign it in their courts, however, he must first make a declaration that he is going for this purpose. X. He may also leave Palestine for the purpose of studying the law, or to get married. Said R. Jehuda, he may do the former when there is nobody in the place to learn from, otherwise he may not. R. Jose, however, said, even if there is one to learn from he may do so, because not everyone can teach. It happened to Joseph the priest that he went to his master to study the law, he went outside of Palestine to R. Jose in Zayden. Y. A priest may defile himself with a piece of bone of his father's body, even if it was as large as a grain of barley. R. Jehuda, however, said, he must not. A priest must not defile himself with a limb cut off a living body, be it even that of his father. Y1. Z. It happened to Joseph Parcus that he had an abscess on his foot, and the surgeon came to cut it off. He said to him, if thou wilt leave of it a bit of the size of a hair, let me know. When the surgeon told him that he did so, he summoned his son Nehemiah and said, my son, till here thou art obliged to attend me, but no farther. For the sages said, one must not defile himself for a limb cut off a living body, be it even that of his father. When the sages heard of it, they said, the following passage, my life is in my hand continually, yet thy law do I not forget, applies to him, and also, there is many a righteous man that perisheth in his righteousness. A. If he was on the road and he found a meth mitzvah, A1. P17. He is obliged to attend to it. What is to be considered such? If he would call for help and his cry could not be heard in the nearest town, but when it is heard, it is not considered as such. BB. It is always considered a meth mitzvah unless there are sufficient people to attend to its funeral. CC. If there was a high priest and a Nazirite, the high priest shall defile himself but not the Nazirite, according to our Eliezer, for the latter must bring an offer for his defilement, and the former not. The sages, however, say, rather let the Nazirite bring 100 offers than cause defilement even to an ordinary priest, because the sanctification of the priest is from birth and forever, and the Nazirite's is only temporary. DD. All agree that if there was an anointed high priest and an unanointed one who is recognized only by his many garments, dd1 The latter must defile himself and not the former, when there was the latter and an overseer, or an overseer and an ex-overseer, or an ex-overseer and a priest anointed for the war, or he and a common priest, or a common priest and a Levite, or he and an Israelite. The second of each pair always must defile himself but not the first. If both are equals, the quickest of the two must do so, and if both are quick, the one that expresses the desire shall do so. E. If it was found between a plowed and an abandoned field, it shall be buried in the latter; between a plowed and a sown field, it shall be buried in the former; between a sown field and an orchard, or an orchard and a field in which per se grows. P18. It shall be buried in the former. If both places are equal in value, it shall be buried in the nearest one, and if they are equal in distance, it can be buried wherever desirable. FF. Said R. Akiba, the following incident was the commencement of my reward to be counted among the wise. I once arose early and found a slain body. I burdened myself with it for 3 legal limits of the Sabbath, until I brought it to a cemetery, and I buried it. When I related this to the sages, they told me that my every step was considered as if I had shed blood. FF1 Whereupon I drew the following a fortiori conclusion, when, having in view to perform a meritorious deed, I have transgressed so much, how much the more would I have sinned if I had had no such intention. Whenever R. Akiba was reminded of this incident he said, this was the commencement of my reward. FF2. Chapter V. A. No work must be done by a mourner on all the 7 days after the burial, nor by his children, his servants, or his cattle. As he and they all are not allowed, so are others not allowed to do any work for him. The rabbis taught, a mourner is prohibited to do any work during the first 3 days, even the indigent who lives on charity; thenceforward he may do it privately, and the housewife may spin with her spindle. The rabbis taught, a mourner must not visit another mourner during the first 3 days, thenceforth he may, but he must not sit among the condolers, but among those who are being condoled. The rabbis taught, a mourner is prohibited the first 3 days from greeting others; from the 3rd to the 7th he may only answer a greeting, thenceforward he may greet and answer as usual. When the sons of R. Akiba died, an enormous crowd flocked to the funeral. R. Akiba ascended the rostrum, and addressed the people, brothers in Israel, listen to my words, it is not because of merit or station of mine that ye appear here, for P19. Assuredly there are my superiors in this city. Oh, your reward will be great. Ye have done homage to the law, your presence would suffice to console me; even if I had buried 2 bridegrooms, ye appeared here because you thought to yourselves, the law of his God is in his heart. Where the honor of the public is concerned the case is different. From the 3rd to the 7th day he may answer, but not greet. There is a contradiction from the following Boraitha, one who meets his friend who is in mourning, if within 12 months he may speak to him words of consolation, but must not greet him; if after 12 months, he may greet him, but not speak to him words of consolation, unless indirectly. R. Meir said, to what may the case of one speaking to his friend, a mourner, words of consolation after 12 months be compared? To one whose foot was dislocated, and after having it cured, met a physician who said to him, come with me and I will dislocate it again, and cure it in order to prove to you the efficiency of my drugs. This presents no difficulty. This Boraitha relates to mourning over father or mother, the former statement relates to mourning over other relatives. But have we not learned in another Boraitha that he may speak to him words of consolation indirectly? Our Boraitha may also be explained in the same sense, viz., he shall not speak to him words of consolation directly. The rabbis taught, a mourner, during the first 3 days, if he arrives from a place nest distant, may adopt the same computation of the time as the local mourners, but if he arrives from a distant place he must have his own computation; thenceforth, if he even arrives from a place not distant, he must have his own computation. R. Simeon, however, said, even if he arrived on the 7th day, if only from a nearby place, he may adopt the computation of the local mourners. The master said above, the first 3 days, one who arrives from a nearby place, etc. Said Arhaya bar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan, this is the case only where the eldest of the family is at home at the time. The schoolman propounded a question, how is it if the eldest of the family has gone to the cemetery? Come and hear, Arhaya bar Abba said in the name of Ar Yohanan, even if the eldest of the house has gone to the cemetery, he may compute with them. But have we not learned in another Boraitha that he must have his own computation? This p. 20 presents no difficulty. One case is when he arrived within the first 3 days, and the other when he arrived after the first 3 days. As Rabbi said to the inhabitants of Zalpuni, those who arrive within the first 3 days may compute with you, those who do not, must compute for themselves. Rabha said to the inhabitants of Mhuza, you who do not follow the coffin may compute from the minute you turn your faces away from the town gate. A1 the Boraitha states, Ar Simeon said, etc. Said Arhaya bar Gamda in the name of Joseph b. Saul, quoting Rabbi, the case is only when he arrived before the condolas departed. A2 it is written, weep not for the dead and do not bemoan him. Weep not, that is, not more than sufficient, and do not bemoan him, that is, not more than prescribed. How so? During the first 3 days weeping, the 7 lamentation, during the 30 days not to calendar clothes and cut the hair. After that period the Holy One, blessed be he, says, be not more merciful than I am. It is written, weep sorely for him that goeth away. Said Ar Jehuda, this means one who goeth away childless. Ar Joshua b. Levi had never gone to console a mourner unless the deceased died childless, for it is written, weep sorely for the one that goeth away, for he shall never return any more, and see the land of his birth. Our Levi said, a mourner the first 3 days must imagine to himself as if a sword is placed between his shoulders, between the 3rd and 7th day, as if it is opposite him in a corner, from that day on, as if it passes in front of him in the street. A3. The bier of a woman must at no time be set there, etc. Our Ami said, for what purpose was the death of Miriam stated closely following the law of the red cow? To teach that, as the red cow atoned for sin, so also does the death of the righteous. Said Ar Eleazar, for the same purpose was the death of Aaron closely written to the description of the priest's garb, viz., as the priests in their garb atoned for the sins, so also does the death of the righteous. p. 21. b. It is permitted for others to do work involving things perishable, example his grain may be garnered and thrashed, his tubs may be scoured, and if his olives are turned, Ar Jehuda says he may put the first press block on, etc. The rabbis taught, the following things are prohibited to a mourner: labor, washing, anointing, sexual intercourse, wearing shoes, reading the law, the prophets, the hagiographa, studying the Mishnah, Midrash, Halakha, Talmud, and Agada, but if, however, the public require his services, he need not restrain himself. As it happened, the son of Arhose died in Sephores, and the latter notwithstanding came to college and lectured the whole day long. Rabbi Bar Hannah was once in mourning, and he was inclined not to go out to deliver his usual lecture. Said Ar Hananah to him, if the public requires one's services, he need not restrain himself. He then wanted to employ an interpreter. Said Rabbi to him, we learned in a Boraitha, but he should not employ an interpreter. How, then, shall he do it? As we have learned in the following Boraitha, it happened that the son of Ar Jehuda bar Ila died, and the latter came to college followed by Ar Hananiah b. Akabia, who took a seat at his side. He whispered to Ar Hananiah b. Akabia, and the latter to the interpreter, and the interpreter announced it aloud to the public. The rabbis taught, a mourner must not wear phylacteries during the first 3 days, but from and including the 3rd day he is allowed to do so, and need not remove them on the arrival of new persons. Such is the dictum of Ar Eliezer. Jehuda, however, said that he must not wear them only during the first 2 days, but from and including the second day he is allowed, but on the arrival of new persons he must remove them. R. Bar Abba, R. Ami, and R. Itzhak of Naphha were sitting in the cottage of R. Itzhak b. Elazar, and a statement resulted, whence is it deduced that mourning lasts for 7 days? It is written, and I will change your feasts into mourning. As the feast lasts for 7 days, so does also mourning. But perhaps Pentecost is meant, which lasts only for 1 day. The latter one is applied according to Resh Lakish, for Resh Lakish said in the name of Jehuda II, whence do we know that remote information makes mourning customary for 1 day only? From the passage. p. 22. And I will change your feasts into mourning. And we find one festival which lasts for 1 day only. cc 1 If he was the only baker in town, he may do his work privately for the sake of the people. d If one was cutting another's hair, or was having his hair cut, and he was told that his father was dead, he might finish it. Workingmen who receive work from a mourner are forbidden to do this work at his house, but they are allowed to do it at theirs. R. Simeon b. Johai said, a day laborer is forbidden in any case. Contract work may not be done on his premises, but it may on theirs. Work on anything attached to the ground must not be done in either case, and work to be done in another city is allowed in either case. E. When one mourning succeeds another, he may cut his hair with a knife but not with shears. If his clothes are dirty, he may wash them in cold water but not in feet water. E1 A mourner and one who is under the ban, when on the road, are allowed to wear sandals, however, they must remove them as soon as they reach the town. So is the law also for the 9th of Abh, or a general fast day. E2 It is certain that a mourner must not cut his hair, for the Merciful One expressly directed the sons of Aaron, the hair of your head you shall not let grow long, hence the case is. Not so with other mourners. The question, however, is, whether those who are under the ban, and lepers, may cut their hair? Come and hear, those who are under the ban, and those afflicted with leprosy, are prohibited from cutting their hair and washing. One who was under the ban and died in such a state, the Beth Din stone his coffin. Said Jehuda, it does not mean a heap of stones, as was the case with Achan, but it means that the Beth Din places a big stone on his coffin, to teach that whoever dies while under the ban, his coffin is stoned. E3 A mourner must wrap up his head, for the Merciful One. p. 23. Directed Ezekiel, and cover not thyself to thy upper lip. Hence, others must cover. How is it, however, with one who is under the ban? Said Joseph, come and hear, and they wrapped up their heads and sat as if they were under the ban, or mourners, until they were commiserated by heaven. Said Abai to him, perhaps they have done that, because they have considered themselves as put under the ban by heaven, in which case it is very rigorous. What is the law in regard to a leper? Come and hear, it is written. And he shall cover himself up to his upper lip. Hence we see that wrapping up is necessary. A mourner must not wear phylacteries, for Ezekiel was commanded to put them on. E4 Hence we must say that others must not. But the question is as to one who is under the ban, in regard to phylacteries. E5 This question was not decided. It is certain that a mourner must not greet anyone, as Ezekiel was commanded, sigh in silence. But how is the case with one who is under the ban? Said Joseph, come and hear, and to greet one another as if they were rebuked from heaven. Said Abai to him perhaps this case is different, because it is very strict. F. No ban is for less than 30 days, and no rebuke is for less than 7 days. G. Said Rabban Gamaliel, he to whom the court has stretched out its hand, although he was again befriended, will not leave this world peaceably. Chapter 6. A. A mourner must not read the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa. He is also not allowed to study Mishnah, Talmud, Halakha, and Haggadah. He is also not allowed to wash, to anoint, to wear shoes, or to have sexual intercourse with his wife. He must cover his head and lower his couch. Rabban Gamaliel washed himself when his wife died. A mourner must not study the law, because the merciful. p. 24. 1 commanded Ezekiel, sigh in silence. But how is it with one who is under the ban? Said R. Joseph, come and hear, we have learned, one who is put under the ban may study for himself and also with others, he may be hired and he may hire others. But the case is otherwise with one who was excommunicated, the latter may, however, study for himself in order not to discontinue his studies. He may also establish for himself a small store in order to earn a living. Rabbit said, he may sell water in the market of Araboth. A mourner must not wash his clothes, as it is written, then sent Job to Theko, and he fetched thence a wise woman, and said to her, etc., and anoint thyself not with oil, but be as a woman that hath these many days been mourning for the dead. What is the case with those under the ban? Come and hear, those who are under the ban are prohibited from cutting their hair and washing their clothes. Infer herefrom. A mourner must have his garment rent, because the merciful one commanded the sons of Aaron, and your garments you shall not rent, hence others must. A mourner must lower his couch, as Bar Kappara taught, I had placed my image among them, and for their sins I upset it. Let them now lower their beds. A mourner must not work, for it is written, and I will change your feasts into mourning, as on the feast it is prohibited to do any work, so also is the case with the mourner. May one who is under the ban work? Said R. Joseph, come and hear, when it was stated that it is prohibited to do work, it referred only to the daytime but not to the evening, and the same is the case with one who is under the ban. A mourner must not wash himself, as it is written. And anoint thyself not with oil, and anointing includes also washing. A 3 and the halakha prevails that a mourner must not bathe his entire body in either warm or cold water for 7 days, but he may bathe his face, hands, and feet with cold water but not with warm. To anoint himself ever so little is prohibited, however, for a mourner, but he may do so for the purpose of removing the dirt from a certain part of his body. A mourner must not wear shoes, because Ezekiel was commanded. p. 25. And the shoes put on thy feet. Hence others must not. A mourner must have no intercourse with his wife, as it is written, and David comforted Bathsheba, and he went in unto her, and lay with her. Hence, before comforting it is prohibited. On the first 3 days if a mourner is greeted he shall say, I am a mourner. However, from the 4th day onward he may answer half-heartedly. b. When the death occurs in the same city, he must not accompany the others on the first 2 days, on the 3rd he may go out and stand in the line for the purpose of being consoled, but he must not console others. All this is only when there are sufficient pallbearers and burial attendants, otherwise he must accompany the others even on the first day. The rabbis taught, a mourner on the first Sabbath one must be confined to his house. On the 2nd he may leave the house, but he may not occupy his usual seat, on the 3rd he may occupy his usual seat, but he must refrain from conversation, and on the 4th Sabbath he is as any other person. R. Jehuda said, as to the first Sabbath, it was not necessary at all to state that he must be confined to the house, for it is self-evident, because all come to comfort him on that day. But the above order begins on the 2nd Sabbath, viz., on the 2nd he must be confined to his house, etc., and only on the 5th Sabbath he is as any other person. See, on the 1st and 2nd days the mourner must not enter the temple mountain, on the 3rd, however, he is allowed to enter, but must go around to the left. The following must enter to the left, a mourner, one who is under the ban, one who has a sick person in his house, and one who has sustained a loss. Why do you enter to the left? Because I am a mourner. And they rejoin, the one who rests in this house may console thee. And if he says, because I am in ban, they rejoin, the one who rests in this house may soften their hearts and they will befriend thee. So says our Meir. Said our Jose to him, if so, you seem to insinuate that they have not judged him rightly. But they rejoined thus, the one who rests in this p. 26 house, will soften thy heart, that thou mayest listen to their advice, and they will again befriend thee. To the one who had a sick person in his home they rejoined, the one who rests in this house shall have mercy upon him. And if the sick was his only son they should pray, shall have mercy upon him immediately. It happened to a woman whose daughter fell ill, that she ascended the temple mount, turned to the left, and did not stir from there till she was told that her child had recovered. To one who has sustained a loss they say, the one who rests in this house will soften the heart of the finder, and he will return it to thee immediately. It happened to Eleazar b. Hananiah b. Hezekiah b. Gorion that he lost the holy scrolls, which cost him 100 manna. When he ascended the temple mount, turned to the left, and did not stir till he was told that they were found. And the temple was built by Solomon only for the purpose that everyone who should have any trouble should come and pray, as it is written, if there be famine in the land, if there be pestilence, etc. From this we know only for individuals. When do we know that it is also for the public in general? It is written, of all thy people Israel. Lest one say it is also for the one who prays for children, or for riches which may not be good for him, therefore it is written, as thou mayest know his heart, for thou thyself alone knowest the heart of all the children of men. Whatever is good for him, grant him. Whence do we know that they should not persist in their rebellion? It is written, when they shall be conscious every man of the plague of his own heart, and he then spread forth his hands toward this house. All this concerns the Israelites, but whence do we know that it concerns also the Gentiles? Therefore it is written, but also to the stranger, who is not of thy people Israel, but cometh out of a far off country, etc. Chapter 7. A. The period of 30 days must be counted to the following: to mourning, to calendar clothes, to cutting of hair, to demand debts, to a woman of handsome form, to betrothal, to marriage, to a virgin, to a widow, to a Yebamah, a one-to-one who vowed against his wife, and to an indefinite Nazirite. B. To mourning. How so? It is written, and the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. Calendar clothes means all garments which come out from under the press. So is the decree of Rabbi. The sages, however, say, colored but not white. But our Meir said the reverse, white but not newly colored. Old, however, is permitted in any case. Funda, fascia, pileus, B1 and helmets are also permitted. To give garments to be pressed is permitted within the 30 days. The rabbis taught, it is not permitted to calendar clothes, whether new, or old ones which have just been removed from under the press, during the full period of 30 days. Rabbi, however, said, it applies only to new ones. Our Eleazar bar Simeon said, they have prohibited new white garments only. Abai acted in accordance with Rabbi. Rabha, however, acted in accordance with our Eleazar bar Simeon. To cutting of hair. He must not cut off the hair of his head, his mustache, his beard, or any hair of his body. A woman, however, is permitted to cut her hair after the 7 days. To demand debts. If one lends money for an indefinite period, he cannot demand it before 30 days. See to a woman of handsome form. It is written, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldst take her to thee to wife. She must shave off her hair, and pare her nails. So is the decree of our Meir, but our Akiba said, the hair must be shaved, and the nails she must let grow. Said R. P. 28. Eleazar, as in both the head and nails the Torah prescribed a doing, C1, and as the doing what is said by the head means that the hair shall be cut off, the same is the case with the nails, but our Akiba said, as the doing what is said by the head is meant to make her ugly, the same is the case with the nails. A support to our Eliezer can be found in 2 Samuel, and Mephibosheth the son of Saul came down to meet the king, and he had not dressed his feet, nor trimmed his head. A support to our Akiba can be found in Daniel, till his hair was grown like eagles, and his nails c2 were like birds' claws. c3 Pinhas, the brother of Mar Samuel, was in mourning. When Samuel came to condole with him and noticed that his nails were untrimmed, he said to him, "Why dost thou not trim them?" And he answered him, "If this were the case with thee, wouldst thou disrespect the mourning to such an extent?" And it was like an error which proceedeth from the ruler. And a death occurred in Samuel's family. When Pinhas came to condole with him, the former trimmed his nails and threw the parings in his face, saying, "I see that thou dost not pay any attention to the saying, words are ominous, as said Yohanan. Whence is it deduced that words are ominous? It is written, and Abraham said unto his young men, etc., and we will worship and come again to you, and it so happened that both of them returned. It was understood from Samuel's action that, the nails of the hand only may be cut, but not those of the feet. Onan bar Tahlapha, however, said, "It was explained to me by Samuel himself that there is no distinction made." Said Arhiah bar Ashi, "In the name of Rabbite, with a nail file, however, it is not allowed." C4 Rabbite said, A. p. 29. Couple from Hampton once came before Rabbi and asked his permission to cut their nails in their mourning, and he permitted them to do so, and if even they would have asked his permission to trim their mustaches, he would also have permitted them. Samuel added, "They actually did ask his permission and he did permit them." It is written, "And she shall put off the raiment of her captivity." If she was dressed in white or black which becomes her, or she had on jewelry, they must be removed from her, for the purpose of making her unhandsome. The case is only if she has declined to embrace the Jewish faith, but if she be inclined, she is dipped, is freed from slavery, and he may marry her. The purpose for which all this was done is to prevent mingling. To betrothal. How so? It is not allowed to make the feast of betrothal within 30 days of the day of the funeral. To marriage. The feast of marriage is not allowed to be made within this period, but if everything was prepared before the death occurred of one of his or her parents, he may marry, and have the first intercourse with her, but after that they must be separated for 7 days. This is only in case one of his parents dies, but if his wife dies, he is not allowed to marry again until 3 regular festivals have passed. E1 Jehudah, however, said, 2, and he may marry at the 3rd. This is the case when he has grown up children, but if they are yet little ones, or he is childless, he may marry even within the 30 days. It happened that the wife of Tarfon died, and Tarfon said to her sister within the period of mourning, "Enter this house, and educate thy sister's children." Nevertheless, he had no intercourse with her until the 30 days were over. The rabbis taught, one is not permitted to marry during the full period of the 30 days. If he, however, mourns over his wife, he must not remarry again until 3 festivals shall have passed. Jehudah, however, allows after the first and second festival have passed. But if he is childless he may remarry at once, in order not to restrict reproduction, so also is p. 30. The case if he has minor children, for they have to be brought up. It happened that the wife of Joseph the priest died, and he said to the deceased sister while still on the burial ground, "Go and rear thy sister's children." But still he did not cohabit with her for a long while. For how long? Said our Papa, until after the 30 days. To a virgin. The period in which to complain that one has not found virginity E2 is limited till 30 days after the marriage. E3. Chapter 8. A. During 3 days before the interment, experts repair to the cemetery and examine the dead whether they are really dead. There is no fear of the prohibition of the deeds of the Amorites. It happened that one of the dead was examined, and he lived 25 years after that, and to another one, that he begot 5 children before he died. b. A canopy may be made for dead bridegrooms and brides, and either eatable or uneatable things may be hung on it. So is the decree of our Meir. Our Jehuda, however, said, only unripe things, viz., unripe nuts, unripe collocs, tungus of purple, and flasks of Arabian oil, but not when they are ripe, nor ripe pomegranates, nor flasks of sweet oil, as whatever hangs on the canopy, no benefit may be derived from it. B1 Strings of fish, pieces of meat, may be thrown before the dead bridegroom or bride in the summer, B2 but not in rain time, and even during P31. The summer, they must not do so with cooked fish or other eatables which will be spoiled after they are thrown on the ground. Nuts and other fruit in shells, as they are not spoiled, may be thrown at all times. There is a rule that anything which may be spoiled must not be thrown. See likewise wine and oil may be put in a water pipe in honor of live bridegrooms and brides. As it happened to Jehuda and Hillel the sons of Gamaliel, when they were the guests of Ben Zakkai in Babylon, C1 The townspeople flooded the water pipes with wine and oil to honor them. Also the bodies of kings, and their clothes may be burned, their cattle hamstringed, without fear that it is after the usages of the Amorites. The ceremony of burning clothes and other things is performed for the corpses of kings only, but not for princes. When Rabban Gamaliel died, Aquilas the proselyte, however, burned in his honor clothes of the value of 8,000 zuz, and when he was asked why he did so, he answered, "It is written, in peace shalt thou die, and as burnings were made for thy father," etc. Was not Rabban Gamaliel more worthy than 100 kings, for whom we have no use? C2. D. The hair of a dead bride may be loosened, and the face of a bridegroom may be uncovered, and the marriage contract and the pen may be put by his side, without fear that so is the custom of the Amorites. There may also be put in the coffin the key and the pincus of the dead, to call the attention of others to mourn, as it happened with Samuel the Little, that his key and pincus were put in his coffin, because he did not leave a son. And Rabban Gamaliel the elder and Eleazar b. Azariah lamented him, saying, "For this dead one it is meet to weep, it is proper to lament. When kings die they leave their thrones to their children, when rich men die they leave their wealth to their children, but Samuel the Little took with him the most precious thing in the world, and is gone." Before he died, he said, "Simeon and Ishmael are prepared for the sword, and all the remaining people for being robbed, and great trouble will follow." And he spoke this in P32. Aramaic. When this occurred, and our Simeon b. Gamaliel and our Ishmael were condemned to death, our Ishmael was weeping, but our Simeon said, "I praise God that it is only 2 steps till I shall be received in the bosom of the righteous in the world to come, and you are weeping?" And the former rejoined, "Do I weep because we are going to be slain? I am weeping because we will be slain as if we were murderers and violators of the Sabbath." After they were executed, and our Akiba and our Jehuda b. Ethera were informed, they put sackcloth on their loins, rent their garments, and said, "Brother Israelites, if a good thing was to come for the whole world, these 2 sages would certainly have been the first to receive it, and now, as they were the first to be executed, it must be only for their benefit, they shall not see the great calamities which will follow after that. Woe! The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth it to heart. He shall come in peace, they shall repose in their resting place." F. When our Akiba was executed, and our Jehuda b. Baba and our Hananiah b. Teradion heard of it, they also arose, put sackcloth on their loins, rent their garments, and cried, "Brothers, listen to us." Our Akiba was not slain because of robbery nor because he had not observed the law with all his might, he was slain only for an example, as it is written, "Thus shall Ezekiel be unto you for a token. Then shall ye know that I am the Lord Eternal." We are sure that within a few days there will not be a place in the whole of Palestine where corpses of the people will not be lying about. It was said that scarcely had a few days passed, when a canine appetite dissipated the whole world, which lasted from that time for a 12-month. G. When Arhanana b. Teradion was seized by the government, they sentenced him to the stake, his wife to the sword, and his daughter to a house of prostitution. He inquired, to what have they sentenced the poor thing? And he was answered, to the sword. Whereupon he exclaimed the following passage, Righteous is the Lord in all his ways. When she asked to what the rabbi was sentenced, she was answered, to the stake. Whereupon she exclaimed the passage, Great in counsel, and mighty in execution, etc. When he was to be burned, they wrapped him in the holy scrolls, and his daughter cried and threw herself on the ground. He said to her, My daughter, if thou weepest and throwest thyself on the ground over me, is p. 33. It not better I should be consumed by a fire which was kindled in this world than by a fire which is not kindled? As it is written, a fire not urged by blowing. And for the holy scrolls, knowest thou not that the Torah is fire itself, and no fire can consume another? The parchment only is burned, but the letters fly away. Thou must also know that the great servants of the king are mostly beaten through the lesser, as it is written. Therefore did I hew down by means of the prophets, I slew them by the work of my mouth. G1. Hr Akiba said, There is a king who has 4 sons. One is struck and is silent, the second rebels, the third prays for mercy, and the fourth says to his father, Strike me. Abraham was struck but was silent, as it is written, Take now thy son, thy only one, whom thou lovest, even Isaac, and offer him there for a burnt offering. He ought to have said, The other day thou didst tell me, For in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And nevertheless it is written, And Abraham rose up early in the morning, etc. Job was struck and rebelled, as it is written, I will say unto God, Do not condemn me, let me know for what cause thou contendest against me. Hezekiah was struck, and he prayed for mercy, as it is written, and Hezekiah prayed before the Lord, etc. According to others, even Hezekiah rebelled, because he said, Did I not do what is good in thy eyes? H1 But David is the one who said to his father, Strike me, as it is written, Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. The study of the Torah must not be interrupted till the soul is out of the dying one. When Simeon the son of Akiba was ill, he did not absent himself from the college, but inquired about him through messengers. The first, p. 34. Messenger announced that he was yet ill. He nevertheless said to the disciples, Question. The second announced that he was worse, and still he did not interrupt his studies. The third one announced that he was in the struggle of death, and yet he said, Question. Till the fourth one announced the death. Whereupon he arose, removed his phylacteries, rent his garments, and said to them, Brother Israelites, listen to me. Till now we were obliged to study the law, now, however, we are obliged to honor the dead. A great multitude assembled to bury the son of Akiba. He said, Bring me out a bench to the cemetery. He sat down and said, Brother Israelites, listen. Not because I am a sage, for there are greater sages than I, not because I am rich, for there are richer men than I. If the men of the south know Akiba, why should the Galileans know him? If the men know Akiba, what have the women and the children to do with Akiba? Oh! Your reward will be great, ye have done homage to the law. I am consoled, and had I even 7 sons and buried them all, I would be consoled, but because I know that he will inherit the world to come, because it is known to all that he was given to philanthropic activity, to whom a sin never reaches. Moses, who was himself righteous, and was given to philanthropic activity, the reward of the public was counted to him, as it is written, He executed the justice of the Lord, and his judgments with Israel. Jeroboam the son of Nebat sinned and induced the public to sin, the sin of the public was counted to him, as it is written, For the sake of the sins of Jeroboam, who did sin, and who induced Israel to sin. J. the reward of virtue is brought about by a meritorious person. Example, Israel was destined to be redeemed from Egypt, as it is written, and afterward shall they go out with great substance. But as Moses and Aaron were meritorious persons, it was done through them. The same is the case with the receiving of the Torah. They would have received it without Moses, Aaron, and the generation of the desert, as it is written, he treasureth up sound wisdom for the righteous. The paragraph of Judges would be said, even if Jethro would not appear. The same is the case with the paragraph. p. 35. About the second paschal lamb, it would be said even if the defiled men were not under the requirements of law, and the same is with the paragraph of inheritance, it would be written without the daughters of Zelophehad. K. The temple also would have been built without David and Solomon, as it is written, the sanctuary, O Lord, which thy hands have established. In the time of Haman, Israel would have been redeemed also without Mordecai and Esther, as it is written. And yet for all that, though they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I loathe them to destroy them utterly. But all that was done through the above mentioned, because a reward shall be brought about by a meritorious person. The same is true of the reverse. Israel was destined to be enslaved, even if Pharaoh should not have existed, as it is written, and they will make them serve, and they will afflict them 400 years. Israel would worship the idols even if Jeroboam b. Nebat should not have existed, as it is written, and then will this people rise up and go astray. The paragraphs of the blasphemer and the violator of Sabbath would have been written even if the blasphemer and the stick-gatherer should not have existed. Israel was destined to be slain by the sword, even if the persecutors L1 at different times should not have existed, as it is written, by the sword shall die all the sinners of my people. Jerusalem would have been destroyed also, without Nebuchadnezzar and his associates, as it is written. Therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, and Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps, and the mount of the house as forest-covered high places. But all this was done through the above mentioned, because of the rule that the chastisement for sin is dealt out through a sinner, and this was explained by Pappus and Lollianus his brother to Trajan their prosecutor. Those who are more particular in interpreting the verses of the Scriptures said, it is written, and ye shall overthrow their altars. Wherein have the wood and stone sinned? It must be only because people have stumbled through them. From this is to be drawn an p. 36. A fortiori conclusion, wood and stones which have neither virtue nor sin, neither goodness nor wickedness, because people have stumbled through them, if the Torah nevertheless decided their destruction, so much the more he who causes his neighbor to sin, and inclines him from the path of life to the path of death, deserves to be destroyed. In the same manner they explain the following, it is written, then shalt thou kill the woman and the beast. If the woman has sinned, in what has the beast sinned? It must be only because the woman has sinned with it, it must be killed, as otherwise, whenever it would be seen in the street, people would say, this is the beast through which so and so was stoned. And also here they draw the same a fortiori, an animal which has no virtue, etc., like the wood and stones, and nevertheless the Torah decided that it must be stoned. A man who causes his neighbor to depart from the path of life to the path of death, so much the more must he suffer for it. And a fortiori conclusion is also to be drawn from the stones of the altar, namely, it is written, thou shalt not lift up any iron tool upon them, and it is also written, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Why, then, shall iron be unfit for the altar more than any other metal? It is because the sword is an unpropitious event and the altar is a propitious one, and a sign of curse must be removed from the thing which is forgiveness. Now, is this not all a fortiori, the stones of the altar which do not see, hear, talk, neither eat nor drink, but only because they made peace between Israel and their heavenly Father, the Torah said they should not be cut with iron, of whole stones shall they build the altar of the Lord God. We see then that the stones which bring peace in the world must not come in contact with iron and must be whole, the students who in themselves are a forgiveness to the world, so much the more must they Not come in contact with evil things, in order to be perfect before the Holy One, blessed be He. Chapter 8. A. Leviticus 18. 3. 30b1b. Therefore only unripe things were allowed, lest one should use them if they were ripe. 30b2. It must have been a custom at that time to throw some things which were prepared for the wedding feast. It is certainly difficult to explain, without a particular knowledge of this obsolete custom. Naumbag, however, maintains that it was done for a live bridegroom and bride, but we do not agree with him, for the reason that this is not mentioned in Berechoth, where it is enumerated what is to be done to honor the bride and bridegroom. 31c1c. These were Jehudah II and Hillel his brother, the grandsons of Rabbi, and b. Zakkai must have been a prominent person in Babylon. 31c2. In Avodah Zarah, 11a, is stated that burning of clothes was also done for princes, and Aquila's deed was used as a support without any explanation. 33g1g. This is Leezer's translation, but the Talmud takes it literally that the prophets were slain through the sin of Israel. 33h1h. It means that this expression is a protest against his affliction, as it was not proper to remind the Lord of his good deeds. 33i1i. See above, p18. The entire occurrence is repeated here at length, with some changes, therefore we leave it as it is in both places. 35l1l. In Yakut is mentioned Balaam instead of persecutors, but it seems to us to be proper. A. For all the relatives, one must rend his garments, also for the teacher from whom he received his study. A wise man, however, all are his relatives, all must rend their garments, all. P37. Must take off their shoes, and all may take part in the funeral meal. R. Simeon B. Eleazar, however, said that rending of the garments is obligatory to all who are present at the death of a human being. The relatives, however, must rend their garments and take off their shoes, even if they are not present. Different is it when a sage dies. All who are notified of his demise must perform the mourning ceremonies. B. For the death of the chief of a college all are obliged to bare their right arm, B1 for the chief of a court, the left, and for the Nasai both arms are bared. When the death of our Eliezer occurred, our Akiba bared both his arms, beat his breast until blood spurted from it, and cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and their horsemen. Ulla said, lamenting is by striking on the breast, for it is written, they shall strike on the breast, lamenting. Clapping is done with the hands, and striking is done with the feet. The rabbis taught, one who strikes with his feet must not do so with his sandals on, but with his shoes on, in order to avert danger. R. Yohanan said, if the mourner motions his head, his consolers need no more stay with him. R. Yohanan said again, all persons must rise from their seats on the arrival of a Nasai, except a mourner and a sick person. R. Yohanan said again, all persons are told to be seated, except a mourner and a sick person. See, for all his relatives one is not obliged to bear his aim, except for father and mother. If something is on the arms which prevents their being bared, one is not obliged to do it even at the death of his parents. It happened that when the death of our Akiba's father occurred, our Akiba did not bear his arm, though others did. C1 In all cases it is praiseworthy to remove the corpse as soon as possible, excepting in the case of a dead parent, unless it is P38. On a Friday or on the eve of a festival, for the removal is then only for the honor of the deceased. In all cases of death it is optional with the mourner whether to lessen his attendance to his business or not. In the case of the death of a parent, he must lessen. As to bearing the shoulder, it is also obligatory in case of parents only. It happened that the father of a great man of the generation died, and the great man wanted to bear his shoulder. Another great man, who equaled him and who was present at the time, wanted to do likewise, and the first one refrained from doing it. Said Abai, the great man of the generation was Rabbi, and the other one who was present at the time was Jacob bar Aha. According to others, it was vice versa. In all cases of death the mourner may cut his hair after 30 days, but in the case of his parents, not before he is censured by his friends. In all cases of death one may participate in any enjoyment after 30 days, except in the case of his parents, when he may do so only after 12 months. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah, in an entertainment of friends he may participate at once. In all cases one may rend his garment only 1 span long, over parents he must rend so much as to bare his breast. Said Arabohu, from what passage do we know this? From David thereupon took hold of his clothes, and rent them. And it is known that wherever hold is mentioned, it is not less than a span. In all cases, even if one has 10 garments on, it is sufficient to rend the upper one only, over his parents. However, he must rend all the garments he has on, except the chest protector. And there is no distinction made between male and female. R. Simeon B. Eleazar, however, said, a woman rends the undergarment, places the rent part on her back, and then rends her upper garment. In all cases it is optional whether to tear asunder the outside hem or not, but over parents it is obligatory. R. Jehuda, however, said, if the hem is not torn asunder, it is not considered rending at all. C2 said Arabohu, what is the reason of R. Jehuda's statement? It is written, and he took hold of his clothes, and rent them in 2 pieces. The superfluous p. 39 statement, in 2 pieces, indicates that it must be rent so that it should look as if torn in 2 pieces. In all cases the rent may be slightly sewed together after the 7 days, and regularly mended after the 30 days, but over parents it may only be slightly sewed together after 30 days, but never regularly mended. Women, however, may sew it together at once, for the sake of decency. When Rabban came from Palestine, he stated in the name of Ar Yohanan, over relatives it is optional whether to rend by hand or with an instrument, over parents, by hand only. Ar Haya Bar Abba said in the name of Ar Yohanan, over relatives the rent is made in the house, over parents, even outside of the house. A prince once died. Said Ar Hisda to Ar Hanan Bar Rabha, stand on an elevation and rend your garments, so that everyone will see it. Over the death of a scholar, the right shoulder is bared, over that of a chief of a court, the left one is bared, over that of a nasi, both shoulders are bared. The rabbis taught, when a scholar dies, his college closes. When a chief of a court dies, all the colleges in the city in which he resided close, and those who come to the prayer house to pray change their usual seats, so that those who have seats on the north benches take seats on the south benches, and vice versa. But when a nasi dies, all the colleges close and the members of the congregation assemble in the prayer house, and only 7 read in the law, and leave. R. Joshua B. Karha said, that does not mean that they shall walk around in the streets, but that they must remain in their houses and keep silent. And no ordinance or agata should be declared in the mourner's house. It was said, however, of Ar Hananiah b. Gamaliel that he had declared ordinances and agata in the house of a mourner. The rabbis taught, and the following rent garments may not be mended, garments rent over the death of parents, over the death of one's instructor in law, over a nasi, chief of the court, over ill tidings, over blasphemy, the holy scrolls which were burned by fire, the cities of Jehudah, the temple, and over Jerusalem. And one may rent over the destruction of the temple and add another rent over Jerusalem. C3 R. Helba in the name of Ulla of Bira, quoting R. P. 40. Eleazar, said, one who beholds the cities of Jehudah in their desolate state, says, thy holy cities are become a wilderness, and rends his garment. When he beholds Jerusalem in her desolate state, he says, Zion is become a wilderness, Jerusalem a desolate place, and rends. When he beholds the temple in its desolate state, he says, our holy and our beautiful house where our fathers praised thee is burned up with fire, and all our costly things are become ruins, and rends. C4 the Boraitha stated, one may rend over the temple and add another rent, etc. There is a contradiction from the following Boraitha, both the one who heard it and the one who saw it, as soon as they reach Zophim they rend their garments, and they do so separately over the temple and over Jerusalem. This presents no difficulty. The first Boraitha relates to a case where he beheld the temple first, the second, where he beheld Jerusalem first. The rabbis taught, and all may be slightly sewed together, hemmed, gathered, and stair-stitched, but not regularly mended. Said Arhisda, mending is not allowed only when it is done in the fashion of Alexandria. The rabbis taught, the original rending is a span long, the additional, 3 fingers. Such is the dictum of Ar-Meir. Ar-Jehuda, however, said, the original rending is 3 fingers, and the additional a trifle. Said Ula, the halakha prevails according to Ar-Meir as regards the original rending, and according to Ar-Jehuda as regards the additional one. We have learned the same also in a Boraitha in the name of Ar-Hoseh. C5 rending which is not done in the moment of excitement is not considered rending at all. Was it then not stated that Samuel rent all the 12 different garments he had on when he was informed of the death of Rabite, saying, "The man whom I always feared has passed away"? And was it not also stated of Ar-Yohanan that he rent 13 woolen garments when he was p. 41. Informed of the death of Ar-Hananah, saying, "The man whom I always was in dread of has passed away"? In case of death of rabbis it is different, because their teachings being always fresh in memory, the moment of excitement is whenever the information of their death reaches. Rabban Bar Ada said to Rab Ha, "Thy disciple Aramram taught the following Boraitha: a mourner during all the 7 days must wear the rent part in front, and if he changes clothes he must rend again. On the Sabbath he must remove the rent part from the front to the back. If he, however, changes his clothes for the Sabbath, he must not rend again." Rab Ha answered him, "This applies only to parents, but over other relatives it is different." C6 May those rents be mended? The father of Ar-Ashiyah and Bar Kapara differ, one holds they may, and the other holds they may not. C7 Rab Ha said, a mourner may walk around in his easy dress in his house. C8 D if he was informed of his father's death, and he rent his garments, and afterward he was told that it was not the father but the mother, his duty is fulfilled, and also vice versa. If after he has rent for his parents he was told that it was not his parents but one of his relatives, this rending is sufficient. If, however, he was informed of the death of a relative, and after he has rent he was told that it was not his relative but one of his parents, he must rend again. The rabbis taught, if one is informed of the death of his father and he made a rent, and then he was informed of the death of his son and he made an additional rent, the lower rent may be mended but not the upper one. If, however, he was informed of the death of his son first, the upper one may be mended but not the lower one. If he was informed of the death of his father, mother, brother, and sister at the same time, he may make one rent for all. Ar-Jehuda b. Bathira, however, said, one rent over his father and mother, and another over p. 42. All the others, for an additional rent should not be added to the one over his parents. What is the reason? Said Rna Haman Bar Itzhak, because the law of additional rending does not apply to the case of parents. Said Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Ar-Jehuda b. Bathira. Could Samuel say so? Did not Samuel decide that the halakha prevails, in regard to mourning, according to the one who is lenient? Mourning is one thing and rending is another. D1 How far down must one rend? As far as his navel. According to others, as far as the breast. And although there is no direct support for that from the scripture, there is nevertheless a hint for that in, and rend your heart, and not your garments. The rabbis taught, if a sick person has a case of death in his family he must not be informed of the fact, for it may cause him distress, and no rending is done in his presence, and the women are silenced, and a minor's garments are rent for the purpose of moving others to pity him, and rending is done over the parents of one's wife out of respect to the latter. Our Papa said, we have learned in tract great mourning, but one may not place a babe in his lap, for it may cause him to smile and thus be disliked by others. The funeral meal is not to be taken except on a couch standing up properly. The rabbis taught. One who comes to the mourner's house, if he was intimate with the mourner, he takes the funeral meal on a lowered couch, if he were not, on a couch standing up properly. Rabha had a death in his family, and Abba bar Martha, who was also known as Abba bar Maniamai, came to console him. Rabha put up the couch, Abba bar Martha lowered it, and Rabha remarked, "How little sense this young scholar has." The rabbis taught, a mourner who travels from one place to another, if it is convenient to him to lessen his attendance to his business he shall do so, if not, he shall attend at least in company with other traders. The rabbis taught, from what time on must the couch be lowered? From the time the deceased is removed from the house. Such is the dictum of our Elazar. Our Joshua, however, said, from the time the top stone is placed on the grave. P. 43. When our Gamaliel the elder died, D2 as soon as he was removed from the house our Elazar told the mourners to lower the couches. When the top stone was placed on the grave, our Joshua told them to do so, and they answered, we have already done so by the direction of the elder teacher. The rabbis taught, from what hour on may the couches be put in proper condition on Friday? From the hour of the Minha prayer on. Said Rabbi Bar Huna, one must not, however, sit down on them until sunset, and on Saturday evening he must again lower them, although he has but one more day to mourn. The rabbis taught, one must lower not only his own couch, but all the couches in the house, even if they numbered 10 and were placed in different places, and even if 4 brothers mourn over the death of a 5th brother, they all must lower their couches. If there is, however, one couch used exclusively for placing on it utensils, that one need not be lowered. The rabbis taught, one who sleeps on a stool, a large mortar, or on the floor has not fulfilled his duty. Said our Yohanan, for he has not performed the duty of lowering the couch. If one bought a garment which was rent for a death, he must not sew it together, unless he knows that the rent is such that it may be sewed together. If one sells such a garment, he is obliged to acquaint the buyer what kind of a rent it is. All garments of which their rents must not be sewed together, must not be sold to Gentiles, neither can they be turned downward and sewed together. Such is the decree of our Simeon b. Elazar. The sages permit it. If one comes to a dying person in a rent garment, he is robbing the dead. It is a greater sin to rob the dead than the living, because one can always appease the latter. P. 44. And make restitution, which he cannot do to the dead. The same may be said of him who honors his parents after they are dead, it is more praiseworthy than when he honors them when they are alive, as in that case it may be said that he does so because he fears them, or because he expects to inherit from them, but when he honors them after they are dead, it is only for the sake of heaven. The rabbis taught, one who wears in the presence of a deceased person a garment which has been rent over another deceased, is imposing on both the deceased and the living. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, one who borrows a garment of another for the purpose of visiting his sick father, and informing the borrower of the purpose for which the garment is to be used, does visit his father but finds him dead, he must rend, but may mend it and return it to the owner, paying him the difference in value caused by the rending. But if he has not informed the owner of the purpose, he may not rend. F. If one has rent for one dead, and he be resuscitated, if he dies immediately after, this rent is sufficient, but if he live some time, one must rend again. G. One who saves the garment which was upon the dead is robbing the dead, this is only with the garments which are with him in the coffin, but not those which are with him in bed. Nevertheless, the heirs must be told not to save even the garments which were with him in the bed. G1 One who adds garments to a corpse more than necessary, he transgresses the precept, thou shalt not destroy. G2 So is the decree of our Meir. R. Eliezer B. Zadok said, he makes the corpse homely. G3 Rabban Gamaliel said, also, they add vermin. H. Said R. Nathan, the garments in which the corpse is buried will be renewed with him in resurrection, as it is written, she is changed as the sealing clay, and stand as though newly clad. Footnotes 37b1. Chapter 9. b. As this custom is obsolete, we cannot explain its meaning and how it was done. 37c1c Gemara from Modkitan. 38c2 In order to understand the explanation hereof of Rashi, a thorough knowledge of the ancient cut of garments is required, which we leave to the historian. 39c3 All this is adduced from biblical passages which we deem unimportant to quote here. 40c4c Gemara from Modkitan. 40c5 Gemara from Modkitan. 41c6c Gemara from Modkitan. 41c7 Gemara from Modkitan. 41c8 The term in the text for easy dress is which has several different meanings. See Phil. RIT, p. 65. Here, however, it seems to mean a gown worn in the house. 42d1d Gemara from Modkitan. 43d2 It seems to us that it should read Gamaliel of Jamnia, as our Gamaliel the elder was his grandfather, and Eliezer and Joshua were colleagues of the former. Heilprin in his Seder Hadorot brought Abraham Zakuta's opinion that our Eliezer and our Joshua were present at the death of both Gamaliel the elder and his grandson of Jamnia without any remarks, which seems to us impossible. Moreover, if our Eliezer and our Joshua existed in the time of the elder, they could have been little children only. 43e1e. The Talmud elsewhere says that he robs the living and the dead, because the people who see the rent in his garments may think that he rent it then, and to impose upon the people is considered a robbery. 44g1g. It seems to us from Sanhedrin, 48a, that the Talmud advises that all the garments which were with the dead in bed shall be used for the purpose of honoring the dead, as their custom was to pour wine before the dead. 44g2 All things which were fit for use for human beings, or for their benefit, the Talmud does not allow to destroy, without a purpose, and calls the one who does so a transgressor of the negative commandment cited in this passage. 44g3 It means, because when they are rotten it adds to the homeliness of the corpse. Next, Chapter X. Index Previous Next. p. 45. Chapter X. A mourner is exempt from reading Shema, from prayers, and all the precepts commanded in the Torah, during the time that the corpse is in his house. If one desires to be rigorous with himself, he shall not do so, for the honor of the dead. When the time for reading Shema approaches, all the people read, he, however, must be silent. When they rise to pray, he shall acknowledge the justice, saying, Lord of the universe, I have sinned against thee, a little only of my indebtedness was called in, although I deserve much more. May it be thy will to close up our breaches A1 and condole us. R. Simeon said, he also prays for the departed soul. b. The mourner must eat with his neighbors. If he has none, he shall eat in another room, if he has none, he shall make a partition of 10 spans distance, if he has nothing to make a partition with, he shall turn his face and eat. He must not lean B1 and eat, neither must he eat meat nor drink wine, he must not pronounce the meal benediction, nor can he be included where 3 are required in pronouncing it, neither may others pronounce it singly or in 3 for him. All this is only on weekdays. On the Sabbath, however, he may eat and lean, and is allowed all the things mentioned above. As Rabban Gamaliel said, on the Sabbath a mourner is not considered as a mourner at all. B2 R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, a mourner on the first day must not eat of his own bread, for the merciful one said, and the bread of other men shall ye not eat. Rabbah and R. Joseph used to exchange their meals between themselves. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said again, when a case of death occurs in a town, all the inhabitants of the town are prohibited from doing any work. R. Hamnuna happened to be in Drumtha. p. 46. and he heard the horn announcing the occurrence of a death. When he subsequently noticed certain persons doing some work, he said to them, "Let these persons be under the ban, for is there not a death case in town?" They answered him, "There are special societies for burying the dead." And he thereupon said to them, "If such is the case, you are absolved." R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said again, "One who laments excessively over a deceased may be sure to have to do so over another deceased. There lived a woman in the neighborhood of Arhuna who had 7 sons. Once one of them died, and she was weeping very much. Arhuna sent her a message not to do so, but she paid no attention to it, and Arhuna sent her the following message: "If you listen to what I say, well and good; if not, you may as well prepare a shroud for another of your sons." Subsequently another son died, and one by one all of them died. He then said to her, "Now prepare a shroud for yourself." And she also died. See, the corpse must not be carried out when near the time of reading Shema, it must be done an hour sooner or later. When the bearers of the hearse go out, those in front of it, as their services are required, are exempt from reading Shema, but are prohibited to wear their shoes. Those who are behind it, however, as their services are not required, are obliged to read Shema and are allowed to wear their shoes. Both are exempt from prayer and phylacteries. If on their return from the burial there is yet time to begin and finish Shema before standing in line, they first read, and stand in line afterward, otherwise they stand in line first, and read and pray afterward. The inside row which sees the mourner is exempt from it, the outside, however, is not. R. Jehuda said, "Even if there is but one row, if they stand for the sake of the mourner, they are exempt, but if they stand for the sake of their own honor, they are not. The people who come to console, if they see the mourner they are exempt, otherwise they are not." Dr. Simeon B. Elazar said, Rabban Gamaliel had a prepared sepulchre at Jamnia, wherein they used to deposit the corpse and lock the door. After that they came to stand in line around the mourner and consoled him. Through this they exempted the public from doing these duties, and subsequently the corpse was brought up to Jerusalem. The rabbis taught, at first in the houses of the rich, silver and gold baskets and white glass were used. p. 47. And in those of the poor, willow baskets and colored glass were used, and the poor felt ashamed, and it was enacted that only willow baskets and colored glass should be used by all. At first they used to leave the face of the deceased uncovered and used to carry him on an expensive bier if he belonged to the rich class, but they used to cover his face and carry him on a common bier if he belonged to the poor class, and the poor people felt ashamed. So it was enacted that all should be covered and be carried on a common bier. At first they used to carry the rich in braided beds, and the poor in common ones, and the poor felt ashamed, and it was enacted that all should be borne in a common bed. At first spices used to be placed at the side of those who died from bowel troubles, and those who suffered from that disease while still living used to feel ashamed, and it was enacted that spices should be placed at the side of every deceased person out of respect to those who were suffering from that disease while still living. At first the expenses accompanying the burial of a deceased person were more burdensome and painful to his relatives than the death itself, and they used to leave the corpse and run away, until Rabban Gamaliel, the Nasi, directed that he be buried in flaxen garments, and it became customary with the people to bury the dead in flaxen garments. Said our Papa. And at present, even in a flaxen garment of the value of 1 zuz. When the grave is closed, the mourner wraps up his head. D1 When ready for the line, he bears it and exempts the others from doing it. If he steps outside the line, he covers it again. When he comes home and others come to visit him, he bears it again and exempts the others from doing it. D2. E. When a death occurs in the family of a sage or a disciple of a sage, they may come and discuss about the laws of mourning before him. If they err, he may set them right half-heartedly, but himself must not propound a question. He may speak himself, if he so desires, or he may permit another to. p. 48. Speak for him. It happened that the son of Ar-Jehuda died, and the latter permitted another to speak for him, so also did Ar-Hosea the Galilean when his son died. It happened to Ar-Akiba that his son died, and he sat and lectured all day, so also did Rabbi when his son died. If it is necessary to discuss about something, they must begin concerning the laws of mourning, and then branch off to other matters, and finish again in regard to mourning. In Judah, on the Sabbath they greet the mourner on entering and leaving the college, to show that no mourning exists on the Sabbath. Footnotes 45a1. Chapter X. A. According to the translation of Lezer, and meaning that the doors shall be closed for further bereavements. 45b1b. According to the custom in the Orient to eat leaning, and as we do at the Seder ceremony on the first eve of Passover. 45b2 Gemara from Modkatan. 47d1d. See above, p. 27. 47d2 The literal translation of the text is to cover and to bare the head, and it may be that the custom was already in vogue, to honor those present in baring the head, as Paul required to bare the head in the house of prayer. We, however, translated wrap up, in accordance with the text, page cited, and in accordance with other commentators. Next, Chapter 11. Index previous next. Chapter 11. A. When two deaths occur in town, the one that died first is buried first, and if the first has to be left overnight, the second is buried. And although it is said, whoever leaves his dead overnight transgresses a negative commandment, A1 still, if it is done for the purpose of digging a grave, to prepare shrouds, or to enable his outside relatives to attend to his funeral, it does not matter. If a master and a pupil die on the same day, the master is buried first, a pupil and a common man, the pupil is buried first. If both are masters, or pupils, or common men, the one that died first is buried first. A man and a woman, the woman is buried first, because the latter is more liable to become disgusting. B. These are the differences between a man and a woman. p. 49. A man may be left in the street to hold an oration over him, but not a woman. The greatest man of the city may accompany a man, but he is not to be troubled for a woman. Ar-Jehuda said, he may, the funeral meal is taken over a man, but not over a woman. Said Ar-Jehuda, if she has little children, the meal is taken with them. See, they do not stand in line, nor is the morning benediction said after the burial of the first, but after the second. Then they do all this, and console, and exempt the public from doing so. Two mourners may not be consoled together, unless they are in the very same position in the community. The same is the case with two corpses to be carried in one hearse. An accident happened in the city of Usha wherein a house tumbled down and killed two male children and one female child, and Ar-Jehuda ordered that all three should be carried together. The male children were put on one side, and the female on the other, and they lamented over them, Woe, woe, bridegroom! Woe, bride! Two funeral orations may not be held in one town at the same time, unless there is enough attendance for both. The same is the case with two brides, they must not be married at the same time, unless there is enough attendance for both. R. Simeon B. Eleazar said, even in this case it is not advisable to do so, because there may be enmity. C1. D. The corpse must be set aside for a bride. D1 because the honor of the living precedes that of the dead. A bride, however, must be set aside for a king, for the honor of the king. King Agrippa, however, stepped aside for the sake of a bride, and he was praised by the sages. His remark was, I have time to put on my crown every day, and she can put on her crown only once in her lifetime. E. The study of the law must not be interrupted for the sake of a burial or a bride. Abba Saul, however, said, the performance of meritorious deeds has preference over study, as was the custom of Ar-Jehuda. Whenever he saw a funeral or a bridal party coming, he glanced at the disciples, telling p. 50. Them, the performance supersedes study. If one of the parents of a married couple die, the woman must not paint nor adorn herself, and her husband must not protest against it. Sweeping, washing glasses, and making of the beds is not considered as labor to a mourner. The rabbis taught, the mourner's house may be swept and besprinkled, and the dishes, glasses, flasks, and jugs may be rinsed, but no gum to be put on coal, or spices, may be brought to the mourner's house. Must it not? But has not Bar Kappara taught, no benediction is pronounced over gums or spices in the mourner's house, from which it is inferred that only the benediction is not pronounced, but they may be brought there? These present no difficulty. The first statement relates to the place where the mourner is sitting, the statement of Bar Kappara, to the place where the consolers are sitting. F. If one leaves 5 sons, who were at his table, but each one slept at his own house, each one must lower his couch in his own house, otherwise the performance is made only in the house which is used for sleeping. If, however, there were 5 rooms, and all were used, it must be done in all. One lodging in another's house, if he is intimate with his host, he must lower his couch, otherwise he need not. One who is on a journey and hears of the death of one of his near relatives, if he can lower his couch without any difficulty, he may do so. One may turn over his couch on 2 benches, or on 4 stones, no matter if there were even 5 mattresses on top of it, and was 4 spans above the ground, provided the legs of the couch are in the air. This, however, is after the burial, but when the corpse is in the house, he may not sleep even on an upturned couch. G. The performance of lowering the couch is sometimes for 6 days, and sometimes for 5, 4, and 3 days, no more, no less. How so? If the death occurred on a weekday, it is for 6 days, if in the afternoon of the eve of Sabbath, it is for 5 days, if a festival succeeds the Sabbath, for 4 days, and if the 2 days of New Year succeed the Sabbath, it is for 3 days. G1. Chapter 11. A. The negative commandment is Deuteronomy XXI. 23, although it is spoken only of one hanged by judicial decree. It seems to us, however, that it only means that the corpse must be taken away from the house in which it died, and not that it must be buried on the same day, and this we do for 2 reasons. First, because it would be a contradiction to what is said above that they deposited the corpse in a prepared grave, and also that they examined the deed the first 3 days, and second, if it meant that it must be buried the same day, the Talmud would say that he transgresses a positive commandment also. As further on the verse says, but thou shalt surely bury him on that day. However, the expression negative commandment is taken from the corrections of Elias Wilna, who took it from the Talmud elsewhere. 49c1c Enmity may be caused between certain persons and the bride, why they went to the other wedding and not to hers. He, therefore, differs only in the case of a marriage, but not in the case of a funeral. 49d1d. It means when they meet together at the gate or on a narrow street. 50g1g. The Mishnah was taught before the existing calendar was made, as since then New Year cannot fall on Sunday. Next, Chapter 12. Index previous next. p. 51. Chapter 12. A. Renting on a death, the mourning of 7 and 30 days, begin from the day of burial, or from the day he was informed, if he was not present. For whom one is obliged to rend at the time of death, he is also obliged when gathering his bones from one grave to be put into another. Also the law of sewing together the rent applies to that for gathering bones. The mourning, however, is only for 1 day, and the night belonging to that day does not belong to the day of mourning. The rabbis taught, a recent information makes customary both the 7 and the 30 days, a remote information, however, makes customary only 1 day's mourning. What is a recent, and what a remote information? A recent if within 30 days, a remote if after 30 days. Such is the dictum of our Akaba. The sages, however, hold either case makes customary both the 7 and the 30 days. Said Rabbi Bar Hana in the name of Ar Yohanan, whenever it is found that the majority is rigorous and the individual is lenient, the halakha prevails according to the majority, with the exception of this case here, in which, although the majority is rigorous, still the halakha prevails according to the individual. As Samuel stated, in the case of mourning the halakha prevails according to the one who is lenient. Our Hananiah received information of the death of his father from the city of Husai, and he consulted our Hisdah. The latter said to him, "A remote information causes mourning for 1 day only." Our Nathan bar Ami received information of the death of his mother from the same place, and he consulted Rabha, who said to him, "Are you not aware of what was said in regard to a remote information?" And the former objected, "Have we not learned that this is so only in regard to the 5 cases of relatives whom one is bound to bury, but as regards father and mother, the 7 and 30 days must also be observed?" And he answered him, "The Tana of the Boraitha is an individual, and we do not concur with him." As we have learned in the following, it happened that the father of our Zadok died in the city of Jinsuk, and he was informed after 3 years, and he went and asked Elisha b. Abijah and the elders who were with him, and they told him he shall keep 7. P. 52 and 30. The same occurred when the son of Ahiah died in exile, and his father has performed for him the mournings of 7 and 30. Rabite was the son of the brother of Ahiah on his father's side, and also the son of his sister on his mother's side. And when Rabite came to Palestine, Ahiah asked him, "Is thy father alive?" And he answered, "My mother is alive." Then Ahiah asked again, "Is your mother really alive yet?" And he answered, "My father is alive." Then Ahiah told his servant, "Take off my shoes, but a little later you shall take my garments in the wash house." From this we have learned 3 things: first, that a mourner must not wear shoes; second, that a remote information mourning is customary for only 1 day, and, third, that a part of the day is considered as a whole day. 2. b. There were different societies in Jerusalem, and each of them had to attend to different things. One was to attend mourners, one to attend marriages, one to attend circumcision or redeeming of a firstborn male child, and one for removing the bones from one grave to another. The attendance to a bride's house precedes a mourner's house; circumcision or the redeeming of a firstborn male child precedes the removal of bones. The ancient pious, however, preferred to go to a house of mourning instead of the house of a bride, as it is written, "It is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting, inasmuch as that is the end of all men, and let the living lay it to his heart, as whoever follows the bier, knows that this will happen also to him." B1 We have learned in a Boraitha, our Meir used to say, "It is written, it is better to go to the house of mourning." P. 53. Then, etc., and let the living lay it to his heart, which means, let the living lay to his heart matters connected with one's death, viz., when he laments over him, that he will also be lamented over; when he buries him, that he will also be buried; when carrying him, that he will also be carried; and when eulogizing him, that he will also be eulogized. According to others, one who is modest, and troubles himself with burying the dead, will be elevated by heaven, as it is written, "For better it is that it be said unto thee, Come up higher, than that thou shouldst be put lower in the presence of the prince, which thy own eyes have seen." B2. The rabbis taught, when the sons of Ishmael died, 4 elder sages came to console with him, viz., Tarfon, Hosea the Galilean, Eleazar b. Azariah, and Akiba. Said Tarfon to the other 3, "You must know that he is very wise and he is well versed on Agada, and therefore none of you must intrude when the other will be speaking." Said Akiba, "And I will be the last one." Ishmael began, "His sins have increased, his mournings have succeeded one another, and he has inconvenienced his instructors once and twice." Tarfon then arose and said, "It is written, But your brethren, the whole house of Israel, may bewail the burning," etc. If this was ordered over the death of Nadab and Abihu, who have observed only one commandment, as it is written, and the sons of Aaron brought the blood unto him, etc., so much the more so over the death of the sons of our Ishmael. Our Hosea then followed and said, It is written, and all Israel shall mourn for him, and bury him. If so much was done for Abiah the son of Jeroboam, who has performed one kind deed only, as it is written, because there had been found in him some good thing, so much the more so over the death of the sons of our Ishmael. Our Eleazar b. Azariah then began, It is written, In peace shalt thou die, and as burnings were made for thy fathers, etc., if so much. P. 54. Was done for Zedekiah the king of Judah, who performed only one meritorious thing in that he ordered to bring up Jeremiah from the pit filled with mire, so much the more so over the sons of our Ishmael. Finally, our Achbah began, It is written, On that day will the lamentations be great in Jerusalem like the lamentation at Hadad-rimmon in the valley of Megiddon. If so much over Ahab the king of Israel, who has done only one good thing, as it is written, and the king was stayed up in his chariot against the Syrians, so much the more for the sons of our Ishmael. Rabha said to Rabba bar Mari, Zedekiah was promised that he would die in peace, and still it is written, and the eyes of Zedekiah did he blind. He answered him, So said our Yohanan, that Nebuchadnezzar died in his time. Rabha further said to Rabba bar Mari, Josiah was promised, Therefore, behold, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered unto thy grave in peace. And still it is written, And the archers shot the king Josiah. And he answered him, So said our Yohanan, the temple was not destroyed during his lifetime. B3 Our Yohanan said, The consolers are not permitted to speak consolation before the mourner engages in conversation, as it is written, But no one spoke a word unto him, etc. After this time Job opened his mouth, etc. and only, then answered Eliphaz, etc. Our Abohu said, Whence do we know that the mourner takes his seat at the head of the consolers? It is written, I chose their way for them, and sat as chief, etc., as the mourners being comforted. Marzutra said, from the following passage, and the noisy banquet of those who were. P. 55. Stretched out shall pass away. B4 Arhama bar Hanana said, Whence do we know that a bridegroom takes his seat at the head of the guests? It is written, As a bridegroom decketh himself with elegant attire, as a priest sits at the head, so also does a bridegroom. Arhanana said, The separation of the soul from the body is as difficult as the removal of a knotty rope from the mast. Ar Yohanan said, It is as difficult as the removal of a knotty rope holding the masts of two ships together. The bones and the veins must not be taken apart when gathering them. It must not be feared, however, that this will happen while gathering them. All bones one may handle while gathering, except that of his parents, which must be handled by others. Such is the decree of Rabbi Yohanan b. Nuri. Our Achbah, however, said, As the bones are not allowed to be gathered till the flesh is all destroyed, and the form is not recognized any longer, it does not matter even if they are his parents. See, the bones of two corpses may be gathered together, but he shall keep them separate in a casket, he shall put ones in one corner, and the others in another. So is the decree of our Achbah. Our Yohanan b. Nuri, however, said, There is not any need for keeping the bones separated, as the basket in which they will be buried will finally be rotten, and the bones will be mixed again. If, however, he desires that they shall be separate, he shall bury them in caskets of cedar. C1. P. 56. D. The bones may be sprinkled with wine or oil, according to our Achbah, with oil and not wine, because wine destroys them, according to Simeon b. Nanes. The sages, however, maintain that they may not be sprinkled with any of these, but cover with dust. E. Said our Eliezer b. Zadok, So my father commanded me, when I will die, you shall first bury me in a valley, then gather my bones, and put them in a cedar casket, but you shall not handle them yourself, and so I did. Yohanan entered the grave and gathered and spread over them a chest protector, and then I entered, rent my garments over them, and covered them with a sheet. I did to my father as he has done to his. It is not allowed for a man to wrap and tie up the corpse of a woman, however, may do so to a man. E1 The same is the case when a woman suffers in her intestines, a man must not examine nor attend her, a woman, however, is allowed to do so to a man. F. Abbas al-B. Ba'ath said in his will to his sons, bury me at the feet of my father, and take off the tzitzit F1 from my pallium. G1G. With all relatives one is allowed to bathe, except with his father, father-in-law, his stepfather, the husband of his sister, and the instructor from whom he received his wisdom. Yehuda, however, said, if his father was old or sick he may enter the bathhouse and bathe him, for it is in his honor. A hearse is not used unless the head and the greater part of the corpse are there. Yehuda said, the backbone and the skull are considered as the greater part of the body. H. It happened with the son of Arhananabi. Teradion, who associated with bad company and became a robber and was executed, when, after 3 days, he was found all swollen, his remains were put in a cage and that in a hearse, and was brought. P. 57. In the city. They wanted to lament him for the sake of his parents, but the father did not let them do so, he instead exclaimed on him the following, while thou moanest at thy end, when thy flesh and thy body are coming, to their end, thou sayest, how have I hated correction, and how hath my heart rejected reproof, while I hearkened not to the voice of my instructors, and to my teachers I inclined not my ear, but little more was wanting and I had been in all unhappiness in the midst of the congregation and assembly. His mother also exclaimed over him the following passage, a foolish son is a vexation to his father, and bitterness to her that hath borne him. His sister also exclaimed the following, bread of falsehood is pleasant to a man, but afterward his mouth will be filled with gravel stones. Chapter 12. A. In the ancient times one was very careful not to bring a bad message, and even when asked, as the Talmud prohibits it, he would give evasive replies. 52a2 This is inferred from what Arhiah told his servant to bring his garments into the wash house, that, after he had mourned a part of the day, on the remaining part he might do all he liked. 52b1b Gemara from Modkatan. 53b2 We must leave this without any explanation, as there are no commentaries for this besides Edley's in his Hidushia Gadoth, and it is too complicated to be translated here. 54b3b Gemara from Modkatan. 55b4 The Hebrew text reads, Vazor Mirsa Seruhim. The letter Samak has the same sound as the left-pointed shin, and therefore Vazor has the same meaning as if written with a left-pointed shin, viz., a chief. Mirsa is given the same meaning of Mirsi, a mourner I.e., the mourner became chief of the Seruhim, those who were stretched out, by taking his seat at the head. 55c1c. There is difficulty in understanding the meaning of Ar Yohanan b. Nuri, as there are many errors in the text, which were corrected by different commentators. What we understand is, that in their time they had different baskets or coffin-like boxes, aphicarson, in which bones were gathered and buried with them, and Ar Akabo maintains that although it is allowed to put together the bones of two bodies in one basket, they must nevertheless not be mixed together, and Ar Yohanan b. Nuri maintains that it is no use separating them, and advises what one shall do when he wishes them to be kept separate. 56e1e. Because a man is more excitable than a woman. 56f1f Tzitzit The fringes and pallium in our times is called talit, in which the show fringes are put in, and are worn during prayer. 56g1g Speaking above of men who must not see the body of a woman, the Mishnah tells also that it is not customary for a son to see his father or his father-in-law, whom he must respect, naked. As to the husband of his sister, however, there must be another reason lest he see some deformity in his body, and inform his sister of it. Next, Chapter 13. Index previous next. Chapter 13. A. One who gathers or guards the bones is exempt from reading Shema, prayer, and all the precepts commanded in the Torah, and if he desires to be rigorous with himself, he must not do so, for the honor of the dead. R. Yohanan b. Nuri, however, said, he should step outside a distance of 4 ells and read. Ben Azai said, if they were with him in a boat he should remove them to another place and read. R. Itzhak said, only from the bones of relatives he is exempt, from strangers, however, he is not. R. Simeon said, he is exempt only on weekdays, but not on Sabbath. R. Nathan, however, said, he is exempt only when the bundle is on his shoulders, because the duty of guarding it is on him, but not of prayer. B. One who removes bones or the scriptures from one place to another, must not place them in a wagon, a boat, nor on a beast under his seat, however, in order to preserve them from thieves or robbers, he may. B1. C. It is not allowed to pass through a cemetery with the phylacteries on, nor the scriptures in the hand, as it is considered disrespectful to the dead. C1. P58. D1. Finding a corpse in a grave must not move it, unless he is certain that the place was only borrowed for him. One finding bones on marshy ground, must put them in a grave. Such is the decree of our Akiba. The sages, however, say, he must not move them. One who finds bones in a grotto or a cavity must not move them. A corpse or his bones must not be moved from one place to another, even if they are equal in esteem, much less if the other place is lower. He may, however, do so from a lower to a higher place. However, if he moves them to a place on his estate, he is allowed to do so, even if the former place is more esteemed. D1. 2 corpses must not be buried in one grave, nor a corpse with bones, and vice versa. R. Jehuda, however, said, if they used to sleep together when alive, they may be buried together. E. A building over a grave which was vacated, no benefit may be derived from it, if, however, it was excavated in a rock, and also the grave itself, when it was vacated a benefit may be derived from it. Nevertheless, it must not be used for low purposes, such as a cow house, straw barn, etc. A grave which was dug for a person who was yet alive may be sold, but if for one who was already dead, it may not. The same is the case with monumental stones. No benefit may be derived from a vacated coffin. If it is made of stone or clay, it must be broken, and if of wood, burned. Boards of the cemetery must not be moved from their place. Chapter 13. B. Corrected from Birakoth. 57c1c. The reason is explained in Birakoth, because the dead are exempt from all the commands given in the law. 58d1d. It means to say that the estate belonged to the deceased, as it is agreeable to one to be buried on his own grounds. Next, Chapter 14. Index previous. Chapter 14. A. A cemetery must not be considered vilely, example no aqueduct may be drawn through it, nor a path made, no cattle must feed there, nor may one use it as a compendiarius, nor pick wood or grass therefrom. If he has picked he must derive no benefit from it, and if he picked them only to clean the grave, he must burn them on the same place. B. Though inheritances are movable from place to place and changed from one family to another, with graves, however, it is different, they are not movable or changeable from one family to another. A new grave may be measured, divided, and sold, but p59. Not an old one. There is, however, a new one which must be considered as old, and vice versa, namely, when there were in an old grave even 10 corpses, but were buried without the permission of the owner, it must be considered as a new grave and may be measured, divided, and sold. If, however, it was with his permission, even if it was a miscarriage, it must be considered an old one, and nothing may be done with it. C. No occupancy must be considered with the graves of the exiles, example in time of a pest or war, the graves are not secured to the corpses by occupancy. C1 R. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, miscarriages do not acquire their graves, the same is the case with all who are buried without the permission of the owner. A woman who has inherited a grave, she and her offspring are to be buried in it. Such is the decree of our Meir. Our Jehuda, however, said, she, but not her offspring, however, he owns that all her offspring who existed during her life, may be buried with her. If her father requires she should be buried in his grave, and her husband says in his, the father has the preference. If she has children, then the husband has the preference. If her will states that she shall be buried with her children, it should be done so. If the father says she should be buried with her husband, or vice versa, she is buried with her husband, because it is his duty to feed, redeem, and bury her, and he must provide all the necessaries, such as a hearse, flutes, and mourners, and where an oration is held, he must provide also that. If he declines to do all that, it is done by the court on his account against his will. D. There are three kinds of graves, one that is found, one that is known, and one which injures the public. The first is permissible to vacate, and if it was vacated, the place is clean, and a benefit may be derived from it. The second is not permissible to vacate, if it was vacated, the place is unclean. D2 and no. P60. Benefit may be derived from it, and the third is permissible to vacate, the place is clean. D3 but no benefit may be derived from it. E. A cemetery which surrounds the city on three sides, must be vacated. If on two sides, if they were opposite they can remain, if they were joined, they must be removed. E1 All graves may be removed for the necessity of the community. R. Akiba, however, said, with the exception of those of a king and a prophet, as there was the grave of the prophetess Huldah in Jerusalem and it was never touched. His contemporaries rejoined, that is no proof, as there was a cavern from the grave to the brook Kidron, which drew off the uncleanness. E2. F. One who sells the graves of his family, he did nothing. The same is the case if he sold the place of lamenting. The rabbis taught, one who sold his grave, F1 the way to it, or standing place, and the house of lamenting, his family may come and reclaim them against his will, because it is a disgrace to the family that they should be sold to someone else. G. The rabbis taught, G1 there must be not less than 7 standings and sittings after the burial. G2 to signify the 7 times vanity is mentioned in Ecclesiastes, vanity of vanities, Seth Kahelath, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Said R. Aha the son of Rabha to R. Ashi, explain me how they used to do. G3 and he rejoined, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, R. Jehuda said, formerly in Jehuda they have. P61. Made not less than 7 standings and sittings for a dead body, and the funeral director used to say, arise, dearests, arise. And sit down, dearests, sit down. Said the sages to him, if that was all, let them do so also on the Sabbath. G4 The sister of Rama bar Papa was the wife of Arivijah, and she died. He made for her a standing and a sitting. Said R. Joseph, he has erred in 2 things. First, this do only the relatives of the 2nd degree, who are not obliged to mourn, and he was one of the mourners, and, secondly, this is to be done only on the day of burial, and he did so on the day after. Said Abai, he has also erred in this, it is usually done near the cemetery, and he did this in the city. Said Rabha, he erred also in this, it is only done where it is customary, and in his place it was not customary at all. An objection was raised, it is said above that the sages said to R. Jehuda, if that was all, let them do also on the Sabbath. Now if this is to be done only in the cemetery, and on the first day, can this occur on Sabbath? The answer was, they meant to say, in a city which is near the cemetery, and when the consolers returned from the funeral which ended at twilight. Whoever reminds a mourner of his dead after 12 months are over, is to be blamed for renewing his wound. Said R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, one whose wife died and has married again within a 12-month, one who wishes to talk to him about his dead, shall do so in the market, but not in his house. All eatables may be brought to the house of a mourner oval shaped bread, meat, and fish, and if an assembly does that, also herbs and pulse. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said, where it is customary, even cooked food. H. 10 goblets of wine have the sages ordered in the morning house, 3 before eating, to give an appetite, 3 during the meal, to soften the food in the stomach, and 4 after the meal, for the 4 blessings contained in the after-meal benediction. Afterwards they have added 4 more, 1 for the sake of the sections of the city who have occupied themselves with the burial, 1 for the sake of the presidents of the congregations, 1 for the temple. p. 62. And 1 in memory of Rabban Gamaliel. When the sages have seen that they became drunk, they have restored the original number. One who pronounces the meal benediction in the house of a mourner, what shall he say in the 4th blessing? The good one who does good to all. R. Akiba, however, said, the truthful judge, the ruler of his creatures. O give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, because unto eternity endureth his kindness. H1. End of Tract Ebel Rabbati and the whole section of festivals. Footnotes. 59c1. Chapter 14. See, the Hebrew term for occupancy is hazaka, which means a surety, that is, if the property is in the possession of one a long time it is sure to be his, even if he has no documents for it. 59d1d. It means that if it was found that there was a corpse buried without the permission of the owner, the place, after it is vacated, is considered clean, because no precautionary measures were taken for such a one. 59d2. A precautionary measure was taken to consider all graves unclean, even after their vacation, lest one use the ground when they are not yet vacated. 60d3d. For the sake of the public, no precautionary measure is to be taken for this. 60e1e. Taken from Tract Nazir, Palestinian Talmud, as the Mishnah here is very complicated, after all the different corrections of the commentaries. 60e2. There is a law concerning defilement, that a hole of 1 span which reaches the air draws off the uncleanness. This will be explained in Tract Teharath. 60f1f. It was the custom then that each family had cares for the purpose of burying there the members of the family. The standing place means where the consolers stood or sat after the burial, and it was near the grave, and there was also a place where the lamenter stood. 60g1g. Transferred from Baba Bathra, 100b. 60g2. The custom was that when they returned from the burial they used to walk a few steps and then sit down and console the mourners or weep for the dead, and then rise and go on, and to repeat this 7 times, so that they should remember the life of a human being is but vanity of vanities. 60g3. As in our place it is not customary. 61g4g. If that was all, without lamentation, it could be done also on the Sabbath, if they returned from burial on the eve of Sabbath at sunset. 62h1h. This passage is brought here at the conclusion of this tract, as it is usual to conclude each tract with a good expression. The Babylonian Talmud. Translated by Michael L. Rodkinson. Book 9. 1918. Tracts Makkah, Shavuot, Ejuyoth, Abudazara, and Horioth. Tract Makkah, Tract Shavuot, Tract Ejuyoth, Tract Abudazara, Tract Horioth. Tract Makkah. Volume 9. Title page. Explanatory remarks. Dedication. Concluding words to the completion of sections. Festival and jurisprudence. Contents. Synopsis of subjects of Tract Makkah. Chapter I, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Tract Shavuot. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Appendix to page 13. Tract Ejuyoth. Introduction. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Tract Abuddhazara. Volume X. Explanatory remarks. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Appendix to page 60. Tract Horioth. Synopsis of subjects of Tract Horioth. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Index next. P.I. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated and translated into English. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Jurisprudence. Tracts Makkah, Shavuot, and Ejuyoth. Volume 9. Boston. The Talmud Society. 1918. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, November 2002. John B. Hare, Redactor. This text is in the public domain. This file may be reproduced for any purpose provided this paragraph is left intact. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous next. P2. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmarit was taught. Two questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lashna Akrina, or Webayathima or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Copyright, 1903, by Michael L. Rodkinson. Copyright 1916. By New Talmud Publishing Society. Next, dedication. Index previous next. P3. To him, who is highly respected by the people for his genius and generosity, the Honorable Jacob A. Cantor, President of the Board of Aldermen, Borough of Manhattan, New York. This volume is respectfully dedicated by the editor and translator, Michael L. Rodkinson. New York. Rosh Chodesh Sivan, 5663. Next, concluding words to the completion of sections Festival and Jurisprudence. Index previous next. PV. Concluding words to the completion of sections Festival and Jurisprudence. With the benediction to the Almighty, who prolonged our life to see the completion of our translation the above two large sections of the Talmud, we deem it necessary to say a few words concerning the criticisms which have recently appeared, and to which we are grateful for having called our attention to some important matters. However, before we will come to the point, we beg to say that we were anxious during the whole time to see a true criticism to our entire work, pointing out the mistakes or errors which must be found in the editing as well as in the translating itself of such a difficult and voluminous work. But to our knowledge such has not appeared anywhere as yet, although reviews and notices of different kinds were given in more than 100 leading papers in both the Old and the New World. The praises encouraged us but little, and some of the criticisms did not discourage us at all, for the reason that both were only phrases, without giving any evidence or important facts to which our proper attention should be called. And we would still be grateful indeed to those who would give such criticisms in compliance with our wishes, as this would be a great help to us in the continuation of the translation of the 4 remaining sections, which may take about 12 volumes or so more. Now to the point. There was a criticism in the Open Court of Chicago, Volume 16, pages 425-427, accusing us that we have omitted the discussion of some sages concerning Evangelium. how it should be written -or-1. p6. And for such an omission he exclaimed that we have no translation of the whole Talmud. 1. We have received also some private letters from educated people, asking why they do not find any mention of Jesus of Nazareth. And in answer to the criticism as well as to the many letters we have received, we beg to give some letters of an editor of a scientific paper of this country, which we think will throw some light on this matter. June I, 1901. Rev. Michael Rodkinson. New York City. Dear Sir, the receipt of Volume 12 of the Talmud brings back recollections of a pleasant hour spent with you in my office, and the information which you so kindly gave me on several very obscure points. Perhaps you will pardon a personal letter of inquiry on a point or two in Sabbath that have especially interested me. You will remember where the subject is discussed as to whether it was lawful to rescue books from the flames, the point turning especially, as I read it, that on the one hand the books of unbelievers should be allowed to perish, while on the other hand, these same books also contain the sacred name. R. Aboa is asked if the books of the Babylonian should be saved, and gives an equivocal reply. It is stated that Rabbi went to neither the Babylonian nor the Benitzrif. Samuel went to the Babylonian, and Mar Bar Joseph was of their society. Your note on the passage leaves it conjectural who the people were. To me it seems altogether likely that they were Christian sects. I should infer this because, first, our Tarfon's statement immediately precedes it, and Christian tradition at least connects him with disputes with Christians. Second, the story of Emma Shalom and her brother Gamaliel too, and the philosopher and judge follows it. It seems to me that there are at least 3 implied quotations in this story from Matthew's Gospel or some other Christian document: "Let your light shine, I came not to destroy but fulfill the law," and the statement about son and daughter inheriting alike. Do Hebrew scholars think that Christians are indicated by Babylonian and Benitzrif? And if so, how is the fact explained that Samuel went to one of them, unless it be that Samuel is Saul, and how could Mar Bar Joseph be of their society? It seems to me that I find a number of places where Christian usages or p7 doctrines are referred to, and I wish I were informed as to the names would show this. If you could give me some and other indications which light, without trespassing too much on your time, I would be very grateful indeed. June 12, 1901. My dear Sir, your kind favor of the 9th at hand and carefully noted. I assume that you have good and sufficient reasons for your hesitation in such a matter, although they may not be apparent to me. Therefore it only remains for me to assure you as strongly as I know how, that the information I seek is only for myself, that it will not be published, that it will not be quoted even in conversation as your opinion. One simply wish to read understandingly the fine work you are placing before English readers. I want to get into the atmosphere of the times as much as possible. Judaism and Christianity must have touched elbows a good deal in the first 3 centuries, and there must be some evidences of it in the Talmud to those who can read between the lines. I think I can see references. For instance, were there Sadducees after the final overthrow, and is not the term, at least occasionally, applied to Christians? My own conviction, which of course, is based on very superficial knowledge mostly gleaned from the early Christian fathers, is that at first, the line of demarcation between the Jewish Christians and the Jews was not so strong as it became afterwards. But at any rate, there must be more references to them than appear on the surface, it seems to me, and that is what I want to know. But I have no theory to vindicate and seek the knowledge only for myself. July 2, 1901. My dear Sir, I wish to acknowledge the receipt of your very kind and instructive letter of 2 weeks ago. It covers substantially the points I wished to know, and saved me much research that might in the end prove barren of results. I shall remember your kindness. Again thanking you, I am. And to these letters we may add a paragraph of Tract Sabbath, p. 119. R. Akiba said, the wood-gatherer was Zelophehad. To which R. Jehuda b. Bathura exclaimed, Akiba. Whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the time of the divine judgment, for if it be true, you disclosed the name of the man whom the scriptures direct to shield, and thus you brought him unto infamy, and if it be false, you slandered a man who was upright, etc. And this rule we adopted while engaged in this translation, namely, not to give hypotheses to the reader, as there is not one line in the whole Mishnah which speaks clearly of Jesus and his beliefs. In our book on phylacteries we have alluded to the reason why the editor of the Mishnah did so. And the same reason prevented us from interpreting passages or paragraphs which seem to us to treat about Jesus and his p8 followers, as after all these are only hypotheses, and we do not like to throw our suppositions in a translation which ought to be more or less authentic. This is all that we can say in answer to the open court. There has appeared in the Baltimore Sun, April 17, 1903, a notice which, in the main, is very flattering, but gives also some criticisms that are of interest, and correct from the standpoint of the writer. They concern the remarks sub 3 and 4 of the explanatory remarks published in each volume on the other side of the title page. Concerning the fourth he says, there are many who would be glad to verify references who may not have a copy of the new Hebrew text, or unable to use it, if they had it. Concerning the third remark he says, this seems unfortunate. The alternative interpretation is often of very considerable value, and may be used for historical purposes even if not so important theologically. To this we may say that we were very careful when omitting the first version, and where we found it important we translated both, as the reader will find in our Talmud in many places, if you wish, it may be said so, and if you wish, it may be said so and so. And we did not fail even to translate a third if you wish when we saw that they all were of importance. In general, however, only the last versions are of great account, and the decisions of the post-Talmudical rabbis were only in accordance with those. And only they are the guides of the Shulchan Aruch. Concerning the fourth we may confess that the critic is perfectly right in his contention. However, it is not our fault but that of the circumstances which deceived us in the beginning of our undertaking. We previously thought that we would find subscribers for the Hebrew text also, and so give the Hebrew with the English together, and then there would have certainly been no need of separately marking the pages of the text. Unfortunately, there was no demand for the text at all, so that we were unable to furnish it with the translation, and in reality, for the general English reader who is not able to read Hebrew the page of the text is immaterial. And for the Hebrew students, who are very few, we could not afford to go to such expense, as a separate column for each page would be necessary for this purpose, for such could not be inserted in the text even in parentheses. Concerning the last tract Horioth, which speaks of sacrifices, p9, and offerings only, we are at a loss to understand why it was inserted in the section jurisprudence, unless the reason be the treatment of whether the expenses of the offerings must be carried by the judges of the court themselves or by the treasury of the congregation, which may belong to the category of damages. However, the whole tract treats almost of one and the same point, so that we could not give the contents of each chapter separately, and confined ourselves by giving the synopsis of the beginning of each Mishnah and some important matters from the Gemara, of the last. MLR. New York, May 25, 1903. Footnotes. V1 The meaning of the first two words is one and the same. And the aleph here is the same as the ayin. The same differ also about the same letters concerning the word idhan, abudazara, p.1, hence, as it is without any importance for the English reader, we have to omit it, according to our method. But that what was said in the name of Jesus by Jacob we have translated, although we do not believe that this was so. 6:1 Someone has called our attention to this article being in the public library about a year ago and we only glanced at it for lack of time. And for the same reason we could not have the original before us when we are writing our answer. By the way, we like to say that there is published a booklet, Shashronath Hashes, containing the omission made by the censor about Jesus and his disciples, to which we do not pay any attention, as its contents are nonsense, and we are sure that these were not said or written by the Talmudic scholars. We also possess a letter from the late lamented Dr. Mielziner, who agrees with us on this point. Next, contents. Index previous next. P11. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Tract Makkah 7. Chapter I. Rules and regulations concerning collusive witnesses in both criminal and civil cases, and the application thereto of corporeal and other punishments. 1. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning unintentional murder and exile. Which is the punishment therefore who is and who is not subject to exile the cities of exile and their preparations the redeeming of the exiled by the death of the high priest. 15. Chapter 3. Who is subject to the punishment by stripes the details of the procedure regarding the execution thereof what circumstances free the culprit therefrom the respective duties of the 3 judges who must witness the execution. 35. Next, synopsis of subjects of Tract Makkah. Index previous next. P13. Synopsis of subjects of Tract Makkah. Chapter I. Mishnah I to X. How should witnesses be made collusive? There are another sort of witnesses who are not subject to the punishment of collusiveness but who are to suffer stripes instead. Where do we find a hint in the scripture that collusive witnesses shall be punished with stripes? There are 4 points concerning collusive witnesses, etc. And they are not sold as Hebrew slaves. As it reads, he shall be sold for his theft, but not for his collusiveness. A collusive witness pays his share. What does this mean? We testify that so and so has divorced his wife and has not paid the amount mentioned in her marriage contract, etc. We testify that so and so owes to his neighbor 1,000 zuz, etc. If one says I will make you a loan with the stipulation that the Sabbatic year shall not release me, it nevertheless releases. If one loans money to his neighbor without a fixed term of return, he has no right to demand it before the elapse of 30 days. We testify that so and so owes 200 zuz to his neighbor, and they were found collusive, etc. To a negative commandment that does not contain manual labor, stripes does not apply. The fine of money may be divided into 2 or 3 shares, however, this is not to be done with stripes. Witnesses cannot be made collusive unless the falsehood lies in their bodies. A woman once brought witnesses, and they were found false. She then brought another party, who were also found false, she then brought another party, etc. Because she is suspicious, should all Israel be suspected of testifying falsely? Collusive witnesses are not to be killed unless the sentence of capital punishment for the defendant is rendered. There is no punishment on the ground of a fortiori conclusions. May I not live to see the consolation of our nation, if I have not killed a collusive witness for the purpose of removing from the mind of the Sadduceer, etc. The verse punishes 1, an accomplice who conjoins himself to transgressors with the same punishment, etc. And we may learn from this, that so much the more will he who conjoins himself to those who are engaged in meritorious acts, be rewarded, etc. There is no capital punishment, unless 2 witnesses have warned this culprit. If both of the witnesses have seen him who warned them, they are considered conjoined. The court of Sanhedrin is to be established in Palestine as well as in the countries outside of it. In the large cities but not in the small ones. 1-4. P13. Chapter 2. Mishnah I to V. The following are exiled: he who kills a person unintentionally. The act of one who thought that such is allowed is not to be considered an accident, but almost intentional. If one has climbed a ladder and the step under him broke and killed, one boritha declares him guilty, etc. If the iron of a hatchet slipped off and killed, one threw a lump of brittle stone at a date tree, and the dates fell off and killed. What is considered second force according to Rabbi? If one throws a stone in a public ground and it kills, he is to be exiled. The punishment of exile attaches but to a private set. Is hewing wood always considered a private affair? All kinds of human beings are exiled when they killed by accident an Israelite. A father is exiled if he killed his son accidentally. A heathen or a slave is to be exiled or punished with stripes through an Israelite and vice versa. A stranger or an idolater who has killed even unintentionally is put to death. Only then when, thinking that such is allowed, for he is a prophet. How is this to be understood? Because he is a prophet she has to be returned, but if a layman, she would not, etc. Exile does not apply to a blind one. An enemy is not exiled. If the rope to which the man's instrument was attached, broke, then he is exiled, but if the instrument slips out of his hand, exile is not sufficient. Whither are they to be exiled? To the cities of refuge, etc. They were also obliged to prepare roads from one city to the other. Formerly all murderers, accidental as well as intentional, used to flee to the cities of refuge, etc. Gilead is become a city of workers of wickedness, etc. What does this expression mean? The city of refuge must neither be too large nor too small, but middle-sized ones. Be situated in places where there is water and markets. If a disciple is exiled, his master is exiled with him, because the expression, and live, means you shall supply him with the sources of moral life. He who loves the abundance of scholars possesses the fruit of knowledge. I learned much from my masters, more, however, from my colleagues, and still more from my disciples. The Holy One, blessed be He, appoints them into one inn, and he who had killed intentionally is placed under a ladder, while the other, who killed unintentionally, descends the steps, falls and kills him. According to one he wrote only the 8 verses, which begin with, "And Moses died," etc., 14-28. Mishnah 6. 2x. There is no difference between the high priests who were anointed with the holy oil, etc. Therefore the mothers of the priests used to support the murderers with food and clothes, etc. It is counted as a sin to the priest who should pray that no accident might happen in that generation. If a sage has put someone under the ban conditionally, etc. The 40 years during which Israel was in the desert, the remains of Judah were dismembered in his coffin until Moses prayed for him, etc. If after the decision has been rendered, the high priest dies, he is not exiled, etc. If it happens that a murderer goes outside of the limit, etc. What has the high priest done that the murderer's fate should depend upon his death? Job erred twice in so acting, he thought that the horns of the altar protect, etc. The cities of refuge are not given for cemeteries. If one killed accidentally in the city of refuge, he is to be exiled, etc. If a murderer, p. 15, was exiled, the townsmen like to honor him, he has to say to them, "I am a murderer," 29-34. Chapter 3. Mishnah I to V. To the following stripes apply: crimes under the category of Korath, as well as under that of capital punishment, are also punished with stripes if they were so warned. To a negative command, which is preceded by a positive one, stripes apply. The culprit does not get stripes unless he abolishes the succeeding positive command. R. Simeon B. Lakish, however, differs, and says, he is free from stripes only when he has fulfilled the succeeding one. He who took the mother bird with her children gets, according to R. Jehuda, stripes. It happened with a children teacher who struck too much the children, and R. Aha excommunicated him. Rabma, however, returned him because he could not find as good a teacher. Stripes also apply to him who partook of the first fruit before the ceremony of reading was performed. If a positive succeeds a negative, no stripes apply. A stranger who had consumed sin and transgression offerings before their blood was sprinkled is free from any punishment. Concerning the first fruit, placing it in the temple is the main thing, and not the ceremony of reading. The culpability for second tithe arises only after it has seen the face of the wall of Jerusalem. He who makes a baldness in the hair of his head, or rounds it, etc., is liable. The culpability arises only, then, when he took it off with a razor. What should be the size of the bald spot which would make him culpable? If one made an incision with an instrument, he is culpable. For debt he is culpable at all courts, whether by hand or instrument. The culpability for etching in arises only when he has done both, wrote and etched in with dye, etc. A Nazirite who was drinking wine the whole day is culpable only for one negative. There is an instance that one may plough only one bed and shall be culpable for 8 negatives. The number of stripes is 40 less 1, 34 to 47. Mishnah 6-9. The examination as to the number of stripes he can receive and remain alive must be such that can be equally divided by 3. If one commits a sin to which 2 negatives apply, etc. How is the punishment with stripes to be performed? The striker strikes him with one hand so that the strokes shall become weaker. If, after he has been tied, he succeeds to run away from the court, he is free. As he was already disgraced, he is not taken to be disgraced again. The Lord wanted to make Israel blissful, and therefore he multiplied to them his commands. At 3 places the Holy Spirit appeared. At the court of Shem, etc. 613 commands were said to Moses, etc. Isaiah reduced them to 6. Micah came and reduced them to 3. Isaiah again reduced them to 2. Keep ye justice and do equity. Amos reduced them to 1. Seek ye for me, and ye shall live, 47 to 56. Appendix. He who speaks ill of his neighbor, he who listens to such evil speaking, finally, he who bears false testimony deserves to be thrown to the dogs, 47 to 56. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. P1. Tract Makkah. The Sanhedrin who executes a person once in 7 years, is considered pernicious. R. Eliezer B. As Ariak said, even one who does so once in 70 years is considered such. Both R. Tarfon and R. Akaba said, if we were among the Sanhedrin, a death sentence would never occur. Chapter I. Rules and regulations concerning collusive witnesses in both criminal and civil cases, and the application thereto of corporeal and other punishments. Mishnah I. How should witnesses be made collusive? If, e.g., they testify that so and so is a son of a divorced woman, the court has not to decide that the witness who has falsely testified shall be regarded such, but he should be punished with 40 stripes. Likewise, if one testifies that so and so is to be exiled for an unintentional murder, the court has not to decide that he, the witness, be exiled for false witnessing, but he is punished with 40 stripes. Gemara, how should the text of the Mishnah be understood? It states, how should witnesses be made collusive, and according to the illustration hereafter adduced it ought to be, how should the witnesses not be made collusive, because all who are to be put to death biblically, their collusive witnesses and their abuses are punished with the same, except in the case of the married daughter of a priest, etc. And he adds that there are another sort of witnesses who are not subject to the punishment of collusiveness, but who are to suffer stripes instead, and this are those who testify that so and so is a son of a divorced woman or of such who has performed the ceremony of Chalitza. Whence is this deduced? Said Arjoshiabi. Levi, from here, then shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother, to him but not to his descendants. But let the court affect him only and not his descendants. This cannot be done, as the law dictates that it shall be done just the same to him as to the alleged defendant, and if such be the case his descendants would necessarily be affected. Biputa, however, says, this is to be drawn by a fortiori reasoning, viz., he who has transgressed does not lose his priesthood, and only his descendants from this marriage lose it. Much less so should the witness who falsely testified lose his priesthood. Rabbina opposed, were we to use such theory the whole case of collusiveness would be made illusory. As the same a fortiori method could be applied thus, he through whose false testimony a man was already stoned, is not to be stoned, so much less so if the accused man was not as yet stoned. Therefore the best is as it is answered above. Is to be exiled. Whence is all this deduced? Said Resh Lakish, from here, this one shall flee unto one of these cities, etc., i.e., this one, but not his collusive witnesses. Arjakanan, however, said, this is to be drawn by a fortiori reasoning. He who has done such a crime intention ally does not become exiled, so much less so he who is only testifying to such a crime. This statement, however, cannot be taken into consideration, as the reason why an intentional murderer is not to be exiled is that he shall not be atoned. But the witnesses who have not perpetrated such a crime should be exiled, so that they should expiate. Therefore, the best interpretation is that of Resh Lakish given above. p3. Ullah said, where do we find a hint in the scripture that collusive witnesses shall be punished with stripes? The rabbis taught, there are 4 points concerning collusive witnesses. They are not made sons of a divorced woman or of such who has performed the ceremony of chalitzah, they are not exiled to the cities of refuge, they do not pay the atoned money, and they are not sold as Hebrew slaves. In the name of our Akaba it was said that, nor do they pay on self-confession. They are not made sons of a divorced woman, etc., as said above, nor are they to be exiled as said above, and they do not pay atoned money, because the rabbis hold that the money which one has to pay in case his ox has killed a person is not considered as a recompense for damages, but as an atonement, and collusive witnesses are not under the category of atonement. And who is the Tana who holds this? Said Ar-Hisda, it is Ar-Ismael, the son of Yohanan b. Broka. And they are not sold as Hebrew slaves. Ar-Hamnana was about to say that this is only in the case when he, the alleged defendant, has money to pay for the theft, or if the witnesses have money to pay, but in case both have not they are to be sold. Said Rabbah to him, it reads, he shall be sold for his theft, but not for his collusiveness. The text says in the name of our Akaba, etc., what is his reason? He holds that this is only a fine, and one does not pay fine upon his self-confession. Said Rabbah, there is a support to our Akaba's theory in the fact that a collusive witness, though he has not committed the crime manually, is nevertheless responsible, and is to be killed in case his testimony caused a death sentence, and likewise in civil cases he has to pay, although he has done no damage. And similarly said R.N. Ahman. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite said, a collusive witness pays his share. What does this mean? Shall we assume that in the case where 2 witnesses were found collusive each of them pays half? This is already stated further on in a Mishnah. Or does it mean that if one of them was found collusive, he has to pay half? This is not so, as there is a Boraitha which states that there is no payment imposed unless both are found collusive. Said Rabha, he speaks of the case when one came before. p4. The court testifying, I, together with so and so, have testified before such and such a court, and we, having been found collusive, the court has decided that we have to pay such and such an amount. And lest one say that, as his testimony does not make liable his colleague, he himself should not be responsible either, he comes to teach us that this is not so. Mishnah 2, we testify that so and so has divorced his wife and has not paid the amount mentioned in her marriage contract. Although they have not done any damage, as the husband has to pay the marriage contract at some time, they are nevertheless not free from the following payment, namely, it is to be appraised how much one would risk for her marriage contract in case she should remain a widow or be divorced. However, if she died while her husband is still alive, he would inherit her. Gemara, how should the appraisement be made? According to our Hisda, the appraisement must be of the husband's, and according to our Nathan b. Oshia, of the wife's estate. Said our Papa, it prevails that the appraisement should be as of the wife's, and only to the amount mentioned in her marriage contract, without, however, touching the benefit which her husband has in the fruit of her estate while she is yet alive. Mishnah 3, we testify that so and so owes to his neighbor 1,000 zuz on the condition to pay him this debt after 30 days from today. He, however, claims that he has to pay the amount at the expiration of 10 years, and such was found to be the case. It remains, then, to appraise how much one would give for keeping 1,000 zuz 10 years instead of 30 days, and such an amount they have to pay. Gemara, Ar Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, if one made a loan to his neighbor for 10 years the Sabbatic year does not annul it, and although when the Sabbatic year will arrive, he would transgress the negative commandment. He shall not exact it of his neighbor, yet at present. p5. This commandment does not exist, and we do not care for the later time. Said our Kahana, this we have also learned in our Mishnah, which states that the witnesses have to pay only the difference between 30 days and 10 years. And if the Sabbatic year released the whole debt, they would have to pay the whole 1,000 zuz. Said Rabha, the Mishnah may refer to one who lends his money on a pledge, or to one who transfers his documents to the court, and there is a Mishnah teaching that in such cases the Sabbatic year has no effect. R. Jehuda said again in the name of the same authority, if one says I will make you a loan with the stipulation that the Sabbatic year shall not release me, it nevertheless releases. Shall we assume that Samuel holds that such is considered a condition against the biblical law, and it therefore does not hold good? Is it not taught if one says, I sell this article to you on the condition that you shall not claim any cheating against me, etc.? According to Samuel the condition holds good, though such a condition is against the written law. Yeah, but to this it was added by Aranan that Samuel himself has explained it to him, and according to this explanation there is no contradiction here. Now as the case here is analogous, it follows that he made the condition, the Sabbatic year shall not release me, it releases nevertheless. But if he says in the condition that you shall not release it, then his condition holds good. There is a Boraitha to the effect that if one loans money to his neighbor without a fixed term of return, he has no right to demand it before the elapse of 30 days. And Rabba Bb. Hannah was about to interpret this Boraitha in the presence of Rabbi that such is the case only when he lends on a document, as one would not trouble himself to write a document for less than 30 days, but if it was a verbal loan, he may demand it at any time. Said Rabbi to him, so said my uncle that there is no difference between a verbal and a written loan as regards the 30 days, so long as the loan was made without any term. Similarly we have learned in a Boraitha. Samuel said to Armathna, you shall not sit down before you have explained me the courses wherefrom is based the halakha that one shall not demand a loan no matter whether it be verbal or written before the elapse of 30 days. And he answered from, the 7th year, the year of release, etc. Is it not self-evident that the 7th year is the year of release? Why then? p6. The apposition? To tell that there is another release similar, and this is a loan without a term which cannot be demanded before 30 days, as the master said that 30 days, a fragment of a year, is considered a whole year. Mishnah 4, we testify that so and so owes 200 zuz to his neighbor, and they were found collusive, they have to suffer both stripes and payment, because the negative commandment for the trespass of which they have to receive stripes does not make them pay. And only another verse concerning collusiveness makes them to pay. Such is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, maintain that he who pays is not to be punished with stripes. If they testify that so and so has deserved 40 stripes, and are found collusive, they are to be punished with twice 40 stripes, once on the basis of the negative commandment, thou shalt not bear false witness, and, secondly, on that of the commandment, shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother, such is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, say, they suffer stripes only once. Gemara, this is in accord with the rabbi's theory, which reads, according to the degree of his fault, which statement is to be explained that he is made responsible for one fault, and not for two. But what is the reason of our mayor's decree? Said Ula, he bases it upon the case of an evil name, for which crime the law prescribes the double punishment of stripes and payment, and analogous is the case here treated. But is not the payment for an evil name considered a fine? He, our mayor, holds with our Akaba that the payment of collusive witnesses is also required as a fine. There are others who refer the saying of Ullah to the following Boraida. It reads, and to the question, whence is it known that to a negative commandment that does not contain manual labor, the punishment of stripes does not apply? Ullah answered, from the case of an evil name stated above. What, then, do the rabbis who do not hold that they shall be beaten twice infer from thou shalt not bear false witness? They need this for a warning to the case of collusiveness. And where is to be found such a warning according to our mayor? Said our Jeremiah and those who remain shall hear and be afraid, and shall henceforth, etc. The rabbis, however, infer from this passage that such a case must be heralded. As to our mayor, he, too, infers from here heralding, as according to him the words and shall be afraid would be superfluous, if heralding were not inferred therefrom. Mishnah v. The fine of money may be divided into 2 or 3 shares, however, this is not to be done with stripes. How so? If they have falsely testified that one owes to his neighbor 200 zuz, and they were 2 or 3 persons, each of them has to pay his share to complete that amount. But if they have falsely testified that one deserves 40 stripes, each of them is to get 40 stripes in full. Gemara, whence is all this deduced? Said Abba, concerning stripes, it reads wicked, and it reads also wicked concerning capital punishment, and as that cannot be divided, so stripes are not to be divided either. Rabha, however, said, the reason is this: the punishment ought to be done to him as he had the purpose to do it to his brother. And as each one of them intended that the defendant be beaten with 40 stripes, he has to get just the same. But why should not the same be concerning money fine? Because money if counted together completes the amount he should suffer, which is not the case with stripes. Mishnah 6, witnesses cannot be made collusive unless the falsehood lies in their bodies. How so? If, example, they testify that so and so has killed a person and another party of witnesses came to contradict them, saying, how can you testify so? The killed one or the alleged murderer was with us at that date in such and such a place. They are, nevertheless, not considered collusive, but if the other party say you yourself were with us at that date in such a place, consequently you could see neither the murderer nor the killed one, then they are considered collusive and are to be killed upon such a testimony. If, thereafter, a third party of witnesses came and made collusive the second party, and a fourth party made collusive the third party, even if the number reached to 100 parties, they all are to be killed. Our Jehuda, however, maintains that such parties of witnesses are to be considered stasivi, and only the first party is to be killed. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said our Ada, from, and, behold, if the witness be a false witness, he hath testified a falsehood against his brother, which means that the body of the witness should be found false. The disciples of our Ismail taught, it reads. P8. Testify against him for any deviation, one which means the testifying itself should be a deviation. Rabha said, if 2 persons testify that one has killed a man in the east side of such and such a palace, and another party of witnesses come, saying that the same witnesses were with them in the west of the same, it is to be investigated if, while standing on the west side, one can see what is going on in the east side, they are not to be considered collusive, otherwise they are. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that we have to investigate, perhaps their sight is better than the usual one, so that they could see, he comes to teach us that this does not matter. The same said again, if 2 have testified that one has killed a person in the city of Surah Sunday morning, and another party came and testified that the same persons were with them in the city of Enhardea Sunday evening, an investigation is to be made, if it is possible. If the investigation shows that it is possible for one to walk during that time from Surah to Enhardea, then they are not collusive, otherwise they are. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say it is to be feared, perhaps the man went to the latter city in a flying camel too. He comes to teach us that such fear must not be taken into consideration. And he said again, if they testify that on Sunday one has killed a person and are contradicted by another party that on Sunday they were with them, however it is a fact that the same person has killed a man on Monday, or even if they said that this man killed a person on Friday, the collusive witnesses are to be put to death, because at the time they testified the defendant was not as yet sentenced to death. But if they testified that the death sentence occurred on Sunday, and the other party testifies that they were with them at that time, the sentence, however, having occurred on Friday, or even on Monday, the first party is not to be considered collusive, because at the time they testified, the defendant was already sentenced to death. And the same is the case concerning fines. If, for instance, they testify that so and so has stolen an ox, slaughtered him or sold, on Sunday, and the other party says that on Sunday they were with p9 them, but the defendant did so on Monday, the first party is subject to the fine, because on Sunday the defendant was not as yet liable. However, if they say that the accused has done so on Friday, or even if they say that the decision of the court occurred on Monday, the first party is not considered collusive, because at the time they testified, the man was already sentenced to a fine. R. Jehuda, however, said, etc. But according to him that all the parties are stasis, why should the first party be put to death? Said Rabha, he means to say that if there was only one party of witnesses. But did he not say the first party only? This difficulty remains. A woman once brought witnesses, and they were found false. She then brought another party, who were also found false. She then brought a third party. Said Resh Lakish, this woman is to be considered suspicious whose purpose is to use false witnesses. Said R. Elazar to him, because she is suspicious should all Israel be suspected of testifying falsely? Such a case happened also before the court of R. Yohanan, and Resh Lakish said the same as above. But R. Yohanan exclaimed, if she is suspicious should all Israel be suspected? He looked at R. Elazar rebukingly, saying, you have heard your statement from Bar Nafha, and you have not mentioned his name. Shall we assume that R. Yohanan is in accordance with the rabbis of our Mishnah, and Resh Lakish is in accordance with R. Jehuda? Nay. Resh Lakish may say, I am in accordance even with the rabbis, as in that case there was no one who searched for witnesses. In this case, however, the woman was searching for them. And R. Yohanan may say, I am in accordance with R. Jehuda, however, this case is different, as she may have thought that the first parties were aware of her case, and she erred. The third party, however, may be aware of it. Mishnah 7, collusive witnesses are not to be killed unless the sentence of capital punishment for the defendant is rendered. As only the Sadduceer declare that the collusive witnesses are put to death after the defendant was executed. Because it reads, life for life, to which the sages answered, is it not written, it shall be done to him as he had purposed to do unto his brother? Which means that his brother is still alive. Why, then, is it written life for life? Lest one say that they should be executed as soon as their testimony was accepted, therefore it reads, life for life, to teach. p10. That they are to be put to death only, then, when the death sentence for the defendant was already rendered. Gemara, there is a Borai the Barabi says, if the man who was accused by them was not executed as yet, the collusive witnesses are put to death, but if he was already executed, they are not. Said his father, my son, can this not be argued by a fortiori reasoning that they should be put to death, if the accused was executed? And he answered, my master, have you not taught me that there is no punishment on the ground of a fortiori conclusions? And this we have learned in the following Boraitha, it reads, if a man take his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, from this we know only about the daughter of his father, not of his mother, and vice versa. But where do we know that he is guilty when she was the daughter both of his father and mother? To this it reads at the end of this verse, the nakedness of his sister hath he uncovered. And this is written only for the purpose that one should not say that such is to be drawn by a fortiori conclusion. Thus, if he is guilty for his sister who was only from one side, his father's or mother's, how much the more should he be guilty when she was his sister from both sides? Hence, from this we have to learn, that there is no punishment based on a fortiori conclusions. Thus far concerning punishment, but whence do we know that the same is the case concerning warning? To this it reads, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother. And it is also repeated, she is a sister, etc. Also for this purpose one shall not base this on a fortiori conclusion. All this is concerning capital punishment. But whence do we know that the same is the case with stripes? From an analogy of the expression wicked stated above. And whence do we know that the same is the case concerning exile? From the analogy of expression murder as stated above. There is a Boraitha. Jehuda b. Tobai said, may I not live to see the consolation of our nation, if I have not killed a collusive witness for the purpose of removing from the mind of the Sadduceer, who say that, collusive witnesses are not put to death, unless their accused were executed. Said Simeon ben Chadach to him, I, too, swear by the consolation of our nation that you had shed innocent blood, as the law dictates that witnesses should not be put to death unless both of them are found collusive. Then Jehuda ben Tobai decided that he, p11, shall not render any decision before consulting Simeon ben Chadach. And all his lifetime he used to prostrate himself upon the grave of that witness. And a voice was heard. People thought that this was the voice of the dead one. But Jehuda told them that it was his own voice, saying, you will see that after my death no voice will be heard. Mishnah 8, it reads, upon the evidence of 2 or of 3 witnesses, shall he that is worthy of death, etc. If the evidence of 2 persons is sufficient, why does the scripture mention 3? To compare the evidence of 3 to that of 2 in the case of collusiveness, as another party of 2, make the first party of 2 collusive, so they make them collusive even if the first is of 3. And whence do we know that, even if they were 100 persons, the evidence of 2 persons is sufficient? To this it reads, witnesses. R. Simeon, however, maintains that as 2 cannot be put to death, unless both of them are found collusive, so is it if they were 3, all of them must be found collusive. And even if their number reaches 100, all of them must be found collusive before sentencing one of them to death. R. Akiba, however, maintains that the third witness mentioned in the scripture was not for the purpose to make for him the punishment more lenient, but, on the contrary, to make it more rigorous, viz., lest one say as the testimony of the third one was superfluous, because the evidence of 2 suffices, and, therefore, he should not be punished at all. The scripture terms the third one in order to make him equal with the former 2. From this we see that the verse punishes one, an accomplice who conjoins himself to transgressors, with the same punishment to be inflicted upon the transgressors themselves. And we may learn from this, that so much the more will he who conjoins himself to those who are engaged in meritorious acts, be rewarded equally with them. 3 witnesses are also equal to 2 in case one of them was found irrelative or legally unfit for witnessing, as it is in the case of 2 when the testimony is invalidated, so it is in the case when one of the 3 was found such. And the same law applies even when their number reaches 100, from the expression witnesses. Said R. Jose, this is said concerning criminal cases only, but in civil cases, if one was found irrelative or unfit, the evidence of the remainder is to be taken into consideration. Rabbi, however, said, that as regards this there is no difference between civil and criminal. p12. Cases. However, this rule holds good only when the relatives took part in warning the trespasser, but if they did not, the evidence of the others must be taken into consideration, since, if not, what could 2 brothers do when both saw that someone has killed a person? Gemara, Rabha said, the Mishnah treats of a case where all of them have testified at once. Said R. Aha of Dipti to Rabbana, how could such a thing be possible with 100 persons, could all of them testify at once? And he answered, it means that every one of them has testified just as his colleague has finished his testimony. What could two brothers do? But how shall the court examine them? Said Rabha, they are to be questioned for what purpose they came here, to testify, or merely to see. If they say, we came to testify, then, if there was a relative or an unfit among them, their testimony is void, but if they say that merely to see, then must be taken into consideration the testimony of the others. Since what could two brothers do, etc., as illustrated in Mishnah. It was taught, our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, the halakha rules in accordance with our Hosea. And our Nachman said, it rules in accordance with Rabbi. Mishnah 9, if two persons have seen the crime from one window and two others have seen it from another window, and there was one standing in the middle and warning the criminal, if the two parties could see each other, all of them are considered as one party of witnesses. But if not, they are considered two parties. And therefore if one of the parties was found collusive, he and they are put to death, and the other party is free. Our Hosea, however, maintains that there is no capital punishment unless two witnesses have warned this culprit, as it reads, upon the mouth of two witnesses. One another explanation of the words upon the mouth is that the Sanhedrin must not hear the evidence from a demonstrator. Gemara, Arzuthra b. Tubia in the name of Rabbite said. P. 13. Whence do we know that one witness is not relied upon? From. He shall not be put to death upon the evidence of one witness. What does the expression, one witness, mean? If it means that the testimony of one witness does not suffice, this is already stated above, two witnesses, hence it means that if two witnesses saw the crime separately, each from another place, and if they themselves could not see each other, such witnesses are not considered conjoined, so that their testimony should be taken into consideration. Furthermore, even if this was from one window, but one has seen it first, and then the other, they are likewise not to be considered conjoined. Said our Papa to Abai, was it necessary to state this after the former statement, that even if each of them has seen the whole crime they are not to be conjoined if they do not see each other? So much the less so if each of them has seen but half of the act. And he answered, he speaks of an adultery case. Rabha said, if both of the witnesses have seen him who warned them, they are considered conjoined. And he said again that the warning suffices even if it comes from the mouth of the killed one. And even if a voice of warning was heard without their knowing whom it is from. R.N. Ahman said, the individual witnesses in question are fit for civil cases, as it reads, he shall not be put to death upon the evidence of one witness, from which we learn about criminal cases only, but in civil cases they are to be considered. R. Hosea said, etc., said our Papa to Abai, does our Hosea really hold such a theory? Have we not learned in a Mishnah that if an enemy has killed unintentionally, he may be put to death because he is considered vicious, and warned? And he answered, this is not our Hosea from our Mishnah, but our Hosea b. Jehuda from the following Boraitha, who said, a scholar needs no warning, for the warning is on the whole only for the purpose, that the court know whether it was done intentionally or unintentionally. From a demonstrator, etc. There were two foreigners who appeared in the court of Rabha, and he appointed an interpreter for them. But why did he do so? Is it not stated that the judges must not hear the case through an interpreter? Rabha understood what they said, but he could not answer them in that language. Elia and Tubia were relatives of a surety, and our Papa was about to say that they are fit to be witnesses, because they are. P. 14. Not relatives of the lender and borrower. Said Arhunabi our Joshua to him, if the borrower should not pay, would not the lender demand the debt from the surety? Hence they are considered relatives in this case, and are not fit to be witnesses. Mishnah X, if, after the decision had been rendered, the guilty one ran away, and thereafter he returned to the same court, his case must not be reconsidered. Everywhere, If two persons standing at any place testify that a decision was rendered for so and so by such and such a court, according to the testimony of the witnesses, so and so, the accused may be put to death upon their testimony. The court of Sanhedrin is to be established in Palestine as well as in the countries outside of it. The Sanhedrin who executes a person once in 7 years, is considered pernicious. R. Eliezer B. Azariach said, even one who does so once in 70 years is considered such. Both R. Tarfon and R. Akaba said, if we were among the Sanhedrin, a death sentence would never occur. To which R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, such scholars would only increase bloodshed in Israel. Gemara, the Mishnah states if he returned to the same court his case must not be reconsidered. From which it is to be understood that if he returns to another court, it is to be reconsidered. And in the latter part it states that if two testify that such a decision was rendered, etc., he is to be put to death without any reconsideration? Said Abai, this presents no difficulty. If he runs away to a court in Palestine from outside, it is to be reconsidered. As it is stated in the following Boraitha, R. Jehuda b. Dusthai said in the name of R. Simeon b. Shida, that if one runs from the Palestine court to an outside court, his case must not be reconsidered. But if vice versa, it is to be reversed, because of the privilege Palestine has. Sanhedrin are to be established, etc. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught. It reads. Without enmity excludes the case where the murderer was his enemy. Pushed means with his body. Or have cast upon him includes the one who injured while bending himself for the purpose of raising his instrument to land the blow harder. Without lying in wait excludes him who intended to strike in one side, but struck in the opposite. And if he did not lie in wait excludes the one who intended to throw it as far as 2 and threw it 4 yards. And he that goeth into the forest with his neighbor means as the entrance into a forest is permitted to every one, so also must the place be open where the accident happened be open to every one to the injurer, as well as to the injured. R. Aboha questioned R. Yohanan, what is the law in this case, if one was climbing a ladder and, a step having been broken under him, he fell down and killed, is this to be considered on ascending, for which one is not liable, or on descending, for which he is? And he answered, it is already explained above, that a descending for the purpose of ascending is included. He objected to him from the following, this is the rule, that if while descending he is to be exiled, but if while ascending, he is not. Does not the expression while ascending include a similar case to that about which I questioned you, and be answered, according to your theory, the expression while descending must also include something. And what is it? You must then say that it means to include chopping, example a butcher that chops meat and kills a man. Similarly it may be said that the expression while ascending means to exclude same. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, a butcher who has chopped meat, etc. One Boraitha declares him guilty if the killing was in front of him, but not if it happened behind. And another Boraitha asserts the contrary. A third one, however, declares him free at any rate. And they are not contradictory, since one of them speaks of the case that, while he was bending himself, the accident took place in front of him, he is then responsible. And if through his rising the accident happened behind, he is free. And the other two Boraithas speak of cases which happen to be in the contrary and otherwise. Shall we assume that in this case the Tanum of the following Boraitha differ viz, if one has climbed a ladder and the p17 step under him broke and killed, one Boraitha declares him guilty, and another free. Is it not because one considered his climbing as ascending and the other as descending? Nay, according to both, it is considered as ascending. But that which declares him liable means in respect of damages, and that which declares him free means from exile. Mishnah 2, if the iron of a hatchet slipped off and killed, according to Rabbi he is not to be exiled, and according to the sages he is. The same differ also as regards the case where a piece of wood split off from the felled tree and kills, according to Rabbi he is, and according to the sages he is not exiled. Gemara, there is a Boraitha. Rabbi said to the sages, does it read, the iron slippeth from its tree? It reads, from the tree. And secondly, in the beginning of the verse the expression is to hew trees, and herewith the iron slippeth, the same word, etz, is used, whence, as above, it means that a chip slipped from the tree, so by the expression from the etz is meant a piece of wood split from the tree. Hence, he is to be exiled. Said Arhibi. Ash in the name of Rabbite, both took their opinion from one and the same passage cited above. Rabbi holds that the law must be decided in accordance with the Masorah writing, which is Venishal, i.e., and the iron chips off a part of the wood. And the rabbis hold that the attention must be called to the traditional reading which is Venashal, i.e., and the iron slips off the helve. But does Rabbi indeed hold that attention must be given to the Masorah? Did not R. Itzhak b. Joseph in the name of R. Johanan say, Rabbi, R. Jehuda b. Royatz, the school of Shammai, R. Simeon and R. Akiba all hold that the attention must be given to the traditional reading? For this purpose Rabbi added in his discussion and secondly, etc. R. Papa said, if one threw a lump of brittle stone at a date tree and the dates fell off and killed, we come to the differing of Rabbi and the sages mentioned in our Mishnah. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that Rabbi would consider this as a secondary force, he came to teach us that it is not so. What then is considered second force according to Rabbi? If, example, he struck a bare branch of the tree, and it struck the p18 branch upon which the dates were growing, and the dates fell and killed. Mishnah 3, if one throws a stone in a public ground and it kills, he is to be exiled. R. Eliezer b. Jacob, however, maintains, if after the stone had been thrown one bent his head and received it, the thrower is free. If one throws a stone in his yard and kills a person, he is guilty if the killed one had a right to enter it, otherwise he is not. Because concerning this case a forest is mentioned in the scripture, that the place of injuring should be similar to a forest into which every one is allowed to enter, excluding a private yard into which every one is not permitted to enter. Abishal said, as the hewing of wood is a private thing, so also the punishment of exile attaches but to a private act, excluding, example, a father who struck his son, or a teacher his pupil, or the messenger of the court who was on duty. Gemara, in public ground. Then he must be considered an intentional murderer? Said R. Samuel b. Itzhak, it speaks that the accident occurred while he was removing his wall. R. Eliezer b. Jacob said, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, and find one his neighbor, to exclude him who causes himself to be found under the stone. And from this R. Eliezer b. Jacob inferred his theory, that if after the stone was already thrown, one has put his head under it and was killed, the thrower is free. As hewing wood, etc. One of the rabbis questioned Rabha, is hewing wood always considered a private affair? Is there not a meritorious act to hew wood for making a sukkah or for the purpose of burning it upon the altar? Hence, if an accident happened by such an act, let him be free. And he answered, this cannot be considered so, as a sukkah can be prepared from hewed wood, and the same it is with the altar. Hence, such an act cannot be considered meritorious. Mishnah 3, a father is exiled if the accident happened to his son, and vice versa. All kinds of human beings are exiled when they killed by accident an Israelite, and same is exiled if he killed one of them accidentally, except a proselyte who is to be exiled only, then, when he killed accidentally a proselyte like himself. Gemara, the Mishnah states, a father is exiled if he killed his son accidentally. Was it not taught above that a father who struck his son is excluded? It speaks of a case where the son was already a learned one, or of a father who taught a trade to his son, who had had already another trade. And the son may be exiled, etc. There is a contradiction from the following. It reads, that killeth any person unintentionally. Any person means to exclude him who struck his father? Said our Kahana, this presents no difficulty. The cited Boraitha is in accordance with our Simeon, who holds that choking, which applies to killing one's father, is more rigorous, and such cannot be atoned. And our Mishnah is in accordance with the rabbis, who hold that the sword is more rigorous than choking. And therefore the sword applies to parricide. However, an error in a crime to which the sword applies, can be atoned. All kinds of human being, etc. What does the expression all mean to add? If a heathen and a slave, this was taught by the rabbis, a heathen or a slave is to be exiled or punished with stripes through an Israelite and vice versa. But how is this to be understood? It is correct that they are to be exiled in case an Israelite was accidentally killed by them, and by stripes they cursed an Israelite. But how can this be done with an Israelite? It is correct that he is exiled when he killed one of them accidentally. However, how can he be beaten if he cursed one of them? Is it not written, "And a ruler among thy people thou shalt not curse"? And it was explained that it speaks of him who acts according to the rules of thy people. Said R. A Habr, it speaks of a case that one of the above mentioned has hit an Israelite in such a manner as could not be appraised with payment. As our Ami said in the name of our Johanan, that in such a case the heathen gets stripes. And the same is the case when an Israelite hits a heathen. And we do not compare the case of hitting with the case of cursing. Except a proselyte, etc. There are some who presented a question of contradiction in the following passages, viz., for the children of Israel, and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, shall these 6 cities, etc., while and these cities shall be. P. 20. Unto you for a refuge, which means to exclude strangers. Said our Kahana. This presents no difficulty. Verse 12 means in case the stranger killed an Israelite, while verse 15 speaks of a stranger who killed one of his like. But there is a contradiction from the following, and therefore a stranger, or an idolater who has killed even unintentionally is put to death. Hence, it compares a stranger to an idolater, as in the case of an idolater there is no difference whether he kills a person of his like, or any person. The same is the case with a stranger. Said R. Hista, this presents no difficulty, as one Boraitha speaks of him who killed while descending, and the other while ascending. He who killed while descending, in which case an Israelite is to be exiled, is also exiled, but if he killed while ascending, in which case an Israelite is free, is put to death. Said Rabha to him, is it not to be drawn by a fortiori argument that in such a case he is to be free, namely, if while descending, in which case an Israelite is exiled, he is also exiled only, in case of ascending, in which an Israelite is free, so much the more he should not be put to death. And therefore, says Rabha, that only then when the stranger has killed intentionally, thinking that such is allowed, and this is in accordance with his foregoing theory that such is to be considered almost intentional. Abai and R. Hista, however, consider such a case an accident. Rabha objected to them from the following, behold, thou shalt die for the sake of the woman whom thou hast taken. Does this not mean that he will die upon the decision of a human court? Nay, it means he deserves death by heaven. And as evidence to this can be adduced, the expression against me. But how can this theory be taken as evidence? Is it not written and sin against God? Does this mean and not against man? It surely means that for such a sin against God he will be tried by the human court. Abai objected to Rabha from, Lord, wilt thou then slay also a righteous nation? Nay, this objection was already met as follows, it reads, for he is a prophet. How is this to be understood? Because B is a prophet she has to be returned, but if a layman, she would not. P. 21. Have to be returned. We must then say that this passage is to be interpreted in accordance with our Samuel b. Nahman thus, thou shalt return the wife at any rate, and to thy question, Lord, wilt thou then slay also a righteous nation? She is my sister, etc., the answer is, he is a prophet, and has learned to say so from thyself. Usually, when a guest comes to a house, he is questioned about eating and drinking, but not whether the woman accompanying him is his wife or sister. From all this it is to be inferred that a descendant of Noah is put to death because he had to learn and did not. Mishnah 4, exile does not apply to a blind one. So says R. Jehuda. R. Meyer maintains that it does. An enemy is not exiled. R. Simeon, however, maintains, an enemy is to be put to death, for he is considered vicious. To which R. Simeon said, it depends upon circumstances, sometimes such is exiled, and at other times he is not. For this is the rule, if there is a possibility to think that he killed intentionally, exile is not sufficient, but if such is not the case, he is exiled. Gemara, the rabbis taught, without seeing means to exclude a blind one who cannot see at all. So R. Jehuda. R. Meyer, however, maintains that this includes him, and their reasons are as follows: into the forest, where, as usually, also the blind go, therefore the expression without seeing excludes him. Such is the reason of R. Jehuda. And R. Meyer's is, because without seeing is an exclusion, and there being another expression without knowledge, which is also an exclusion, we have two exclusions, and there is a rule that an exclusion after an exclusion comes to add something, hence it adds a blind one. R. Jehuda, however, explained the last expression to mean the exclusion of an intentional murder. An enemy is to be put to death. Why? He was not warned. Our Mishnah is in accordance with R. Jose B. Jehuda, who says above that no such warning is needed. R. Simeon said, etc., there is a Boraitha. How does R. Simeon illustrate his theory? If, example, the rope, to which the man's instrument was attached, broke, then he is exiled, but if the instrument slips out of his hand, exile is not sufficient, as he was the enemy of the killed, it is to be supposed that he did. P. 22. It intentionally. But have we not learned in another Boraitha, R. Simeon said, he is not exiled until the entire ramming machine slips out of his hands. Hence it contradicts in both cases, in case the rope broke, and in case the instrument slips. Nay, there is no contradiction in case of the rope, as one speaks of an enemy and the other of a friend. There is also no contradiction in case of the slipping of the instrument, as one Boraitha is in accordance with Rabbi, while the other is in accordance with the rabbis who do not agree with him. 1. Mishnah V, whither are they to be exiled? To the cities of refuge, 3 of which are situated on the other side of the Jordan and 3 in the land of Canaan. As, 3 of these cities shall ye give on this side of the Jordan, and the 3 other cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan. However, until the latter 3 were selected, those on this side of the Jordan have not protected as yet, as it reads, 6 cities of refuge, which means none of them protects unless all the 6 are selected. They were also obliged to prepare roads from one city to the other, as it reads, thou shalt put in order for thyself and divide into 3. 2 scholars are to accompany the exile on the road to protect him, so that he shall not be killed by the relatives of the deceased, and they are to reconcile them. R. Meyer, however, said, he himself has to reconcile them, as it reads, and this is the talk too of manslayer. R. Jose B. Jehuda, however, said, formerly all murderers, accidental as well as intentional, used to flee to the cities of refuge, the court then sends after them and tries them. He who was found guilty was executed, otherwise he was freed, and him who was to be exiled they returned to the city of which he was taken, as it reads, the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge. Gemara, the rabbis taught, 3 cities Moses separated on this side of the Jordan, and opposite them Joshua separated out in the land of Canaan, and they were right opposite. P. 23. One against the other, as 2 rows in a vineyard. Namely Hebron in Judah, opposite Bezer in the wilderness, Shechem in the mountain of Ephraim, Ramoth in Gilead, Kadesh in Galilee in the mountain of Naphtali, Golan in Bashan. And divide into 3 means there shall be the same distance from South Palestine to Hebron as from Hebron to Shechem, and from Hebron to Shechem as from the latter to Kadesh, and from Shechem to Kadesh as from the latter to North Palestine. Now let us see, 3 were needed on the other side of the Jordan, and only 3 for the whole land of Israel. Said Abai, in Gilead there were many murderers, as it reads, Gilead is become a city of workers of wickedness, is full of traces of blood. What does this expression mean? Said Eleazar, they were thirsty to shed blood. Why were the cities on both sides of the Jordan far from the boundary, and the middle one was near? Said Abai, because Shechem was also full of murderers, as it reads, and troops that lie in wait for a man, like the band of priests, they murder on the way to Shechem. One band of priests what does it mean? Said Eleazar, they conjoin themselves to kill as the priests conjoin themselves to receive the heave offering from the barns. But were there not more cities of refuge? Is it not written, and in addition to them shall ye give 42 cities? Said Abai, the former protect the refugee at any rate, whether he is aware of that city being a place of refuge or not, while the latter accept him only when he was aware. Was then the city of Hebron indeed a city of refuge? Does it not read, and they gave Hebron, etc.? Said Abai, it was only the suburb of it, as it reads, but the fields of the city, and its villages, they gave to Caleb. Was Kadesh one of them? Does it not read, and Kadesh, and Edrei, etc.? And there is a Boritha that the city of refuge must neither be too large nor too small, but middle-sized ones. Said Joseph, there were 2 cities of the same name. Said Ashi, as, for instance, Sliquas and Akuri of Sliquas. The text says, middle ones. To this is added, they must. p. 24. Be situated in places where there is water, and also where there are markets, and if such are not found, the same must be established. Also must they be situated near the army, and if the army was diminished, it must be added. If the dwellings in such cities become vacated, there must be brought new people composed of priests, Levites, and Israelites, and ammunition must not be sold in such cities, according to our Nehemiah. The sages, however, allow this. But both agree that neither snares nor rope factories must there be established. All this is to prevent the relatives from coming to the cities in question. And Itzhak said, this is inferred from, and that he should flee unto one of these cities and live, which means you shall prepare for him all the necessities of life. And there is a Boritha that if a disciple is exiled, his master is exiled with him, because the expression and live means you shall supply him with the sources of moral life. And Zerah said, from this we infer that one shall not teach a disciple of bad character. Yohanan says, if it happens that the head of a college is exiled, the whole college is exiled with him. Is that so? Did not Yohanan say that the study of the Torah relieves one, for immediately after the verse in the wilderness stated above, is written and this is the law. This presents no difficulty, it relieves only at the time he is occupied with it, but not otherwise. And if you wish, it may be said that it relieves from the angel of death, as it happened with Arhisda, who was studying continuously, so that the angel of death could not come near him until he caused the cedar in the yard of the college to break, the noise of which stopped his studying, and the angel of death took hold of him. Tanhumbi. Hanile said, why is the tribe of Reuben mentioned first among the cities of safety? Because he was the first to save Joseph from his brothers, as it reads, and when Reuben heard it, he delivered him out of their hand. Simly lectured, it reads, then Moses set aside 3 cities on this side of the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moses, thou hast made the sun shining toward the murderers. Sim lectured, it reads, he that loveth money will never be satisfied with money, but he that loveth abundance, will finally have income. He that loveth money. p. 25. Means Moses, our master, who was aware that the 3 cities on the other side of the Jordan do not accept until the other 3 cities are selected, nevertheless he selected them, saying, I shall not fail to perform a meritorious act which came to my hand. And he that loveth abundance who is fit to lecture before a crowd, he who possesses the fruits of knowledge. And this is what our Eleazar said. It reads, who can utter the mighty acts of the Lord? He who can publish all his praise. The rabbis, according to others, Rabbi Mari explained this passage thus, he who loves the abundance of scholars possesses the fruit of knowledge, and the rabbis looked upon Rabbi who possessed such a quality. Rashi said, he who likes to learn among a crowd of scholars possesses the fruit of their knowledge. And this is what Jose Bar Hanana said, it reads, the sword on the Badim means the sword may cut the necks of the scholars who are studying separately each for himself, and not only this, but they become also foolish and also commit a crime thereby. One Rabbina said, he who loves to teach many, has the fruit of knowledge. And this is what Rabbi said, I learned much from my masters, more, however, from my colleagues, and still more from my disciples. Jehoshua b. Levi said, it reads, our feet are now standing within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Who caused that our feet shall conquer the enemy and stand within the gates of Jerusalem? The same gates in which the law was studied. He said again, it reads, I was rejoiced when they said unto me, unto the house of the Lord let us go. David said before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, I have heard people say, when will this man die, so that Solomon, his son, shall build the holy temple and we will rejoice? And he answered, for better is a day in thy courts than 1,000. I like one day in which thou art occupied with the law better than the 1,000 burnt offerings which Solomon, thy son, will sacrifice before me in the future. To prepare roads, etc. There is a Boritha. R. Eleazar. p. 26. b. Jacob said, the word refuge was written at every crossing for the purpose that the murderer shall recognize the way to take. Said Kahana, this is inferred from the above cited verse, which means you shall establish all preparations needed on this way. R. Hamabi Hanana, when he wanted to lecture on this case, used to begin with, good and upright is the Lord, therefore he pointeth out to sinners the right way, saying, if he puts the sinners in the right way, so much the more the upright. Resh Lakish used to begin his lecture on this case with, from the wicked procadeth wickedness. The scripture speaks about 2 men each of whom killed a person, one of them intentionally, and the other unintentionally, but there were no witnesses in either of these cases. The Holy One, blessed be he, appoints them into one inn, and he who had killed intentionally is placed under a ladder, while the other, who killed unintentionally, descends the steps, falls and kills him. Hence the outcome is, he who has killed intentionally was killed, and the unintentional killer was exiled. Rabbi Arhuna in the name of his father, according to others the latter in the name of Eleazar, said, from the Pentateuch, prophets and hagiographa it is inferred that the way the man likes to follow, he is led upon by heaven. From the Pentateuch, thou shalt not go with them, and, rise up, go with them, from the prophets, who teach thee for thy profit, who lead thee by the way thou shouldst go, and from hagiographa, if the scornful, he will himself render them a scorn, but unto the lowly doth he give grace. R. Huna said, if a relative killed the murderer who had already been in the city of refuge, he is nevertheless free, because he holds that the expression he deserveth not a judgment of death applies to the relative. An objection was raised from the following, the just cited verse speaks of the murderer, but perhaps it speaks of the relative of the dead. For this purpose it reads, when he hath not been an enemy to him in time past. Hence the verse in question speaks of the murderer. He holds with the Tana of the following, the verse in question speaks of the p. 27. Relative, but perhaps of the murderer. For this it reads enemy, hence the verse in question necessarily concerns the relative. Another objection was raised from our Mishnah which states, 2 scholars have to accompany him. Was it not for the purpose of warning the relatives, that, in case they would attempt to slay, the same will be done to them? Nay, only to reconcile them, they should not consider him as a bloodshedder, for he has done it by error. And to the opinion of our mayor that the murderer himself could do so, it was answered, outside defense is more considered. R. Eleazar said, a city, the majority of which are murderers, does not protect, as it reads, and speak in the ears of the elders of that city his words, but not the words which they had to speak for themselves some time ago. The same said again that a city in which there are no elders does not protect. In this case, however, our Ami and Rasi differ. According to one it does, and according to the other it does not. The same differ concerning a stubborn and rebellious son, and also concerning breaking the neck of the heifer, as in all the cases the elders are mentioned, and they are not found. However, he who holds that it does not matter maintains that it was written only because it is usual that a city should have its elders, but not to prevent if there are none. R. Hamabi. Hananiah said, why is the portion of murderer, with a strong language? And the Lord spoke to Joshua instead of said, and also at the end of the verse, whereof I have spoken? Because this command was the only one which the Lord commanded Joshua to fulfill what had been already written in the Pentateuch. And whence do we know that spoke is stringent language? From, spoke roughly. However, concerning this subject our Jehuda and the rabbis differ. According to the one it was because Joshua delayed to establish them, and according to the others the reason is as said above. It reads, and Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God. Our Jehuda and our Nehemiah differ. According to one he wrote only the 8 verses, which begin with and Moses died, according to the other he wrote the portion of the cities of refuge. And the latter explains the expression in the book of the law of God thus, Joshua wrote. p. 28. In his book that which had been already written in the book of the law of God. In case the holy scrolls were sewn with thread of flax, our Jehuda and our Meir differ. According to the one it is valid, according to the other it is not. The latter's reason is, in order that the law of the Lord may be in thy mouth. We see, then, that the law is compared to tefillin, and as the tefillin are to be sewn with thread of a calf, the same is the case with the holy scrolls. And according to the other it is compared only as regards the hide of such cattle which is allowed to the mouth, but not concerning other laws. Said Rabbi, I have seen the tefillin of my uncle and they were sewn with thread of flax. The halakha, however, does not prevail with him. Mishnah 6, there is no difference between the high priests who were anointed with the holy oil and those who were sanctified by the holy dress, and even him who has temporarily substituted the high priest in case of sickness they all release the murderer by their death. Our Jehuda said, even the priest who was anointed for the war only. Therefore the mothers of the priests used to support the murderers with food and clothes that they shall not pray death to their sons. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said our Kahana, from, where the death of the high priest is mentioned 3 times, from which we infer the 3 kinds of priests in the Mishnah. And our Jehuda, who adds also the anointed for the war, infers it from verse, where the priest is mentioned the 4th time. The rabbis, however, do not care to add same, because the word high is not mentioned there, hence it means one of the above mentioned. The mothers of the priests, etc. They shall not pray, but what if they should, would it affect? Does it not read, as the bird to flit away, as the swallow, to fly off, so will an undeserved curse not come? Said a certain elder, I understood from the lecture of Rabha that it is counted as a sin to the priest, who should pray that no accident might happen in that generation, and he did not. As it happened with one whom a lion has consumed a distance of 3 passes from our Jehoshua b. Levi's dwelling, and Elisha did not talk to him for 3 days. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, the curse of a sage and be it for nothing, is realized. p. 29. And this we see to have been the case with Achithophel. When David was digging under the altar a hole to reach the watery depth of the earth, the water came up and menaced to inundate the world, whereupon David asked, "Is it allowed to inscribe the holy name upon a piece of broken clay and drop it into the water?" And as no answer came from the people present, he exclaimed, "Whoever amongst ye knows and abstains from answering, shall be suffocated." Then Achithophel concluded a fortiori thus: if the Lord has allowed his name to be erased by water in order to make peace between husband and wife, so much the more so when the peace of the whole world is concerned. Accordingly he decided that it is allowed. David then, following this decision, dropped the bit of clay with the name on into the water, and the water turned back into its depths. Nevertheless Achithophel choked himself, all which corroborates Rabbi's saying quoted above by R. Jehuda. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, if a sage has put someone under the ban conditionally, a release must take place at any rate by the same sage or by some other one. And this is inferred from the case of Judah, of whom it reads, if I bring him not unto thee, etc. R. Samuel b. Nahamani in the name of Jonathan said, it reads, may Reuben live. This is the blessing of Judah. Because all the 40 years during which Israel was in the desert, the remains of Judah were dismembered in his coffin until Moses arose and prayed for him, saying, Lord of the universe, who caused Reuben to confess if not Judah? Hear, Lord, the voice of Judah. Immediately, then, the members of his body were placed in their order. However, he was not allowed to enter the heavenly college until Moses prayed, and bring him unto his people. Still he could not discuss with the rabbis. To this Moses said, let the power of his hand contend for him. Still he could not answer questions. Thereupon Moses said, and be thou a help to him from his adversaries. The schoolman propounded a question, when is the murderer released? Does the release of the murderer require the death of all those priests mentioned in the Mishnah, or the death of one of them suffices? Come and hear. If his decision was rendered at the time when a high priest did not exist, he remains there forever. Now, if he is released by the death of one p. 30 of them, let him be returned by the death of a substitute. Hence he must wait until the death of them all. However, perhaps the Mishnah speaks of a case where there was no substitute. Mishnah 7, if after the decision had been rendered the high priest dies, he is not exiled. If, however, the priest dies before it was rendered and another priest was appointed and the decision was then rendered, he returns on the death of the second one. If, however, his decision was rendered while a high priest did not exist, or he was to be exiled, because he killed a high priest, or a high priest who himself killed accidentally, he never returns from his exile. The murderer is never to go out from his place of exile even if he was a witness to a meritorious or to a civil, or even to a criminal case. And even if Israel needs him, and should he be a captain in Israel, like Joab b. Zeruiah, he must not go out all his life, as it reads, to the city of his refuge, whither he had fled, which means there shall be his dwelling, there shall be his death, there his burial. As the city itself protects, so does its limit. Therefore, if it happens that a murderer goes outside of the limit and the relatives of the deceased meet him, according to R. Jose, the Galilean, it is a meritorious act for the relatives to kill him, and if a stranger kills him he is not responsible. R. Akiba, however, maintains that a relative is not responsible, but it is not meritorious, while a stranger is responsible for his death. Gemara, what is the reason of the first statement in the Mishnah? Said Abai, this is to be drawn by a fortiori reasoning. He who was already exiled is released, so much the more is he who is only sentenced to it. But perhaps he who was already in exile is atoned, but not he who was not there as yet? Does, then, the exile atone? The death of the high priest atones. Dies before it was rendered, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Archahana, from, and he shall abide in it until the death of the high priest, who hath been anointed with the holy oil. Who has anointed him? Certainly not the murderer. It, therefore, means, he who was anointed in his days. But what has the high priest done that the murderer's fate should depend upon his death? He ought to have prayed that the decision of the court be in behalf of the defendant, which he did not. Abai said, "We have a tradition that if after the decision was rendered the defendant dies, his remains must be carried to P31. The city of refuge, as it reads, that he should come again to dwell in the earth one until the death of the priest. Dwelling in the earth means the grave. There is a Boraitha, if he dies in the city of refuge before the death of the high priest, his remains may be carried to his native place, as it reads, the manslayer may return unto the earth of his possession. What is meant by the earth of his possession? The grave. In the case when after the decision had been rendered, the high priest was found unfit for his dignity, example he was the son of a married, or of one who performed the ceremony of Halitza, our Ami and our Itzhak of Nafha differ, one holds that the priesthood is dead, and it is equivalent to the death of the high priest, while the other holds that it is abolished, hence he was never a priest and the decision against the murderer was rendered when a high priest did not exist, accordingly, he must remain there forever. And a high priest did not exist, etc. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbi, it reads, and Job fled unto the tabernacle. Job erred twice in so acting. He thought that the horns of the altar protect, while the roof of the temple protects, and he thought that the altar of the tabernacle of Shiloh protects. In reality, however, the altar of the temple, only, protects. Said Abai, he erred also in this, he thought that it protects everyone, while in reality it protects only a priest on duty, which was not the case with him. Resh Lakish said, it reads, who is this that cometh from Edom, dyed red in his garments from Bozrah? The heavenly ruler of Rome will err thrice in the future. He will think Bozrah protects, while only Bezer does so, that it protects even an intentional criminal, while it does so only an unintentional, and it protects only a man, but not an angel as he was. R. Abohu said, the cities of refuge are not given for cemeteries, as it reads. And their open spaces shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their requirements, i.e., requirements for life, but not for death, and the statement above that the murderer must be buried in the city is no objection, as concerning him the scripture dictates a separate law. P32. So does its limit. There is a contradiction from the following, it reads, and he shall abide in it, but not in its limit. Said Abai, this presents no difficulty, concerning protection it does, but to dwell he is not allowed outside of the limit. The rabbis taught, it reads, and the avenger of the blood should kill the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood. It is a meritorious act of the avenger to do so, and every stranger may do so if there is no relative. Such is the decree of R. Jose the Galilean. R. Akiba, however, maintains that if the relative likes to do so, he may, but it is not meritorious. A stranger, however, if he did so, is guilty. The reason of the former is, it does not read if he will kill him, and the reason of the latter is, it does not read he shall kill him. Marzutrabi. Tubia in the name of Rabbi, however, said that if the relative has killed him while he was out of the limit, he is to be killed if he did it intentionally. But this is not in accordance with R. Jose, nor with R. Akiba. In accord with whom, then, is his theory? With the Tana of the following Boraitha, R. Eliezer said, until he have stood before the congregation for trial. To what purpose is this written? Because reeds should kill. Not guilty of blood, lest one say that so it is even if the avenger had killed him before he was tried and found guilty, therefore it reads until he have stood for trial. R. Jose and R. Akiba, however, infer from the just cited passage that if the Sanhedrin themselves have seen one killing a man, they must not execute him unless he has been tried before another court and found guilty. The rabbis taught, it reads, should at any time pass the boundary, etc., which means intentionally, but whence do we know as to if he pass unintentionally? Therefore, at any time, which would be superfluous if not signifying this case. But is there not a boraitha to the effect that if one has killed intentionally he is put to death, etc.? This presents no difficulty. The boraitha cited is in accordance with him who holds that the scripture speaks in accordance with human language, while the rabbis do not hold so. Said Abai, it seems to me that he who holds that the scripture speaks in accordance with human language is correct in this case, because his final case should not be more rigorous than the beginning. In the beginning if he had killed a man intentionally he is put to death, and p. 33. If unintentionally he is exiled, and the same is to be his final case, if he goes out of the limit intentionally, he is killed, but if unintentionally, he must be returned to his exile. If a father has killed a son unintentionally, his other son may be considered the avenger in accordance with one boraitha. Another boraitha, however, states that he must not be so considered. Shall we assume that one is in accordance with our Jose and the other with our Akaba? How can such be borne in mind? Is it not decided that a son must not be appointed by the court to punish his father with whatsoever punishment, etc.? Therefore, we must say that one boraitha speaks of his son, and the other of his grandson. Mishnah 8, a tree placed in the limit, but its branches extending outside of it or vice versa, in any case the inclination of the branch must be considered. Gemara, there is a contradiction from the following: a tree which stands inside but is inclined outside, or vice versa if from opposite the surrounding wall and inside, it is considered as inside, and if the same were inclined outside it is considered as outside. 1. Do you contradict tithe with cities of refuge? Concerning tithe the scripture relies upon the surrounding wall of the city, but concerning the cities in question it relies upon the dwelling, and one can use his dwelling under the branch but not upon the root of a tree. Rabbi Ashi explains the expression of the Mishnah: the inclination of the branch must be considered, with also, i.e., the inclination must also be considered, and so much the more the root of it. Mishnah 9, if one killed accidentally in the city of refuge, he is to be exiled from one neighborhood to another, and if such happen to a Levite, he is to be exiled from one city to another. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, will I appoint thee a place, etc., i.e., while thou art still alive. Whither he shall flee signifies that if such happen while Israel was still in the desert, they were exiled. And where to? To the camp of the Levites. From this it was said that if it happened to a Levi that he killed, he is exiled from one district to another, and even if he was exiled to the district in which he resides, it protects him. And R. A. Habi Arika said. p. 34. This may be inferred from, because in the city of his refuge shall he remain, i.e., his refuge means which was his before he was exiled. Mishnah X, similarly, if a murderer was exiled to the city of refuge and the townsmen like to honor him, he has to say to them, I am a murderer, and if they say it does no matter, he may accept. The exiled have to pay to the Levites rent for their dwellings. So our Jehuda. Our mayor, however, said, they have not. If, after the high priest's death, he returns to his city, he is returned to that office which he occupied before, according to our mayor. Our Jehuda, however, maintains, he must not occupy the same. Gemara, said our Kahana, the Tannim of the Mishnah differ concerning the rent in the 6 cities in question only, for one explains the expression unto you to mean for protection only, and the other one explains it unto all your necessities. However, on the addition of 42 cities all agree that they have to pay rent. Said Rabha to him, there cannot be any doubt in the explanation of unto you, which certainly means to all your necessities, and therefore it is the contrary. They differ concerning the 42 cities, the one holds they were added only for protection, and the other holds they were added on equal terms with the 6, but concerning the 6 themselves all agree that there was no rent. He returns to his office. The rabbis taught, it reads, and he shall return unto his own family, and unto the possessions of his father shall he return, i.e., he may return only to his family, but not to the office which his parents occupied. So our Jehuda. Our mayor, however, said he may return to the offices of his parents, and the same is the case with exile. And this is inferred from the pleonastic words, shall he return? What does it mean? The same is with exile. As the following Boraitha, the murderer shall return to the land of his possession, i.e., he may return only to the land, but not to the office of his parents. So our Jehuda. Our mayor, however, maintains, he may also occupy the place of his parents, because of the analogy of expression return, which is mentioned in both places, exxxi and num xxv. Chapter 3. Who is subject to the punishment by stripes. The details of the procedure regarding the execution thereof. What circumstances free the culprit therefrom. The respective duties of the three judges who must witness the execution. Mishnah I. To the following stripes apply: he who had intercourse with his own sister, with his sister of his father or his mother, or the sister of his wife, with the wife of his brother or his father's brother, or with a woman while menstruating. The same is the case if a high priest marries a widow, a common priest a divorced, or her who performed the ceremony of Halitza, an Israelite a bastard or a descendant of the Gibeonites, and the same is, if a daughter of an Israelite marries the just mentioned persons. If a high priest marries a widow who was previously divorced, he is to be beaten twice, because of two names. If, however, a common priest marries a widow who has previously performed the ceremony of Halitza, he is liable only for the violation of one negative. A high priest who was unclean and partook of things belonging to the sanctuary or entered the sanctuary while unclean, and he who consumed illegal fat, blood, or meat left overnight from the sacrifice, or pigel, one or unclean meat, and also of such which was slaughtered and brought outside of the temple, he who ate leaven on Passover, ate or labored on the Day of Atonement, who compounded oil similar to that of the temple, or compounded the frankincense of the temple, or anointed himself with the oil used in the temple, who ate carcasses or animals preyed by beasts, or reptiles. To all of them stripes apply. It applies also to him who partook of mixture, of first tithe. P 36. Of which the heave offering was not separated as yet, of second tithe and eatables belonging to the sanctuary which were not redeemed yet. How much has one to partake of the mixture to make him liable? According to our Simeon, whatsoever, while to the rabbis, not less than the size of an olive. Said our Simeon to the sages, do you not admit that if one consumed an ant minute as it is he is culpable? And he was answered, because it is a creature in itself. Rejoined he, 1 grain of wheat is also complete as to its creation. Gemara, the Mishnah treats of those crimes to which Korath applies, but not of those under the category of capital punishment. Hence it is in accordance with our Akaba of the following Boraitha, crimes under the category of Korath, as well as under that of capital punishment, are also punished with stripes if they were so warned. So our Ismail. Our Akaba, however, maintains, only that of Korath, because if they repent after the punishment with stripes, the heavenly court forgives them, but if they are under capital punishment the human court cannot forgive them, even though they repent. 1. What is the reason of Ismail's theory? Then will the Lord render peculiar thy plagues, etc. What the peculiarity is not stated. However, from, the judge shall cause him to lie down, we understand that the peculiarity is stripes, and in it reads, if thou wilt not observe, etc. Hence the violation of all negative commands is punished by stripes. But if so, let them apply also to the transgression of a positive commandment. It reads, if thou wilt not observe. Our Akaba's reason is, concerning stripes the expression is according to the degree of his fault, which means for one fault, but not for two faults, to which capital punishment applies. 2. Things belonging to the sanctuary, etc. It is correct, the transgression of entering the sanctuary of which the punishment as well as the warning is stated, viz., the punishment hath defiled the tabernacle of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from Israel, and the warning. P 37. that they defile not their camp, but concerning eating sanctity, we find the punishment, the flesh. His uncleanness upon him shall be cut off. But where is the warning to it? According to Resh Lakish from, anything hallowed shall she not touch, and Ar Johanan said, Bardella taught, from an analogy of expression his uncleanness here, and the same expression is found in the above quotation. As there the punishment and the warning are stated, the same also applies to this case. There is a Boraitha in accordance with Resh Lakish, hallowed shall she not touch is a warning to the consumer. You say consumer, but perhaps it means literally, therefore it reads further on, into the sanctuary shall she not come, etc. Hence hallowed is compared to the sanctuary. As to the transgression of the sanctuary Korath applies, so also the warning concerning the hallowed must speak of a similar punishment. But not of touching, to which Korath does not apply. Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of Ar Johanan said, to a negative command which is preceded by a positive one, stripes apply. There were people who questioned Ar Yohanan whether he said so, and he answered, Nay. Said Rabbah, I swear that he said so, and it is also written and taught, written, shall ye send out. That they defile not their camps, and taught in our Mishnah, a defiled person who enters the sanctuary gets stripes. But why did Ar Yohanan retract his previous statement? Because the case of a seducer was difficult to him, namely, a seducer who had divorced his seduced wife, if he is a common Israelite, remarries her, but is not punished with stripes. If he, however, was a priest, he gets stripes and does not remarry. Now, as in this case, the negative command that he must not divorce her all his life is succeeded by the positive command, that he shall marry her. Why, then, should not a common Israelite be punished with stripes for divorcing her? Said Rabha, the reason why he does not get stripes is that the positive he shall remarry her rests upon him all his life. And when Rabban came from Palestine he said the same in the name of Ar Yohanan. Said Rabbi Papa to Rabha, why did Ar Johanan say above that he gets stripes? The negative in question is not similar to the negative of muzzling. Rejoined Rabbi Papa, should the negative become weaker because of the succeeding positive? Answered Rabha, according to your theory stripes should apply to each negative which is succeeded by a positive, which is not the case. Said Rabbi Papa again, there it is different, as the positive usually comes to remove the negative. But Rabha's explanation holds good only according to him who holds that the culprit does not get stripes unless he abolishes the succeeding positive command. Hence, you cannot say that this positive rests upon all his life, and consequently it does not modify its preceding negative. Let us see, this objection applies only to Yohanan's foregoing theory, and he said to the disciple who has repeated before the Boraitha concerning a positive which succeeds a negative, go and teach thus, only when he has abolished the succeeding one, but not otherwise. Our Simeon B. Lakish, however, differs, and says, he is free from stripes only when he has fulfilled the succeeding one. What is their point of difference? A doubtful warning e.g., in the case in question, if he was warned that he shall not divorce her, it was still doubtful whether after divorcing he will not remarry her, hence such a warning is not considered certain. But, nevertheless, according to Ar Yohanan it suffices, so that he may be punished, but according to Resh Lakish he is not. And both differ in the explanation of Ar Jehuda's theory in the following Boraitha. It reads, and ye shall not let anything of it remain until morning, and that which remaineth of it until morning ye shall burn. We see, then, p. 39. That the verse comes to place a positive after a negative for the purpose that if one did leave he shall not be punished, and has only to burn it. Such is the decree of Ar Jehuda. Ar Yohanan explains Ar Jehuda's words thus, the reason why he does not get stripes is the succeeding positive, but if it were not he would be punished, although the warning was doubtful, as he could thereafter burn it. Resh Lakish, however, explains it thus, the reason why he does not get stripes is the succeeding, but if it were not he would get stripes, as to a negative command that does not contain manual labor, stripes do apply. But let us see, Resh Lakish cannot deny that such a warning was a doubtful one, and Ar Yohanan cannot deny that such a negative does not concern manual labor. What, then, is the use of their explanation? Both agree that, if not for the succeeding, stripes would apply, notwithstanding that there were both a doubtful warning and a positive of no manual labor. Resh Lakish shares the opinion of Ar Jehuda of another Boraitha, in which Ar Jehuda admits that a doubtful warning is not considered, and Ar Yohanan holds with Ar Jehuda of the following, Redb. Abin in the name of Ar Amram and Ar Itzhak, quoting Ar Yohanan, said, Ar Jehuda in the name of Ar Hosea the Galilean declared that for the violation of all the negatives of the Torah, if there be manual labor implied, the transgressor is punished with stripes, but not if mental, except in the cases of an oath, exchanging, one and cursing his neighbor by the holy name. But if so, then, Ar Yehuda contradicts himself. Resh Lakish may say that there are two Tannim who said in the name of Ar Jehuda differently, and Ar Johanan may say that in the latter Boraitha Ar Jehuda declared the theory of his master, but his own opinion he declared in the former Boraitha. There is a Mishnah, he who took the mother bird with her children gets, according to Ar Jehuda, stripes, but is not obliged to send away the mother bird, and according to the sages, he sends away, but is not punished with stripes, as the rule is, for a negative which is conjoined with a positive there is no liability. Said Ar Yohanan, there is only one more case similar to this. And to the question of Ar Elazar, what is it? He rejoined, go and find out. He did so and found the following, if a seducer has divorced, etc., v. above, p. 37. But this can be correct only with him who holds that he is released from p. 40. Stripes after the fulfillment of the positive only. But according to him who holds that stripes do not apply unless the positive is abolished, such can be done only with the former mother bird by killing her, as then the positive he shall send her away is abolished. But how can such be found in the case of the divorce in question, and should you say that he killed her, then he deserves capital punishment, and there is a rule that stripes do not apply to him who is to be executed. Said Arsimi of Husna, e.g., he accepted betrothal money for her from someone else, hence she becomes the wife of another, and the positive he shall remarry is abolished. Said Rabbite, such cannot be considered, as in case she made him her messenger to accept the above, she may ignore the message, and, if he did it without asking her who gave him the right to such that it should be considered. Therefore said Arsimi of Nehardia, if, example he has made a vow publicly that he must not derive any benefit from her, hence the positive is abolished and he is liable. Are there indeed no more similar cases to those by Ar Yohanan stated? Is there not robbery to which it reads, thou shalt not steal, and the positive he shall return it, and also concerning a pledge to which the negative is, thou shalt not come to pledge, and the positive is thou shalt return the pledge at sunset? And these two cases also can be explained in both ways, fulfilled the positives or not, abolished the positives or not. With these cases it is different, for he has to pay, and there is a rule, he who pays does not get stripes. But is there not p, the negative of which thou shalt not cut the corners and the positive unto the poor? Leave, which also may be explained in both ways as said above. Therefore we must say that Ar Johanan by his statement, there is only one similar case, meant p and not a seducer, since concerning the latter the law dictates that even if there were a vow on the mind of the public one it can be absolved when such absolution is necessary to a meritorious act, as it happened with the children teacher who struck too much the children and Ar. Aha excommunicated him. Rabbina, however, returned him, because he could not find as good a teacher. Carcasses prayed, etc. Said Ar. Aha, he who neglects nature's duties when called, transgresses the negative yeshal. P. 41. Not make your souls abominable. And Rbbb. Abai said, he who drinks water from the horn of a barber transgresses the same. Partook of mixture, first tithe, etc. RBB in the name of Resh Lakish said, they differ only in case he take a grain of it, but as regards flour all agree that the size of an olive is needed. R. Jeremiah in the name of same authority, however, said, as they differ in respect of wheat so they do in that of flour too. An objection was raised from our Mishnah. R. Simeon said to them, do you not agree if he ate an ant, etc., and to the answer of the rabbis because it is a creature he rejoined, a wheat grain is also complete in its creation, hence we see that they only differ in respect of the grain, but not in that of flour? R. Simeon meant to say thus, according to my opinion it is the same with flour, but to your theory, admit that if he ate a grain of it he shall be culpable, because of its completeness. The rabbis, however, maintain, we cannot compare a grain to a living creature. There is a Boraitha in accordance with R. Jeremiah. R. Simeon said concerning stripes, size does not count, it counts only concerning sacrifices. Mishnah 2, stripes also apply to the following, to him who partook of the first fruit before the ceremony of reading one was performed, of the sacrifices under the category of the most holy outside of the curtains, and of those under the category of a minor grade or of second tithe outside of the surrounding wall, and also to him who breaks a bone in the paschal lamb if it was a clean one. However, if he left from a fit one, or broke a bone of an unfit one, stripes do not apply. To him who takes a mother bird with her children from her coop according to R. Jehudah stripes apply, but he is not obliged to send the mother away, and according to the sages he must send her away and stripes do not apply. According to the rule, if a positive succeeds a negative, no stripes apply. Gemara, said Rabbi Bb. Hannah in the name of R. Yohanan, our Mishnah is in accordance with R. Akiba, whose name is omitted, as it is one of the many anonymous Mishnayot which bear his opinion without mentioning his name. The sages, however, maintain that concerning first fruits, their placing on the temple is the main thing, but the ceremony of reading p. 42 is no obstacle. But why not say that it is in accordance with R. Simeon, to whose opinion, also, most of the Mishnayot were composed anonymously? This comes to teach that R. Akiba is in this respect in accordance with R. Simeon. Which R. Simeon? Of the following Boraitha, it reads, and the heave offering of thy hand, which means the first fruits, said R. Simeon, what does this come to teach us? If only that they must not be eaten outside the surrounding wall, it was not necessary at all, as this could be inferred from tithe, regarding which the law is more lenient, by drawing a fortiori conclusion, if one consumes tithe regarding which the law is lenient, outside of the wall, he gets stripes, so much the more when he consumes first fruits, concerning which case the law is more rigorous. Therefore we must say that the verse means to include him who had consumed them before the ceremony of reading was performed. And thy freewill offering, means thanks and peace offerings. R. Simeon, however, said, the verse does not mean them, as it was not necessary to teach that they must not consume outside of the wall, for the same reason that they could be inferred from the leniency in tithe by the same a fortiori reasoning. Therefore it means him who consumed of same sacrifices before their blood was sprinkled. And firstborn means literally. Said R. Simeon, if it meant so, it was not necessary either, as this could likewise be inferred by a fortiori reasoning from tithe, and if it means, who commanded them before blood sprinkling, it was also not necessary, as it could be inferred from the above-mentioned sacrifices by a fortiori reasoning, as they are more lenient than the firstborn. Therefore we must say that it means to include him who consumes a firstborn even after its blood was sprinkled. Thy herds or of thy flocks means sin and transgression offerings. R. Simeon, however, said, that if it meant them, it would not be necessary, as they could be inferred by a fortiori reasoning from tithe, thanks and peace offerings, and firstborn, all of which are more lenient than that of sin and transgression. Therefore it means to include him who consumed from the latter even after sprinkling outside of the curtain. Nor any of thy vows means burnt offerings. Said R. Simeon, it would not be necessary, as they could be inferred by a fortiori reasoning from all those cases mentioned above, and therefore it means to include him who consumes from a burnt offering after sprinkling even inside the curtains, that he gets stripes. Said Rab Ha. P. 43. Every mother should bear a son like our Simeon, although his theory can be objected to. 1. It was taught, Argidal in the name of Rabbite said, a stranger who had consumed sin and transgression offerings before their blood was sprinkled, is free from any punishment, because it reads, and they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made to consecrate them, and to sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. Now as the sprinkling of blood only atones, they can be considered holy only after the sprinkling w performed, but before this act they are not considered as yet holy, so that the negative one shall not eat because they are holy does not rest upon the consumer. R. Eleazar said in the name of Hosea, concerning the first fruit, placing it in the temple is the main thing, and not the ceremony of reading, as it is not considered the final act. In this case the following Tannim differ, thou shalt set it down before the Lord, i.e., lift it up. But perhaps it means literally, to place it? This is already written in verse. So R. Jehuda. R. Eliezer B. Jacob, however, maintains, this means literally, lifting up, however, he infers from, and the priest shall take the basket out of thy hand, i.e., that the priest shall lift it up towards all four directions. His reason is based on the analogy of expression hand, which is also mentioned concerning peace offering, his own hands shall bring it. And as their lifting up is needed by both the ripest and the owner of the offering, so also here the hands of both are needed. How so? The priest places his hand under those of the owner, and the two lift it up together. Rab Habi. Ada in the name of R. Itzhak said, one is culpable for the first fruits immediately after they have seen the face of the temple, and it is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha. R. Eliezer said, of the first fruit, a part of which was outside and a part inside, that of outside is considered common in all respects, while that of inside is considered holy in all respects. And R. Shishate said, only the placing is the main act of the ceremony and not the reading. P. 44. Most holy, etc. But why the repetition? It has been already stated with regard to second tithe and things of the sanctuary which were not as yet redeemed. Said R. Jose B. Hanana, the second part of the Mishnah treats of a case when both were pure and the man and the second tithes which were consumed outside of the wall, and the first part speaks of the case when both were defiled, and that he consumed them within the city. And whence do we know that one is culpable because of defilement? From the following Boraitha, R. Simeon said, neither have I removed thereof while unclean, one means neither when I was unclean and they were clean, nor vice versa. R. Eliezer said, whence do we know that second tithe which became defiled may be redeemed even within Jerusalem? From, not able to carry it, which means also when it was not fit for eating, as the expression for carrying is sheath and in, a similar expression is used for eatables. R. Bibai in the name of Rasi said, from the just cited verse is to be also inferred that even one step outside the wall one may redeem the second tithe, if it is too heavy for him to carry it further. R. Hanana and R. Hosea, while sitting together propounded the following question, how is it if he was already within the gate of the wall in such a position that he was already inside but his load was outside, may he redeem it at that place or not? A certain old man then taught them in the name of R. Simeon B. Johai, it reads, is too far from thee, means from the full extent of your capacity. Rasi said in the name of R. Johanan, the culpability for second tithe arises only after it has seen the face of the wall of Jerusalem, and the reason is, but before the Lord thy God must thou eat them, and, thou mayest not eat within thy gates, hence, only at that time when the positive before thy Lord must thou eat them can be fulfilled, the negative, thou mayest not eat, etc., applies, but not otherwise. Mishnah 3, he who makes a baldness in the hair of his head, or rounds it, he who destroys the corners of his beard, or makes incisions in his flesh for his dead, is liable. There is no difference whether he made one incision for 5 dead bodies or p. 45. 5 incisions for 1 dead body, as in either case he is liable for 5 negatives. For rounding his hair he is also liable for 2. Gemara, the rabbis taught, they shall not make any baldness, lest one say that if one made several baldnesses in his head he is culpable only for one, therefore it reads, any baldness. And to what purpose is it written upon their head? Because, ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. Lest one say that B is culpable only when he did so between the eyes, therefore their head to include any place of the head. From here, however, we know that priests only are forbidden to do so, as they are subject to many commands which do not apply to a common Israelite. Whence do we know that the same is the case with the latter? From the analogy of expression baldness in both verses, as in the first he is culpable for each baldness in the head as for that between the eyes, the same is the case with an Israelite. And as in it says plainly for the dead, so also in it means for the dead only. What should be the size of the bald spot which would make him culpable? The size of a bean. According to R. Johanan in the name of R. Eliezer b. R. Simeon. R. Hunat, however, said, such a size which could be discerned. R. Jehuda b. Hababa said, in this 3 Tannim differ. According to one it is the size of a bean, according to the other it is a discernible size, and the third, however, maintains that he is culpable even for 2 hairs. Some, however, say, instead of 2 hairs, it must be of the size of a lentil. He who rounds, etc. The rabbis taught, ye shall not cut round the corners of your head means the end of his head, i.e., who makes his temple as hairless as the p. 46. Spot back of his cars to the nape of his neck. A disciple taught before R. Hisda, both are culpable, he who rounds, and the rounded one. To which R. Hisda answered, should he who eats dates from a sieve be culpable? Your Boraitha is in accordance with R. Jehuda, who holds that to a negative which does not contain manual labor, stripes apply. Rabha, however, says, it speaks that he himself has rounded his hair, which case all agree that he is culpable. And R. Ashi said, even if he only assists the one who rounds his hair. And he who destroys the corners of his beard. The rabbis taught, the corners of his beard, means the end of it, and what is meant by the end? The shibboleth. Incisions, etc. The rabbis taught, for the dead. Any incision, lest one say that he made such because of the fall of his house or because the ship sank, therefore for the dead, to teach that he is culpable only if he did so for a dead. And whence do we know that if he made 5 incisions for 1 dead he is culpable for each one? From any incision which makes him culpable for each of them. R. Jose said, whence do we know that if he made 1 incision for 5 dead he is culpable for 5? From the expression el nefesh 1, i.e., he is culpable for each soul. But does not the same passage exclude the case when he did so for his house or ship, etc.? R. Jose holds that cut in Deuteronomy 4. And incision is one and the same, and there also reads for the dead, hence this also may be inferred. Samuel said, if one made an incision with an instrument he is culpable. An objection was raised from the following, incision and cutting is one and the same, hence for an incision with an instrument he should not be culpable. Samuel holds in this respect with R. Jose that there is no difference at all. A disciple taught before R. Johanan, for dead he is culpable at all courts whether by hand or instrument, but if for an idol, by an instrument he is culpable, but not by hand, as it reads, and cut themselves after their custom with knives. Culpable only for one, because he holds that he transgressed only one negative command. P. 47. With a razor. The rabbis taught the corner of their beard shall they not shave off, i.e., with a razor. But lest one say even with scissors he shall be culpable, therefore it reads, thou shalt not destroy. But if so let him be culpable for destroying it even with snuffers or scrapers. Therefore the expression shave off, and destroying by shaving is brought about by a razor. R. Eliezer, etc. From whatever opinion he start, if he cares for the analogy of expression, then it is with a razor only, and if he does not, let him be culpable even if he did it with scissors. He cares for the analogy, but to his opinion snuffers and scrapers are equivalent to a razor. Mishnah 4, the culpability for etching in arises only when he has done both, wrote and etched in with dye or any other indelible thing, but to one of them no culpability attaches. R. Simeon b. Jehuda in the name of R. Simeon said, he is not culpable unless he etched in the holy name, as the above cited verse reads, and any etched in writing shall you not fix on yourselves, I am the Lord. Gemara, said R. Ahabi. Rabha to R. Ashi, does it mean unless he etch in the words I am the Lord? And he answered, nay. It is as Bar Kaparid taught, he is not culpable unless he writes the name of an idol, as the words I am the Lord mean I am the Lord, but not another one. R. Makiya in the name of R. Adabi. Ahaba said, one is forbidden to put ashes upon his wound in the flesh, because it looks like a tattooing. R. Ashi, however, said, it does not matter, as the wound shows there is no tattooing. Mishnah v, a Nazirite who was drinking wine the whole day, is culpable only for one negative. If, however, he was warned, do not drink, do not drink. He is culpable for each time he does not listen to. The same is the case if he had defiled himself by touching dead the whole day, he is culpable for one only, but if he was warned, you must not do so, etc., he is culpable for each one. The same is also the case with shaving himself. If he did so the whole day without warning he is culpable for one only, if with warning, for each time warned. A similar case this, if one was dressed with kilaim, he is culpable for the whole day only once, but if he was told not to dress himself with it, and he undresses and redresses, he is liable for p. 48. Each time. There is an instance that one may plow only one bed and shall be culpable for 8 negatives, viz., if he plows with an ox and an ass both of which were from the sanctuary, if there was kilaim in a vineyard, if that occurs in the sabbatical year and on a legal holiday, and, finally, if he is a priest or a Nazirite in a legally unclean place. Hananiah b. Hakina said, it can be added to that who at the same time was dressed with kilaim. And he was answered, this is not under the category of plowing. Rejoined he, does, then, a Nazirite belong to this category? Gemara, said Rbb in the name of Rabbi Tassi, not only when he undresses and redresses himself entirely, but even when he put his sleeve in and out. And Ahabi Ika has shown that he puts in the sleeve and puts it out. But Ashi maintains that it means the time during which he could put in and out. Plowing one bed, etc. Said Yanai, at a meeting there was voted and resolved that he who protects kilaim is liable to stripes. Said Johanan to him, is this not explained in our Mishnah, which mentions that there was kilaim in the vineyard? And if one were not culpable for protection, what would have the plowing to do with it? You must, then, say that while plowing he protects it, and the Mishnah makes him culpable. Rejoined Yanai, if I had not uncovered for you the broken clay pot, you would surely not have the pearl which was lying under it. Said Resh Lakish to Johanan, would not such a great man praise your statement? I would say that our Mishnah is in accordance with Akaba, who holds that one is liable even for keeping it. Said Ula to Nahman, after it was decided that protecting is the same transgression as sowing, let him also be culpable for sowing on a legal holiday. And he answered, it was left out by the Tana of the Mishnah. Rejoined he, it numbers 8, consequently nothing was left. Said Rabha, the different kinds of labor in one article are considered with respect to Sabbath only, but not to holidays. And Ula said, so it is. Mishnah 6, the number of stripes is 40 less 1, as it reads, by a number, 40, i.e., near 40. Jehuda, however, said, 40 in full, and the 40th is between his shoulders. The examination as to the number of stripes he can receive and remain alive, must be such that can be equally divided by 3. If p. 49. The decision was that he is able to receive 40, but after receiving a part of them they saw he cannot stand any more, he is free. However, if the decision was, he can stand 18 only, and after he was stricken they saw he is able to receive more, he is nevertheless free. Gemara, the reason of the statement of the Mishnah is the expression number, which is before the word 40, and is to be interpreted about 40, for if it meant 40 in full, it would state 40 in number. Said Rabha, how foolish are those who arise before the holy scrolls, but do not do so before a great man. We see that in the holy scrolls it reads 40, and the rabbis came and reduced 1. R. Jehuda said, etc. What is his reason? Said R. Itzhak, what are these wounds between thy hands, etc. The rabbis, however, maintain that this passage speaks of school children. After he was stricken, etc. Is that so? Does not a Boraitha state that if the first decision of the physicians was that he can receive 40 and thereafter they decided again that he cannot, or the first decision was for 18, and the second states that he is able to receive 40, he is free? Said Arshis-Hate, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah speaks of the decision rendered on the very same day on which he ought to be beaten, and by acting accordingly it was found that they erred. Hence in the first instance he is freed because he cannot stand, and in the second, because he was already disgraced and freed we do not care to disgrace him again. The Boraitha, however, speaks that the examination was several days before, and when the day of punishment came, the decision was changed because of his health. Mishnah 7, if one commits a sin to which 2 negatives apply, if the decision was rendered once for both negatives, he is punished once only, but if for 1 negative, he is punished again after he has recovered. Gemara, is there not a Boraitha that one must not be appraised for 2 negatives? Said Arshis-Hate, it presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah speaks, if he was appraised for 41, i.e., for 2 negatives, and because it cannot be divided into 3, their appraisement is annulled, and he receives only 39 for both. And the Boraitha speaks of the case when B was appraised to receive 42 for 2 negatives, and as p. 50. It can be divided into 3, the 3 over the 39 are counted for the second negative. Hence he is beaten once, and after recovery is to be appraised again and beaten accordingly. Mishnah 8, how is the punishment with stripes to be performed? He ties his both hands to the pillar, and the messenger of the court takes hold of his clothes, without care whether they tear or disjoin, until he uncovers the breast. The stone on which the messenger is to stand is placed behind him, upon which he stands with a strap of calf leather compounded of 2, which, folded again, constitutes 4, with 2 small stripes attached to it. The size of its handle was a span, and of the same size was the width of it, and the top of it reaches his belly. He strikes him 1/3 in front and 2/3 on the back. He is not beaten while standing nor sitting, but while bending, as it reads, the judge shall cause him to lie down, and the striker strikes him with one hand with all his force. And the reader reads from, if thou wilt not, then will the Lord render peculiar thy plagues, etc., to the end of the verse. And if the striker has not finished yet, he begins, keep ye therefore, etc., and finishes with, but he, being merciful, forgave the iniquity. And if the act was not finished as yet, he returns to the beginning. If it happens that he dies under the messenger's hand, the latter is free. If, however, he added 1 stripe which caused death, he is exiled. If while beaten he collapsed and became incontinent of urine or excrement, he is freed. R. Jehuda maintains, a male, when incontinent of feces, and a female, of urine. Gemara, what is the reason that he shall be freed if he collapsed, etc.? His having been already disgraced. R. She's hate said in the name of R. Eliezer b. Azariah, Whence do we know that the strap must be of calf leather? Because immediately after 40 stripes it reads, Thou shalt muzzle the ox. 2 small stripes, etc. In a Boritha it is written from ass leather, and it is as a certain Galilean preached in the presence of Arhista, the ox knoweth his owner and the ass his master's crib, Israel doth not, etc. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, He that knoweth the master's crib shall take revenge from him who does not want to know it. 1/3 in front, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said. P. 51. Be beaten before his face according to our Kahana, from to the degree of his fault, which means for 1 fault in the front and for 2 in the back. The striker strikes him with 1 hand, etc. The rabbis taught, the court appoints messengers who are weak in force but strong in wisdom. R. Jehuda, however, said, even vice versa. Said Rabha, it seems to me that R. Jehuda is correct, because it reads not more, now if the messenger were weak in wisdom he must be warned, but if strong in wisdom, why warning? The rabbis, however, maintain the contrary, that warning is of consequence only to him who is learned to be careful. There is a Boritha, when he lifts up, he does it with both hands, but strikes with 1 hand, so that the strokes shall become weaker. And the reader reads, etc. The rabbis taught, the chief of the judges reads, the second numbers, and the third says, strike. When the stripes are many he prolongs, and when less he shortens. But does not the Mishnah state he returns to the beginning of the passage? It is better that the reading should be finished with the stripes, but if it was not, he returns. The rabbis taught, it reads, too many stripes, but lest one say that 1 or 2 does not matter. Therefore is not more dash not even 1. But if so, to what purpose too many stripes? To teach that if it happens so, even the stripes which were given rightly are to be considered too many. Collapsed, etc. The rabbis taught, a male as well as a female in feces, but not in urine. So our Mayor. R. Jehuda said, a male in feces and a female in urine. The sages, however, maintain, there is no difference between male and female, and between feces and urine, at all events the beaten is to be freed. But is there not a Boritha, R. Jehuda said, male and female in feces? He meant to say that in such a case all agree, but concerning incontinence of urine there is a difference of opinion. Samuel said, if after he has been tied, he succeeds to run away from the court, he is free. An objection was raised from the following, collapsing frees one whether it happen at the first stroke or the second, but if the strap broke he is free only if it happened at the second, but not at the first. Now, why should this not be equivalent to running away, which frees even before the first strike? This is no objection, when he runs away. P. 52. He could not be beaten, but here he is still present. The rabbis taught, if it was concluded by the examination that he will collapse in case he is beaten, he is to be freed, but if the conclusion is that he will collapse after having been beaten, it does not free him. Furthermore, if it happened that he collapsed before he was taken to be beaten, it does not prevent after recovery, because it reads, and to be beaten. And thus rendered vile, but not rendered vile before beaten. Mishnah 9, all who are liable to Korath, if beaten, are freed from it, as it reads. Thy brother rendered vile, i.e., as soon as he was rendered vile, he is thy brother. So are Hanani be. Gamaliel, the same also said, if one loses his soul for one sin, so much the more his soul should be saved because of one meritorious act. Said R. Simeon, this may be inferred from the very place which treats of Korath, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off, and ordinances, which, if a man do, he shall live in them. As the whole portion is of negative commands, it is to be inferred that if one only abstains from committing a crime, he is rewarded as if he acted meritoriously. R. Simeon b. Rabbi said, it reads, be firm so as not to eat the blood, for the blood is the life. Now, for rejecting blood which is disgusting to one, he is rewarded, from money and women, to which the nature of man is inclined, so much the more should he be rewarded if he separates himself, and not only he, but all his descendants to the end of the generations, may be rewarded. Hananiah b. Akasihah said, the Holy One, blessed be he, wanted to make Israel blissful, and therefore he multiplied to them his commands in the Torah, as it reads, the Lord willed for the sake of his righteousness, he magnifieth the law, and maketh it honorable. Gemara, said Johanan, the colleagues of Hananiah differ with him. Said Ada b. Ahaba, in the name of Rabbite, the halakha nevertheless prevails with Hananiah. Said Joseph, who, then, ascended to heaven, returned, saying that the halakha prevails with him. Said Abai to him, according to you, that which was said by Jehoshua b. Levi, 3 things were done by the human court, and the heavenly court. P. 53. Agreed with it, is also to be questioned, who ascended to heaven and convinced himself that it was so. But such is inferred from the scripture, well, the same is here, too. What are the 3 things in question? The following, the reading of the book of Esther on Purim, greeting with the holy name, and placing the tithe belonging to the Levites in the treasury of the sanctuary. The first from, the Jews took it upon themselves as a duty and accepted, means, they took upon themselves in their human court, and it was accepted in the heavenly court. Greeting from, and he said unto the reapers, the Lord be with you, and also, the Lord is with thee. To what purpose is the second quotation? Lest one say that Boaz did it according to his own opinion and without the admission by heaven, therefore the other quotation which was said by an angel. And concerning tithe from, bring yet all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be provision in my house, and prove me but herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour out for you a blessing, until it be more than enough. Eleazar said, at 3 places the Holy Spirit appeared, at the court of Shem, of the prophet Samuel, and in the court of King Solomon. At the court of Shem, and Judah acknowledged them and said, she hath been more righteous than I. And whence did he know it? Perhaps as he was with her, so was someone else? Therefore a heavenly voice was heard, I have decided that so is it to be. In the court of Samuel, and he one answered, he is witness. They ought to be. Hence a heavenly voice was heard, I witness that so it is. And, the king then answered and said, give her the living child and do not slay it. She is its mother. And whence do we know it is so? Perhaps she nevertheless deceived him. Hence the last words, she is its mother, were said by a heavenly voice. Said Rabha, if it were inferred from the scripture only, all of them could be objected to, but this is known by tradition. Simlai I lectured, 613 commands were said to Moses, 365 of them negatives, corresponding to the number of days in a year counting according to sunrise, and 248 positives. P. 54. Corresponding to the members of a man's body. Said Hamnana, where is there an allusion thereto in the scripture, the Torah which Moses commanded us? The letters of the word Torah number 611, and the 2 first commandments, however, of the 10, we ourselves have heard from heaven. However, David came and reduced their number to 11, he that walketh uprightly means Abraham, to whom such an expression was said in, worketh righteously means Abba Helkiah. Speak the truth as, example Saphra. Uttereth no calumny, i.e., Jacob, our father. That doth no evil to his neighbor, i.e., he who takes care not to compete with his neighbor's business. No reproach on his fellow man means him who approaches his relatives. Despicable is despised means the king, who carried his father's bones on a bed of ropes. Honoreth those who fear the Lord means King Jehoshaphat, who used to arise from his throne on seeing a scholar, kissed him, and called him, my father, my master, etc. That sweareth to his own injury, and changeth not, i.e., as our Johanan said, if one says I will fast until I will come home, it is to be considered. Money for interest, i.e., him who does not accept usury even from an idolater. Taketh no bribe means, e.g., our Ismail b. Jose, who does not accept even his own goods from his gardener for the purpose that he shall try his case. He that doth these things shall not be moved to eternity. Isaiah then came and reduced them to 6, he that walketh in righteousness, speaketh uprightly, despiseth the gain of oppressians, shaketh his hands against taking hold of bribes, stoppeth his ears against hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes against looking on evil. Means Abraham, of whom it reads, for I know him, that he will command, etc. Means him who does not anger his colleague in public. Means our Ishmael b. Elisha. Our Ishmael b. Jose. Our Eliezer b. Simeon, and means as our Hiah b. Abba said, who does not look on women washing near the bank of the river. P. 55. Micha came and reduced them to 3, he hath told thee, O man, what is good, and what the Lord doth require of thee, but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with thy God. To do justice means judgment, love kindness bestowing of favors, and walk humbly, providing for burial of the dead and marriage of poor maidens. Isaiah again reduced them to 2, thus hath said the Lord, keep ye justice and do equity. Amos then came and reduced them to 1, seek ye for me, and ye shall live. R. Nahum b. Itzhak opposed, perhaps he means seek for me to perform everything that is written in the law. Therefore Habakkuk was the one who reduced them to 1, the righteous should live with his faith. Said our Hosea b. Hananiah, 4 decrees Moses has decreed upon Israel, and 4 prophets came and abolished them. Moses said, and then dwelt Israel in safety, alone, etc. Amos abolished it, how should Jacob be able to endure, then immediately in the Lord bethought. This shall not be. Moses said, and among these nations shalt thou find no ease. Jeremiah abolished it, saying, he is going to give rest to Israel. 1 Moses said, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Ezekiel abolished it by saying, the soul which sinneth, that alone shall die. Moses said, and ye shall be lost among the nations. Isaiah abolished it by saying, the great cornet shall be blown, etc. Said Rabbi, I am nevertheless afraid of the passage ye shall be lost among the nations, and of the end of same, the land of your enemies shall consume you. Marzutra opposed, relating the following, it happened with Rabban Gamaliel, our Eleazar b. Azariah, our Jehoshua, and our Akiba, who were on the road, and heard the noise of the city of Rome at Patlis, a distance of 120 miles, and they began to weep, but our Akiba smiled. And to the question, why are you smiling, he returned the question, why do you weep, rejoined they, those idolaters who bow themselves to images and smoke frank incense to the idols are resting in peace, the contrary is with us, that even our holy temple is burned by fire. P. 56. And we should not weep? Rejoined he, for the same reason I am smiling. If such is done to them who act against his will, so much the more will be done in the future to them who act in accordance with his will. It happened again that the same were going to Jerusalem, when they arrived to the Mount Zerphim, they tore their garments, and when they approached the mount of the temple and saw a fox running from the place where the Holy of Holies had been situated, they began to weep, but our Akiba smiled. To their question why he smiled, he answered, it reads, witnesses, Uriah the priest, and Zechariah, etc. Why is Uriah conjoined with Zechariah? Was not the former at the first temple and the latter at the second? It was because the passage bases the prophecy of Zechariah upon the prophecy of Uriah. Uriah said, therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, etc. Zechariah said, again shall there sit old men and old women in the streets of Jerusalem, etc. Until the prophecy of Uriah was not fulfilled, I feared lest the prophecy of Zechariah will come to be realized, but now since I see that Uriah's prophecy is fulfilled, I am sure that Zechariah's prophecy will also be fulfilled in the near future. Upon this version they said to him, Akiba, thou hast condoled us, thou hast condoled us. Appendix to page 50. R. Sheshate said in the name of R. Eliezer b. Azariah, he who disgraces the festivals is regarded as if he worshipped idols, as it reads, Thou shalt not make unto thyself any molten gods, and immediately follows the verse the feast, etc. The same said again in the name of the said authority, he who speaks evil of his neighbor, he who listens to such evil speaking, finally he who bears false testimony deserves to be thrown to the dogs, as to the dogs shall ye cast it, is immediately followed by ye shall not spread false report, which should be read also thasi, i.e., ye shall not excite one against the other. Tract Shavuot. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Tract Shavuot v. Chapter I. Rules and regulations concerning oaths to which is attached the liability of a sin offering or stripes - the conditions of liability as determined by the time of remembering or forgetting the oath - which oaths are or are not atoned for by private and congregational sacrifices and also by the Day of Atonement - illustrations of the two kinds of oaths subdivided into 4-3. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning the cognition of defilement, its two kinds, subdivided into 4, and their illustrations - the ceremonial accompanying the consecration of the extensions built in the courtyard of the temple, and in Jerusalem in general - illustrations of positive commandments that do or do not entail liability 17. Chapter 3. Rules and regulations concerning the oath transgression considered as referring to both past and future - the determination of the size or quantity of the object regarding which the oath is made - the wording of the oath - is or is not drinking included in eating and vice versa - does or does not the repeated stating of the oath entail a separate liability - to what acts or words the oath relates - oaths made by compulsion - oaths concerning the fulfilling or ignoring of a commandment. 27. Chapter 4. Rules and regulations concerning the witness oath, who is or is not responsible therefore, how the place where such is made determines its liability, if made intentionally - the laws of adjuration - two parties of witnesses contradicting each other for which of the divine names and attributes one is culpable 47. Chapter V. Rules and regulations concerning the depository oath, who is or is not fit to take it, where the denial of the deposit by oath must take place, the conditions determining the liability to be either one or for each article separately, in which respect such oath is more rigorous than the witness oath 67. Chapter 6. Rules and regulations concerning the circumstances under which the court gives an oath to one of the contestants - the nature of the claim and of its partial admission - which admission is or is not regarded as corresponding with the claim - the cases where the claim is for movables and the admission for immovables, or vice versa - who are or are not fit to enter a claim which entails an oath, the form of the oath and the introduction thereto used by the court, as well as the kind of sacred object one must hold when taking the claim - articles the claim to which entails no oath - the conditions under which either an oath must be taken for a lost pledge or the value thereof must be paid 75. Chapter 7. Rules and regulations concerning the conditions under which the oath is given to the plaintiff or to the defendant - regarding a suspect of perjury - the difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath - is or is not a rabbinical oath transferable - the oath of orphans, partners, gardeners - the cases when the Sabbatic year releases one from an oath 93. Chapter 8. Rules and regulations concerning the four kinds of baileys, the conditions under which they are to pay or to take an oath - what is an uttered oath, a vain oath, a false oath - cases illustrating the various claims regarding the four kinds of baileys 106. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. PV. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Tract Shavuot. Chapter I. Mishnah I. There are two kinds of oaths which are subdivided into 4. The he-goat makes it pending. How is this to be understood? If it does not atone, what is the use of making it pending? It means, i.e., if the transgressor dies, then it may be considered that if he dies before he becomes aware of it, this sin is not reckoned to him any more. Said Rabha to him, in case he dies, the death itself completes the atonement, it is the he-goat that saves him from chastisement before he becomes aware by making it pending. All the above-mentioned persons are atoned for by the exported he-goats for all other transgressions without any difference, etc. Such is the custom of the divine attribute of justice, that the righteous atone for the wicked and not that the wicked atone for another wicked. 1-16. Chapter 2. Mishnah I. The cognition of uncleanness is of two kinds subdivided into four. The courtyard was sanctified with the remains of a meal offering only, in order to make it equal to the city of Jerusalem itself, etc. The orchestra of the thanks offering consisted of violins, fifes, trumpets on every corner as well as on every elevated stone in Jerusalem, and used to play, etc. It was taught, Arhuna says, all the details in the Mishnah were essential in the construction, etc. If one enters a leper's house backwards, although all his body was already in the house except his nose, he remains clean. And ye shall separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, whence you derive the warning that the children of Israel should separate themselves from their wives near the period of menstruation, etc. If there were two paths, one of which was unclean, and one passed through one of them entering, etc. 17-26. Chapter 3. Mishnah I-7. There are two kinds of oaths subdivided into four. I swear that I will eat, or I will not eat, etc. Where do we find that one must bring an offering for mere talk, as this one does talk and brings an offering? What is mentioned in the Torah? If one says, I take upon myself not to eat meat, etc. Vain and false are identical. Stripes apply to all negatives of the Torah implying manual labor, but not to those without manual labor, excepting, however, an oath. There is a moth, which is but a minimum in size, and yet one is liable for p6. Consuming it. I swear that I will not eat, and thereafter eats and drinks, he is guilty but once. I will drink neither wine, oil, nor honey, and then drinks, he is guilty for each severally. If he swore not to eat and thereafter ate carcasses or illegal cattle, reptiles, and vermin, he is guilty. Our Simeon declares him free. The reason of him who holds that one is liable for an inclusion is that he compares it to an additional prohibition. It is immaterial whether the things sworn off concern himself or others, whether they are or are not of some essential nature. One is guilty only for an oath made with reference to the future, etc. I swear that I know something to testify for you, and it is found hereafter that he knows nothing, etc. There is a rule that, if to something that was included in the general a new law be applied, only by the new one must guide oneself, etc. To exclude compulsion, what could illustrate this? As it happened to our Kahana and Arasi after the lectures at Rabbi's college, etc. Suppose one swear not to eat this bread, and then he is in danger if he does not eat it, how is it, etc. If one swears to ignore some commandment and does not carry out his oath, etc. If one says I swear not to eat this bread, in case I eat the other, etc. Which is false swearing. If one swears that something is different from what it is known by everybody to be. The provisions regarding uttered swearing apply to males, females, to kindred, non-kindred, etc. 27-46. Chapter 4. Mishnah I-6. The witness oath applies to men but not to women, to unrelated but not to kindred, etc. If a scholar was aware of a case, but it was a humiliation to him to go to that particular court, he may remain at home, etc., concerning civil cases only. The many things inferred from Exodus XXIII. 7. Keep thyself far from a false speech. How does a witness oath come about? If someone said to, etc. If there were two parties of witnesses and both denied successively, etc. There is also a case concerning a witness who refuses to testify to the death of a husband, etc. If one of them denies and the other confesses, etc. I adjure you that you come and bear me witness, that I have in the possession of so and so, etc. I adjure you to testify that so and so has spread abroad an evil name on my daughter, etc. We swear that we know nothing for you, while in reality they do know, etc. I adjure you, I impose upon you, I bind you so they are guilty, etc. If one writes Aleph lamed, etc. It must not be erased, etc. All the divine names found in the Torah in connection with Abraham are holy, etc. Amen embraces oath, acceptance, and confidence, etc. Ne means oath and ya means also an oath, etc. Arkamah, while sitting before Yehuda, repeated the Mishnah in its own language, and he said to him, change the language and use it in the third person, 46-65. Chapter V. Mishnah I-6. The depository oath concerns men and women non-kindred and kindred, those fit to testify and those unfit, etc. What is the law? When one has intentionally made a depository oath in spite of a warning, is he liable to a sin offering or not? If the depository claims that the P7 deposit has been stolen from him, swears, but thereafter confesses, etc. If one denies money when there are witnesses, he is subject to an oath, but is free from such if there is a document. How is it if 5 persons claim the 4 articles and he says to one of them, I swear that thou hast not with me a deposit, etc., and not thou, etc. 66-74. Chapter 6. Mishnah I-3. In the case of an oath before court, the claim must amount to 2 silver, and the confession to 1 parida, etc. If one requires movables and real estate, and the other admits movables but denies real estate or vice versa, he is free, etc. One must stand when taking the oath. A scholar, however, may do it while sitting. An oath taken by one before the court must be uttered in a language he understands, and the court must say to him the following introduction. Be aware that the whole world was trembling when the Lord spake on the Mount Sinai, Thou shalt not bear the name of the Lord thy God falsely. I have with you a gold dinar in gold. Nay, you have with me only a silver dinar, he is liable. If one was about to claim wheat, and the defendant hastened to confess barley, etc. What is the difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath? I have a manna with you. Yeah, you shall not return it to me without the presence of witnesses, etc. In another case one demanded 100 zuz, etc. A borrower said to the lender, you are trusted so long as you will say that I have not paid you. Thereafter he paid him in the presence of witnesses, etc. One does not swear to the following, to slaves' written documents, etc. One swears but to things capable of being measured, weighed, and counted. How so? If one lends to his neighbor on a pledge, and the pledge got lost, etc. If one lends to his neighbor 1,000 zuz, and pledges them the handle of a scythe only, etc. 75-93. Chapter 7. Mishnah I. All those who are subject to a biblical oath swear and do not pay, etc. Give me change for a dinar. Give the dinar. I have given it to you already, etc. You have hired me for 2 zuz to repair something, while the employer says that he hired him only for 1 zuz, etc. If witnesses saw one concealing utensils under his garments when coming out from a house, and he claims that he had bought them, etc. The oath returns to its place, the Mount Sinai. If there were 2 parties of witnesses contradicting each other, each party may appear and testify for itself. Let the master conjoin with us in nullifying the statement of Rabbi and Samuel. It once happened that B, who had borrowed money of A through a surety and on a document died, etc. 93-105. Chapter 8. Mishnah I. There are 4 kinds of bailees, gratuitous, on hire, borrower and hirer, etc. This is the rule: whoever tends to commutate, by his oath, liability to liability, unliability to unability, or unability to liability is free, etc. Appendix 106 to 108. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. P1. Tract Shavuot. P3. Chapter I. Rules and regulations concerning oaths, to which is attached the liability of a sin offering or stripes. The conditions of liability as determined by the time of remembering or forgetting the oath. Which oaths are or are not atoned for by private and congregational sacrifices, and also by the Day of Atonement. Illustrations of the two kinds of oaths subdivided into four. Mishnah I. There are two kinds of oaths which are subdivided into four. The cognition of uncleanness is of two kinds subdivided into four. The carrying in and out on the Sabbath day is of two kinds subdivided into four, and also aspects of leprosy are in kind two and subdivided into four. If one was originally cognizant of his being unclean, and presently became aware of this fact anew, but was not conscious of it during the act, so he is obliged to bring a rich or poor offering. If, however, he had the knowledge at the start but not at the end of the act, so the he-goat, the blood of which is interiorly to be sprinkled on the Day of Atonement as well as the day itself, will effect a delay of the punishment until he gets to know his transgression, and then he is to bring the above-mentioned offering. If there was no antecedent knowledge, but he became conscious of it after, his expiation is effected by the he-goat sacrificed exteriorly on the Day of Atonement as well as that day itself, for it reads, except the sin offering of the atonement, i.e., what this atones for the other one does, 2, just as the exterior he-goat propitiates only where there was one knowing, so propitiates the interior one, only where one knowing took. P4. Place. But where there was no knowledge either before or after, the propitiation is effected by the he-goat sacrificed on holidays and new moon days. So our Jehuda, our Simeon, however, says, the he-goats of the holidays atone, but not those of the new moon days, which propitiate only him who ate something polluted while being himself clean. Our Mayor says, all goat sacrifices are equivalent as to propitiating pollution of the holy temple and its holy sacrifice. Our Simeon would say, the he-goats of the new moon days propitiate for the clean who ate something polluted, those of the holidays, for cases where there was no knowing either before or after, and that of the Day of Atonement, for cases where there is no antecedent but a subsequent knowing. And when he was asked, may one of them be sacrificed instead of the other? He answered, I. Whereupon they retorted, since they are not all equivalent as to their capacity of propitiating, how can they substitute one another? To which he replied, they all possess this in common, that they propitiate for polluting the holy temple and its offerings. Our Simeon b. Jehuda, however, said in his name, the he-goats of the new moon days propitiate for a clean one who has eaten defiled food, those of the holidays possess a greater power, as they propitiate for the clean who has eaten defiled, and for the case of polluting where there was neither antecedent nor subsequent knowledge, those of the Day of Atonement are superior to the others in that they propitiate not only for the clean one who has received defiled food and for the case of neither antecedent nor subsequent knowledge, but also for the case where there is no antecedent but a subsequent knowledge. Hereupon he was questioned, may the one he-goat be offered as substitute for the other? And he answered, yeah. To which the others rejoined, it may be admitted that the goats of the Day of Atonement be offered on the new moon days, but how can the reverse take place, i.e., that the goats of the new moon days propitiate for what they are not capable of doing? And his answer was, they all have this in common, that they propitiate defilement of the holy temple and of its holy viands. For wanton pollution of the holy temple and of its holy offerings, the interior he-goat of the Day of Atonement as well as this day itself atones for all other transgressions of the law, both lenient and rigorous, intentional and unintentional, the foreknown and unforeknown, the positive and negative commandments, those entailing koreth or judicial death punishment. 4. P5. All these the exported goat atones. Herein are equal Israelites, priests, and the anointed high priest. What difference does, then, exist between Israelite and priest and anointed high priest? That the blood of the bullock propitiates for the pollution of the sanctuary and of the holy viands by the priests. R. Simeon, however, says, even as the blood of the goat prepared in the interior propitiates for the Israelites, so does the blood of the bullock for the priest, even as the confession of sins over the kid to be exported propitiates for the Israelite, so does the confession of sins over the bullock propitiate for the priest. Gemara, let us see in accordance with whom is our Mishnah statement. It is not in accordance with our Ismail and also not with our Akaba, as according to the former, one is not liable to a sin offering, only if the oath concerns the future, and according to the latter, one is liable only for forgetting that the object is defiled, but not if he forgot that this is the sanctuary. The Mishnah can be explained in accordance with both. With our Ismail, as he may say that the expression of the Mishnah, 2 subdivided into 4, means that for some of them one is liable, and for some of them one is not. The same can be said concerning our Akaba. But how can our Akaba statement be explained so? Does not the Mishnah include leprosy in which there is not a single case for which one is not liable to a sin offering? Consequently all the cases mentioned in the Mishnah are of the same kind? We must, therefore, say that it is in accordance with our Ismail only, and to the question that our Ismail does not make one liable for the past, it may be answered that he frees him from the liability of a sin offering only, but not from the punishment of stripes, as he holds that stripes apply even to such a negative command in which there is no manual labor, and this is, as Rabha explained elsewhere, that such is our Ismail's opinion. But if so, then our Yohanan's statements would contradict each other, namely, at one place he declared that the halakha prevails according to an anonymous Mishnah. And elsewhere it was thought if one says, I swear to eat this loaf of bread today, the day, however, has passed and he did not eat it, according to both Yohanan and Resh Lakish stripes do not apply. However, their reasons are different. The reason of the former is that there is no manual act, and the reason of the latter is that the warning to this transgression, p6, could not be of a certain, but of a doubtful kind. Hence, we see that our Yohanan's decision is that there are no stripes to a non-manual act, though contrary to the decision of the Mishnah. Our Yohanan's above decision is in accordance with his rule, for it is in accordance with another anonymous Mishnah, as follows, I swear that I will not eat this loaf, I swear again that I will not eat it, and thereafter he did eat, he is liable only for the oath first which had made this bread illegal to him. This is an utterance oath, to whose intentional transgression stripes apply, and to an unintentional, a rich or poor offering. Now, the expression of the Mishnah, this is, means that only to such a transgression which is of a past nature stripes apply, but not to a transgression of a future nature, example I will eat, etc. Hence this Mishnah, which is also anonymous, is in accordance with our Yohanan's opinion. But let us see, both Mishnahs are anonymous, why, then, should our Yohanan choose the last one and not the first? According to this question, you also may ask, why did Rabbi insert such 2 contradictory Mishnahs? You must say, then, that formerly, Rabbi's opinion was that a negative command of non-manual act is under the category of stripes, but after reconsideration he came to the conclusion that it is not, and therefore inserted the last, but did not care to strike out the first. Let us see, after all, you have explained the Mishnah in accordance with our Ismail and as concerning stripes, but does not the Mishnah mention 4 kinds of leprosy, to all of which stripes by no means apply? Nay, there is a case to which stripes do apply, viz., when cuts off the leprosy, and this is in accordance with our Abban in the name of our Elay, who said that wherever the scripture uses one of these expressions, take heed to thyself, lest al is a negative commandment. But does not the Mishnah mention the violation of Sabbath to which also stripes do not apply, for, it is under the category of capital punishment, to which stripes cannot apply. Our Ismail holds that even to such, stripes do apply, and therefore the Mishnah is explained in accordance with him. R. Joseph, however, says, our Mishnah is in accordance with p7. Rabbi's own opinion, and he composed it in accordance with different Tannim, concerning knowing and not knowing, he took our Ismail's opinion, and concerning oaths he took our Akabas. Said our Ashi, I have related this explanation before our Kahana, and he said to me, do not say that Rabbi inserted the above Mishnah in accordance with the above Tannim, and he himself did not approve of them, for in reality, in this Mishnah he explains his own opinion, as we find he did. So in the following, whence do we know that one is not culpable for a transgression of which he was aware both at the start and at the end, but unaware during the act? From escaped his recollection, 2 times repeated. So our Akaba. Rabbi, however, maintains it to be unnecessary, as from the expression escaped it is self-evident that he was once aware of it, and further on it reads, he bekometh aware, i.e., twice aware, once at the start and again at the end. But should you ask to what purpose escaped is written twice, once to make one liable for the forgetting the defilement, and the second for the forgetting the sanctuary? From this we find that Rabbi has declared his own opinion concerning known and unknown. Where is such to be found concerning oaths? It is common sense. Why, then, does our Akaba make one liable for the transgression of a past oath? Because he considers extensions and limitations, and the same did also Rabbi, as we have learned in the following Boraida. Rabbi said, our firstborn male may be redeemed with everything but documents. The rabbis, however, maintain that slaves and real estate are also excluded. Said Rabbina to Amamar, does indeed Rabbi consider extensions, etc., and not generals, etc.? In the following Boraida we find the reverse. It reads, then shalt thou take an all, but whence do we know that one may do it with a thorn, prick, borer, needle, or pencil? Therefore it reads, shalt thou take, i.e., everything that is to be taken in hand for this purpose. So our Jose b. Jehuda. Rabbi, however, maintains that since an awl is of metal, so must every instrument for this purpose be of metal. And to the question, what is the point of their difference, we answered that Rabbi considers generals and particulars, and the R. Jose considers p8. extensions, etc. Hence, we see that Rabbi considers generals and not extensions. Yeah, in all other cases Rabbi considers generals, but here he considers also extensions for the reason explained in the following. The disciples of our Ismail taught. In the water is mentioned twice. This is not to be taken as a general and a particular, but as an extension and a limitation. But do not the rabbis hold the above theory? Said Rabbina, in the West it was said in every place in the scripture where the expression of 2 generals are to be found near each other, one may put a particular between them, and derive the law of general and particular. But now that we come to the conclusion that Rabbi considers extensions, etc., there will remain a difficulty concerning oaths. We must, therefore, say that Rabbi inserted in this Mishnah the opinion of our Akaba, with which he himself does not agree. The text said, from the expression escaped it is self-evident that he was aware. Why is it self-evident? We find elsewhere the same expression, and no awareness is therein implied. Said Abai, Rabbi holds that elementary knowledge is considered, i.e., the knowledge one learns in school when yet a child. Said our Papa to him, according to this theory, how can we find a case in which he was unaware before? And he answered, it may be found with him who was captured by heathens while he was still an infant, and was brought up by them. 1. Originally cognizant. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that the verse speaks of the defilement of the temple and its holy offerings? This may be learned from an inference. The scripture warns, one shall not make himself unclean, and he who does so shall be punished, and is liable to a sin offering, and both the warning and the punishment speak about the temple and its holiness. The same is the case when it makes him liable to a sign offering. It is only in case of entering the temple. But perhaps it means heave offering, to which there is also warning and punishment. Nay, we do not find a transgression which is under the category of capital punishment. p9. To which the liability of a sin offering attaches, when done unintentionally. However, such is the case with a special offering, but let him bring a rich and poor offering which is to be brought for utterance or witness oath. It reads, bo, literally in it one to exclude all other things. But perhaps it means to exclude the sanctuary, to which a rich or poor offering does not suffice, and only a special is needed. Said Rab Ha, I apply to Rabbi the saying, he draws water from very deep wells, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. Rabbi said, I read in the scripture a beast, to what purpose, then, is also written a cow? It is for an analogy of expressions. Here it reads, an unclean cattle, and further on the very same expression, which speaks particularly about the defilement of the holy offerings, hence, as here it speaks of the holy offerings, so does the former expression, too. But this concerns the holy offerings only, whence do we know that the same is the case with the sanctuary itself? From, anything hallowed shall she not touch, and into the sanctuary, etc., we see, then, that the sanctuary is compared to its holiness. The sages of Nahardia said in the name of Rab Ha, there is mentioned in relation to peace offerings 3 times, defilement. And why? One for a general, one for a particular, and one for the expression defilement with regard to a rich or poor offering, but it does not explain the kind of a defilement, and not knowing what it means, we assumed it to mean the defilement of holiness, but now as Rabbi above inferred this from another place, we apply this defilement to the sanctuary itself. Originally cognizant, became aware anew. The rabbis taught, shall make an atonement for the holy place because of the uncleanness, etc. In this case there can be 3 kinds of defilement, by idolatry, licentiousness, and bloodshed, for we find, in regard to idolatry, in order to defile my sanctuary, concerning licentiousness, ye shall not defile yourselves therewith, finally, concerning bloodshed, ye shall not render unclean. Lest one say that for all these 3 defilements the he-goat atones, therefore, metumeth, literally, from the uncleanness of the children of Israel, but not all of p10 them, and as we saw elsewhere that the scripture has separated the defilement of the sanctuary and its holiness from all other defilements, we must say that here, also, it means the sanctuary, etc. So R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, maintains that this theory is inferred from the very same place, as it reads, he shall make an atonement for the holy place from the uncleanness, consequently it means from the uncleanness of the holy place. But lest one say that for every defilement which happens to be in the sanctuary the he-goat atones, therefore, further on, because in all their transgressions, in all their sins, it compares intentional transgressions to sin. As to the former, offerings do not apply, so, also, does it not to sins, which are not under the category of offerings. And whence do we know that in a case of which he was aware at the start, but not at the end, that the same he-goat makes it pending? From in all their sin, i.e., all sins which are under the category of a sin offering. The Master said, there are 3 kinds of defilement, etc. Let us see how was the case. Example, idolatry, if intentional, is under capital punishment, if unintentional, then the transgressor is liable to a sin offering. The same is the case with licentiousness, for intentional, capital punishment, and unintentional, a sin offering, and the same with bloodshed, intentional, by capital punishment, unintentional is punished with exile. It may be said that in the first 2 it means that it was done intentionally but without warning, and concerning bloodshed, if committed unintentionally by such a person who cannot be exiled, example a high priest of whom it is said in Tract Sanhedrin that he cannot be exiled. The Master said, the he-goat makes it pending. How is this to be understood? If it does not atone, what is the use of making it pending? Said Arzera, it means, i.e., If the transgressor dies, then it may be considered that if he dies before he becomes aware of it, this sin is not reckoned to him any more. Said Rabha to him, in case he dies, the death itself completes the atonement, it is the he-goat that saves him from chastisement before he becomes aware by making it pending. If he had no antecedent knowledge, by the he-goat sacrifice exteriorly, etc. Let us see, both he-goats are considered equal. Why, then, should the inner he-goat not atone also for p11 the things the exterior one atones for? And the difference would be that if the exterior happened not to be sacrificed at all, the interior would do also his atoning? It reads, upon its horns once, i.e., it atones only one atonement, but not two. Why should not the exterior atone for itself and for the interior also? And the difference would be that a defilement happened during the time between the sacrifice of the interior and that of the exterior. The verse says once in a year, i.e., once, and not twice in a year. But according to our Ismail, who said that to such a case offerings apply, what then does the exterior he-goat atone for? For such a case in which there was no knowledge at either start or the end, but does not for such atone the festival and the new moon goats? He holds with our mayor, who said that the atonement of all the goats are equivalent, as they atone for defilements in the sanctuary and its holiness, and the equality of the interior and exterior goats lies that both do not atone for other transgressions outside of the sanctuary with its holiness. So our Jehuda said Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the reason why our Jehuda of the Mishnah so maintains is, and one he-goat for a sin offering unto the Lord i.e., for such a sin of which none is aware but the Lord, this he-goat atones. The schoolman propounded a question, does our Jehuda speak only of such a case which could never be known, but not such which must come to knowledge at the end and which is atoned by the exterior he-goat on the day of atonement, or even of such a case which so long as it is not known to him at the present time, is considered that nobody knows of it but the Lord? Come and hear the following, for such a case in which there was no knowledge at the start and the end, and also for such a transgression that finally the transgressor must be informed of, the festival and new moon he-goats atone, such is the decree of our Jehuda. But not of the new moon. Said our Elazar in the name of our Oshia, the reason of our Simeon's theory is thus, and he had given it to you to bear the iniquity, etc., which applies to the new moon he-goat, and by an analogy of the expression iniquity, which is also found concerning the golden plate on the forehead of the high priest. p12. It may be said that as the latter atones only for bodily defilement, so also the he-goat in question does. And lest one say that as the golden plate of the high priest atones only for such things which come on the altar, so also should the he-goat in question, it reads here, the iniquity of the congregation, one but not of the things of the altar. R. Meyer says, all goat sacrifices are equivalent, etc. Said our Hamabi our Hanana, the reason of our Meyer's theory is that in some places it is written the he-goat, and in others and the ha-goat, and this intends to signify all the ha-goats with regard to their atoning power. But this is correct only where the vav is written, but how is it concerning the day of Pentecost and the day of atonement where the word he-goat is not written with the vav? Therefore said our Jonah, it reads, these shall ye prepare unto the Lord on your appointed festivals, whence all the festivals on which a he-goat is sacrificed are equal to one another. But is not there the he-goat on new moon, which is not a festival? In reality the new moon is also called festival, as Abai said elsewhere, the month of Tammuz in the year when the temple was destroyed, was a full month of 30 days, as it reads, he hath called an assembly, which mode means literally festival. 2. R. Yohanan said, our mayor admits that the interior he-goat does not atone for what all other ha-goats do, nor do the latter atone for what it does not atone for what the others do, because it is written once, which signifies that it atones but for one sin and not for two. On the other hand, they do not atone for what it does, as it reads once a year, which signifies that such an atonement takes place only once a year. There is a boraitha in support to this, for the case where there was no knowledge at either start or end, and for that where there was none at the start but at the end, also for that where a clean one has consumed defiled food, the he-goats of the festivals, of the new moons, and the exterior he-goat of the Day of Atonement atone, so are Meir. We see here that he left out the interior he-goat and also what it atones for. P. 13. R. Simeon used to say, he-goats of the new moons, etc. It is correct that the new moon's he-goat does not atone for what the festivals do, as it reads a sin, which means one sin, but not two. But why should not that of the festivals atone for what the new moons does? Because of the expression its, which signifies its iniquity but not that of another. Furthermore, the festivals do not atone for what that of the Day of Atonement does, because it reads once a year, which means such be only once, nor does that of the Day of Atonement atone for what the festivals do, because it is written once, which means it atones once but not twice, and although this is written but concerning the interior he-goat, yet there is another place where it is called the sin offering of the Day of Atonement in which the interior is included, and it has been already said above that in this respect the exterior is equal to the interior. And R. Simeon b. Jehuda, who said that the he-goat of the festivals does atone for what the new moons atones, does not hold the extension it mentioned above. Ulla said in the name of R. Yohanan, daily offerings which were not necessary for the congregation any more, may be redeemed, although they have no blemish. Rabbi sat down and repeated this halakha. Said R. Hisda to him, who will listen to you and to R. Yohanan your master, for, where to vanished their sanctity? And his answer was, where, indeed, do you think it went to? Is not there a Mishnah, the sanctification of the incense on hand was then transferred to money, etc., and there was no question raised as to where the sanctity went to? Whereupon R. Hisda rejoined, incense is incomparable, as it was not sanctified in a holy vessel, but by the money paid for intentional defiling, etc. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, and he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions in all their sins. Transgressions imply intention, as, King of Moab hath rebelled against me, and, then did Libnah revolt. On the other hand, sin implies unintention, as, if any person do sin through ignorance. For other transgressions, etc. Lenient and rigorous. Let us see, does not lenient mean positive and negative commandments, while rigorous, such to which Korath and capital? P. 14. Punishment apply. And again, known means intentional, unknown, erroneous. Why then the repetition? Said R. Jehuda, it intends to say that for all other transgressions found in the Torah, be they lenient or rigorous, be they committed intentionally or unintentionally and in latter case with knowledge or ignorance thereof, atonement is effected by the he-goat. And lenient are the positive and negative commandments, and the rigorous are those to which Korath and capital punishment apply. But again, how can there be a transgression of a positive commandment? If the transgressor has not repented, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination, and if he has, why the specific on the Day of Atonement, when any day is good, as the Boraitha teaches, when one transgresses a positive commandment and repents it, he is atoned for before yet leaving the place. Hereupon said R. Zerah, it speaks of no repentance, and our Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi, who holds that the Day of Atonement atones for each of the transgressions found in the Torah, regardless of antecedent repentance, except him who shakes off the yoke, explains the Torah not according to its real meaning and destroys the covenant in his flesh. As for him, the Day of Atonement atones, provided he first repented, otherwise it does not. Rabbi bases this, his opinion, on, because the word of the Lord hath he despised, which means, he who has shaken off the yoke of, and misinterpreted, the Torah, and his commandments hath he broken, which means, he who has destroyed the covenant in his flesh, hikareth tikareth, meaning literally cut off, shall be cut off, i.e., cut off before, shall be cut off after, the Day of Atonement, but lest one say the same is the case with him who has repented, it reads the iniquity is therein, whence it is to infer that only in case the iniquity is upon him. The rabbis, however, explain this verse thus, cut off in this world and shall be cut off in the world to come, and as to the iniquity, it means if he die upon repenting, the death completes the atonement. But how can this Mishnah be in accordance with Rabbi, when the second part, there is no difference between the Israelite, priest and anointed high priest, is only the view of Ar Jehuda, hence, the first part should, too, rather be in accordance with the latter. Said Ar Joseph, the whole Mishnah is the opinion of Rabbi who agrees with Ar Jehuda concerning the p. 15. Latter part only. Said Abai to him, does the master mean to say that Rabbi agrees with Ar Jehuda, while Ar Jehuda does not agree with Rabbi, or he does agree, and that you say the former is only because it is customary that the disciple agrees with his master? And he answered, I am very specific in this expression, Rabbi upholds Ar Jehuda, while Ar Jehuda does not agree with him with regard to the first part of the Boraitha, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, lest one say that the Day of Atonement atones for both repenters and non-repenters, there is an analogy in the following. A sin and trespass offerings atone as well as the Day of Atonement, and as the former atones for but them who repent, so does also the Day of Atonement, but lest one say there is a considerable difference between them, as the said offerings atone only for sinning by error, while the Day of Atonement atones even for an intentional act, whence it might atone also for non-repenters, therefore it reads, but it, which excludes non-repenters. Now, this Boraitha is found in Sifra, and according to tradition all the anonymous Boraithas of Sifra are in accordance with Ar Jehuda. 1. No difference between an Israelite, etc. Does not the Mishnah contradict itself by saying here there is no difference, etc., and immediately hereafter asking what is the difference between, etc.? Said Ar Jehuda, it is to be explained thus, all the above-mentioned persons are atoned for by the exported he-goats for all other transgressions without any difference. A difference between person and person arises, however, with regard to the bullock that atones only for the priests in the case of defilement of the temple and its holiness, and this is only in accordance with Ar Jehuda of the following Boraitha. It reads, and he shall make an atonement for the sanctum sanctissimum means the innermost holy chamber, and for the tabernacle of the congregation means the whole temple, and for the altar, literally, shall he make an atonement means the courtyards of the temple, and also for the priests, literally, and for all the people of the congregation, means Israelite, shall he make the atonement means the Levites, hence, they all are equally atoned for by the exported he-goat for all transgressions but that of defilement. Such is the p. 16. Dictum of Ar Jehuda. Ar Simeon, however, maintains that as the blood of the interior he-goat atones for the defilement of the temple by the Israelites, so does the blood of the bullock atone for the defilement of the temple by the priests. Likewise, as the confession of sins over the exported he-goat atones for all other transgressions by Israelites, so does the confession over the bullock atone for the priests in all other transgressions. And as to the above deduction that all are equally atoned for, it means that they are equal, inasmuch as the category of atonement is concerned. Who is the Tana of the following Boraitha? It reads, he shall kill the goat of the sin offering of the people, which means that which does not atone for the priests, but what does atone for them? Aaron's own bullock, because it is assigned to atone for his house also. And lest one say that they should not be atoned for even thereby, as the phrase of him is used concerning Aaron's bullock, then the priests who must be atoned for would remain without all atonement. We say it is better they should be atoned for by Aaron's bullock, which, atoning for all the house of Aaron, is eo facto no longer of him individually, than to be atoned for by the interior he-goat, which does not include any other thing. As to the possible objection that his house is meant to exclude other priests, there is a verse, O house of Aaron, bless the Lord, O house of Levi. Ye that fear the Lord, bless the Lord, and this includes all the priesthood. There is a Boraitha relating that the disciples of Ar Ismael taught, Such is the custom of the divine attribute of justice, that the righteous atone for the wicked and not that the wicked atone for another wicked. Next, Chapter 2. Index previous next. p. 17. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning the cognition of defilement, its two kinds, subdivided into 4, and their illustrations. The ceremonial accompanying the consecration of the extensions built in the courtyard of the temple, and in Jerusalem in general. Illustrations of positive commandments that do or do not entail liability. Mishnah I. The cognition of uncleanness is of two kinds subdivided into 4, viz., when one after having become unclean perceives it and then forgets all about it, knowing, however, that what he eats is holy, or when he was ignorant of the fact that the food is holy, being, however, aware of his uncleanness, or, finally, when both facts having escaped his memory he ate from the holy food without being cognizant thereof, but learning it after he had eaten, he is to bring a rich or poor offering. If he became unclean and knew it, forgot it afterward, but was fully conscious that he was in the sanctuary, or he forgot that it was the sanctuary but knew his uncleanness, or, both facts having escaped his cognition, he enters the sanctuary without knowing it to be such and learns this fact only after he has gone out, he is to bring a foregoing offering. It is immaterial whether the unclean one enters the courtyard or its extension, since extensions are added to both city and courtyard only in the presence of a king, prophet, Urim and Thummim, and of the Grand Sanhedrim consisting of 71 two thanks offerings, and the chorus, the whole court of justice steps forth, followed by the 2 thanks offerings, and then all Israel, the inner bread is consumed, the outer one is burnt. But whatever has not been constructed in this manner, does not entail guilt upon him who being unclean enters it. If one having become unclean in the courtyard of the temple forgot it, remembering, however, that he is in the holy temple, or forgot that he is in the temple but was aware of his uncleanness, or, both facts having escaped his cognition, he made a p. 18. Vow or was lingering there for an interval taken up by the making of a vow, or went out by the longer way, he is guilty, but if by the short way, b. is not guilty. This is a positive command concerning the holy temple, for disobeying of which one is not guilty. And which is the positive command concerning menstruation that entails guilt? If one being in relation with a clean woman is told by her, I have just become unclean, and thereupon immediately interrupts his relation with her, he is guilty, for separation from her affords him as much pleasure as his coming to her. R. Eliezer says, one is guilty for forgetting the cause of his uncleanness to have been a reptile, but is not guilty for forgetting the holy temple. R. Aquaba says, if he has become ignorant of being unclean, whence it follows that he is guilty of obliviousness as regards uncleanness but not as regards the holy temple. R. Ismail says, the phrase it will escape his memory is repeated twice to declare one guilty in both cases, for forgetting his uncleanness as well as for forgetting the sanctuary. Gemara, said our Papa to Abai, it states 2 divided into 4, whereas it ought to be into 6 viz. The cognition of defilement of the holy food, and of the sanctuary, in each case antecedent and subsequent. Answered Abai, according to your theory there ought to be 8 subdivisions, as cognition of defilement may be accompanied with ignorance of holy food and of the sanctuary. Rejoined our Papa, in reality there are 8, the Mishnah, however, does not count the first 4, which are not at all found in the scripture. It is immaterial. Enters the courtyard, etc. Whence is the ceremony attending the extension of courtyards deduced? Said our Shammai b. Hi, from, in accordance with all that I show thee, the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it, which last phrase means for the future generations. 1. When 2 thanks offerings, etc. There is a Boraitha that. p. 19. The 2 thanks offerings mean their bread and not flesh. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Hista, from, and I have prepared 2 large thanks offerings. Now, what signifies the attribute large? Shall we assume that it means literally, then it should read bullocks. Or should it indicate merely that of their kind they were the large ones? Now, does it make a difference before heaven? Does not Abhorrai the state, concerning a cattle burnt offering it reads, sweet savor unto the Lord, the same expression concerns a fowl burnt offering, likewise concerning a meal offering the same term is used, which is intended to teach that before heaven all offerings, liberal as well as poor, are equal, provided they are offered to gratify the Heavenly Father? It remains, therefore, to assume that the attribute, large, means simply the greater part of the thanks offerings, i.e., the leavened bread, as there is a Mishnah teaching that the thanks offering was 5 Jerusalem sahs large, which are equal to 6 country sahs, making 2 ephahs each of 3 sahs, altogether 20 tens, 10 of which were leaven and the other 10 of matzah. The matzah, however, consisted of 3 kinds, cakes, wafers, and of what was sodden. Rami b. Hama said, the courtyard was sanctified with the remains of a meal offering only, in order to make it equal to the city of Jerusalem itself, viz., as the rule about the things eatable within the city renders them invalid if carried outside the city, so also with things eatable within the courtyard, they become invalid outside of this yard. Now, lest one say that as the city is to be sanctified with the leavened cakes of the thanks offering, so also the remains of the meal offering sanctifying the courtyard be of leaven, the answer would be that there can be no meal offering of leaven, since it reads, it shall not be baked leaven, as their portion, etc., which Resh Lakish interprets to mean that not even a portion thereof be baked leaven, hence, the above supposition is impossible. But again, why not sanctify with the 2 breads of Pentecost which are leaven? Nay, this cannot be admitted either, because how can this be carried out? Supposing the courtyard to be built before Pentecost, then the breads becoming holy only upon the slaughtering of the 2 lambs, are not yet capable of sanctifying. Furthermore, the sanctification must take place on the day of p20. Completing the building, hence, the sanctification on the holiday is out of question, nor can it be supposed that the temple be finished on the holiday, since there is a rule that the temple must not violate holidays. Finally, to leave the 2 breads for the morrow of the holiday is not feasible, for they would become invalid in being left overnight. But why not leave the finishing until sunset, when the lambs are slaughtered and the breads become holy, so that the sanctification could be carried out? There is a tradition that building the temple must not take place in the night time. As Abai said, we know that the building of the temple must not be completed in the night, from, and on the day that tabernacle, etc., hence on the day but not on the night. By the chorus, etc. The rabbis taught, the orchestra of the thanks offering consisted of violins, fifes, trumpets on every corner as well as on every elevated stone in Jerusalem, and used to play, I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me, etc., and also. Some call this latter song Negaim because of verse in which it reads, nor shall any plague, etc., others call it Pagaim, because of verse, there shall fall at thy side 1,000. They used to sing this song from verse 1 to 10 inclusive, and also the whole of chap 3 of Psalms. R. Jehoshua b. Levi used to say all the verses mentioned above before going to bed. But this seems hardly credible, as he himself said somewhere that none should cure oneself with the verses of the Torah. The answer is that protecting and curing are 2 different things, and he prohibited to say such verses over a wound. 1. Followed by the 2 thanks offerings, etc. Shall we assume that the thanks offerings follow the court, when we read, 2 thanks offerings? After them walked Hoshea, etc. Nay, it means thus, they were all walking, the court being behind the offerings. In what order were the 2 offerings carried? R. High and R. Simeon b. Rabbi differ concerning this. According to one they were one opposite the other, while according to the other they were placed one behind the other. According to the former opinion, the one offering that was to be sacrificed on the inner altar was brought near the wall, while according to the latter opinion the one that p21 was near to the people of the court was sacrificed. Ar Yohanan, however, said, it was left to the prophet to decide which of the offerings was to be burnt and which to be eaten. But whatever has not been constructed, etc. It was taught, Ar Huna says, all the details were essential in the construction, while Ar Nahman said, whatever was not constructed with one of them, etc. Ar Huna bases his theory on the fact that the first sanctification sanctified for the future, too, while Ezra's sanctification was but a kind of memorial. On the other hand, Ar Nahman holds that the first sanctification was confined only to the present and Ezra sanctified for his time although there were no Urim and Thummim. Rabbah objected to Ar Nahman from our Mishnah which plainly states, in this manner, i.e., with all the details specified there, whereupon he answered, read there whatever was not constructed with one of them. Come and hear another objection. Abba Saul said, there were two Bitzin on the Olive Mountain, an upper and a lower one. The lower one was sanctified strictly in the manner prescribed by the Mishnah, while the upper one was sanctified only by the ascendants from the exile, in the absence of both king and Urim and Thummim. The lower one, whose sanctification was complete, common people used to enter and consume there their lenient holy food, but not second tithe. Scholars, however, used to consume there both. In the upper one of the incomplete sanctification the common people used to consume the lenient holiness, while the scholars did not partake there of anything. But why did not they sanctify it completely? Because the complete sanctification needs a king, etc., as prescribed by the Mishnah, and such were not at that time. But why, then, was it at all considered a part of Jerusalem? Because being a suburb of Jerusalem it was easily accessible? Concerning this matter the Tannim of the following Boraitha differ. Ismail b. Josh said, to what purpose did the rabbis enumerate all the cities surrounded by walls from the time of Jehoshua? B. None. Because the ascendants of the exile being placed in these cities, sanctified them. The first sanctification, however, was abolished when the land ceased to be that of Israel. Our Ismail thus holds that the first sanctification was good only for the present, but not for the future, and this would meet with a contradiction in the following. Our Ismail b. Josh said, were, then, only these cities? p. 22. Is it not written, 60 cities? All these were fortified cities. Why, then, had the sages enumerated them? Because the ascendants of the exile were placed in them, and not only to these cities, but also to all cities which were, according to tradition, surrounded with walls at the time of Jehoshua. Apply all the commandments imposed upon such cities, for the first sanctification has sanctified them for the future also, whence it is evident that our Ismail contradicts himself. The answer is that one of these Boraithas was said not by our Ismail, but by our Elazar b. Josh, as the following Boraitha states. It reads, Lo Choma, meaning literally no wall, but according to the traditional reading it is Lo Choma, meaning it has a wall, i.e., though it has no wall now but was walled at the time Israel entered Palestine. In the courtyard and forgot it, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said our Elazar. Because the sanctuary of the Lord hath he defiled, and, hath defiled the tabernacle of the Lord. Now, as there in so necessity of two verses for the inner defilement, one should be applied to the outer one. But are, indeed, the two verses superfluous? Are they not both needed for what we have learned in the following Boraitha in the name of our Elazar? Why have two verses to mention both sanctuary and tabernacle? Was not one sufficient? The answer is, if only tabernacle were mentioned, it could be accounted for by the fact of its being anointed with the holy oil, which was not the case with the temple, and therefore no liability is attached to defilement of latter. On the other hand, if only the holy temple were mentioned, the reason would be that it was sanctified once forever, which was not the case with the tabernacle. Hence, the necessity of both the verses. Our Elazar found difficulty to see the reason for using two names, sanctuary and tabernacle, since elsewhere these two names are used synonymously. B. Therefore, infers therefrom his two foregoing conclusions. His statement, however, that the temple is called tabernacle is correct, from, and will set my tabernacle among you, but where is it found that tabernacle is called temple? In, and they shall make me a sanctuary and I will dwell in it, and verse 9 says, I show thee the pattern of the tabernacle. He made a bow or was lingering, etc. From this it may be said that the bowing must also take a certain time. Said Rabha, this is so only when, while bowing, he turned his face. P. 23. To the outside, but not if to the inside of the temple, and the Mishnah is to be interpreted thus, if he made the bow toward the inside or turned his face toward the outside for a certain interval, and here is an illustration, suppose he kneels only, then no time is needed, but if he bows, i.e., falls down and stretches his hands and feet, then a certain time must be taken up. And how long is this time interval? R. Itzhak b. Nahmini, with whom was Simeon b. Pazi, according to others vice versa, or Simeon b. Nahmini, one says, it is so long as would take to say this verse, and all the children of Israel were looking on as the fire came down, and the glory of the Lord was resting upon the house, and they kneeled down with their faces to the ground upon the pavement, and prostrate themselves, and gave thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, because unto everlasting endureth his kindness, while the other says, only from they kneeled until the end of the verse. The rabbis taught, Kita is bowing to the ground face to the earth, as, then did Bathsheba bow, etc. Kneeling is to stand upon the knees, as, from kneeling on his knees. Finally, bowing is prostrating oneself, as, to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth. If by the short way he is not guilty. Rabha said, on the short way even if he kept on going the whole day the toe of one foot touching the heel of the other, he is free. He, however, propounded a question, if his walk was interrupted every time, must these intervals be added and counted or not? Now, why does not Rabha decide his question by his own doctrine from above? Because above he treats of the case done without interruption. Abai asked Rabba, if he walked through the long way so quickly, as it takes no longer than by the short way, what then? Is the time essential and then he is free, or is the way essential and then he is liable? He answered, the long way cannot be made shorter by contracting the time of walking it. R. Oshia said, I would like to say something, but am afraid of my colleagues. If one enters a leper's house backwards, although all his body was already in the house except his nose, he remains clean, as, and he who goeth into the house, etc., means going in the ordinary way, but not backwards. Now, the reason of my hesitating is that my colleagues may, on the basis of the latter quotation, say that even when all his body, nose, too, is already in the house he is clean. P. 24. Said Rabbah, if the whole body was in, he should not be worse than vessels in such a house, of which it reads that all shall not be made unclean. There is a Boraitha supporting our Oshia, on the roofs of the temple no holy of holy food must be consumed, no lenient holies must be slaughtered there, and he who, while unclean, enters the temple by these roofs is not culpable, as, and into the sanctuary shall she not come means the coming in the ordinary way. This is a positive command concerning the holy temple, etc. What is the standpoint of the Tana from which he says this is? He refers to a statement in the Mishnah in Horioth, there is no liability attached to a positive and negative commandment, etc., regarding which our Tana says. This is the positive commandment to which liability is not attached, but where, then, is a positive command entailing liability? It is the having of intercourse with a woman mentioned in the Mishnah. It was taught, Abai said in the name of Arhiabi. Rabbite, in this last case the transgressor is liable to twice stripes, one for the intercourse, and one for the separation. So also said Rabha in the name of Samuel b. Sheila, quoting Arhuna. Rabbah, however, deliberating on this point, said, Let us see how was the case. If it treats of a scholar who had relation with his wife at the time she usually gets her menses, then he is justly culpable for the intercourse as for an unintentional offense, as he thought he will finish before, and for the separation, which act is with him as a scholar an intentional one, he is not liable to stripes. On the other hand, if it treats of an ignorant, why should he be liable twice? Is this not a case analogous to that where one consumed twice illegal fat the size of an olive in one forgetfulness, when he is culpable only once? And should you say that the transgressor acted so not at the usual time of menstruation, then, if he be a scholar he is not liable at all, since the intercourse was had innocently, while as regards separation it is here, too, an intentional act. If, however, he be an ignorant, he is culpable only once, i.e., for the separation. Said Rabha, it treats of a time near to the menstruation, and of him who is a scholar and is aware that one must not have intercourse at such a time, but not that separation is prohibited. Rabha said further, both the acts we find treated of in Mishnah, concerning separation in our Mishnah, and concerning the intercourse in Tract Nida, as follows: if blood be found on his shirt the two are unclean and liable to a sin offering. The Master says, immediate separation entails culpability. How then should he behave? Said Arhuna in the name of Rabbite, he should support himself on the tips of his fingers until phallus mortar and then separate himself. It was taught, R. Jonathan B. Lecunya asked his brother, R. Simeon, where is the warning against having intercourse with a menstruant woman? In answer he took some dry mud and threw it upon him, saying, is it not plainly stated in? Whereupon he rejoined, I mean to ask where is the warning against separating oneself from her who gets her menses in the time of intercourse? Said Hiskia, from, and if any man should lie with her, and the uncleanness of her separation come upon him, etc., which means even when he separates from her when the menses ensue during the intercourse. But again, here we find only the positive command, he shall be unclean 7 days, when, then, is the negative command against separating oneself? Said our Papa, the above cited verse, shalt thou not approach means also thou shalt not separate thyself, as uses the word karab to mean separating, so does there tikrub mean separate. The rabbis taught, and ye shall separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, whence you derive the warning that the children of Israel should separate themselves from their wives near the period of menstruation, so are Jashia. And for how long? Said Rabha, for 12 hours. R. Yohanan said in the name of R. Simeon b. Johai, he who does not separate from his wife at the said period, his children even if equal to the sons of Aaron, will die, as after the above cited verse and verse 33 follows the mention of the death of Aaron's children. R. Hiabi. Aha said in the name of R. Yohanan, he who does separate himself for that period will be rewarded with male children, as, to distinguish between the clean and unclean, is followed by, if a woman, and born a male child. R. Jehoshua b. Levi added, he will be rewarded with sons who will be fit to p. 26. Decide law questions, as it reads, so that ye may be able to distinguish. To teach. R. Benjamin b. Japheth said in the name of R. Eleazar, he who sanctifies himself during the intercourse will be rewarded with male children, as, ye shall sanctify yourselves, etc., which chapter is followed by verse. A reptile, etc. What is the point of their difference? Said Hiskia, a reptile and a carcass. According to R. Eleazar he must exactly know the cause of his defilement, whether reptile or carcass, while R. Akaba maintains that the knowledge, and not the exact cause, of his defilement is necessary. And so also was this point explained by Ula. The rabbis taught, if there were 2 paths one of which was unclean, and one passed through one of them entering, however, the temple after passing through the other path, 2, he is liable, if, however, after passing the first path he entered the temple by forgetting and on becoming aware thereof he performed the sprinkling and took a legal bath, and then passed the other path and again entered the sanctuary by forgetting, he is liable. R. Simeon, however, declares him free. On the other hand, R. Simeon b. Jehuda holds him, in the name of R. Simeon, free even in the first case. How is this last decision to be understood? In the first case where he passes the two paths there is no doubt that be passed an unclean one. How, then, can he be free? Said Rab Ha, the decision concerns a case where he, having passed both paths, forgets, enters the temple, and thereafter recollects his passing through but one of the paths, and the point of difference here is that the first Tana quotes R. Simeon as holding that partial cognition is considered as the whole, which R.B. Jehuda in his name denies. But why does the Boraitha hold liable him who has performed sprinkling, etc.? Is not here the cognition concerning a doubtful case and hence he should not be liable? Said R. Yohanan, here the Tana regards the doubtful cognition as a certain one. Resh Lakish, however, said, this Boraitha is in accordance with R. Ismail, who holds that antecedent cognition is not requisite. 1. Footnotes 18:1 Rabha's objection thereto is already translated in Sanhedrim. 20:1 see Sanhedrim. 26:1 The further discussion will appear in Tract Kirithoth. Next, Chapter 3. Index previous next. p. 27. Chapter 3. Rules and regulations concerning the oath transgression considered as referring to both past and future. The determination of the size or quantity of the object regarding which the oath is made. The wording of the oath. Is or is not drinking included in eating and vice versa. Does or does not the repeated stating of the oath entail a separate liability. To what acts or words the oath relates. Oaths made by compulsion. Oaths concerning the fulfilling or ignoring of a commandment. Mishnah I. There are two kinds of oaths subdivided into four, viz. I swear that I will eat or will not eat, that I did or did not eat. If upon making the oath, I will not eat, he does eat, and be it but a minimum, he is guilty, so R. Akaba. Whereupon he was questioned, where do we find a similar case that one be guilty for a minimum, so that this one be declared guilty? He replied, where do we find that one must bring an offering for mere talk, as this one does talk and brings an offering? Gemara, the rabbis taught, the expression mibta'av is considered an oath, and also the word izr is considered such, and what prohibition attaches to this last form of an oath? If you decide that izr is an oath, liability is attached to its transgression. Now, how is this to be understood? Does not the Boraitha state expressly that izr is an oath? Said Abai, it means to say thus, the expression mibta is an oath, and if one says, this object is izr to me as the first, and this third object be to me as the second, it is in such a case that, if it be decided that the making of an oath on a thing by comparing it to the first one is an oath, the second one is prohibited. 1. But whence do we know that the expression mibta is an oath? From, or if any person swear, by pronouncing with his lips. Now, it reads, or he swear an oath to bind his soul with an izr, hence, izr is obviously also an oath. Therefore said Abai, that mibta is an oath, is inferred from, or what she may have uttered, wherewith she hath bound. From here we see that she has bound, not sworn, and it is with mibta that she has bound herself. Rab Ha, however, said, there is no necessity of Abai's explanation, as swearing by comparing is not considered, and as to the above Boraitha, it may be simply explained, as follows, mibta is an oath, izr is also an oath, however, izr is found used between vow and oath, and this is what the Boraitha says, if one expresses izr as a vow, it is a vow, and if as an oath, it is an oath. And where is it found in such connection, and if she had vowed in her husband's house, or had bound her soul by an obligation with an oath? And the explanations of Abai and Rabha are respectively in accordance with their theories elsewhere, as it was taught, if one swears by comparing, it is, according to Abai, the same as swearing directly with the word oath, while according to Rabha it is not so. An objection was raised from the following: what is Iser mentioned in the Torah? If one says, I take upon myself not to eat meat, not to drink wine, just as on the day of the death of my father or of a certain man, example Gedaliah b. Akakam, or as on the day when I have seen Jerusalem destroyed, it is an Iser, and Samuel adds, provided he has previously vowed already not to consume these objects on those days. Now, according to this, Abai's theory is correct, as we see here that one may make a vow by comparing, hence, he may also make an oath by comparing, but Rabha's theory remains open to objection. Nay, Rabha may say that the cited Boraitha should read thus: what is an Iser of a vow mentioned in the Torah? If one says, etc., and to this Samuel makes his addition, by reason of, if a man vows a vow, which means p. 29. He vows on a thing on which he has already vowed. Moreover, Gedaliah's day is specifically mentioned in the Boraitha in order to teach that, notwithstanding that it is a general fast day, one's vow is only then a vow if he has previously vowed especially for this day, and again, lest one say, this being a general fast day, a vow referring thereto is not considered at all, consequently such a vow is not even one by comparing, and hence should be wholly disregarded. It comes to teach us that it is not so. R. Yohanan, too, upholds Rabha's theory, as Rabin, on coming from Palestine, said in his name, if one says, Mibtah, I will not eat, or Iser, I will not eat, it is considered an oath. However, when Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of the same authority, the oath for a future, e.g., I will or will not eat, is considered false, and the warning against it is in, and ye shall not swear by my name falsely. Furthermore, the oath for the past, example I have or have not eaten, is considered vain, and the warning against it is in thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, and against a vow the warning is found in, he shall not profane his word. An objection was raised from the following: vain and false are identical. Does not this mean that just as vain refers to a past, so does false, too, refer to the post? Why, vain and false are identical in respect of another point, but each of them has its signification as above, as there is a Boraitha, Zachar, ye shall remember, and Shemer, ye shall observe the Sabbath were uttered by the Lord in one word, which transcends the power of the human mouth and ear. 1. But what does this Boraitha teach us thereby? The following: just as stripes are applied to a false, so they are also to a vain oath. But is not this self-evident, as both are negatives? Lest one say that it is as our Papa said to Abai, it comes to teach us that the halakha prevails with Abai. When Rabin came, he said in the name of our Jeremiah that our Abohu said in the name of our Yohanan that an oath for the past is a false one, and the warning against it is as cited above, and an oath for the future is merely a transgression of he shall not profane his word, as above, and a vain oath is when one swears, example that a man is a woman. Said our Papa, our Abohus. p. 30. Statement was not explicitly stated, but inferred from the following: it was taught, 80b. Abin said in the name of Amram that our Itzhak said in the name of our Yohanan that our Jehuda, quoting our Jose the Galilean said, stripes apply to all negatives of the Torah implying manual labor, but not to those without manual labor, excepting, however, an oath, an exchange and a curse upon one's neighbor by the holy name, to which 3, though not implying manual labor, stripes apply. And whence do we know that it is so concerning an oath? Said our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Johai, it reads, for the Lord will not hold guiltless, etc., which means only the heavenly court, but the worldly court will make him guiltless by punishing him with stripes. Said our Papa to Abai, but maybe it means that no one can make him guiltless. And he answered, it would be so if it were not predicated of the Lord, but as it is, it can but mean that not the Lord but the earthly court will. All this concerns a vain oath, but whence do we know that the same is the case with a false one? Said our Yohanan, his own opinion, in the cited verse vain is mentioned twice, and as the second is not needed for itself, apply it to a false oath. Arabohu, however, deliberated as to how should be the case. If one swears, I will not eat and did eat, then there is an act done, hence it is in the category of negatives with manual act. Again, if he swears, I will eat but did not eat, it is a case to which stripes do not apply according to both Ar Yohanan and Resh Lakish. Upon due deliberation, however, Arabohu decided that it means an oath referring to the past, example I swear that I have eaten, and B did not eat, or vice versa, and though there is no manual labor here stripes apply, as Rabha said, the Torah has expressly extended the provision of the vain oath to the false one, to teach that just as a vain refers to the past, so also a false oath. And be it a minimum, etc. The schoolman questioned, does our Akaba hold with our Simeon who declares one liable for a minimum with regard to all biblical transgressions? As we have learned in the following, stripes apply even to a minimum, and the size of an olive is prescribed only concerning an offering. And why does our Akaba differ here, when he does not differ in any other places? Is it in order to let you know the power of his opponents, the rabbis, who say that if one swears not to eat even a minimum and did eat such, he is nevertheless p. 31. Not liable? Or, in all other cases he agrees with the rabbis, while here he differs, because if one swore not to eat a minimum B would certainly be liable if he did eat, hence he is also liable if he swore generally, without mentioning the word minimum? Come and hear. Our Akaba said, a Nazirite who has soaked his bread in wine and consumed it, is liable provided wine of the size of an olive entered the bread. Now, should he bold with our Simeon, why does he require the size of an olive? And also from the next Mishnah, concerning reptiles which the Gemara explains in accordance with our Akaba, that a man may impose upon oneself the prohibition of even a minimum, it is inferred that he agrees with the rabbis in all cases. Where do we find, etc.? But is there not a moth, which is but a minimum in size, and yet one is liable for consuming it? It is different with living creatures. Again, is not one liable in the case of the sanctuary? Here also there must be no less than the value of a parida. But does not he himself say that if one expresses a minimum he is liable? The expression raises it to the value of a creature. But is there not a case regarding earth, where no definite quantity is requisite? And should you say that it is, then solve the following question propounded by Rabha, if one swore that he will not eat, and thereafter ate earth, what quantity thereof makes him liable, by saying that the quantity of an olive is required? Nay, because earth is not eatable, you cannot very well assign to it a definite quantity. But is not such the case with vows? A vow is equivalent to the expressions minimum used in an oath. As this one does talk and brings an offering, etc. But is not such the case with the blasphemer who is liable for mere talk? Here a case is looked for where one imposes upon oneself a prohibition by talk, while the blasphemer sins with his talk. But is not the case of a Nazirite, who brings an offering for mere talk, analogous? Nay, the Nazirite brings the offering, that wine become allowed to him. But does one not impose a prohibition by saying, this should be sanctified? We look for a case where one imposes the prohibition only upon oneself, while in this case the prohibition is general. But does not one prohibit a thing to oneself by saying, this is a vow for me? The Tana of the Mishnah holds that to this case an offering does not apply. Said Rabha, they differ only regarding the case where he did not express the word minimum. p. 32. But if he did, the expression raises it to the value of a creature. He said again, they differ only when he said, I will not eat, but if he said, I will not taste, all agree that he is liable. And Rabha says this lest one say that with the expression taste one intended to mean eat. Said our Papa, they differ only concerning vows, while as regards oaths all agree that liability attaches even to a minimum, because by saying this is a vow for me he does not mention eating. Mishnah 2: I swear that I will not eat, and thereafter eats and drinks, he is guilty but once. But if he says, I swear that I will neither eat nor drink, and did both, he is guilty twice. If he says, I swear not to eat, and then eats wheat bread, barley bread, and rye bread, he is guilty but once. If he swears, I will not eat either wheat bread, barley bread, or rye bread, and then eats, he is guilty for each one severally. I swear that I will not drink, and thereafter drinks varied beverages, he is guilty but once. I swear I will drink neither wine, oil, nor honey, and then drinks, he is guilty for each severally. I swear not to eat, and then ate things not suitable to eat, and drank something not suitable as a drink, he is free. If he swore not to eat and thereafter ate carcasses or illegal cattle, reptiles, and vermin, he is guilty. Our Simeon declares him free. If one said, I swear to abstain from deriving any benefit from my wife if I have eaten today, and he did eat carcasses, etc., his wife is prohibited to him for all benefit. Gemara, Arhiabi. Abin said in the name of Samuel, if one swears not to eat and thereafter drank, he is guilty. If you wish, this is mere common sense, since ordinarily a man inviting the other one to have a bite, the two go in and eat and drink, or if you wish, it is found in the scripture that the expression eat includes also drinking, viz., in cattle, sheep, wine. And thou shalt eat these. But perhaps it means there an ano garum. The verse says further shekor one, which means an intoxicating beverage. Neither can it here be spoken of a date of the city of Kehila, which when eaten intoxicates, and regarding which Aborithus says that one who had eaten it and then entered the sanctuary is culpable, as the word shekor here is analogous with the same word used concerning a Nazirite, where it surely means only wine for which he is culpable. Said p. 33. Rabha. This is implied also in our Mishnah, if one swears not to eat, and then eats and drinks, he is culpable but once, which signifies that the drinking is included in the eating, for if this were not the case, to what purpose would the express teaching be? Would it be necessary, example for the Tana, to teach expressly that the oath regarding eating makes one culpable only for the eating and not for performed labor? Said Abai to him, according to your doctrine that eating includes drinking, how is the second part of the Mishnah I will neither eat nor drink to be understood? As eating includes drinking, why is he culpable twice? And he answered, because of the expression, the addition nor drink shows clearly that his I will neither eat was not yet in his mind including drinking. Said Rashi, it seems to me, too, that the teaching of the Mishnah implies drinking in eating, hence, I swear not to eat and then ate things not eatable and drank things not suitable to drink, which implies that if the things he drank were suitable, he would be liable, hence we see that drinking is included in eating. However, this is hardly evidence, as the Mishnah here may mean that he said in his oath both eat and drink. I will not eat either wheat bread. He is guilty for each. But perhaps he intends by mentioning expressly bread merely to exclude other things which to eat he shall be free. If such were the case, he would not repeat the word bread with each kind separately. But again, maybe he uses repeatedly the word bread in order to prevent the belief that he swears with regard to wheat bread not to eat, while with regard to the others not to chew. If this were his intention, he would say, I will not eat wheat bread, nor barley, nor rye, without repeating bread each time. But if he said so, his oath could be understood to concern a mixture of all these, but not each singly and severally. Then let him say, I will not eat bread of wheat, of barley, or of rye, without repeating bread. Hence, the repetition must have been intended to emphasize that he makes an oath for each severally. I will drink neither wine, oil. He is guilty, etc. Here again the question arises, maybe he intends to exclude other beverages, as here the above argumentation cannot be advanced, since the beverages are here specified. Said our Papa, it speaks of a case where all these liquids were standing before him, so that he could by pointing to them swear not to drink them. Why, then, are they specified? To indicate that he makes an p. 34 oath for each one. But if so, it could be said that he must not partake only of these before him, but of other wine, etc., he may. Let him then say, I will not drink of these before me nor of their kind in general. Hence, it must be said that the specification is intended to make the oath for each severally. Ar-Ahabi Ar-Ika said, the Mishnah speaks of one invited by his neighbor to drink with him wine, oil and honey, to which he could answer, I will not drink with you, hence, his repeating the liquids makes him liable for each one separately. I will not eat and then ate things not eatable, etc. Does not the Mishnah contradict itself? It states that on eating an unsuitable thing he is free, and hereafter it declares him culpable for eating carcass. What are the reasons to account for these two parts respectively? This presents no difficulty. The first part speaks of the case when he says in general, I will not eat, while the second part speaks of the case when he expressly says, I will not eat anything. But even if this be so, why should the oath hold regarding reptiles, where an oath lies on him? Already from the Mount Sinai? Rabbi Samuel and Ar Yohanan all three said, it speaks of the case when one includes in his oath the permissible with the forbidden, viz., I will not eat legal and illegal things. Resh Lakish, however, says, a case like that of the Mishnah cannot take place, unless he stated plainly not to eat even a half of the prescribed quantity, in which case according to the rabbis, who hold one liable only for the whole quantity, the oath concerns a half quantity, and according to Ar Akaba, who says that liability attaches even to a minimum, the oath here concerns a half quantity provided he has not plainly specified anything. But why does not Resh Lakish agree with Ar Yohanan? He may say that Ar Yohanan's theory of inclusion can be applied only to prohibitions in themselves, such as, eating carcasses on the Day of Atonement, where the carcass is prohibited even if not on the Day of Atonement. Nevertheless the rabbis make him liable also for the Day of Atonement, because as one is prohibited from eating legal food on that day, he is likewise prohibited from eating carcass, for the prohibition to eat includes legal as well as illegal food. However, where a prohibition is imposed by man upon oneself, no one can make him liable for inclusion. Said Rabha, the reason of him who holds that one is liable for an inclusion is that he compares it to an additional prohibition. p. 35. While the reason of him who holds that such is not the case is that an additional prohibition holds good when concerning one and the same piece, but not when concerning separate pieces, i.e., an inclusive prohibition is, example, a carcass on the Day of Atonement, where the day itself adds nothing to the prohibition of the carcass as such, but does add a prohibition upon the man, while if, example, illegal fat, which is prohibited to eat, but allowed for the altar, remains overnight, it is prohibited also for the altar, hence, there is on it an additional prohibition, but this additional prohibition can be only on one and the same piece, but not on separate pieces. Rabha said further that to him who holds the theory of inclusive prohibition, he who swears not to eat figs and hereafter swears not to eat figs and grapes, is liable for the figs twice, for the second oath resting upon the grapes, rests again upon the figs, too. But is not this self-evident? Lest one say that this theory applies only to prohibitions in themselves, and not to such made by man upon himself, he comes to teach us that there is no difference between the two cases. 1. Mishnah 3, it is immaterial whether the things sworn off concern himself or others, whether they are or are not of some essential nature. E.g., he says, I swear that I will or will not give something to this or that person, that I did or did not give him something, that I will or will not sleep, that I did or did not sleep, that I will or will not throw a stone into the sea, that I did or did not throw it. R. Ismail says, one is guilty only for an oath made with reference to the future, for it is written, to do evil or to do good. Said to him Ar Akaba, according to this view I know but about oaths concerning things that are intrinsically either evil or good, but whence do I learn about those regarding things that entail neither evil nor good doing? Retorted the former, from the addition in the scripture, to this rejoined the latter, if the scripture widens the notion in this respect, it does it likewise in the other. Gemara, the rabbis taught, in some respects vows are more rigorous than oaths, in others oaths are more rigorous than vows. Vows are more rigorous in that their liability attaches even to commandments, e.g., if one says, I vow not to make a p16 sukkah, and hereafter he makes one, he is liable for transgressing the vow, which is not the case with an oath. On the other hand, oaths are more rigorous than vows in that their liability attaches also to things not essential, which is not the case with vows. I will or will not give, etc. What does it mean, I will give? If charity to the poor, it is obligatory for him by oath on the Mount Sinai. Nay, it means a present to a rich man. I will or will not sleep, etc. But has not our Yohanan said that if one swears not to sleep for 3 days in succession, he gets stripes and is put to sleep immediately? This is no difficulty, as in the case of the Mishnah no number of days is specified. I will throw a stone, etc. It was taught, if one said, I swear that so and so has or has not thrown a stone into the sea, according to Rabbi he is culpable, as he transgressed a negative, according to Samuel he is not, for such an oath cannot be made with reference to the future. Shall we assume that the above differ in the same in which our Akiba and our Ismail differ in our Mishnah? Our Ismail said, one is liable only for the future, as it reads, to do evil or to do good, whereupon said our Akiba, if it were as you say, the liability would apply but to things that are intrinsically either evil or good, and he answered, from the addition in the scripture, to everything uttered with his lips, whereto our Akiba rejoined, etc. Whence it would appear that Rabbi is in accordance with Akiba, and Samuel in accordance with our Ismail. Nay, according to our Ismail, who frees one for the past even in a case where a future is possible, there can be no doubt that in the case illustrated above, one should be culpable, but where they do differ is concerning the interpretation of our Akiba's view. According to Rabbi, our Akiba holds one liable for transgressing a negative immaterial whether such an oath can or cannot apply to a future, while Samuel maintains that our Akiba's view applies only to a case where an oath for the future is possible, but not to other cases. Said Abai, Rabbi admits that if one says, I swear that I know something to testify for you, and it is found hereafter that he knows nothing, there is no liability in this case because the negative, I swear that I do not know, etc., is not possible here. But regarding the oath, I was or was not aware of testimony in your case, or, I have or have not testified. P 37. Rabbi and Samuel still differ. According to Samuel's theory it is correct that the law has excluded the witness oath from the category of uttered oaths, as there is a rule that where there is no future possible, no liability attaches to the past, but according to Rabbi who disregards this rule, why were the witness oaths excluded? Said the rabbis before Abai, in order to make one liable twice. Said Abai to them, it is impossible to make one liable twice, as it reads plainly, that he hath incurred guilt by one of these, which means, he can be punished once but not twice. But, then, to what other purpose have the witness oaths been excluded? According to Abai, to what we have learned in the following, concerning all oaths it reads escaped his memory, except the oath of a witness, to make him liable for an intentional oath just as for an unintentional one. Said the rabbis to Abai, say, then, that for an intentional he is liable to one, and for an unintentional he should be liable to two, viz., for a witness and an uttered oath? And he answered, have I not said that the above cited verse prevents it from making one liable to two? And as to an intentional, the liability of an uttered oath does not exist there. Rabha, however, said, the reason why there can be no two liabilities is this, there is a rule that, if to something that was included in the general a new law be applied, only by the new one must guide oneself. But how is it according to Abai? Does behold that there is such an oath at all? Has he not declared above that Rabbi admits that if one swears, I know testimony for you, etc., there is no liability here, as such oath cannot be made in the negative, whence it would seem that such in the negative does not exist at all. He has retracted his above statement, or, if you wish, one of the above statements was not said by Abai but by our Papa. p. 38. One is guilty only with reference to the future. The rabbis taught, it reads, to do evil, or to do good, whence we infer only those that are in themselves either good or evil, but whence do we know about oaths concerning other things? From pronouncing with his lips, etc. But all this is concerning the future, whence do we know the same concerning the past? From in whatsoever it be, so our Akaba. Our Ismail, however, says, to do evil, or to do good means only oaths for the future. Said to him our Akaba, if such be the case, we know only about oaths concerning things intrinsically good or evil, but whence do we know about those regarding other things? Retorted the former, from the addition in the scripture, whereupon rejoined our Akaba, if the scripture widens the notion in this respect, it does it likewise in all other respects. Now, is not our Akaba's statement perfectly correct? Said our Yohanan, our Ismail, who was a disciple of our Eni Hakana, who was in the habit of interpreting the scripture by generals and particulars, proceeds in the same manner as his master, while our Akaba, who was the disciple of Nahum of Gimzu, whose method of interpretation was extensions and limitations, follows his master's method. And this is as stated in the following Boraitha, if any person swear is an extension, to do evil or good is a limitation, in whatsoever it be is again an extension, and there is a rule that such an extension includes everything, while a limitation is excluding a commandment. This is in accordance with our Akaba, while our Ismail, whose method is the generals and particulars, interprets the verse thus, if any person, etc., is a general, to do evil or good is a particular, in whatsoever is again a general, and there is a rule that wherever there is a particular between two generals, the latter must be interpreted in the sense of the particular. Now, as the particular here refers expressly to the future, so also everything relates to the future, the generals. However, affect in the same way all other things relating to the future, but not implying either good or evil, while the particular affects things relating to the past, that they be excluded, and why not the reverse? Said our Itzhak, they must be similar to the particular, which is prohibited because of the above cited, he shall not profane his word, excluded the past to which the prohibition is he shall not lie. Our Itzhak b. Aben, however, said, this is inferred from the cited verse. p. 39. If any person swear by pronouncing, which signifies that the oath was before the act, but not the past where the act was before the oath. The rabbis taught, if any person swear, etc., intends to exclude compulsion, escape to exclude intention, from his memory to signify that the oath escaped his memory but not the thing in question, hence, one is culpable only for forgetting the oath, but not for forgetting the object. The master says, to exclude compulsion, what could illustrate this? As it happened to our Kahana and Arasi after the lectures at Rabbi's college had ceased, one would say, I swear that Rabbi said so, and the other would say, I swear that Rabbi said the contrary, and when they came to ask Rabbi on the point, he certainly said as one of them, and to the question of the other, have I sworn false, Rabbi answered, you were compelled by your conscience, and the verse escaped his memory means the oath but not the object. This statement was ridiculed in the West. An oath and not the object is to be found, example in, I swear not to eat wheat bread, and thereafter he thinks that he swore to eat, and accordingly eats it, hence, he forgot the oath but not the object. But where do you find a case where the object is forgotten and not the oath? As, example in, I will not eat wheat bread, and thereafter ate it thinking it to be of barley, hence, he has the oath in mind and not the object, but as he forgot the object, is it not as if he forgot the oath? Therefore, decided our Elazar that it makes no difference what one forgets. Our Joseph opposed, is it indeed so, that the object cannot be forgotten without the oath? May it not happen that one swear not to eat wheat bread, and then stretch his hand to the basket where there was both barley and wheat bread with the intention to take that of barley, but takes that of wheat, and eats it up in the belief that it is of barley? In this case he had the oath clearly in mind, but he did not recognize the object. Said Abai to him, but when he brings the offering, why does he bring it, for the bread he has eaten? Surely because of the oath. R. Joseph, however, insists on his statement for the reason that if he actually recognized that this is wheat bread, he would certainly abstain from it, hence, here is the ignorance of the object. Rabha questioned R.N. Ahman, how is it if he forgot both? And he answered, as soon as he became ignorant of the oath. P. 40. He is culpable. Rejoined Rabha, why not the contrary? Here is the ignorance of the object, and hence he should be free. Said R-Ashi, in such a case we have to examine the nature of the case. If he abstained from the object by recollecting the oath, then the ignorance of the oath is the main thing, and he is culpable, but if he abstained by recollecting the object, then the ignorance of the object is the main point, and he is free. Said Rabbina to him, I do not see any difference here. If his abstention is caused by the recollection of the oath, is not here also the recollection of the object brought about? And the same may be asked vice versa. Hence, there can be no difference here. Rabha questioned again R.N. Ahman, how can an unintentional uttered oath take place for the past? If he is while swearing aware that it is false, then it is intentional, and if he is not aware, then it is a case of compulsion. And he answered, take the case where he is aware that such an oath is prohibited, but is not aware that the liability of a sin offering is attached thereto. Is this in accordance with Munbaz, who holds that such an ignorance be considered, and not in accordance with the rabbis, his opponents? Nay, this may even accord with the latter, as they differ with him only in all other cases of the Torah, but not in this case, for it is a novelty, as we do not find anywhere in the scripture that one should be liable to a sin offering for a negative except in this case, in which, therefore, the rabbis, too, agree with Munbaz. Rabbina questioned Rabha, suppose one swear not to eat this bread, and then he is in danger if he does not eat it, how is it? In danger? Then he is certainly allowed to eat it? Said Rabbina, I mean to say that suppose he ate this bread while impelled by hunger and having forgotten his oath not to eat it. And Rabha answered, concerning this we have learned elsewhere, a sin offering applies only to such a case where he would abstain from eating if he recollected his oath, but not otherwise, while here, being, as he is, impelled by hunger, he would not abstain, it cannot be considered unintentional. 1. Samuel said, it is not sufficient that one make up his mind, he must pronounce it with his lips, as it reads by pronouncing with his lips. 2. P. 41. Mishnah 4, if one swears to ignore some commandment and does not carry out his oath, he is free. If he swears to fulfill a commandment and fails to realize his oath, he is free. It appears on the first glance that he should rather be guilty, as R. Jehuda b. Batina argues thus, since one is guilty for oaths regarding voluntary acts not provided for from the Mount Sinai, so much the more is it so in the case of oaths regarding commandments, to which he is sworn in from the Mount Sinai. Whereupon he was retorted, if you declare him guilty in voluntary acts where affirmation and negation are both alike and different, you can by means do the same in oaths concerning commandments where affirmation and negation are not equivalent, since one is free, if he swears to, but does not, violate a commandment. Gemara, the rabbis taught, lest one say that one who swore to ignore a commandment and did not, should be culpable. It reads, to do evil or good, just as to do good unto oneself is a voluntary act, so also an evil act must be voluntary, and this excludes him who swore to ignore a commandment. Furthermore, lest one say that he who swore to fulfill a commandment and did not, should be culpable for the oath, we again compare the good to the evil act, just as latter is voluntary in this case, so must former be voluntary, and this excludes the case of an oath to fulfill a commandment. Again, lest one say that if one swore to do evil unto himself and did not, he should be free, we again compare evil to good, just as the latter means voluntary, so also the former, hence, it includes the case where one swore to do evil to himself, which he was at liberty to do, and he is culpable. Finally, lest one say that the same is the case if he swore to do evil to others and did not, we compare evil to good, which latter is voluntary, while in the case of strangers he is not at liberty to do evil, hence he is free. But whence do we know that he who swore to do good to others and did not, is culpable? From or to do good. What is an evil doing to others? E.g., one says, I will strike so, and split his head. But whence is it known that the above-cited verse treats of a voluntary act? Perhaps it has in view a meritorious act? This cannot be borne in mind, as the two, the evil and the good, must be compared with each other, and as doing good cannot be spoken of concerning the ignoring of a commandment, so also doing evil cannot treat of ignoring a commandment. p. 42. Hence, this expression of doing evil would be in this respect good, as it does not apply to the ignoring of commandments. On the other hand, the good doing is compared to the evil doing, just as the former cannot treat of the fulfilling of a commandment, so also the latter cannot. Hence, in this respect the good doing would be evil. But in the light of these considerations, this expression cannot treat of voluntary acts, either, where good and evil means to do good and evil unto oneself respectively. Hence, here, too, good would in some respects be evil and vice versa. 1. Therefore we must say that, because it was needful to the Scripture to use the disjunction or in order to indicate doing good to others, it must treat of voluntary acts, since if it treated of commandments, the or would not be necessary, as it would be self-evident, for as the doing evil to others is included here, so much the more the doing good. 2. R. Jehuda b. Bathira, etc. Is not the argument of the rabbis against R. Jehuda b. Bathira correct? He may say thus, let us see, was it then necessary for the Scripture to add that if one swore to do good to others and did not, he is culpable? Is this not self-evident, since one is not culpable for an oath to do evil to others, being as he is not free to do so, he is culpable when he is free to do so, and nevertheless the Scripture did add. Hence, the same is the case with the oath to fulfill a commandment, where, although it is self-evident that he is culpable in this case because he is not culpable when he swore to ignore a commandment, yet the Scripture adds it. To all which the rabbis might say, these two cases are by no means analogous, as when one swears not to do good to so and so, he is culpable, while if one swears not to fulfill a commandment, and thereafter he does fulfill, he cannot be culpable. Mishnah v. If one swears, I will not eat this loaf of bread, I swear I will not eat it, I swear I will not eat it, and eats it nevertheless, he is guilty but once. This is an uttered oath for the intentional violation of which one is subject to stripes, and for whose unintentional violation to a poor or rich offering. Vain swearing, if willfully done, is punished with stripes, but if committed unintentionally, is free from punishment. p. 43. Gemara, to what purpose does the Mishnah vary the language? It comes to teach us that only when making the oath in such expressions he is culpable but once, but if he said first, I will not eat it, and then, I will not eat this loaf, he would be culpable twice, as Rabha explains elsewhere that the expression I will not eat this bread makes one culpable when he ate of it the size of an olive, but if one says, I will not eat it, he is not culpable unless he has consumed the whole of it. Hence, if the Mishnah stated first I will not eat it, and then, I will not eat this loaf of bread, he would be culpable twice. I will not eat it, and eats it nonetheless, etc. For what purpose is this repetition, since one oath does not rest upon the other, as we have seen it to be the case with the second one, and it is surely so with the third one, too. It comes to teach us that, though there is no liability, yet the oath is not ignored, and that in case there will be place for it, it may rest. This illustration is as Rabha said, in case he asked a sage to nullify the first oath, the next comes to take its place. Rabbah said, if one says, I swear not to eat this bread in case I eat the other, and it happened that he ate the first one erroneously and the second intentionally, he is free; if vice versa, he is culpable. Furthermore, if he ate both unintentionally, he is free; if both intentionally, it depends on the following: if he had eaten the conditional one first and thereafter the one he prohibited to himself, he is liable, and if vice versa it is under the category of cases concerning which our Yohanan and Resh Lakish differ, according to him who holds that a doubtful p. 44 warning is considered, he is culpable, while according to the other, who holds that such is not considered, he is free. If, however, continues Rabha, he made the two breads dependent on each other, viz., I will not eat the one if I eat the other. I will not eat the other if I eat this, and thereafter he consumed one intentionally, then he consumed the other one also intentionally, he is free. If, however, he has consumed the first unintentionally, but if he consumed both unintentionally, he is free; both intentionally, he is, all agree, culpable for the second one. The first, however, falls into the foregoing category concerning which our Yohanan and Resh Lakish differ. Said our Mari, there are vows by error and vows by compulsion. How so? If one says, I vow this object if I have eaten or drunk such and such, and then recollects that he did, in like manner if he vows for the future and on forgetting the vow eats or drinks, to such a vow no liability attaches, and there is a Boraitha that just as there are vows by error, there are also oaths by error. Ifa taught the tract Shebnoth at Rabbah's college, and Abimi, his brother, asked him, how is it if one swears twice, I have not eaten, while he did eat? He answered, he is culpable but once, whereupon he said, you are mistaken, since the first oath was already a lie, and the second one is again a lie. He asked further, how is it if one swears not to eat 9 and 10, and thereafter he eats 10, without recollecting his oath in between? And he answered, he is culpable for each one severally. Said the other, you are again mistaken, for the oath for the 10 does not rest at all, as 10 presupposes 9, and for the 9 he has made a separate oath. But how is it if he swear not to eat 10, and then not to eat 9? Here he is culpable only once. The other rejoined, you are again mistaken, for as soon as he ate 9 he broke one oath, and by eating the 10th he breaks the other oath. Said Abai, in this last case, then, may be a case that Ifa is right, viz. If one swear not to eat 10, and thereafter not to eat 9, then he ate 9 and recollected his transgression, brought p. 45 a sin offering and then consumed the 10th is then considered but a half quantity, and for such one is not liable. Mishnah 6, which is false swearing. If one swears that something is different from what it is known by everybody to be, example that a stone column is of gold, that a man is a woman, that a woman is a man, or if he swears to an impossibility, viz., if I have not seen a camel flying in the air, if I did not see a serpent of the shape of an oil press, so. If one asks some witnesses, come to testify for me, and they answer, we swear that we shall not bear you witness, or if someone swears to ignore a commandment, as, example not to make a sukkah, not to take lulabi, or not to put on phylacteries, so it is a false swearing punishable with stripes if committed intentionally, and unpunishable if made by error. If he swears, to one and the same loaf of bread, I will not eat it, then, I will not eat it, the former is a vain oath, and the latter an uttered oath, so that by eating it he is liable for uttered swearing, by not eating it he is liable for a vain oath. Gemara, said Ula, provided it was acknowledged by 3 persons that this pillar was of stone. If he swore to an impossibility, etc. Why does the Mishnah use a negative and not a positive expression? Said Abai, read it in the positive, if you prefer. Rabha, however, said, it speaks thus, if he says, all the fruit in the world be forbidden to me, if I have not, 1 etc. I will eat, I will not eat, etc. Let us see, since he is liable for the uttered oath, shall he not be liable for the vain one? He has pronounced such, and why shall he not be liable? Said our Jeremiah, read in the Mishnah, he is liable for the uttered oath also. Mishnah 7, the provisions regarding uttered swearing apply to males, females, to kindred, non-kindred, to those legally fit to testify as well as to those unfit, to cases before as well as outside the court. The oath, however, must come forth from his own mouth, and its intentional violation is punished with stripes, and its unintentional with a poor and rich offering. Vain swearing takes place by men as well as by women, by kindred and non-kindred, by those fit to testify and by those unfit, before and outside the court, and the oath must issue from one's own mouth. Its intentional violation is attended with stripes. P. 46. While its unintentional is unpunishable. In both cases one is guilty if made to swear by others. Thus, if he says, "I ate nothing today, I put on no phylacteries," and another interposes, "I adjure you," to which he answers, "Amen," he is guilty. Gemara, said Samuel, he who answers Amen after an oath is considered as if he pronounced the oath with his lips, as it reads, "And the women say Amen, Amen." Said our Papa in the name of Rab Ha, there are a Mishnah and a Boraitha which seem to teach the same. The Mishnah is the next following, the witness oath. Unless they deny before the court, such is our mayor's view. Then the illustration in the Boraitha, if one said to the witnesses, "Come and testify for me," and they answer, "We swear that we know of no testimony for you," or, "We do not know any testimony," whereto he says, "I adjure you," and they answered, "Amen," they are liable when they deny it, immaterial in the presence or absence of the court, so our mayor. Hence, the Boraitha apparently contradicts the Mishnah. However, as we said, the Mishnah means that they did not answer Amen, while in the Boraitha he did so. Hence, the answer, Amen, is equivalent to pronouncing with one's lips. Said Rabbina in the name of Rab Ha, from our own Mishnah we may infer the same, as in the first part it requires that he must utter it himself, whence it is to be inferred that not through others, and in its last part it states that in both cases if sworn through another, he is liable. Does the last part contradict the first? Nay, the last part means when they answered Amen, while the first part does not mean so. But if so, what comes Samuel to tell us? He comes to teach that the Mishnah is particular in its statements concerning an uttered oath, viz., if made by himself, he must pronounce it with his lips, and if by others, he must also utter with his lips Amen. Chapter 4. Rules and regulations concerning the witness oath, who is or is not responsible therefore, how the place where such is made determines its liability, if made intentionally. The laws of adjuration. Two parties of witnesses contradicting each other. For which of the divine names and attributes one is culpable. Mishnah I. The witness oath applies to men but not to women, to unrelated but not to kindred, to legally fit to testify but not to those unfit, as such an oath is given only to those fit to testify in the presence as well as in the absence of the court, provided it comes forth from one's own lips, but if from the mouth of others, they are liable only when they deny it before the court. Such is our mayor's view. The sages, however, maintain, whether it comes forth from one's own mouth or from that of others, they are not liable unless they deny it before the court. Again, the witnesses are liable for an intentional oath, and for an error in the oath made while intentionally testifying, but are not guilty when made in error. And what is their fine for intentional swearing? A poor and rich offering. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught. It reads, "Then shall the two men, who have the controversy, stand before the Lord," etc. This means the witnesses, but perhaps it means the contending parties themselves. As it reads, "who have the controversy," hence, the parties are already indicated, consequently, the men indicate the witnesses. And should you like to object to this deduction, then we may refer to the analogy of expression 2 mentioned here, and also found in, upon the evidence of 2, where it expressly means witnesses, hence, also here witnesses are meant. There is another Boraitha, the two men shall stand. P. 48. Means the witnesses, but perhaps it means the parties. This cannot be, for do only men and not women come to court? And should you like to object, we may refer you to an analogy of expression, as there too means witnesses, so also here. Await the king's daughter in the inner chamber, wherefore, the analogy of expression. The rabbis taught, the two men shall stand signifies that it is a meritorious act that both parties declare their grievances standing. Said R. Jehuda, I have heard that if the court allows both parties to sit, they may do so, since it is forbidden only that one stand and the other sit, or that one party be allowed freedom in speaking, and the other he asked to speak briefly. The rabbis taught, it reads, in righteousness thou shalt judge thy neighbor, which means no preference is to be given to either party, as said above. Another explanation of the just cited verse is, try always to judge everybody from his better side. R. Joseph taught, this verse signifies that him who is your equal in wisdom and deeds, you shall try to judge fairly. It happened that Ulla b. Eli had a case in the court of R. N. Ahman, and R. Joseph sent word to R. N. Ahman, Ulla, our colleague, is equal to us in wisdom and deeds, and R. N. Ahman wondered what the purpose of the message was. Does he mean, I shall flatter him? After some deliberation he said, he must mean I shall give preference to Ulla's case over some other cases, or if in his case the evidence will be equally balanced on the two sides, and the opinion of the judges will be decisive. Ulla said, the point of difference above concerns only the contending parties, while concerning the witnesses all agree that they must stand, as the above cited verse, the two men shall stand, signifies, and Arhuna said, the difference concerns only the time of the trial, while at its conclusion the judges, all agree, should sit and the parties stand, as the conclusion is equal to witnesses and as they are standing according to the above cited verse, so also must the parties stand. The wife of Arhuna had once a case before R. N. Ahman, and the latter deliberated with himself as to how to proceed. Shall I rise to honor her, then her opponent will remain stupefied, and should I not rise, there is a rule that the wife of a p. 49. Scholar must be treated in the same manner as the scholar himself. He then helped himself out of the difficulty by instructing his servant, thus, throw a duckling upon my head as soon as the wife Huna enters, so that I will have to rise anyhow. But did not the master say that at the conclusion of the trial the judges, all agree, are to sit while the parties must stand? The answer is, he then sits halfways, as though untying his shoelaces, and pronounces the verdict. Rabbi B. Arhuna said, if a scholar has a case with one of the common people, the court may invite both to sit down, and if the common men remain standing, it is not necessary to repeat the invitation. Rabbi B. Shrabiya had a case with an Amharitz before our Papa, and the latter invited both to sit down. The messenger of the court, however, came and made the Amharitz to stand up, to which our Papa said nothing. But why was our Papa indifferent? Could not this stupefy the opposing party? Our Papa thought, I, myself, invited the two to sit, and the act of the messenger the Amharitz may explain as due to the fact that he has not gratified him. Rabbi B. Huna said again, if a young scholar has a case with an Amharitz, the former must not sit down before the judge appears, in order that the Amharitz should not think that the scholar came there to prepare his own case and send it to the judge, provided, however, the scholar was not usually appointed to sit in court for some other purpose, but if he was, he may sit down, as his opponent will think that he is there for a purpose other than the case. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if a scholar was aware of a case to which he could be a witness, but it was a humiliation to him to go to that particular court where the judge was inferior to him, he may remain at home. Said R. Shesha Bred, this we have also learned in a Mishnah, if one finds a sack or a basket on the way and it is a humiliation to him to carry it, he may leave it, but all this, he says, concerns civil cases. As to criminal cases, it reads, there is no wisdom nor understanding, nor counsel against the Lord, which means wherever there is a case of profaning the holy name, no distinction or honor must be given to any rabbi. P. 50. R. Yena was witness to a case where Mar Zutra was one of the contending parties, in the court of Amimar, and latter invited all, parties and witnesses, to sit down. Said Ar-Ashi to him, did not Ullah say that only concerning the parties there is a difference of opinion, but concerning the witnesses all agree that they must stand? And he answered, this is a positive commandment, and to honor a scholar is also a positive commandment, and the latter commandment is to me of greater value. The rabbis taught, it reads, keep thyself far from a false speech. This signifies that the judge must not with his speech advocate either party, furthermore that he shall not enter discussion with an ignorant disciple in a case, again, that the judge, being aware that the party is a robber and there being only one witness, must not conjoin with the latter, for in this case the robber may be right, nor must this be done by any other person, that, if the judge notices the witnesses to testify falsely, he shall not say to himself, I will decide the case in accordance with their evidence according to the law, and the collar remain on their neck. From this verse is further to infer, that if a disciple saw his master err in his judgment, he must not say, I will wait until he issues his verdict and then I will disclose the error, thereby causing the issue of another verdict, which will have to be done with the acknowledgement of my authority. That the master shall not tell to his disciple, it is known to all that I will not lie even if offered 100 manas, but there is one who owes me a mana, and I have only one witness, it is but right that you appear in court, so that the defendant might think you, too, a witness, and I will thus get my mana, although he does not instruct his disciple to tell a lie, but begs him to stand and say nothing, yet the verse reads, keep thyself far from false. Furthermore, if the plaintiff claims a mana, he must not claim two, thinking that thereby he will cause the defendant to confess one, which partial confession will make him liable to a biblical oath, so that there will be possible for the plaintiff to include here in the oath also other claims he may have against the defendant. This, too, is prohibited, because keep thyself far from false. For the same. P. 51. Reason the defendant must not say, since the plaintiff claims two, and will therefore not confess even the one I owe him in order to avoid the biblical oath in which the plaintiff may include some other claims. From the said verse is further inferred, that, when three persons claim one mana from one party, and there are no witnesses, they shall not institute one of themselves as the plaintiff and the other two as witnesses, thereby recovering the mana and dividing it among themselves. Again, if two appear before the court, one richly dressed in a cloak worth 100 mana, and the other clad in rags, the court must instruct the former to go and dress like his contestant, or to dress him richly like oneself. 1. It reads, and did that which is not good in the midst of his people, which according to Rabbite means him who conies to court with a power of attorney, and according to Samuel, him who buys a field on which there are several claims. Such an oath. Only to those fit, etc. To exclude whom? Said our Papa, to exclude a king, and our Ahabi. Jacob said, to exclude a gambler. To him who says a gambler, so much the more a king, and to him who says a king a gambler is not excluded, since biblically he is fit, and only the rabbis have declared him unfit. In the presence as well as in the absence of the court. What is their point of difference? The rabbi said in the presence of our Papa, the theory deduce from it, and again from it, in case one thing is deduced from another is the theory of our mayor. The opponents of our mayor, however, hold the theory of deduce from it, the rest, however, leave in its place. Thus the case of witnesses is inferred from the case of a deposit, as in a deposit one is liable only when swearing himself, so also in the case of witness, again, as in the former case it is indifferent the presence or absence of the court, so also with witnesses, and this is our mayor's theory just mentioned. P. 52. The rabbis, however, who uphold the other theory, argue thus, as in a deposit, he is liable when swearing himself, so also in the case of witnesses, but if one is sworn by others, which case can take place only in the presence of the court but not otherwise, we have a case that must retain its own characteristics, and the same is the case when he swears himself, it must be in the presence of the court. Said our Papa to them, if the rabbis of the Mishnah inferred this from the case of a deposit, they would certainly adopt also our mayor's theory above mentioned. The reason, however, why the rabbis do not adopt it is that they proceed by an inference of fortiori, since one is liable when sworn by others, so much the more he is liable, if he himself swore, and concerning this there is a rule, it is sufficient that the result derived from inference be equivalent to the law from which it is drawn, and since the case of being sworn by others must take place only in the court, the same is in the case of swearing himself guilty for an intentional oath, etc. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught. In all other cases it reads escaped his recollection, except this case. Hence, this teaches that one is liable for an intentional oath, just as for an unintentional. For an error in intentional testifying, etc. What instance could illustrate this? Said Ar Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, if one says, I know this oath to be prohibited, but I do not know that the liability therefore is an offering. But they are not liable when made in error. Shall we assume that this Mishnah decides the question discussed above by our Kahana and Arasi, concerning the saying of Rabbite made in the college? Nay, it was necessary for Rabbite to teach them that, since otherwise one might say that the decision of the Mishnah concerns only that case with regard to which the scripture does not mention escaped, etc., but it does not apply to an uttered oath regarding which escaped is mentioned, so that any error entails liability. Therefore he came to teach that even in such case there is no liability. Mishnah 2, how does a witness oath come about? If someone said to two, come and bear witness for me, and they say, we swear that we know no testimony for you, or they said, we know nothing to testify for you, whereupon he answers, do you swear, and they say, Amen, they are liable. If he repeated p. 53. This 5 times outside of court, and upon coming before the court they confessed and testified, they are free, but if they deny it also here, they are guilty for each time severally. If, however, he repeated his adjuration 5 times in presence of the court and they denied, they are liable but once. Said our Simeon, what is the reason? Because they are not able to retract the previous statement and to testify. If the two denied simultaneously, they both are guilty, but if successively, only he who denied first is guilty, while the second one is free. If one of them denies and the other confesses the truth, the denier is guilty. If there were 2 parties of witnesses and both denied successively, the 2 are guilty, since the testimony could have been established by either one. Gemara, said Samuel, if the witnesses saw one running after them and said to him, what are you running for? We swear that we know no testimony for you, they are free, as liability attaches only to the case when they heard him adjuring them. What news does Samuel come to teach us? Is this not plainly stated in the last part of Mishnah v-viz. They must hear it from the mouth of the plaintiff? Samuel finds it necessary to teach the case where he runs after them, lest one say that running he considered equivalent to direct asking. But even this point is already stated in our Mishnah viz, if one said, which renders it obvious that if he did not say it is not considered. Nay, if not for Samuel's statement, it could be said that the expression of the Mishnah is merely usual language, and it seems, indeed, to be no more than that, for the same expression is used in the next chapter concerning the oath of a depositary, and there the said can be meant only said, as it reads, if he lie unto his neighbor, where there can be no difference whether one is asked or not, hence, the expression there is not particular. There is a boritha in accordance with Samuel, if they, seeing someone coming after them, exclaimed, what are you following us for? We know no testimony for you, they are free, however, when this took place with regard to a deposit, they are liable. If he repeated this adjuration 5 times, etc. Whence is it deduced that liability attaches only to a denial made in the presence of the court? Said Abai, from, if he do not tell it, and thus bear iniquity, which implies only. p. 54. Such a place where the telling is effective, so as to make one pay upon it, but not if told in any other place. Said our Papa to Abai, according to your theory no oath should be considered if made outside the court. This could not be borne in mind as there is a boraitha, from the expression, to anyone, which makes one liable for each oath. Now, if an oath made outside the court be not considered, how could one be liable for each, after it has been stated in our Mishnah that even for 5 times he is liable but once, and our Simeon gave the reason therefore? Infer then therefrom that an oath is considered even when made outside the court, but a denial only when in the court. If the two denied simultaneously, etc. But how is it possible to ascertain with precision the simultaneity of their minds? Said R. Hista, it is in accordance with R. Jose the Galilean, who says that it is possible. R. Yohanan, however, maintains that this may also be in accordance with the rabbis, who hold that such is not possible, but our Mishnah treats of the case where the two denied in an interval of a single word. Said R. Aha of Dipti to Rabbana, let us see, the length of an interval of a single word is estimated as the interval it takes a disciple to greet his master, and here they have to say, we swear that we know no testimony for you, which sentence consists of several words, and he answered, it means that each of the witnesses begins his testimony yet before his preceding witness has completed his. Both denied successively, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the Tana of the following boraitha, if one adjured one witness, he is free. Our Elazar b. R. Simeon, however, holds him liable. Now, shall we assume that the point of difference here is that one holds one witness serves only to cause an oath to the other party, and that the other holds that he can also cause the payment of money? But how can you reason thus? Does not Abai say further on that all agree that only one witness is necessary in the case where the defendant is suspicious regarding an oath? Therefore, it must be said that all agree that one witness can cause only an oath but not payment, and the point of their difference is as follows: one holds that a thing which causes payment is itself considered as money, and according to the other it is not considered such. What has Abai said? He said as follows: all agree concerning one witness in the case of a suspected wife, likewise all. p. 55. Agree concerning 2 witnesses in same, and furthermore there is a difference of opinion concerning the same case. All agree concerning the law of one witness, as well as concerning the law regarding the case where the opposing party is suspicious of perjury. All agree concerning one witness in the case of a suspected wife that he is liable in case he was aware of the fact that the woman has sinned and refused to testify, as here the law trusts him to testify, and there be no witness against her, hence, his refusal makes the husband pay, and all agree concerning witnesses that they are free, if they refuse to testify that he warned his wife against staying alone with so and so, as their testimony would only cause not a direct payment, since apart from their testimony there must be yet another testimony by 2 witnesses that she has actually stayed with another one. And there is a difference concerning witnesses in such a case, if they were witnesses regarding her staying alone with so and they refused to testify, in which case if they did testify, they would only necessitate the drinking by her of the bitter water, when for fear she may confess, and only then the husband would be free from paying her marriage contract. It is regarding this that one holds that a thing causing the payment of money is itself considered as money, and therefore they are liable to pay, while the other does not consider it such, therefore they are free. Furthermore, all agree concerning a case where there is but one witness and one of the parties is suspected of perjury, that the witness is liable. Likewise they all agree concerning one witness in a case similar to that, which happened in the court of Ar-Aha, where one of the parties robbed a piece of metal. Let us see how was the case where one party is suspected of perjury. Who was suspected? If the borrower was so, and the lender says to the witness, if you would testify I should surely get the money, for my opponent is not fit to swear, hence, the oath will return to me so that I would swear and get the money, then the witness could retort, who is sure that you will swear? Therefore we must say that both the parties were suspected, and the master said elsewhere that in such a case the oath applies to him who has to swear first, and as he is not fit to swear he must pay. R. Papa said, there is also a case concerning a witness who refuses to testify to the death of a husband. In one case all agree that he is liable, and in another case all agree that he is p. 56. Free. The latter is illustrated thus: if he told the fact to the widow, but refused to testify before the court, he is free, because there is a Mishnah, if a woman said that her husband is dead, she is trusted and may remarry, while the former case is illustrated, if he refused to tell the fact even to the wife herself. Now, shall we infer from this that he who makes witnesses to swear in a case of real estate, it is considered, and they have to pay? Nay, perhaps in the hands of this woman it was already movable property, in which case she may collect her contract therefrom. If one of them denies and the other confesses, etc. To what purpose is this stated? It has been said already above, that even if the second denied after the first he is free, so much the more so if he confessed. It means when both have denied, but one has instantly thereafter retracted and confessed, and it comes to teach us that the confession made in an interval of one word is considered as though no denial was made. But this is correct only according to our Hista, who has explained our Mishnah in accordance with Jose the Galilean. Then the first part teaches that exact ascertainment is possible, and the second part teaches that the one-word interval is equivalent to a word. But according to our Yohanan both parts teach the same. It was necessary, as the last case speaks of denial and confession, while the first, only of denial. If there were two parties, etc. It is correct that the second party be liable, because it denied after the first had done so, but why should the first party be liable, when there is yet a second party who is fit to testify? Said Rabbana, it speaks of a case where the witnesses of the second party were related to one another on their wives' lines, and at that time when the first party denied, the wives of the other party were in the agony of death, and lest one say that in such a condition they are considered dead and hence their husbands are fit to be witnesses and consequently the first party is free, it comes to teach us, that the agony of death is not to be taken into account, as they may yet recover. Mishnah 3, if one says, I adjure you that you come and bear me witness that I have in the possession of so and so a deposit, a loan, a stolen or lost object, to which they reply, we swear that we know no testimony to you, they are guilty. P. 57. But once. But if their reply be, we swear that we are ignorant of your having in the possession of so and so a deposit, etc., they are guilty for each severally. I adjure you that you testify for me that I have deposited by so and so wheat, barley, and rye, to which they answer, we swear that we know no testimony for you, so they are guilty but once. But if their answer be, we swear that we are ignorant of your having deposited by so and so wheat, barley, and rye, they are guilty for each one severally. I swear you to witness that so and so owes me damages, half damages, double payment, or 4- and 5-fold payment, that so and so insulted my daughter, seduced my daughter, that my son struck me, that my neighbor wounded me, set fire to my stag on the Day of Atonement, they are guilty. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question, how is the law, if one adjure witnesses in a case of fine? This question is not according to our Elazar br Simeon, who says elsewhere that such witnesses are considered even after the defendant has confessed that he was fined, but is according to the rabbis, who declare the defendant free even when, after his confession, witnesses testified, and it seems that the rabbis of that statement are in accordance with the rabbis of the Mishnah said above, that a thing causing money is not itself considered money. Now, shall we say that the refusal of the witnesses is not of direct harm, since the defendant has the choice to confess and then be is free, or, as he has not yet confessed, there is a claim of money and their refusal is of direct harm? Come and bear the statement of our Mishnah, to testify half damages, which is a fine and nevertheless he is liable. But is there not one who says that even half damages are according to law and not fine? But again, does not the Mishnah mention double amount, which is surely fine? Yeah, but the fine here is the doubling, while the Mishnah finds him liable because in the doubling is included the amount stolen, and the same may be the case with 4 and 5-fold. But is not the money which a seducer or insulter has to pay, not a fine, and yet the Mishnah treats of it? Maybe the Mishnah exacts this as indemnity for the shame and loss of value, and this indemnity is not a fine. But if all in the Mishnah is money and not mere fine, why should it repeat all these cases? The Mishnah comes in its first part to teach us by the way that half damages are considered money, and in its last part that if p. 58. One set fire to a stag on the Day of Atonement, he is liable to pay, although his act is in the category of Korath, which is against our Neuniabi. Hakana. Come and hear the following: I adjure you to testify that so and so has spread abroad an evil name on my daughter. They are liable, but if the man who has spread the evil name confessed before the court that he did so falsely, he is free from paying the 100 shekels. Hence, we see that this money is fine and they are liable nonetheless. It may be said that this Mishnah is in accordance with our Elazar b. Simeon, quoted above, who holds one liable even when the witnesses testify after his confession. But is not the last part which holds one free if he confessed on his own accord, in accordance with the rabbis? Nay, the whole Mishnah is in accordance with our Elazar, and it means to say that there can be found no case where one be free from payment unless there were no witnesses at all and be confessed. Mishnah 4, if one says, I adjure you to bear me witness that I am a priest, a Levite, not the son of a divorced woman, nor one who has performed shalitza, that so and so is a priest, a Levite, not the son of an aforesaid woman, that so and so insulted or seduced someone's daughter, that my son wounded me, that my neighbor wounded me or set fire to my stag on Sabbath, they are free. Gemara, they are free because his claim concerns a third person, but how is it if he made them to swear that so and so owes a mana to someone, they would be liable? And does not the Mishnah state that they are not liable unless made to swear by the plaintiff himself? Said Samuel, it means that B has from the latter a power of attorney. But did not the sages of Nahardia say that a judgment is not given on movables? Yeah, but this is in case he denies, but if he does not deny, a judgment is given. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that the verse, quoted above, speaks of a money claim only? Said our Elazar, from the analogy of expression or and no found here, and also in the case of a deposit, and as there it treats of a civil case, so also here. But is not the same expression found in concerning a murder, i.e., a criminal and not p. 59. A civil case? We infer from these expressions, a case which implies an oath, while in that there is no oath. But again, are not such expressions used in connection with a suspected woman, in which case there is an oath, and yet it is not a civil case? There is used in this last case a priest, wherefore we infer but like cases where there is an oath but not a priest. Our Akaba, however, said, it is inferred from, by any one of these, which means for some of them he is, while for others he is not, liable. How so? If it was a civil claim, he is liable, but not for something else. Our Jose the Galilean said, it reads, and he is a witness, since he hath either seen or know it, which signifies such cases where he may be liable by seeing only or by knowing only. How so? I have lent you a mana in the presence of such and such witnesses, who may come and testify. This is a case of seeing only, and by knowing only, as in case one claims that so and so has confessed in the presence of such and such witnesses that he owes me a mana. Our Simeon said, we infer this from the case of deposit, as there it is only civil, so also here. Furthermore we may draw this by an inference of fortiori viz, a deposit, with regard to which male and female, relatives and unrelated, fit and unfit to testify, are equal, and there is a liability for each oath, be it made in the presence or absence of the court, is nevertheless but a civil case, the case of witnesses where the foregoing classes are not equal and where the liability attaches to but one oath, and only when made in the presence of the court, should so much the more be only civil. And lest one say, the case of witnesses is more rigorous, as there is here a liability for an intentional and for being sworn by others, which is not the case concerning a deposit. To this there is an analogy of expression, sin found here and also in the case of a deposit, which justifies the inference that as the latter is civil, so also is the other case. R. Hamnuna was once in the presence of R. Jehuda, who propounded a question. If one says, I have lent you a mana in the presence of so and so and so, and the witnesses saw the parties from the outside without being seen by the defendant, how is the case? Said R. Hamnuna, it depends on the form of the defendant's answer. If he says that such has never occurred, he must be recognized as a liar, but if he says that he did take money but it was his own, then there will be no use in the witnesses testifying to have seen this. Rejoined R. Jehuda, your place may be in the college, as you enlighten your master. P. 60. There was one claiming, I lent you a mana here near this pillar, and the answer was, I have never in my life passed near this pillar. Witnesses, however, came and testified that he once urinated near that pillar. Said R.N. Ahman, he is then to be regarded a liar. Said Rabha to him, from a thing where one is not particular, his attention may wander away. This may have been the case with this defendant, he paid in that case no attention to the pillar. R. Simeon said, as in the case of the deposit, etc., this statement was ridiculed in the West. Why? When our Papa and our Jehuda b. our Jehoshua came from college, they said, the people of the West have ridiculed our Simeon's last statement, viz., lest one say that the case of witnesses is more rigorous, etc., saying, to what purpose did he need this after he had used an analogy of expression? But why should it be ridiculed? Perhaps he had put this point before, but not after, he established the said analogy. 1. Because it was known that the scripture has made mention of a witness oath in connection both with an uttered oath, and with the case of defiling the temple and its holiness, in order to indicate that concerning a witness oath escaped his recollection is not stated in order to make one liable to a sin offering even for such an intentional oath. Mishnah v. If one says, I adjure you to bear me witness that so and so has promised to give me 200 zuz, and did not, they are free, as they are guilty only in the case when money is required as a deposit. I adjure you that as soon as you become cognizant of testimony for me, you come and testify for me, they are free, since the oath preceded the act of testifying. When one says while standing in synagogue, I adjure you to bear me witness if you are cognizant thereof, so they are free unless he especially address his challenge to them. When one says to two, I adjure you so and so that, if you are cognizant of testimony in my favor, come and do so, to which they say, we swear that we know nothing for you, while in reality they do know, but only indirectly, or one of them is found to be a relative or an unfit, they are free. If one sends his servant to adjure them, or the defendant says to the witnesses p. 61. I adjure you to testify for him if you know any testimony, they are free, for they must hear it from the mouth of the plaintiff. Gemara, the rabbis taught, I adjure you to bear me witness that so and so promised me as a present 100 zuz and did not give them to me, they are free, lest one say that they should be liable. The analogy of expression sin used both concerning a deposit and here, teaches that as in the former the deposit was given, so also in this case. As soon as you become cognizant, etc. The rabbis taught, lest one say that in such a case they should be liable, it reads, if he is a witness, or hath seen or know it, which signifies that the act of testifying must precede the oath and not vice versa. While standing in synagogue, etc. Said Samuel, even if his witnesses were among them. Is this not self-evident? He means to say, even if he was standing beside them, and lest one say that in such a case it is considered as though he talked directly to them, he comes to teach us that it is not so. There is a Boraitha in support of Samuel, if one saw a crowd standing, among whom he recognized his witnesses and said, I adjure you to come and testify for me, lest one say that they are liable, it reads, and he is a witness, which signifies that the witnesses must be directly addressed, which he did not do. If, however, he said, I adjure you all who are standing here, to testify for me, they are liable, as here he addresses the witnesses directly. When one says to two, etc. The rabbis taught, lest one say that in such a case they should be liable, it read, he shall bear his iniquity, which signifies that only then when they are fit to tell. If one sends his servant, etc. The rabbis taught, lest one say that in such a case they should be liable, therefore the just cited verse. But how is this to be understood? Said R. Elazar, the word not is spelled here with a redundant vav and lo means him, which is to be interpreted thus, if he will not tell to him, to the party himself, he bears iniquity, but if he will not tell to a stranger, he is free. Mishnah 6, if one says, I adjure you, I impose upon you, I bind you, so they are guilty. If, however, he says, by heaven and earth, they are free, by any of the divine p. 62 names, or by some other divine attribute, so they are guilty. Blaspheme applies to them all, according to our mayor, but not according to the sages. Whoever curses his father or mother by any of the above divine names, is guilty, so holds our mayor, while the sages declare him free. Whoever curses himself or his neighbor by any of these transgresses a negative command, smite you God, or, may the Lord God smite you, so is this a biblical swearing. If he says, God smite you not, but bless you, may he bestow but good upon you, our mayor finds them guilty, while the sages declare them free. Gemara, I adjure you, etc. How is this to be understood? Said R. Jehuda, thus, I adjure you with the oath written in the Torah, I impose upon you with the commands of the Torah, I bind you with the bonds of the Torah. Said Abai to him, according to you, how should be understood the Boritha of Arhaya, for I chain you they are liable. Do we find chaining in the Torah? Therefore, said Abai, it means to say thus, I adjure you with an oath, I impose upon you with an oath, I bind you with an oath, I chain you with an oath. Adonai, etc. Shall we assume that Chanun and Rasham are also divine names? If so, then there is a contradiction from the following, there are names that may be erased, and others that must not, the latter are, El, Elohechu, Elohim, Elohechem, Asher Aleph Daleth, Yah, Shadeh, and Zebaoth, but Hagodel, Habor, Hanara, Hadar, Hashazak, Hametz, Hazaz, Chanun, Rasham, Erekapayim, Rabbi Chest may first be erased. We see thus that Chanun and Rasham are not divine names. Said Abai, the Mishnah means to say, I adjure you by him who is all favor, or, all merciful. Said Rabha to him, if so, let him be liable for adjuring one by heaven and earth, as you could explain it to mean, by him to whom heaven and earth belong. This is no comparison, if you say, by him who is all favor, etc., so as there is none but the Almighty who is such, it certainly means him, but heaven and earth as separate existences, cannot be explained as belonging. The rabbis taught, if one writes Aleph lamed, or Yah from Jehovah, it must not be erased, but Shin Daleth from Shadeh, or Aleph Daleth from Adonai, Tzadik Beth from Zebaoth, may be erased. Said R. Jose, the whole word Zebaoth may be erased, for this name applies only to Israel, as it reads, and bring forth my armies, my people, the children of Israel. Said Samuel, the halakha does not prevail with R. Jose. The rabbis taught, all the prefixes and suffixes of the divine names may be erased, example in Adonai, Badane, Medane, the initial letters may be erased, in like manner in Elohechu, Elenu Elohim the last syllables may be erased. Anonymous teachers, however, say, they must not be so, for they are already sanctified by the holy name. Said Arhana, and so the halakha prevails. All the divine names found in the Torah in connection with Abraham, are holy, except that of, and he said, my Lord, which was addressed to an angel. Hananiah, the nephew of Jehoshua, and R. Eleazar b. Azariah. In the name of Eleazar the Madai say that even this name, too, is holy. Furthermore, all the names found in connection with Lot, are common, except, "Oh, not so, my Lord, thy servant hath found grace in thy eyes, and thou hast magnified thy kindness," etc., and who but God can save. Again, all names in connection with Naboth 1 are holy, those in connection with Micha are common. R. Eleazar, however, said that the names with Naboth are holy, but those with Micha are partly holy and partly common, namely El is common and Yah is holy, except Elohim, which though beginning with El, is holy. All the names in connection with the Vale of Benjamin are according to R. Eleazar common, and according to R. Jehoshua they are holy. Said R. Eleazar to him, "How can they be holy when he has not fulfilled his promise?" Said R. Jehoshua, "He has fulfilled his promise, but the people there did not understand what was said to them." A proof to this you find in the fact that after they had comprehended it, they conquered, as it reads, "And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, stood," etc. The p. 64. Name Shaloma wherever mentioned in Solomon's songs is holy. Eli Shaloma means, to the king to whom peace belongs, except, thine, O Solomon. According to others, the bed which is Solomon's, is also common. Wherever in Daniel the word king is mentioned, it is common except, thou, O king, art a king of kings, to whom the God of heaven hath given kingdom, power, and strength, and honor. According to others also, my Lord. For those who hate thee, for, to whom did Daniel address this? Surely not to Nebuchadnezzar, because by so doing he would curse Israel, who were the haters of the same, hence, he must have addressed it to God. The first Tana, however, maintains that enemies exist only to Israel, but other nations have no enemies. Or by some other attributes, etc. There is a contradiction. The Lord then make thee a curse and an oath. To what purpose is this repeated? After the beginning of the verse reads, "And the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of imprecation." Because, it reads, the voice of adjuration, where it means an oath, so also here it means an oath, and as there it means with the holy name, so here, too, it means so. Hence we see that Allah means an oath, and the Mishnah says that smite you. God is an Allah written in the Torah? Said Abai, this presents no difficulty. The cited discussion is in accordance with our Hanana b. 80, which our Mishnah is in accordance with the rabbis, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. Our Hanana b. 80 said, as it reads swear and not swear, curse and not curse, we must compare curse to swearing, just as an oath means by the holy name, so also not to swear means by the holy name, and the same is with curse and not curse. But let us see, what is the reason of the rabbis' view? If they uphold this analogy, then let them require the unique holy name to any oath, and if they do not uphold this analogy, whence do they deduce that Allah means an oath? From the following Boraitha, the expression Allah means an oath, and it likewise reads in the above cited verse, "And the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of Allah." But as it reads here with the oath of Allah, must we not say that Allah itself is not an oath? It means to say that the word Allah comes together with an oath only. And whence do we know that oath alone should be treated as if conjoined with Allah? From the p. 65. Voice of an Allah, therefore it is to be interpreted thus, he hears either a voice alone, or an Allah alone. R. Abohu said, whence do we know that Allah means an oath? From, and bound him with an oath. Furthermore, it reads, who had made him swear by God. There is a Boraitha, the word oror embraces ban, curse, and oath, ban from, curse ya meraz, etc., concerning which Ullah said, he placed meraz under ban with 400 trumpets, curse from, and these shall stand for the sake of the curse, and, cursed be the man, finally, oath from, and Joshua adjured, saying cursed, etc., and also from, and Saul adjured the people, saying, cursed. R. Jose b. Hananiah said, Amen embraces oath, acceptance, and confidence, oath from, and the woman shall say Amen, Amen, acceptance from, cursed be he that accepteth not this law. And all the people shall say, Amen, and confidence from, said Jeremiah the prophet, Amen, may the Lord do so. R. Eleazar said, Nay means an oath, and Yea means also an oath. It is correct that Nay means an oath, as it reads, and the waters shall no more become a flood, and, as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more, but whence do we know that Yea is an oath? This is merely common sense. If Nay is an oath, Yea is one, too. Said Rab Ha, provided he says each twice, Nay, Nay, or Yea, Yea, and this is inferred from the above cited verse where No is written twice, and as Nay must be said twice to become an oath, so also Yea. 1. Curses himself or his neighbor, etc. Said Arjana, concerning this statement, all agree that he transgressed thereby a negative commandment. Concerning oneself it reads, Only take heed to thyself, and guard thy soul, and we have seen above that such an expression means a negative commandment, and concerning his neighbor, it reads, Thou shalt not curse the deaf. P. 66. Smite you God, etc. Kahana, while sitting before Jehuda, repeated the Mishnah in its own language, and he said to him, Change the language and use it in the third person. It again happened that one of the rabbis while sitting before Kahana read, God will also destroy thee, etc., the whole verse, and Kahana said to him, Read it in the third person. And the two cases are cited here, lest one say that in a Mishnah it is allowed to change the language but not in the scripture. God smite you not, etc. But we know that according to our Mayer's theory we do not infer from a negative rule a positive one, reverse then the order of the names in the Mishnah. However, when Itzhak came from Palestine he taught the Mishnah as it is. Said Joseph, now that we see that in Palestine, too, the Mishnah is taught as by us, the foregoing difficulty must be resolved thus. Our Mayer's theory that we are not to infer yeas from nays, concerns only civil cases, but concerning criminal cases he, too, holds that we do. But is not the case of a suspected woman a crime, and Tanhum b. Hakanui said, in this case it reads, Then be thou free to show that if it were not expressly stated we would not infer? Hence, even in criminal cases we do not infer, wherefore we must say that our Mayer's theory applies also to crimes and the order of the names in the Mishnah is to be reversed. Rabbina opposed from a Mishnah that places under the category of capital punishment him who enters the sanctuary while he is intoxicated, and this is inferred only from the scriptures prohibiting one to enter in such a condition, and our Mayor does not oppose in this case. Therefore we must say that concerning crime he holds his theory, and the difficulty regarding the suspected woman is to be resolved. Thus, it is a case where money, i.e., a civil matter, is also concerned, viz., in connection with her marriage contract. Chapter V. Rules and regulations concerning the depository oath, who is or is not fit to take it, where the denial of the deposit by oath must take place, the conditions determining the liability to be either one or for each article separately, in which respect such oath is more rigorous than the witness oath. Mishnah I. The depository oath concerns men and women, non-kindred and kindred, those fit to testify and those unfit, cases within the court and outside thereof, provided it comes forth from one's own mouth, but if through that of others, he is not liable unless he denies it before the court. Such is our Mayor's view, while the sages teach, regardless of whether it comes from one's own mouth or from that of others, he is guilty so long as he denies it. But one is guilty for willful perjury and willful denial of the deposit when ignorant of the liability, not so, however, if he was mistaken concerning the oath only. And what is the fine attached to a willful oath? A transgression offering in the value of 2 shekels. How does the oath concerning deposits take place? When one says, Give me my deposit that I have in your possession, and latter replies thereto, I swear you have nothing with me, or merely you have nothing with me, whereupon the former says, I adjure you, and this answers, Amen, and so he is guilty. If the plaintiff adjured him 5 times either before court or outside and be denied it by oath every time, so he is guilty for each time severally. Our Simeon said, the reason is that he had ample possibility to confess the truth. If 5 people require of him in the same time, saying, Give us the deposit we have in your possession, and he says, I swear ye have nothing with me, so he is guilty but once. But if he says, I swear that thou hast nothing with me, nor thou you, nor thou, so he is guilty for each one severally. Our Eliezer says, provided he make the oath last. Our Simeon says, provided he accompany each statement with the words I swear. If one says, give me the deposit, the loan, the stolen and p. 69. Lost, that I have in your possession, he replies, I swear that you have nothing with me, he is guilty but once. If, however, his reply be, I swear that you have nothing with me, either deposit, or loan, or the robbed and lost, so he is guilty for each one severally. The same is the case with wheat, barley, and if he denies all with one oath he is guilty but once, and if he repeated I swear with each one, he is liable for each. Our mayor says, even if he required the things in the singular, the other one is guilty for each one severally. If one says, you have violated or seduced my daughter, and he replies, I have done neither the one nor the other, I adjure you, whereto he says, Amen, so he is guilty. Our Simeon holds him free, for one does not pay fine on his own confession. To which it was objected, although upon self-confession one pays no fine, yet he must pay indemnity for shame and loss of value. You have stolen my ox, I have not stolen him, I adjure you, the other one, Amen, so he is guilty. But if the latter says, true, I have stolen your ox, but not slaughtered nor sold him, I adjure you, Amen, so he is free. Your ox has killed mine. He did not, I adjure you, Amen, so he is guilty. Your ox has killed my slave, he did not, I adjure you, Amen, so he is free. You have bruised me and wounded me, I have neither bruised nor wounded you, I adjure you, Amen, so he is guilty. But if the slave says to his master, you have blown out my eye or tooth, and latter replies, I have done to you neither the one nor the other, I adjure you, Amen, so he is free. This is the general rule. Whenever one has to pay damages on self-confession, he is guilty, but whenever he has not to pay on self-confession, he is free. Gemara, R. Ahar b. Huna, R. Samuel b. Rabbi b. Hannah and R. Itzhak b. R. Jehuda have been learning the tract Shabbath at Rabbi's college, and when our Kahana met them he asked, what is the law when one has intentionally made a depository oath in spite of a warning? Is he liable to a sin offering or not? Shall we assume that, as this law to bring a sin offering for an intentional oath is novel, there is no difference whether there was warning or not, or this law holds good only when there was no warning, and if there was, he is subject to stripes and not to a sin offering, or to both? And they answered, this we have learned in our Mishnah, the depository oath is more rigorous, as stripes apply to it when intentional, and a trespass offering for 2 shekels when unintentional. Now, as p. 69. It states stripes, it must be that he was warned, and no offering is mentioned, and concerning the rigorousness it may be said that one is pleased to bring a sin offering instead of getting stripes. Said Rabbi b. Etha to them, this is in accordance with our Simeon, who holds that an intentional depository oath cannot be atoned for, but according to the rabbis who maintain that it can, he must bring an offering also. Said our Kahana to them, leave out the Boraitha cited by you, as I taught it thus, it makes no difference whether it was intentional or unintentional, he is liable to a trespass offering for 2 shekels, and the rigorousness is that for any other oath he may bring a sin offering in the value of a danakovi, while here it must be in the value of 2 shekels. But then, why did our Kahana resolve his question from here? Because this may be a case where there was no warning. According to another version, our Kahana adduced the following Boraitha: no liability attaches to an unintentional oath. And what is the liability of an intentional? A trespass offering for 2 shekels. Does it not mean a case where there was warning? Nay, it may mean one without warning. Come and hear another Boraitha. The comparison with the offering of a Nazirite cannot be drawn here, as a Nazirite who defiles himself gets stripes in addition, while to a depository oath stripes do not apply. Now, since it states that he does get stripes, he must have been warned, and nevertheless it states that to a depository oath stripes do not apply, whence it is to be understood that an offering is required in this case. Nay, it may be said that it means that stripes do not suffice without an offering. But if such be the case, the Nazirite who gets stripes must not bring an offering any more. Is it not expressly written that he is liable to an offering? His offering is not for his transgression, but for enabling him to continue in his state of a Nazirite in purity. R. Kahana's question from above was recited before Rabbah, and he said, from this it may be inferred that, if he was not warned by the witnesses, and they testify, he is nevertheless liable to a sin offering. But if such a case happens in civil law, his denial would count for nothing, and there are witnesses and he must pay. Why then shall he in this case be liable to a sin offering? From Rabbah's question we may conclude that his opinion is that he who denies a debt in spite of witnesses is not subject to a biblical oath. Said R. Hananah to Rabbah, the following Boraitha supports your opinion. It. p. 70. Reads, and like concerning it to exclude the case when he confesses this to one of the brothers or partners, swear falsely to exclude the case where there were documents or witnesses. And he answered, if you have in the Boraitha no other support but this, it is no support to me at all, as this Boraitha is to be interpreted thus: if the defendant says, I have borrowed from you but not in the presence of witnesses, or not on any document, and this interpretation is necessitated by the expression of this Boraitha to one of the brothers, because how was the case? If he confessed the half of the amount, then there is a complete denial of the other half. Thus we must say that the confession to one of the brothers means that the denial was not concerning the amount, but springing from his assertion that he made the loan of one of the brothers only, so that it is but a denial of words. And as the first part of the Boraitha means a denial of words and not of the amount, so also the second part. Come and hear. It was said above, he is not liable for its unintentional. And what is the liability for an intentional? A trespass offering, etc. Shall we not assume that it means a case where there were witnesses warning him? Nay, it means that there were no witnesses. Come and hear another objection. If the depository claims that the deposit has been stolen from him, swears, but thereafter confesses, and there are also witnesses to this effect, it depends on the following: if the witnesses come after he has sworn, he must pay double amount and bring a trespass offering, but if he has confessed before the appearance of the witnesses, he has to pay the amount plus 1/5 of it and bring a trespass offering. This may be explained also as Rabbah stated above, viz., at the time he takes the oath the wives of the witnesses find themselves in agony, etc., but in case of simple witnesses no offering is necessary. Said Rabbah to Rashi, come and hear, a depository oath is more rigorous, since for an intentional he is liable to stripes and for an unintentional to a trespass offering in shekels. Now, stripes presuppose a warning by witnesses, and nevertheless it says that for an unintentional a trespass offering. Said R. Mordecai, leave alone this Boraitha, as our Kahana said. This Boraitha I taught, and it states that a trespass offering must p. 71 be brought, immaterial whether for an intentional or unintentional one. Finally, come and hear the following objection. In the discussion concerning an inference of fortiori, it is stated that there is a difference regarding a Nazirite defiling himself, as he gets stripes, which is not the case with a depository oath. Now, a Nazirite does not get stripes unless there were witnesses, and as it says that it is not the case with a depository oath, it signifies that even if here were witnesses, stripes do not apply, but an offering does apply. Hence Rabbah's statement is objected. R. Yohanan, however, said, if one denies money where there are witnesses, he is subject to an oath but is free from such if there is a document. Said our Papa, the reason of our Yohanan is that witnesses are subject to death, and he who makes him liable agrees with our Eliezer of that Mishnah, while he who frees him agrees with the rabbis. And he answered, Nay, as he who makes him free may say that in such a case even our Eliezer admits, since here concerning a false oath it reads, in any one of all, but not all, which excludes real estate. Said our Papa in the name of Rab Ha, it seems to be so also from our Mishnah, which illustrates it by the theft of an ox and not by that of a slave, and this is because a slave is considered real estate to which an offering does not apply. How does the oath concerning deposits take place, etc.? The rabbis taught, when the oath was made in general, he is liable but for one, but when in particular, he is liable for each severally, so our mayor. Our Jehuda, however, said, if he says, I. P. 72. Swear I have it not from thee, and not from thee, and not from thee, he is liable for each one. Our Eliezer, however, maintains that he is liable for each one only then when the words I swear were said last, but our Simeon said that to be liable for each one he must mention I swear with each one separately. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the general of our mayor is the particular of our Jehuda, and the general of our Jehuda is the particular of our mayor. Our Yohanan, however, said, concerning and not from all agree that it is a particular, where they differ is regarding not from thee, which is to our mayor a particular, and to our Jehuda a general. What then is a general to our mayor? I swear that you all have nothing with me. But what is the point they differ in? Samuel bases his view upon the just cited Boritha in which our Jehuda says and not from thee is a particular, and this must be taken as an answer to our mayor, who maintains that such statement is a general. On the other hand, our Yohanan bases his view upon our Mishnah in which our mayor says that for swearing you all have nothing with he is guilty but for one, whence it follows that if he states in his swearing not from thee he is culpable for each. As to the Boritha, our Yohanan explains it thus, our Jehuda, answering our mayor, says, concerning the phrase and not from thee I agree with you that it is a particular, but I do not agree with you concerning the phrase not from thee, to which Samuel cannot agree, as, he thinks, if this were the case our Jehuda would state only in what he differs. As to the Mishnah, Samuel does not agree with our Yohanan, as according to Samuel the phrase and not from thee is identical with not from you all. And the answer is, read it without end. And to the question, is it possible that all the ends are mistakes, it answers that the whole Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi's view in Tract Zebakim, where he plainly says that there is no difference whether the conjunction and was said or not. R. Mayor says, even, etc. Said R. Ahabr, it means that even if he says wheat in the singular, it nonetheless means a measure of the same. Give me the wheat, etc. Said our Yohanan, the value of a parative from all of them counts to make him liable for each severally, and our Aha and Rubbana differ in their explaining this point. According to one he is liable only for 3 particulars, but not for the oath as such, which is a general, while the other maintains that he is liable for 4, for the 3 particulars, and for the oath as a general. But has not our Haya taught that he is liable to 15 sin offerings, so that the Tana of the Boritha counts only the particulars and not the 5 generals? The Tana counts only the particulars, and he does not count the generals, though he holds one liable for a general. But again, there is another Boritha by the same Arhaya in which the liability counts 20. This second Boritha refers to the previous statement in the Mishnah, give me the deposit, the loan, etc., which amount to 4 particulars. Rabha questioned R.N. Ahman, how is it if 5 persons claim the 4 articles just mentioned, and he says to one of them, I swear that thou hast not with me a deposit, a loan, a robbed, a lost article, and not thou, and not thou, and not thou, and not thou, he is liable with regard to the last 4 only to 1 sin offering, or because be said to each one, and not thou, the particulars must be counted in each case, and hence he is liable to 20. Come and hear what Arhaya taught above, 20 sin offerings. Now, if Arhaya had in view that all particulars were mentioned in the oath, would it be necessary for him to specify the number of the sin offerings? Hence, he surely has in view a case illustrated by you, and makes one liable for all the particulars. You violated, etc. Said Arhaya B. Abba, in the name of Ar Yohanan, the reason of Ar Simeon is that the main claim in this case is fine. Said Rabha, we may illustrate Ar Simeon's view as follows: if one says, give me the wheat, barley, and rye which I have with you, and the answer is, I swear that you have no wheat with me, and it was found that he really had no wheat, but had barley and rye, he is free, because the oath for the wheat was true. Said Abai to him, this illustration does not answer the purpose, since when swearing about P74 wheat he did not deny barley and rye. But Ar Simeon's view may be illustrated thus: one answers, I swear you have nothing with me, whereupon it was found that he had no wheat, but barley and rye, in which case he is culpable. Therefore, when Rabin came he said in the name of Ar Yohanan. Their point of difference is that according to Ar Simeon the plaintiff demands only the fine, but not the indemnity for the shame and loss of value which is not fine, while according to the sages he demands also the latter. And their respective reasons are explained by Ar Papa thus: according to Ar Simeon one would not demand an amount that has to be appraised as yet, while the fine is an amount established in the scripture. On the other hand, the rabbis maintain that, on the contrary, one would not demand a fine, the admission of which by the offender makes him free, while the indemnity for shame, etc. he must pay at all events. P75. Next, Chapter 6. Index previous next. Chapter 6. Rules and regulations concerning the circumstances under which the court gives an oath to one of the contestants. The nature of the claim and of its partial admission. Which admission is or is not regarded as corresponding with the claim. The cases where the claim is for movables and the admission for immovables, or vice versa. Who are or are not fit to enter a claim which entails an oath. The form of the oath and the introduction thereto used by the court, as well as the kind of sacred object one must hold when taking the oath. Articles the claim to which entails no oath. The conditions under which either an oath must be taken for a lost pledge or the value thereof must be paid. Mishnah I, in the case of an oath before court, the claim must amount to 2 silver, and the confession, to 1 parida, and if the confession is not of the same kind with the claim, he is free. How so? I have with you 2 silver. You have by me only 1 parida, he is free. I have with you 2 silver and 1 parida. You have by me but 1 parida, he is liable. I have with you 1 mana. You have nothing by me, he is free. I have 1 mana with you. You have by me only 50 dinar, he is liable. My father has a mana with you. You have by me only 50 dinar, he is free, for he is in this case like to him who returns a thing lost. I have with you a mana. Yet. Next day the plaintiff says, give it to me. I have given it to you already, he is free, but if his answer be, you have nothing by me, he is liable. I have with you a mana. Yet. Give it to me only in presence of witnesses. Next day he requires the money, whereupon the defendant says, I have given it to you already, he is liable, as he was to pay it before witnesses. I have in your possession a litra of gold. Nay, you have by me only a litra of silver, he is free. But if plaintiff says, I have with you a gold dinar. Nay, you have by me only a silver dinar, a tresis, a fundian, and a parita, he is liable, since all the P76 mentioned coins are of the same kind. I have in your possession a kur of grain. Nay, you have only a lith each of legume, he is free. I have with you a kur of fruit. Nay, you have by me only a lith each of legume, he is liable, since legume is in the category of fruit. If the claim was wheat and the defendant admits barley, he is free. Rabban Gamaliel, however, finds him liable. If one requires from another tankards of oil, and latter admits pitchers, he must, according to Edmund, take the oath, since it is a case of partial admission, but the sages say, the confession is not of the same kind with the claim. Said R. Gamaliel, Edmund's decision appears to me to be correct. If one requires movables and real estate and the other admits movables but denies real estate or vice versa, he is free. If he admits but a part of the real estate he is likewise free, but if he admits but a part of the movables, he is liable, for property that is not subject to loss necessitates the taking of the oath with reference to property that is subject thereto. There is no oath to the claim of a deaf-mute, an imbecile, or a minor, nor is a minor to take an oath, but there is an oath to the claim of a minor or of the sanctuary. Gemara, how is an oath given? Said R. Jehuda, in the name of Rabbite, one is made to swear with the oath of the scripture, and he will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven. Said Rabbina to R. Ashi, is this in accordance with R. Hanana b. 80, who said that the unique holy name is required? Answered he, nay, this may be even in accordance with the rabbis, who say that a divine attribute is sufficient, and the difference between the two is that he must keep in his hand a holy object, and this is in accordance with Rabha, who said that a judge who gives one the oath in the name of the Lord the God of heaven should be considered as he who erred in what was written plainly in a Mishnah, so that the oath must be given again. And our Papa says that a judge who gives one the oath by making him keep the tefillin, is likewise considered erring, as the object kept must be the holy scrolls. The halakha prevails with Rabha, as there is no oath made without one's holding some holy object, and not with our Papa, as after all there was a holy object in the hand of the one who took the oath. One must stand when taking the oath, a scholar, however, may do it while sitting. Furthermore, the oath must originally p. 77 be performed with the holy scrolls. A scholar, however, may take the oath even originally with tefillin. The rabbis taught, also an oath taken by one before the court must be uttered in a language he understands, and the court must say to him the following introduction to the oath: be aware that the whole world was trembling when the Holy One, blessed be he, spake on the Mount Sinai. Thou shalt not bear the name of the Lord thy God falsely. Likewise concerning all transgressions mentioned in the Torah it reads, Vinake, and concerning a false oath it reads further, Lo enaki. Again, for all other transgressions only the sinner himself is punished, while here the punishment extends also to his family, as it reads, Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, and by the expression flesh one's family is meant, as, from thy own flesh. Furthermore, for all other transgressions the sinner himself is alone punished, while here the whole world is punished, as, there is false swearing, etc. Therefore shall the land mourn. Again, the punishment for all other transgression is, because of the merits of the sinner's forefathers, postponed for some 2 or 3 generations, but here he is punished immediately, as it reads, I bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts, and it shall enter into the house of the thief, and into the house of him that sweareth falsely by my name, and it shall remain in the midst of his house, and shall consume it with its timber and its stones. I bring it forth means immediately. It shall enter into the house of the thief means who steal the mind of the people. Example, he who has no money with his neighbor, claims such and makes latter swear. Into the house of him who sweareth falsely means literally, it shall remain in the midst of his house, etc. To learn from this that things indestructible by fire or water are destroyed by false swearing. If after having listened to all this introduction, he says, I will not take the oath, the court sends him away immediately, but if he says, I will nevertheless swear, the people present say, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked. P. 78. Again, when he is ready to take the oath, the court says again to him, Be aware that the oath which you take is not according to your own mind, but to the mind of the omnipotent and of the court, as we find by Moses, our master, when he made the Israelites swear, he said, You shall be aware that your oath is not by your own mind, but by that of the omnipotent, as it reads, and not with you alone, etc. But with him that is standing here, etc., and it is not meant only those were at the Mount Sinai, but all future generations, and all proselytes who will embrace Judaism in the future, and not only regarding the commandments given on that mount, but also regarding all commandments that will be established in the future, and be they lenient, such as the reading of the book of Esther, as it reads there, the Jews confirmed it as a duty, etc., which means they confirmed a duty imposed upon them in the past. The text above states also an oath, etc. Why also? It is an addition to a Mishnah in tract benedictions, viz., the following are uttered in any language, the portion said to a suspected woman, the confession on tithe, the reading of Shema, the saying of the prayer, of the benediction after meals, the witness oath, and the oath of a depository. So that the also from here comes to add yet the oath given by the court. The Master says, the whole world was trembling, etc. But why? Was it because it was ordained on Sinai? Then, all the 10 commandments were given there, and if because it is more rigorous, is it indeed so? Is there not a Mishnah, lenient means positive and negative, except thou shalt not bear the holy name, etc., rigorous are those under the category of capital punishment and Korath, and the commandment thou shalt not bear, etc. belongs to these? The answer is that to all other transgressions vinake applies, while here lo enike applies, as above. But does it not read together vinake lo enike? This is explained by R. Elazar, who said, it is impossible to say vinake as it is followed by lo enike, nor is it possible to say he will not forgive after it reads he will forgive, therefore it must mean, he will forgive the repenters, but not those who do not repent. Further, for all transgressions, etc., while here the punishment extends also to his family. But does it not read, then I will set p. 79. My face against this man and against his family. And there is a Boraitha, our Simeon says, if he has sinned, what has his family done, to teach that a family, where there is a contractor or a robber, is all considered robbers because it supports him? There he is punished with the punishment attached to his transgression, but the family with a lenient one, while here the family suffers the same punishment with the perjurer. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, Rabbi said, to what purpose is it written in the above cited verse, I will cut him off, after it reads I will set my face, etc.? To teach that only him I will cut off but not the whole family. Concerning the punishment of the whole world, does it not read, and they shall stumble one over the other, which is explained elsewhere to mean one because of the sin of the other, as all the children of Israel are mutually responsible one for the other? The reason then is that they could have prevented the sin by protesting, but did not do so. But is not one's family included in the whole world? There is a difference in the nature of the punishment, viz., his family is punished more rigorously than the rest of the world. The text says, if he says, I will swear, the people say, depart, etc. Why are both the parties called wicked? Let only him who swears have this name. It is in accordance with our Simeon b. Tarfon, who says in the following Boraitha, then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both, infer from this that the oath rests upon them both. It states there further on, not according to your own mind. To what purpose is this? Because of a case that happened in Rabha's court. I have with you 2 silver, etc. According to Rabbi the denial must be for 2 silver, according to Samuel the claim must amount to 2 silver, while the denial or the confession may be even for 1 parida. Said Rabha, our Mishnah seems to be in accordance with Rabbite, as it states that the claim must amount to 2 silver and the confession to 1 parida, but it does not state the denial to be of 1 parida. The scripture, however, seems to be in accordance with Samuel, as it reads, if a man do deliver unto his neighbor money. p. 80. Or vessels to keep, and as vessels is used in the plural, so is money here in the plural, and as silver is a valuable, so everything that is a valuable, and, of which he can says this it is signifies however little it may be, hence, the confession must be to a claim that is no less than 2 silver. There is an objection from the following Mishnah, I have with you 2 silver. Nay, you have only 1 parida, he is free from an oath. Now, is it not because the denial here is less than of 2 silver, and it is an objection to Samuel? Nay, it means particularly, he claims 2 silver, and the answer is, parida, which is in copper, consequently the confession was not of the same kind with the claim. But if so, how is the second part to be understood, viz., I have with you 2 silver and a parida? Nay, you have with me only 1 parida, he is liable. Now, if the claim was for the value of 2 silver, it is correct that he is liable, for the confession concerned the same kind as the claim, but if it is a claim particular on silver, then the other confessed to what was not claimed, and what this one claimed was not confessed. But is not the objection concerning Samuel, and Rna said that Samuel holds one liable for confessing one of the articles embraced in the claim, and it seems to be that the Mishnah was particular regarding the kind, and not the value, of the metal, as it states in its last part, I have with you a litra gold. Nay, you have with me a litra silver, he is free. Now, if it is particular with regard to the kind of metal, then it is correct, but if it means the value of the metal, why should he be free, when the value of gold is so many times more than that of the same quantity of silver? Hence, as this last part is indisputably particular with regard to the kind of metal, so also is the first part. But if so, let this be an objection to Rabbite. Rabbite may say, all the Mishnah treats of the value, but in the case of the litra gold it is different, as here the main point is the weight, and a support to this view may be found in its concluding part, which states, I have with you a golden dinar. Nay, you have with me only a silver dinar, a trisus, a pundium, and a parida, he is liable, as they all are coins. Now, if it speaks of value, it is right that he is liable, as the claim was for coins and the confession, too, was for coins, but if it is particular, why should he be liable when he confesses to silver or copper, the claim being for gold? Said R. Elazar, it treats of a claim that is made for coins amounting to the value of a dinar, and this is stated to teach that a parida is also considered a coin. P. 81. And so it seems to be, since it adds that they all are each a kind of coin. But Rabbite reads the Mishnah to mean to them all the law of a coin applies. Come and hear, I have with you a gold dinar in gold. Nay, you have with me only a silver dinar, he is liable. Now, we see that only because the claimant added specifically in gold, the kind of the metal is particular, but if this were not added, the value of the metal would be understood. Said R. Ashi. Nay, the Boraitha intends to teach that if one says a gold dinar, it means a dinar in gold. R. Hayatata Boraitha in support of Rabbite, I have with you a sella. Nay, a sella less 2 silver, he is liable. But if the answer is a sella less a ma, he is free. Said Rna B. Itzhak in the name of Samuel, all that was said hitherto concerns only the claim of the lender and the confession of the borrower, but if there was one witness, the borrower is liable even if the claim amounted only to 1 parida, as it reads. There shall not be one witness to any sin or transgression, which signifies that to a transgression one witness shall not be considered, but concerning an oath one witness may be considered, and there is a boraitha that wherever 2 witnesses cause the payment of money, 1 witness causes an oath. R. Nahman said again in the name of the same authority, if the claim was for wheat and barley, and the confession was to either one, he is liable. Said R. Itzhak to him, thanks, so also said R. Yohanan. Was he thanking because someone differed with R. Yohanan? Yeah, it was Resh Lakish who kept silent when R. Yohanan said so, only because he was drinking at that time. An objection was raised, come and hear, if the claim comprised both personal and real estate, and the confession was to either, he is free. If, however, the confession was regarding but a part of the real estate, he is free, but if to a part of the personal estate, he is liable. We see, then, that only in a case of real estate to which an oath does not apply, he is free, but if the claim were for vessels of two kinds similar to personal and real estate respectively, and he would confess to either kind, he would be liable? Nay, he would be free in this case also, and the case of personal and real estate is to teach that, when the confession was only to a part of the personal, he has to swear. P. 82. Even for the real estate, too. But what is there new in this teaching, that one can include in the oath also another claim? This has been already stated in Middlegate. Here is the main teaching, while in Middlegate the point is touched on merely by the way. Arhaya b. Abba, however, said in the name of Ar Yohanan, if the claim was wheat and barley, and the confession was only to either of them, he is free. But has not Ar Itzhak expressed his thanks to one for quoting Ar Yohanan as saying the very opposite? The Amoraim differ regarding Ar Yohanan's statement. R. Abba b. Mamal objected to Arhaya, if the claim was for an ox, and the confession was for a lamb or vice versa, he is free, but if the claim was for an ox and a lamb, and the confession only for one of them, he is liable? And he answered, this Boritha is in accordance with Idman, and you shall not take this answer as mere argument, since it is a fact that Ar Yohanan taught so explicitly. R. Anan said in the name of Samuel, if one was about to claim wheat and the defendant hastened to confess barley, if it seems to the court that he did so with a view to elude the court, thereby escaping an oath, he is liable, but if only to justify the claim, he is free. He said further in the name of the same authority, if the claim was for 2 needles, and the confession was to 1, he is liable, as for this purpose the scripture mentions vessels, that they remain what they are. Our Papa said, if the claim was for vessels and a peruda and the confession was for the vessels and the denial for the peruda, he is free, but if vice versa he is liable. The one case is in accordance with Rabbite, who holds that the denial must be of a claim of 2 silver, while the other case is in accordance with Samuel, who holds that of the claim comprised 2 articles and the confession was to but 1, he is liable. I have a mano with you, etc. Said R.N. Ahman, he is free from a biblical oath, but he is subject to a rabbinical one. According to others the saying of R.N. Ahman concerned the latter part of the Mishnah viz, I have a mano with you. Yet. And the next day when he refuses it, he says, I have already given it to you, he is free, to which R.N. Ahman said, he must, however, take a rabbinical oath. To him who teaches this regarding the p. 83. First part of the Mishnah, is obvious that it belongs also to its latter part, but he who limits this to the latter part reasons thus, in this latter part money was avowedly involved, but in the first it is doubtful. What is the difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath? The reversibility of the oath. A biblical oath we do not transfer from one contestant to the other, while a rabbinical we do. And according to Mar B. R. Ashi, who says that a biblical oath is also reversible, what is the difference between the 2 oaths? The collecting from the property, where there is a biblical oath, the collection may be made from his property, which is not the case with the rabbinical oath if he refuses to take such. And according to R. Jose, who says that a rabbinical oath is also attended with collection, what is the difference between the 2? In the case where one of the parties was suspected of an oath, if this was a biblical oath it is transferable to the other party, but if it is a rabbinical oath, which is only an enactment by the sages, it is not transferable, for the transferring is itself but an enactment and we do not impose one enactment upon another. Now, what is to be done according to the rabbis, the opponents of R. Jose, who hold that in case of a rabbinical oath no collecting from the property takes place? We place him under ban. Said Rabbina to R. Ashi, this is like holding one up for his throat till he takes off his clothes. But what shall be done? Place him under ban for 1 month, and if he does not come then for absolving he is, as it is customary, punished according to Rabbitis practice, after which punishment he is left alone. R. Papa said, if one holds a document in his hand and the defendant says, the document is already paid up, he is not trusted and must pay. But if he requires that the plaintiff take an oath that it has not been paid, the court is to give him an oath. Said R. A. Hobby. Rab Hatu R. Ashi, why should this case be different from a marriage contract where she has to take an oath only when she impairs the contract? And he answered, in that case where the document is impaired, and the defendant does not require an oath, the court requires such. In this case, however, the court would tell him to pay and not exact an oath, but execute the requirement of the defendant that the plaintiff take. P. 84. An oath, and if the plaintiff was a scholar no oath is to be given. Said R. Yemer to R. Ashi, is a young scholar given the liberty to strip men of their clothes? Say only that if he was a scholar, we do not compel him to swear, so that it should not seem that the court suspects him, and on the other hand if he refuses to swear we do not collect his claim from the defendant. Again, I have a mana with you. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rasi, if one has made a loan in the presence of witnesses, he must also return it in presence of witnesses. And when, he continued, I recited this before Samuel, he told me that the defendant can claim, I have paid you in the presence of such and such witnesses, who are now away in the sea countries. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, I have with you a mana. Yet, I have returned it to you, he is free. Now, if he required the money in presence of witnesses, it is a case similar to making a loan in the presence of witnesses, and nevertheless he is free, which contradicts Rasi's statement. Rasi may say, this is no comparison, as I speak of a case where the plaintiff has never reposed on confidence in the defendant, as he did not trust him without witnesses, but here he trusted him money without witnesses. R. Joseph taught the same in the name of the above, as follows, if one makes a loan in presence of witnesses, the borrower is not obliged to return it in presence of witnesses, unless he was told not to repay otherwise than in presence of witnesses, and it is to this that Samuel told me, the defendant may nonetheless claim to have paid the debt in presence of such and such who are now in the sea countries. An objection was raised from the following. I have a mana with you. Yet, you shall not return it to me without the presence of witnesses. The next day, on being asked to return the money, he answered, I have returned it. The defendant is liable, for he had to return it as he was told, i.e., in the presence of witnesses, and this contradicts Samuel's statement. Samuel may say that concerning this law Tannim differ in the following Boritha, I have given to you my money in presence of witnesses, and you must return it under the same conditions, then the defendant must either pay or adduce evidence that he has paid already. R. Jehuda B. Bathana, however, says, he may claim to have returned the money in presence of witnesses that are now in the sea countries. Raha overthrew all this argument by saying, whence do we know that? P. 85. The above Tannim differ in case he lent him before witnesses, perhaps it means in case of demanding when he says to him, have I not lent you in presence of witnesses, so that you ought to pay me also in the presence of witnesses, but in case he told him when making the loan that he should return it in presence of witnesses, all agree that he is liable? Said R. Papi in the name of Rabha, the halakha prevails that he who borrows in the presence of witnesses must pay also in the same manner. R. Papa, however, said in the name of the same authority that B is not obliged to do so, unless he was expressly told not to pay otherwise but in the presence of witnesses, and if the defendant claims to have paid it in the presence of such and such who are now in the sea countries, he is trusted. There was one who told his neighbor, when you will pay me my debt, you shall do so in the presence of Reuben and Simon. He, however, has paid it in presence of two other witnesses. Said Abai, what is the difference? He was told to pay before two witnesses, and so he did. Said Rabha to him, the plaintiff has purposely specified two witnesses by name that the defendant may not be able to say that he paid in presence of some other witnesses. There was one who said to the borrower, you shall pay me only before two persons who are able to learn halakhas. He, however, paid him without any witnesses present. It then happened that this money was violently taken away from the plaintiff, and he came to Rnahman saying, "It is true, I have received the money not as a return of the loan, but as a deposit, until there will happen 2 witnesses who learn holocaust, and then he will repay me." Said Rnahman to him, "As soon as you admit to have taken the money it is a repayment, and if you want the defendant to comply with the stipulation regarding the witnesses, go and bring the money here in the presence of myself and Arsheshith, who are learned not only in holocaust but also, in Sifra, Sifri, Tosefta and in all the Gemara." In another case one demanded a 100 zuz which he lent to him, to which the defendant answered that such a case has never taken place. The other party, however, brought witnesses that the loan took place, but that it was returned. Said Abai, "What is to be done, as the same witnesses who testify that the loan took place, testify also that it has been returned?" Said Rabbah. P. 86. To him, if one asserts not to have borrowed, it means he asserts not to have paid. In still another case the plaintiff claimed 100 zuz, and the defendant answered, "Have I not paid you in the presence of so and so?" And so upon being quoted said, "They know of no such case," and Arsheshith was about to say that this defendant must be declared a liar. Said Rabha to him, he was not obliged to repay in the presence of witnesses, and therefore he was not heedful enough to know the names of them in whose presence he repaid. In another case the plaintiff was claiming 600 zuz, and the defendant answered, "Have I not repaid this claim with 100 cabs of gallnut, the value of each cab being 6 zuz?" To which the plaintiff said, "Nay, each was worth only 4 zuz, and brought witnesses to this effect, demanding the remaining 200 zuz. The defendant, however, said, "I have paid you all the same, if not with this said stuff, then I gave you 200 zuz in cash." Rabha decided that the defendant in this case be recognized as a liar. Said Rami b. Hama to him, "Have you not said that a thing to which one pays little attention, may easily escape one's memory?" Whereupon Rabha answered, "A fixed price can never be forgotten." In another case one demanded 100 zuz on a document, whereto the defendant answered, "Have I not paid you?" Whereupon the plaintiff claimed that this payment was made to meet another claim. According to Rnahman the document lost its value, according to our Papa, it did not. But why should our Papa's decision here differ from what he decided in the following similar case, where the defendant's answer was, "Have you not given me that money to buy oxen for slaughtering, and I returned you that money in the slaughterhouse?" And where the plaintiff asserts that this was for another debt, in which case our Papa declared the document invalid. In this case our Papa thus decided, because the money was actually taken to buy oxen and then received in that very place where they were slaughtered. In our case, however, the plaintiff may be right in his claim. But how should such a case be ultimately decided? According P. 87. To our Papi the document is valid, and according to our Sheshith Br 80 it is invalid, and so the halakha prevails, provided the defendant paid in presence of witnesses and the document was not mentioned at all. But if the payment was made between themselves, the plaintiff may be trusted when he says that it was to cover another debt, because were he willing to tell a lie he would simply deny the payment. A borrower said to the lender, "You are trusted so long as you will say that I have not paid you." Thereafter he paid him in the presence of witnesses, but the plaintiff continued his claim, saying that this payment was for another debt. Both Abai and Rabha said that the defendant himself has trusted him, hence, he is to be trusted. Our Papa, however, opposed, saying, the defendant trusted in this case more to the plaintiff than to oneself, but did he trust him more than 2 witnesses? In another case the defendant said to the plaintiff, "You are trusted like 2 so long you say that I have not paid you." Thereafter he paid in the presence of 3, and the plaintiff still claimed his debt, in which case our Papa said, he was trusted as 2, whereas here there are 3 witnesses. Arhunabi Jehoshua, however, opposed, saying that concerning witnesses their number whether 2 or 100 matters not. However, if he said to him, you are trusted like 3, and then paid him in the presence of 4, it is different, as the number 3 was intended here not for witnesses but for the minds, and in this respect 4 minds are more than 3. There is no oath to the claim of a deaf-mute, etc. 4. Unto his neighbors, etc., and the delivery by a minor is not considered. But there is an oath to the claim of a minor. But has it not just been said that there is no oath to such? Said Rabbi, it means the minor claims that his father has given this or that to the defendant, and it is in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob, who said in the following Boraitha, there is a case where one has to swear for his own claim, viz., your father had with me a mana, but I paid him a half, then he has to swear for his own claim. The sages, however, say that here he is but returning a lost thing, hence, he is free. And to the question, does not our Eliezer agree that the defendant here is returning a lost thing? Rabbi said, it treats here of a claim made by a minor after the death of his father. But again, the Mishnah states expressly that there is no oath to the claim of minors. Rabbi p. 88. Meant to say, he was as a minor in his father's business, but already of age when putting in the claim. But then how is the expression above for his own claim to be understood, as here it is not his claim but that of the plaintiff? It must, therefore, be said that they differ concerning what was said by Rabha with regard to a biblical oath, that one is not so bold as to deny the whole, etc. Our Eliezer holds that one is not bold concerning the son also, and therefore he is not regarded as returning a loss, while the rabbis hold that one is not bold only in face of the party himself, but is so with relation to the son of same, and therefore he is considered as returning a loss. But how can you explain the Mishnah in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob? Does not the Mishnah state in its first part, if one claims, my father had with you a mana, and the answer is, I have no more than 50 dinar, he is free because he only returns a loss. There it speaks of a case when the heir did not claim, I am certain, while in the case of our Mishnah the minor is supposed to claim that he is certain. Samuel, however, says, our Mishnah's case is when the minor has real estate and one puts in a claim that his father owes him money. In this case, even if the plaintiff has a document, he must swear that the minor's father has not paid it. The same is the case with the sanctuary. 1. Mishnah 2, one does not swear to the following, to slaves, written documents, arable lands, and sanctified objects, nor is there to apply the payment of double amount, or of 4 and 5-fold. The gratuitous bailee need not swear, the bailee on payment need not pay damages. Our Simeon holds that one is obliged to swear to objects of the sanctuary, for whose security he is liable, but not to those for which he is not responsible. Our Mayor says, there are things attached to the land and yet not considered land, but the sages do not agree with him therein. How so? I have transferred to you 10 vines laden with grapes. Nay, there were only 5, and he must swear according to our Mayor, while the sages hold that everything attached to the soil is to be regarded as the land itself. One swears but to things capable of being measured, weighed, and counted. How so? I have transferred to you a house full of fruit, or, I have handed you a purse full of money. I know. p. 89. Not how much there was, but you are at liberty to take back whatever you left there. He is free, but if plaintiff says, they were reaching the cornice, and the defendant rejoins, only up to the window, latter is liable. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From, for all manner of trespass, general, ox, ass, lamb, raiment, particulars, for any manner of lost thing, again general, and there is a rule that wherever particulars appear between generals, it must be judged in the sense of the particulars, and as these are movables each having in body a value, so also all other cases must be equal to these, except real estate, which is not movable, slave, who are equal to real estate, documents which though movable are in body of no value, and finally the sanctuary which is excluded because of the verse his neighbor. Double amount, 4 and 5-fold, etc. The reason here is that the scripture speaks of 4 and 5-fold, and as in the case of double amount an oath does not apply, it remains only the case of 3 and 4-fold which is not mentioned in the scripture. A gratuitous bailee need not swear. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught: if a man deliver unto his neighbor, general, an ass, etc., particular, to keep, general, and on the basis of the above-mentioned rule the particulars appearing between generals render the whole to be judged in their sense, as the particulars here are movables each having in body a value, etc. A bailee on pay. Also this is deduced from the just cited verse and on the basis of the same rule regarding particulars appearing between generals. R. Mayor says, there are things attached, etc. From this we see that our mayor does not hold that what is attached to the land is itself considered land. Now, why is here the point of difference illustrated by laden vines, and not by vines as such? Said R. Jose B. Hanana, the Mishnah speaks of grapes that were ready for the press. Our mayor holds, as they are ready for pressing they are no longer considered attached to the soil, but as already pressed, in which case an oath applies, while the sages do not share this opinion. One swears but to things capable of being measured, etc. Said Abai, provided he says a house full, etc., but if he says, this house was full, then his claim is definite and recognized. Said Rabha to him, if this were so, why the illustration? P. 90. In the last part of the Mishnah with cornice and window stated by plaintiff and defendant respectively, and not with it a house and this house. Therefore, says Rabbah, there is no liability of an oath unless the claim concerned a certain measure or weight, and the confession was made also to measure or weight. There is a boraitha in accordance with Rabbah: I have a kur of grain with you. Nay, you have nothing with me, he is free. I have with you a big chandelier. Nay, you have only a small one, he is free. However, if he says, I have with you a kur of grain, and the answer is, only a lith each, or a chandelier of 10 pounds, and the answer is, one of only 5 pounds, he is liable. Because the rule underlying this judging is, one is not liable unless the claim was for a certain measure, weight, or number, and the confession was to the same effect. Now, what is the addition of the rule for in the boraitha? To indicate that this house full means also a measure. But why is it not a partial confession if he confesses to a small chandelier when the claim is for a big one? Because to the claim as it is, there is here no confession, nor is the claim made for what is confessed, but is not the same the case when the claim is for one of 10 pounds, and the confession for one of 5 pounds. Said R. Samuel B. R. Itzhak, it speaks of a chandelier made of separable pieces, and the confession was to 5 pounds of the same chandelier. Why, then, is not the same the case with the girdle that may have been of separable pieces? And as this is not so, we must say that it does not speak of pieces in the other case of the chandelier either. Therefore, said R. Ababi Mama, it speaks of a whole chandelier, but when the claim is for a big and the confession for a small one, then are two wholly different things involved. But if it speaks of the weight, one could by rubbing reduce the weight of such from 10 to 5 pounds, the only object thus remaining the same. Mishnah 3, if one lends to his neighbor on a pledge, and the pledge got lost, whereupon the plaintiff says, I lent you on it a selah, but it was worth only a shekel, the other party says, no, truly, you lent me a selah on it, but it was worth a selah, he is free. But if the plaintiff claims, I lent you on it a selah, but it was worth only a shekel, whereto the other replies, nay, you did lend me on it a selah, and it was worth 3 dinar, he is liable. If the debtor says, you lent me on it a selah, while it was worth 2 selahs, whereto the creditor, nay, I gave P. 91. You on it 1 selah, its value only, he is free. But if the former says, you lent me a selah on it, it was, however, worth 2, and latter says, nay, I lent you thereon a selah, and it was worth only 5 dinar, he is liable. Who is to take the oath? The depository, as he could meanwhile produce the pledge if the other one were to swear. Gemara, the concluding sentence of the Mishnah belongs to which part? If to the last, there is a rule that the oath rests with the lender? Said Samuel, and also Arhiabi. Rabbite, and also Ar Yohanan, it belongs to the middle part. I lent you a selah and it was worth a shekel, and the other says it was worth 3 dinars, in which case the borrower confesses to owe yet 1 dinar, hence, it is a partial admission to which an oath applies. The rabbis, however, have transferred this oath from the borrower to the lender. 1. And now that Rashi has decided that both depositor and depositary must each take an oath, he latter, that he does not have the pledge any more, and the former, that its value amounted to so and so much, the Mishnah is to be explained thus: who is to take the oath first? The depositary, since if the depositor swore first the other could meanwhile reconsider and produce the pledge. Samuel said, 2. If one lends to his neighbor 1,000 zuz, and pledges for them the handle of a scythe only, if the handle is lost the 1,000 zuz are lost, but if the pledge consisted of such 2 handles the case is different, as we do not assume that he gave 500 zuz for each handle, but for the whole, and as only one of them was lost the lender loses nothing. R.N. Ahman, however, maintains that the same is the case with 2, i.e., if one is lost the lender loses 500 zuz, and if both are lost he loses the whole 1,000, but the same is not the case if the pledge consisted of a scythe handle and a piece of metal. The opinion of the sages from Nahardia is that the same is the case with the last mentioned pledge. If either the metal or the handle is lost, 500 zuz are lost, and the loss of both entails the loss of all the 1,000. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, viz., from the case where defendant says it was worth but 3 dinar. Why is he liable in this case? Let the depositor say, you have taken it for a selah. The Mishnah has in view the case where the depositary p. 92 expressly took upon him responsibility for its value only, which is not so in Samuel's case. 1. Concerning the last mentioned case shall we assume that the following Tannim differ: if one had made a loan on a pledge and the Sabbatic year entered, the pledge, though worth only the half value of the loan, the year does not release the loan. R. Jehuda the Nasi, however, maintains that if the pledge amounted to the value of the whole debt, the year does not release, but if not to this value, the year does release. Now, let us see what does the first Tana mean by his saying it does not release. If he means, it does not release the half debt, and R. Jehuda comes to teach that it releases even this half, then of what use is a pledge? We must then say that the first Tana means it releases the entire debt, as he agrees with Samuel's theory that as soon as it was accepted for this amount it must be considered only as such, while R. Jehuda differs. Nay, they differ with regard to the worth of the pledge, and still R. Jehuda maintains that the entire debt is released, for the pledge which is not worth the amount of the debt he considers as mere memorandum. Chapter 7. Rules and regulations concerning the conditions under which the oath is gives to the plaintiff or to the defendant. Regarding a suspect of perjury. The difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath. Is or is not a rabbinical oath transferable. The oath of orphans, partners, gardeners. The cases when the Sabbatic year releases one from an oath. Mishnah I. All those who are subject to a biblical oath swear and do not pay. The following, however, swear in order to receive pay: the employee, the robbed, the bruised, he whose adversary is suspicious of perjury, and the storekeeper on his business book. The employee: how so? Give me my wages which I have with you. And the employer answers, I have given them to you already. And the former claims, I have received nothing. He swears and gets his claim. R. Jehuda, however, says, unless there be a partial confession, viz., the employed says, give me my 50 dinar wages you have in your hands, and the employer replies, you received on this account 1 gold dinar. How is it with the robbed? If witnesses testify that one entered his house to seize a pledge without permission, now the householder says, you have seized one of my utensils, and he denies, plaintiff swears and takes it. R. Jehuda, however, says, unless a partial confession takes place there, viz., you took 2 utensils, and he answers, I took but 1. How is it with the bruised? If witnesses testify that one entered the premises of so and so unhurt and went out in wounds, now the plaintiff says to the defendant, you bruised my body, and he says, I did not, former swears and receives pay. R. Jehuda says, unless a partial confession took place, viz. Plaintiff says, you wrought upon me 2 bruises, and the defendant says, only 1. How is the adversary suspicious of perjury? As follows, b. p. 94. It that he became suspicious while under oath as a witness, or under oath for a deposit, or even for merely vain swearing. If one of them is a gambler in dice, a usurer, a dove hunter, or one who is doing business with the fruit of the Sabbathical year, his adversary swears and obtains his claim. In case, however, both were suspicious, the oath returns to its place. Such is our Jose's opinion. Our mayor holds that they divide. The storekeeper on his book, how so? Not that he say to somebody, it is stated in my book that you owe me 200 zuz, but that when one says to the storekeeper, give my son 2 sa of wheat, or, give my laborer a selah in money, whereupon the storekeeper claims, so I did give. And the others say, we have received nothing, the 2 swear, he swears and gets paid, and they likewise swear and get paid by the employer. Said B. Nanan, how is that? Either party will necessarily be committed to false swearing. But both parties receive their respective claims rather without swearing. If one said to the storekeeper, give me fruit for 1 dinar, and he, having given him, says, give me the dinar, whereupon this replies, I have given it to you already and you put it into the cash drawer, the purchaser is to swear. If, however, the customer gave the dinar and said, give me the fruit, and the storekeeper says, I have given them to you already and you brought them over to your house, the storekeeper is to swear. R. Jehuda says, he who has the fruit in his possession has the preference. If one says to the money changer, give me change for a dinar, and he was given it, whereupon the changer says to him, give the dinar, and he answers, I have given it to you already and you have put it into the cash drawer, the customer has to swear. But if he gave him the dinar and says, give me the change, and the other one replies, I have given it to you already and you have put it into your purse, the money changer has to swear. R. Jehuda says, it is not customary with a money changer to give out an isar before he has received his dinar. As it has been established that a woman who damaged her marriage contract can obtain payment only on oath, that, when a single witness testifies that she was paid, she can receive payment only on oath, that she can get paid from encumbered estates or from the estates of the orphans only on oath, and that when she is to be paid in her husband's absence, she is so only on oath, so likewise should orphans be paid only on oath, viz., we swear that our father had not willed to us nor told. P. 95. Us, and that we have not found among the documents of our father that this note has been paid. R. Yohanan B. Buka says, even if the son was born after his father's death, he may swear and collect. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, if there are witnesses to the effect that the father said while dying, this note has not been paid, the heir collects without an oath. The following have to swear also in the case when there is no claim: partners, gardeners, guardians, a woman business manager, and the son of the house. When one of these parties says, what is your claim against me? And the other one answers, my only desire is that you swear, he must swear. If the partners or gardeners have already divided, they are no longer liable to take an oath. However, if an oath is imposed upon one of them from some other source, all other claims may be included. The Sabbatic year releases from an oath. Gemara, swear and do not pay. Whence is this deduced? From, an oath of the Lord. The owner of it shall accept this, etc., which signifies that the oath rests upon him who has to pay. The following, however, swear in order to receive pay. Why have the rabbis enacted the law that the laborer must swear? Said Rnahman, in the name of Samuel, this law holds good, provided he was hired in presence of witnesses, but if without witnesses, the employer is to be trusted, since if he would he could say that he has never hired him. Said Yitzhak to him, thanks. So also said Yohanan. From this it appears that Resh Lakish differed with the latter, and why is it not mentioned? Some say, Resh Lakish was drinking at that time, according to others Yitzhak was then absent from college. The same was taught also by Menashia b. Zebed in the name of Rabbite. Said Rami b. Hama, how fair is this halakha? Said Rabha to him, I do not see its fairness, since according to its theory the four kinds of bailees to whom a biblical oath applies find no practical illustration, for as any of them may say that such a thing has never occurred, he may be trusted also in case when asserting that the thing has been robbed, and should you say that the object was deposited with such a bailee in the presence of witnesses, he could still say that he has returned it, and as he would be trusted when claiming that he has returned it, he may likewise be trusted when he says that it has been robbed. P. 96. Hence there can be here no case unless the plaintiff took a document on his deposit, as only in this case the bailee cannot assert that he has returned the object, for if he had done so he would have taken back the document. Concerning this Rami b. Hama applied to Arsheshith, and David took these words to his heart, as Arsheshith, when meeting Rabbi b. Samuel, questioned him, has the master learned something concerning an employee? And he answered, yeah, an employee, at the time of getting his pay, is to take an oath and then receive his pay. How so? If the employee claims, you hired me and did not pay, while the employer says, I hired you and paid you. However, if the former's claim is, you hired me for 2 zuz and gave me only 1, while the employer says that he hired him only for 1, then it is incumbent upon the plaintiff to bring evidence. Now, as in the last case the plaintiff is to bring evidence, it is to be assumed that in the first case there was no evidence required. Said Rnahman b. Yitzhak, it may be that even in the first case there was some evidence, and the evidence in the last case is only required with regard to the collection of the payment from the employer, but concerning the oath the Boraitha did not care to teach. R. Jeremiah b. Abba said, the college sent a message to Samuel, thus, let the master teach us as to who is to swear in a case where the specialist says, you have hired me for 2 zuz to repair something, while the employer says that he hired him only for 1 zuz, and Samuel answered, in such a case the employer is to swear and the employee loses the case, for as regards price once fixed people remember it well. But has not Rabbi b. Samuel said above that in such a case the burden of proof lies upon the plaintiff, and as here he possesses no evidence he should lose the case even without any oath on the part of the employer? Said Rnahman, the above Boraitha is to be interpreted as teaching alternatively, i.e., either the employee is to bring evidence and receive his pay, or the employer is to swear and former loses. P. 97. An objection was raised from the following Boraitha, if one has given his garment to a specialist for repair and thereafter they contradict each other concerning the price for labor and services, the law is thus, so long as the article is with the specialist the burden of proof lies on owner, and if it was delivered, the time of payment not yet elapsed, the specialist is to swear and then collect, but if that time has already elapsed, it remains for him as plaintiff to bring evidence. Thus we see that if within the time, the specialist is to swear and collect. Why let the owner swear and the specialist lose? Said Rnahman b. Yitzhak, this Boraitha is in accordance with Jehuda, who holds that so long as the oath seems to rest upon the owner the rabbi's enactment is that the employer shall swear and thereupon collect. But let us see which Jehuda is meant here. It cannot be the Jehuda of our Mishnah, as he plainly requires a partial admission, it must, then, be the Jehuda of the following Boraitha, so long as the time of payment has not elapsed, it is the employee that swears and collects, but after the expiration of said time it is for the employer to swear. Said Yehuda, provided the employee claims 50 dinar for his work, and the employer claims to have already paid 1 gold dinar, or they contradict each other regarding the price, but if the employer claims that he has never hired him, or that he has paid his wages to the last pasuda, the burden of proof rests upon the plaintiff. R. Sheshith Br 80, however, opposed thus, would you say that a contradiction regarding the price is in accordance with Yehuda and not with the rabbis? Bear in mind that where Yehuda is in our Mishnah more rigorous, the rabbis are lenient. Should the rabbis be more rigorous in the Boraitha where Yehuda is more lenient? But is it possible to explain the Boraitha in accordance with the rabbis? Has not Rabbi B. Samuel taught, in case of contradiction regarding the price, that the plaintiff is to bring evidence, which teaching could be neither in accordance with the rabbis nor with Yehuda. Therefore said Rabha, their point of difference is as follows: Yehuda holds that, concerning a biblical oath which applies to the employer, the rabbis have enacted for the sake of the employee to reverse the oath to the latter, so that he may, upon swearing, collect, but where there is a rabbinical oath which is p. 98 itself merely an enactment, they do not impose another enactment upon it. The rabbis, however, are of the opinion that the said enactment applies also to the case of a rabbinical oath, and as to the contradiction about the price, it may be said that, as a price usually remains in memory, the rabbis leave in this case the oath to the employer. Entered his house to seize, etc. But perhaps he has not taken any pledge. Has not Rn said that he who, hatchet in hand, says, I will go to cut down the tree belonging to so and so, and thereafter the tree is found cut down, we nevertheless do not say that he did cut it down? Hence we see that a man may sometimes merely exaggerate or affect to do something and in reality does not do it. Why then not say the same in our case? Read, then, in the Mishnah that he actually did seize a pledge. But if so, let the witness testify as to what the pledge was. Said Rabbi B. Hannah, in the name of Ar Yohanan, the Mishnah speaks of the pledger as claiming that the defendant seized some small utensils which he concealed under his garments. R. Yehuda said, if witnesses saw one concealing utensils under his garments when coming out from a house, and he claims that he had bought them, he is not trusted, provided the owner of the house was not wont to sell his utensils, but if he was so, the defendant may be trusted, and even in this case he is not trusted if such utensils are not as a rule to be concealed, but if they are so he may, again, be trusted, and even when they are not ordinarily hidden, but the defendant was of such a standing as would not allow him to carry things publicly, it may be assumed that such is his usage and therefore he may be trusted. All this refers only to a claim of hiring and loaning. If, however, the claim concerns stealing, the plaintiff is not trusted when he makes one a thief who is not suspicious of being such. Furthermore, even in the case where the defendant is not reliable, he is not to be trusted only with regard to utensils not used for loan and hire, but in case the utensils are loaned or hired out, he is trusted. As concerning this Arhunabi Abin once sent a message. p. 99. Rabha said, in case one was going to seize the goods of another, even the watchman of the house or his wife is trusted on an oath, and the defendant must pay. Questioned our Papa, is a laborer who was doing some work in the house at that time trusted in this case on an oath? This question remains undecided. R. Yemar said to R. Ashi, if the claim is for a silver goblet, may the defendant be trusted with an oath or not? How is it with the bruised, etc.? Said R. Yehuda, in the name of Samuel, the oath applies only in such a case when the plaintiff could himself cause a wound, but if it was not possible for him to do so, he recovers his claim without an oath. But why not fear that he may have hurt himself against a wall or a stone? Taught Arhaya, it speaks of this case, the wound is found on his shoulder or under the arm. But it may have been inflicted by someone other than the defendant. There was nobody else in the house. Even for merely vain swearing. Why even? It means to say, not only, i.e., not only if suspicious of an oath where denial of money is involved, but also even if suspicious of such where only a denial of words is involved, he is not trusted. But if so, let an uttered oath, too, be taught. The Mishnah teaches but oaths which are made falsely, while an uttered oath may be made for the future and may therefore be fulfilled. But again, let it include an uttered oath for the past. In teaching vain swearing it indeed includes all that is equal thereto. A gambler in dice, etc. To what purpose is this statement? The Mishnah classifies first those who are unfit biblically and then also the rabbinically unfit. In case both are suspicious, etc. Rab Ha questioned R. N. Ahman, how should we read in the Mishnah, our Meir holds, they divide, or our Hosea holds so? Answered he, I do not know. How then shall the halakha prevail? Answered he again, I do not know. However, it was taught that R. Joseph b. Miniamai said in the name of R. N. Ahman that R. Hosea was the one who said they divide, likewise taught R. Zebed b. Oshia, or R. Zebed in the name of Oshia. And R. Joseph b. Miniamai said that such a case happened in the court of R. N. Ahman and the decision was to divide. P. 100. The oath returns to its place. To which place? Said R. Ami, according to our masters in Babylon, it returns to its place, the Mount Sinai, and our masters in Palestine said, it returns to him who was obliged to take it. Said our Papa, our masters in Babylon means Rabbite and Samuel viz., our Mishnah states that orphans shall not pay without an oath, and it was discussed as to what it means. Shall we assume that the orphans cannot recover from the borrower unless they take an oath? Is this possible, since their father, if alive, could recover without an oath? Why should they swear? It must then be explained to mean orphans that have to recover from other orphans, and both Rabbite and Samuel said provided the lender died while the borrower was still alive, but if the borrower died first the lender was already obliged to swear in order to recover from the orphans of the borrower the latter's dead, and as a man cannot bequeath an oath to his children the oath returns to the Mount Sinai. As to the masters of Palestine, it is our Abba in the case of a robbed piece of metal mentioned above and tried before him when he decided that as the defendant is obliged to swear but cannot, he must pay. Said Rab Ha, the halakha seems to prevail with our Abba, as it reads, the oath of the Lord be between them, etc., but not between their heirs. Now, let us see the nature of the case. If the heirs of the plaintiff claim that their father had a mana with the defendant's father and the others answer, we are aware that he had only 50 dinar, then it is a partial admission. What difference then is there whether the plaintiff himself or his heirs appear in the case? We must then say that the defendant orphans say that they are aware of 50 dinar, but are not aware of the other 50 dinar. Now, if you say that such answer if put in by the defendant himself would oblige him to an oath, it is correct that the above cited verse is needed to free the heirs from an oath, but if the defendant would not have to swear, then what is the verse for? Hence, whoever is obliged to swear but cannot swear he must pay, as our Abba decided in the case before him. But what do Rabbite and Samuel infer from the above cited verse? What was said above by Simeon b. Tarfon, the verse comes to indicate that the oath rests upon both the contestants, the storekeeper, etc. There is a Boraitha, Rabbi said, why should these be troubled with an oath? Said Arhayatu. P. 101. We have learned that both the storekeeper and employees have to swear, and both storekeeper and employees collect from the employer. Has Rabbi accepted Arhaya's theory or not? Come and hear the following. Rabbi said that the laborer has to take an oath that he has received nothing from the storekeeper. Now, if Rabbi had accepted Arhaya's theory, it would have been stated here that the oath must be taken with reference to the employer. Said Rab Ha, this Boraitha intends to say thus, the laborer takes an oath with reference to the employer and in the presence of the storekeeper that he has taken nothing from the latter. It was taught, if there were two parties of witnesses contradicting each other, each party may, according to our Huna, appear and testify for itself. Our Hista, however, maintains that we have nothing to do with false witnesses. Illustration: if there were two cases with two lenders, two borrowers, and two documents, and one witness of each of the two parties of witnesses was signed on the document of the other contestant, R. Huna and R. Hist. differ, according to former both the documents are valid, and according to R. Hist. they are both invalid as they are both false. On the other hand, if there was but one lender with two documents against one borrower, all agree that the lender has to suffer, but if there were two lenders with two documents against one borrower, it is a case treated of in our Mishnah. But what is the law in case there were two borrowers and one lender with two documents signed by the two mutually contradicting parties of witnesses, according to our Huna? Shall we assume that as there are two borrowers we should regard each of the documents as though it were the right one and collect thereupon the two, or as one of the documents is doubtless false the two should be regarded invalid? This question remains undecided. P. 102. If he said to the storekeeper, "Give me fruit for a dinar." There is a boraitha, R. Jehuda said, provided the fruit is lying there in a heap and each of the parties is claiming that it is his, but if the customer has the fruit in his basket and put ladder upon his shoulders, the burden of proof lies upon the plaintiff. If he says to the money changer, etc. These two cases are necessary, since if only the former is stated, one might say that because fruit decays the storekeeper was in haste to put it into the basket for his customer before yet receiving the money, therefore he may be trusted, while, this not being the case with money, it is usual not to give the change before receiving the money. Hence, the rabbis, too, would agree with R. Jehuda. On the other hand, if only the second case were stated, one might say that only for this reason R. Jehuda differs with the rabbis, while concerning fruit he agrees with them, therefore the two cases are necessary. And also the orphans, etc. This statement was sent to R. Elazar accompanied with the question as to the purpose of this oath, and he answered, the heirs have to take the usual oath of heirs, and thereupon to collect the bequest. This statement was then again sent to R. Ami, who said, they do not cease sending questions again and again. If I found something worthy of notice in it, would I not notify you thereof, without waiting for your messages? However, continued he, as this question has reached us already, yet we have to say something thereabout, viz., if the lender was already summoned and it was decided that he has to take an oath, and he died in between, so that he was already obliged to swear to the orphans of the borrower, and as one cannot bequeath an oath to one's children, they are free from oath. If, however, he has not yet been summoned, and hence not yet obliged to take an oath, the orphans of the lender have to swear the oath of heirs and thereupon collect the debt. R. N. Haman opposed, does the court find one liable to an oath? With the death of the borrower the lender is by law liable to an oath with relation to the heirs, therefore, said he, it depends on whether or no the law, laid down above by Rabbi and Samuel, is established. If yes, they are free; if not, they have to take an oath and collect. We see from this that R. P. 103. N. Haman was in doubt, but has not R. Joseph B. Miniamai said above, that R. N. Haman decided in a similar case that the contestants divide? R. N. Haman's explanation here is in accordance with R. Meir, who holds, the oath returns to its place, but he himself holds with R. Jose, if one upon the death of his wife remarries and then dies, the widow and her heirs have the preference over the heirs of the first wife concerning their respective marriage contracts. We see then that the heirs collect without an oath. It speaks of the case they swore before dying. Come and hear the second part, but his heirs may adjure the widow, her heirs, and all empowered by her. Said R. Shmaya, the Boraitha here speaks alternatively, viz., his heirs adjure her if she was a widow, and they adjure her heirs if she was but a divorced woman. R. Nathan B. Hashia, however, objected from the following: preference was given to the son over his father, in that the son may collect from the orphans if he holds a document against the borrower, provided he has evidence that his father before dying told him that the document has not yet been paid, and if he has no evidence he has to swear to this effect. On the other hand, his father can under no circumstances collect without an oath, hence, the son may collect without an oath in relation to the defendant orphans, if the borrower died when the lender was still alive. Thus we see that it is in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel from our Mishnah. Said our Joseph, this Boraitha is in accordance with the school of Shammai, who holds that a document which is to be collected is to be regarded as already collected, hence, the rule that the son collects upon presenting evidence of his father's statement. R. Nahman happened to be in Turah, both Arhista and Rabbi Huna came to visit him, and asked him thus, let the master conjoin with us in nullifying the statement of Rabbi. And Samuel, whereupon he answered, have I troubled myself to make a journey of so many parses to nullify the statement of these sages? It will suffice if I will agree with you not to add to their statement. What other cases? E.g., such as were p. 104. Decided by our Papa, he who impairs his document, and thereafter dies, his heirs may take the oath of heirs and collect the money. It once happened that B, who had borrowed money of A through a surety and on a document, died, A being still alive, thereafter A also died and his heirs claimed the debt from the surety. Our Papa, before whom the case was tried, was about to say that this is a case included in the decision of R. Nahman that nothing be added to Rabbi and Samuel's ruling, and in this case the heirs are to collect not from the orphans but from the surety. Said Arhuna br Jehoshua to him, are they indeed collecting from the surety for his debt and not for that of the orphans? In another case the lender died childless, leaving a brother, and Rami b. Hama was about to say that R. Nahman's decision includes this case, too. Said Rabha to him, is there any difference between the heirs saying my father told me or my brother told me? Said Arhama, as there is no ultimate decision as to whether the halakha prevails with Rabbi and Samuel or not, we should leave it to the judges. He who decides in accordance with Rabbi and Samuel should not be objected, nor should protest be raised against him who follows our Elazar's decision as a precedent. Said our Papa, if such a case happens in our court, we shall not destroy the document, nor collect it, for fear the halakha may prevail with Rabbi and Samuel, however, not destroy it, in order to give the contestant the benefit of doubt and enable him to bring his case in another court. Once a judge followed in his decision our Elazar. A young scholar interested in this problem came to the judge and told him that he is able to produce a letter from the West attesting that the halakha does not prevail with our Elazar, and the judge said to him, well, produce the letter and we will then see. The scholar, however, came to complain in the court of Arhama, and latter answered that it is already decided thus, he who follows our Elazar's ruling as a precedent cannot be protested against. The following have to swear, etc. Does the Mishnah speak of idiots? It means to say that these persons have to swear if they say they are not certain of the claim. There is a Boraitha, the son of the house mentioned in the Mishnah is not he who frequents the house, but he who is taking. P. 105. Care if the estate, he engages and discharges laborers, buys and sells, etc. And why should such persons take an oath? Because as a rule they allow themselves more than what is due to them. Said R. Joseph b. Miniamai in the name of R. Nahman, provided there was a denial made to the claim of 2 silver, according to the decision of Rabbi. If the partners and gardeners, etc. The schoolman propounded a question, may one include in a rabbinical oath a claim from another business? Come and hear, if one has borrowed on the eve of the Sabbatic year and at the end of the year he become the partner or gardener of the lender, no inclusion can take place in the partner oath if he has to take such. Thus we see the reason here to be that he borrowed on the eve of the Sabbatic year as this year released him from the oath also, but in a simple year such an oath may be inclusive? Nay, do not say that in a simple year the oath may be inclusive, but if he becomes a partner or a gardener on the eve of the Sabbatic year and at the end of the same he borrowed money from him, he may in his oath include also the partner oath from the Sabbatic year, as the second part of the Boraitha states it so plainly, hence, a rabbinical oath is inclusive. R. Huna said, all the oaths are inclusive except the oath of an employee, as this oath is given merely for the purpose of gratifying the employer. R. Histah said, no oaths are to be made lenient in this respect except the oath of an employee, toward which we have to act leniently. And what is the difference between these two opinions? The requiring by the court, according to Arhuna the court itself may declare the oath inclusive independently of the plaintiff, while according to R. Histah the court has no jurisdiction unless the plaintiff requires so. The Sabbatic year releases. Whence is this deduced? From, and this is the verbum of the release, i.e., it releases even words. Next, Chapter 8. Index previous next. P 106. Chapter 8. Rules and regulations concerning the four kinds of bailees, the conditions under which they are to pay or to take an oath. What is an uttered oath, a vain oath, a false oath. Cases illustrating the various claims regarding the four kinds of bailees. Mishnah I. There are four kinds of bailees: gratuitous, on hire, borrower, and hirer. The gratuitous bailee swears to every claim, the borrower pays every claim, the paid bailee as well as the hirer swears in case the cattle broke its leg or was seized or died, but both pay when it got lost or stolen. If one asks his gratuitous bailee, "Where is my ox?" he is dead, while in reality he is only leg broken, or seized, or stolen, or lost, or he answers, he is leg broken, while in fact he is dead, seized or lost, or he answers, he is seized, while he is dead, leg broken, stolen or lost, or he answers, he is lost, while in fact he is dead, leg broken, seized or stolen, to which the other rejoins, I adjure you, and the answer is, Amen, he is free. Where is my ox? And the other one answers, I know not what you talk about, while in reality the ox is dead, leg broken, seized, stolen or lost. I adjure you. Amen, he is free. But if he asks, where is my ox? Lost. I adjure you. Amen, but witnesses appear to testify that he consumed him, he must pay the full value. If he confesses it of his own will he must pay the value plus 1/5, and is to bring a trespass offering. If he asks, where is my ox? And the answer is, stolen. I adjure you. Amen, and witnesses appear to testify that he himself stole the ox, he must pay double amount. On self-confession, however, he pays the value plus 1/5, and brings an offering. If one says to a man in the street, where is my ox that you have stolen? And the answer is, I have not stolen, but witnesses testify that he did steal him, he is to pay double amount, and if he has slaughtered or sold him, he must pay 4 and 5-fold. However, if, on noticing the approach of witnesses against him, he says, I have stolen him, but not slaughtered or p. 107. Sold, he is to pay but the principal amount. If one asks the borrower, where is my ox? And he answers, he died, while in reality he is leg broken, seized, stolen or lost, or, leg broken, while he is dead, seized, stolen or lost, seized, while he is dead, leg broken, stolen or lost, stolen, while he is dead, leg broken, seized or lost, lost, while he is dead, leg broken, seized or stolen, whereupon the other one says, I adjure you, and the answer is, Amen, he is free. Where is my ox? I know not what you are talking about, while in fact the ox is dead, leg broken, seized, stolen or lost. I adjure you. Amen, he is liable. If one says to a paid bailee or to a hirer, where is my ox? And he answers, he is dead, while he is leg broken or seized, leg broken, while he is dead or seized, seized, while he is dead or leg broken, stolen, when he is lost or seized, lost, while he has been stolen, whereupon former, I adjure you. Amen, he is free. But if the answer be, he is dead, leg broken, or seized, while he has been stolen or lost, former, I adjure you. Amen, he is liable. But if he says, he has been stolen, or, lost, while he is dead, leg broken, or seized, I adjure you. Amen, he is free. This is the rule: whoever tends to commutate, by his oath, liability to liability, unliability to unliability, or unliability to liability, is free, but if liability to unliability, he is liable. This is the rule in brief: whoever takes an oath in order to make his case lenient, is liable, but if vice versa, he is free. Gemara: who is the Tana of the four classes of Baileys? Said Rna in the name of Rabbi. Abohu, it is our mayor. Said Rabha to him, is then there a Tana who does not hold so? And the answer was, I mean to say, who is the Tana that maintains that the hirer of a thing is under the same rule with a Bailey for pay? And this is our mayor, according to Rabbi. Abohu. But is there not a Boraitha that our mayor holds a hirer under the law of a gratuitous Bailey, and our Jehuda is, the one who places him under the law of a paid Bailey? Rabbi. Abohu has reversed in the Mishnah the order of the names. But after all, according to both our mayor and our Jehuda, there are but three classes of Baileys, why then four in the Mishnah? Said Rna b. It's hack, the Mishnah means to say, there are four classes of Baileys but their laws are three. I know not what you talk about. Said Rabbi, all the expressions free used in the Mishnah free only from the liability of a trespass offering, attaching to a depositary, but not from that of a sign offering, attaching to an uttered oath. Samuel. p. 108. However, maintains that it frees them even from the last mentioned liability. And what is here the point of difference? Samuel holds that as such an oath cannot refer to the future, one is not liable even for the past, while Rabbi does not share this opinion. But this their difference has already been pointed out above in connection with the oath made by A that B threw a stone into the sea. Why then again? It was necessary, as in the case of throwing a stone Rabbi holds a liable because he takes the oath on his own accord, but here, where the court compels him to swear, one might say that Rabbi agrees with Samuel, which would be in accordance with Arami, who said elsewhere that one is not liable for an uttered oath when made by the judges, to swear. On the other hand, if only this were stated, one could say that only in this case Samuel differs with Rabbi, but in the other one he agrees with him. What is the reason of Arami's statement? It is the verse, or any person swear, which means he swears voluntarily. R. Elazar, however, said with reference to the expression free the Mishnah uses, all are free from a depositary oath but are liable for an uttered oath, excepting, however, the following: a borrower answering I know not what you talk about, the paid Bailey who claims stolen or lost, the hirer claiming stolen or lost, in which cases the Mishnah makes them liable to depositary oath, because here a denial of cash money is involved. Next, Appendix to page 13. Index previous. Appendix to page 13. R. Nahman Br. Histah lectured, a foul burnt offering must not be bought from the money of the treasury. Said Rabha, this is nonsense. Said Rnahman b. It's hack to him, why nonsense? I said it to Rnahman b. Histah, in the name of Shimei of Nahardia, and the reason is that for the remaining money of the treasury burnt offerings for the congregation are bought, and there is no foul offering for the congregation. In like manner Samuel holds what was said in the name of Yohanan concerning daily offerings, as Jehuda said in his name that all the offerings of the congregation are prepared for what they are intended by the application of the knife to them. So also we have learned. p. 109. In the following Boraitha, Simeon admits concerning a he-goat that was not offered on the festival, that he may be offered on the new moon or day of atonement, on the Feast of Tabernacles, and may as well remain for the next holidays, since originally he was intended as an offering to be brought on the exterior altar. End of Tract Shavuot. Tract Ejoth. Introduction. There is no Gemara to this tract. However, it forms a part of the section Jurisprudence, and is usually printed with the commentaries of both Maimonides and Rabbad. Although these Mishnayot are almost each of them repeated in some of the 6 sections of the Talmud, yet we could not omit them because of the significance they attain in view of the fact that the contents of them all were testified before the assembly of the sages. The first chapter, however, of this tract, which was not testified, is significant for its showing the cases wherein the sages establish the halakha without adopting the views of either Shammai or Hillel though expressed by each of them personally, wherein the school of Hillel after deliberations abandoned their view to adopt that of the school of Shammai. The reasons for the rule that the opinion of an individual is mentioned though the halakha prevails with the majority, where the school of Shammai do not agree with Shammai, their master. We have translated this tract almost literally, referring the reader who may be confronted with some difficulties to places where detailed explanations are found, as to explain these here would necessitate a whole volume for itself. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. Tract Ejuyoth. Chapter I. Mishnah I, Shammai says, for all women suffices their perceiving the menses. Hillel, however, says, the time is to be counted between 2 consecutive examinations regardless of the length of the interval and be it of many days. The sages, however, say, the halakha prevails with neither Shammai nor Hillel, but 1 day reduces the interval between the said examinations. On the other hand, the moment of examination reduces the allowance of the day. That for every woman who has a regular periodic menstruation the perceiving suffices. She who uses sheets to examine herself before and after intercourse, reduces thereby both the time of the previous examination and the above said day of allowance. 1. Mishnah 2, Shammai says, one must separate challah from 1 cab, Hillel says from no less than 2, while the sages set the minimum at 1.5 cab, lowering it, however, to 5/4 of a cab when the measures were increased. R. Jose says, not exactly 5/4, but a trifle above. Mishnah 3, Hillel says, 1 hinful of drawn water renders a legal bath, 2 when poured therein, unfit. Shammai says, 9 cab, while the sages, disagreeing with either view, uphold the 2 weavers that came from the gates of refuse in Jerusalem and testified in the name of Shimei and Abtalion that 3 lugs of drawn p6 water render the aforesaid bath unfit, and decided that halakha to prevail so. Mishnah 4, why, then, are the theories of Shammai and Hillel stated at all, if without avail? To teach to posterity that one must not insist upon one's statements, since the distinguished masters of the world did not persist in their views. Mishnah V, and why is mention made of the opinion of a single person in connection with that of many, when the final decision is invariably with the majority? In order that when a court should happen to approve of someone's opinion it might base its decision thereon, for no court may annul the decision of another court, unless it be superior to latter both in erudition and number. If, however, it be superior only in one respect, in either erudition or number, it cannot annul, as it must be superior in both. Mishnah 6, said R. Jehuda, if this be the case, why is mention made of the opinion of an individual in connection with that of the majority to no purpose? In order that if one were to base his argument on tradition he could be answered that his tradition is in accordance with the opinion of that and that individual. Mishnah 7, Beth Shammai says, a quarter cab of the bones of the dead be it from 2 or 3 dead, Beth Hillel says, a quarter cab from 1 corpse, from the quarter part of the entire structure, or of the number of bones. Shammai himself says, 1 bone suffices. Mishnah 8, Vech teruma may, according to Beth Shammai, be soaked and peeled in a state of cleanness, but in that of uncleanness the cattle may be fed on it. Beth Hillel, however, hold that in the former state it may be soaked only, while peeling and feeding may be done in the latter. Beth Shammai says, it must be very dry when given to the cattle. Our Akaba holds that in a state of uncleanness all actions may be performed on it. Mishnah 9, if one desires a selah in exchange for copper coin of the second tithe, he must, according to Beth Shammai, exchange the whole coin for a selah, while the Beth Hillel maintain that he may take but 1 shekel in silver and the other half in copper coin. 1. One must not redeem fruit and silver by other silver, while the sages allow it. P7. Mishnah X, when one exchanges a selah of second tithe in Jerusalem, he must, according to Beth Shammai, exchange the entire selah for copper coin. Beth Hillel hold as above. The experts, one of the sages, say, for 3 dinar in silver and 1 dinar coin. Our Akiba's opinion is, 3 dinar in silver and of the fourth 1 1/4 in coin. Our Tarfon says, 4 aspers in silver. Shammai himself says, let him leave the selah in the store till he gradually consumes its worth in goods. Mishnah 11, the bride's chair, when stripped of its adornments, is declared by the Beth Shammai as subject to defilement, but not so by Beth Hillel. Former holds that even the seat alone of that chair is unclean. Similar are the respective opinions of the Beth Shammai and the Beth Hillel with reference to a chair put into a trough, the former declaring in addition the chair unclean if even only made in a trough. Mishnah 12, following are the cases wherein the Beth Hillel have altered their views in favor of those advanced by the Beth Shammai. The woman who upon coming from the sea countries asserts that her husband died may, according to the Beth Shammai, remarry or enter a levirate marriage, while the Beth Hillel contended, we heard this as holding good only concerning a woman who comes from the harvest, whereupon the Beth Shammai retorted, it is immaterial whether she comes from the harvest, olive gathering, or from a sea country, and the expression harvest as used by the sages in this matter was one of fact. Thereupon the Beth Hillel conceded. Furthermore, according to Beth Shammai, such woman is allowed to marry and to obtain her marriage contract, which latter right the Beth Hillel denied her, whereupon the Beth Shammai argued, you allow a possible adultery, a rigorous transgression, and prohibit a money matter, a misdemeanor? Whereto the B. Hillel rejoined, for we find that the heirs of the deceased cannot enter inheritance upon her statement alone. And Beth Shammai replied, but we are informed directly from her marriage contract, where the husband writes, if you get married to another one you should get what is here devised to you. Thereupon the B. Hillel conceded to them. Mishnah 13, he who is half slave and half free 2 works. P8. According to Beth Hillel, 1 day for his master and 1 for himself. Hereto objected the Beth Shammai, you amply provide for his master but not for him. He has no right to marry either a slave or a free woman, nor should he remain single, for the world has been created for propagation, as it reads, not for naught did he create it, to be inhabited did he form it. Accordingly, for the sake of a better organization of the world his master is compelled to wholly free him, and the slave writes him a note on the half of his value, and the Beth Hillel accepted this opinion. Mishnah 14, an earthen vessel when covered protects according to Beth Hillel all, while the Beth Shammai holds that it protects only food, beverages, and earthen vessels. Asked Beth Hillel, why? And they answered, because it is unclean in the opinion of the Amharites, and no clean vessel is protective. And B. Hillel's question as to why have you declared it protective of food and beverages, they meet thus, we declare these clean only for the Amharites, but if you were to declare the vessel as such clean, it would be so in general. Hereupon the B. Hillel agreed. Next, Chapter 2. Index previous next. P9. Chapter 2. Mishnah I, R. Hananiah the Segan of the priests testified the following 4 statements, viz., the priests have never hesitated to burn meat defiled in a secondary degree together with meat defiled in a primary degree, though latter augments the uncleanness of the former. Our Akiba added, nor have they ever hesitated to burn oil, that has become unusable through a defiled one though bathed during the day, in a lamp defiled through contact with one who touched a corpse, though the uncleanness of the oil is thereby augmented. Mishnah 2, furthermore, he said, during all my life I have not seen a hide brought out to the fireplace. Said our Akiba, we learn therefrom that when the firstborn cattle on being stripped of its hide is found internally injured, the priests may use its hide. The sages, however, say, we have not seen is no evidence, so that the hide must be removed to the fireplace. Mishnah 3, the same R. Hananiah testified that there was an old man in a little village near Jerusalem, who was lending money to all the villagers, writing himself the notes and having others to sign them. When this case came before the sages, they declared fit proper. From here is to infer that both woman and man may write she her divorce and he the receipt respectively, since the validity of a divorce is affected only by the undersigned thereon. He finally testified that, when a needle was found in the flesh, the knife and the hands are clean, but the flesh is unclean, but if found in the paunch everything is clean. Mishnah 4, R. Ismael propounded three things before the sages at Iyabna in the vineyard. A cracked egg put upon a coal wort of teruma forms a combination except when put on like a hat. An ear of corn left standing in the crop with its point toward the yet unreaped corn, belongs to the landowner provided it be capable of being cut off with the standing corn, otherwise it belongs to the poor. A small garden. P10. Fenced with creeping vine may be sowed if it has enough room, so that the vine dresser with his basket can stand on all its sides, but not otherwise. Three things have been propounded in the presence of R. Ismael, and as he did not express himself either for or against, R. Jehoshua b. Mathia interpreted them. One who inflicts upon oneself a sore on the Sabbath day is guilty if he did it in order to make a permanent orifice, but is free if his purpose was to remove the pus. One is free for hunting a snake on Sabbath in order to escape its bites, but is liable if for medicinal purposes. Earthen dishes used in cities are clean when in the tent of a corpse, but become unclean when carried by him who is possessed of a running issue, in which latter case R. Eliezer b. Zadok declares them also clean since their work has not yet been completed. Mishnah 6, R. Ismael declared three things which R. Akiba has not agreed in: garlic, sour grapes, and unripe corn ears ground before twilight may, according to R. Ismael, be finished after sunset, while R. Akiba does not allow it. Mishnah 7, of the following three statements cited before R. Akiba, the first two were in the name of R. Eliezer, and the third one in that of R. Jehoshua. A woman may go out on Sabbath in her gold city crown. Hunters after another's doves are unfit as witnesses. When a weasel with a worm in its mouth runs over the breads of teruma and it remains dubious as to whether or not the worm touched the breads, they are clean. Mishnah 8, R. Akiba has made statements, of which only the first two found the approval of the sages. A sandal of the lime burners is subject to defilement by the steps of him who has a running issue. The remnants of an oven are unclean when 4 handwidths high, which height was thought before to be only 3. A chair, from whose seat 2 consecutive boards have been removed is, according to R. Akiba only, subject to defilement. Mishnah 9, he was wont to say, the Father conditions in his Son beauty, force, wealth, wisdom, longevity, and the reward to be bestowed on posterity, and herein lies the end of destiny. As it reads, he predetermines from the beginning of fate of the generations to come, and though it reads, they will enslave them. P11. And torture them for 400 years, yet we read further, the fourth generation will return again unto here. Mishnah X, furthermore, he was saying, there are 5 things of a 12 months duration, viz., the punishment of the generation of the flood, that of Job, of the Egyptians, of Gog and Magog in time to come, and of the wicked in the infernum, for it reads, it will take place every month, i.e., from the month he died next year the same month renewed. R. Yohanan b. Nari says, it lasts only from Passover till Azroth, for it reads, from one festival to the other. Next, Chapter 3. Index previous next. P12. Chapter 3. Mishnah I, all objects that defile within the tent are, according to R. Dosa b. Horkinas, clean when they were brought into the house after having been divided in smaller parts, but the sages declare them unclean. How so? If one touches or carries 2 pieces of a carcass each of the size of half an olive, or touches of a corpse the size of a half an olive and such a size shelters him, or he covers as much as 2 halves of an olive, or only of a half an olive but is roofed by such a size, R. Dosa b. Horkinas declares him clean and the sages declare him unclean. but if he touches the size of half an olive while another thing covers both him and of a corpse the size of half an olive, he is clean. Our mayor, however, said, also herein the sages and our dosa differ as above. That all combine to render unclean except touching with carrying, and carrying with roofing. This is the rule: what bears one and the same name is index of uncleanness, two different names is one of